Book 4. A law was passed concerning the intermarriage of the patricians and plebeians, after strong resistance on the part of the patricians. Military tribunes with consular power. Censors created. Restoration of the lands unjustly taken from the people of Ardea. Spurius Melius, suspected of aiming at regal power, is slain by C. Servilius Ahala by order of Quintius Cincinnatus, dictator. Cornelius Casus, having killed Tolumnius, king of the Veientes, offers the second spolia opima. Duration of the censorship, originally 5 years, limited to 1 year and a half. Fidini reduced, and a colony settled there. The colonists destroyed by the Fidenations, who are subsequently conquered by Mamercus Aemilius, dictator. A conspiracy of the slaves put down. Postumius, a military tribune, slain by the army for his cruelties. Pay from the treasury first given to the soldiers. Operations against the Volscians, Fidenations, and Felicians. Marcus Janutius and Caius Curtius followed these as consuls. The year was disturbed both at home and abroad. For at the commencement of the year Caius Canuleius, tribune of the people, proposed a law concerning the intermarriage of the patricians and commons. By which the patricians considered that their blood would be contaminated, and the privileges of birth would be confounded. And a hint at first lightly suggested by the tribunes, that it should be lawful that one of the consuls should be elected from the commons, afterwards proceeded so far, that the 9 tribunes proposed a bill. That the people should have the power of electing the consuls, whether they wished, from the commons or the patricians. But they thought that if that were done, the supreme authority would not only be shared with the lowest ranks, but be wholly transferred from the nobility to the commons. With joy therefore the patricians heard that the people of Ardea had revolted in consequence of the injustice of the taking away their land, and that the Veientians had laid waste the frontiers of the Roman territory. And that the Volscians and Equins murmured on account of the fortifying of Virago. So much did they prefer an unsuccessful war to an ignominious peace. These tidings therefore being received and with exaggerations, in order that during the din of so many wars the tribunician proceedings might be suspended, they order the levies to be held. Preparations to be made for war and arms with the utmost activity. With more energy, if possible, than had been used in the consulship of Titus Quintius. Then Caius Canuleius declared aloud in brief terms in the Senate, that the consuls wished in vain to divert the commons from attention to the new laws. That they never should hold a levy while he lived, before the commons had first ratified the laws proposed by him and his colleagues, and he instantly summoned them to an assembly. Both the consuls incited the Senate against the tribune, and the tribune the people against the consuls at one and the same time. The consuls denied that tribunician frenzies could any longer be endured, that they were now come to a crisis. That more hostilities were being stirred up at home than abroad. That this happened not more through the fault of the commons than of the patricians, nor more through that of the tribunes than of the consuls. That the matter for which there was a reward in the state thrived always with the greatest proficiency, that thus it was that men became meritorious in peace, thus in war. That at Rome the highest reward was for sedition. That had ever been the source of honor both to individuals and to collective bodies. They should remember in what condition they had received the majesty of the Senate from their forefathers, in what condition they were about to transmit it to their children. That, like the commons, they should have it in their power to boast that it was improved in degree and in splendor. That there was no end, nor would there be, so long as the promoters of sedition were rewarded with honor in proportion as sedition was successful. What and how important schemes Caius Canuleius had set on foot. That he was introducing confounding of family rank, a disturbance of the auspices both public and private, that nothing may remain pure, nothing uncontaminated. That, all distinction being abolished, no one might know either himself or those he belonged to. For what other tendency had those promiscuous intermarriages, except that intercourse between commons and patricians might be made common after the manner of wild beasts? So that of the offspring each may be ignorant of what blood he may be, of what form of religion he was, that he may belong half to the patricians, half to the commons, not being homogeneous even with himself. That it appeared not enough, that all things divine and human should be confounded, that those disturbers of the common people were now preparing to seize the consulship. And first that they sounded people's sentiments in mere conversation on the project of having one consul appointed from the commons. That now the proposition was brought forward, that the people may appoint the consuls, whether they pleased from the patricians or from the people, and that they would appoint no doubt every most turbulent person. The Canulii, therefore, and the Icilii would be consuls. They expressed a hope, that Jupiter, the best and greatest, would not suffer the imperial majesty of the sovereign power to descend to that. And that they would certainly die 1,000 deaths rather than such a disgrace should be incurred. They were certain that their ancestors, could they have divined that the commons would become not more placable to them, but more intractable, by making successive demands still more unreasonable, after they had obtained the first, would have rather submitted to any struggle, than have suffered such laws to be saddled on them. Because it was then conceded to them with respect to tribunes, the concession was made a second time. There was no end to it, tribunes of the commons and patricians could not subsist in the same state. Either the one order or the other office must be abolished, and that a stop should be put to presumption and temerity rather late than never. Was it right, that they, by sowing discord, should with impunity stir up the neighboring states against us? And then prevent the state from arming and defending itself against those evils which they may have brought on us? And after they have almost sent for the enemy, not suffer the armies to be levied against the enemies? But Canullius may have the audacity to declare openly in the Senate that, unless the patricians suffer the laws proposed by himself as victorious, to be enacted, he would prevent the levy from being held. What else was this, but threatening that he would betray his country, that he would suffer it to be attacked and captured? What courage would that expression afford, not to the Roman commons, but to the Volscians, Equins, and the Veientians? Would they not hope that, under the generalship of Canullius, they should be able to scale the Capitol and citadel, if with the deprivation of privilege and majesty, the tribunes should rob the patricians of their courage also? That the consuls were prepared to act against the wicked schemes of their countrymen, before they would act against the arms of the enemy. Just when these matters were going on in the Senate, Canullius thus declaimed in favor of his laws and against the consuls. Frequently even before now I think I have observed how much the patricians despised you, Romans. How unworthy they deemed you to dwell in the one city and within the same walls with them. But on the present occasion most clearly, in their having risen up so determinately in opposition to those propositions of ours, in which what else do we do, but remind them that we are their fellow citizens? And that though we possess not the same power, we inhabit the same city? In the one we demand intermarriage, a thing which is usually granted to neighbors and foreigners, we have granted even to vanquished enemies the right of citizenship, which is more than the right of intermarriage. In the other we propose nothing new, we only reclaim and demand that which is the people's, that the Roman people may confer honors on whomsoever they may please. And what in the name of goodness is it for which they embroil heaven and earth? Why was almost an attack made on me just now in the Senate? Why do they say that they will not restrain themselves from violence, and threaten that they will insult an office, sacred and inviolable? Shall this city no longer be able to stand, and is the empire at stake, if the right of free suffrage is granted to the Roman people, to confer the consulship on whomsoever they may please, and if a plebeian, though he may be worthy of the highest honor, is not precluded from the hope of attaining that honor? And is this of the same import, whether a plebeian be made a consul, as if any one were to propose a slave or the son of a slave to be consul? Do you perceive in what contempt you live? They would take from you a participation in this light, if it were permitted them. That you breathe, that you enjoy the faculty of speech, that you possess the forms of human beings, excites their indignation. Nay even, as I hope for mercy, they say that it is contrary to religion that a plebeian should be made consul. I pray, though we are not admitted to the annals, nor to the commentaries of the pontiffs, do we not know even those things which strangers know? That consuls have succeeded kings. And that they possess no privilege, no majesty which was not formerly inherent in kings. Do you suppose that we ever heard it mentioned that Numa Pompilius, who not only was not a patrician, but not even a citizen of Rome, was sent for from the country of the Sabines by order of the people, with the approbation of the Senate. And that he was made king at Rome? That afterwards Lucius Tarquinius, who was not only not of Roman, but not even of Italian extraction, the son of Damaratus of Corinth, an emigrant from Tarquinii, was made king, even whilst the sons of Ancus still lived. That after him Servius Tullius, the son of a captive woman of Corniculum, with his father unknown, his mother a slave, attained the throne by his ability and merit? For what shall I say of Titus Tatius the Sabine, whom Romulus himself, the founder of our city, admitted into partnership of the throne? Accordingly, whilst no class of persons is disdained, in whom conspicuous merit may be found, the Roman dominion increased. You do well to be dissatisfied now with a plebeian consul, when your ancestors disdained not foreigners as kings, and when, even after the expulsion of kings, the city was not shut against foreign merit. After the expulsion of the kings, we certainly admitted the Claudian family from the Sabine country not only into citizenship, but even into the number of the patricians. Can a man from a foreigner be made a patrician, then a consul? Shall a Roman citizen, if he belong to the commons, be precluded from all hope of the consulate? Do we then deem it impossible that a man of the commons can be a person of fortitude and activity, qualified to excel both in peace and war, like to Numa, Lucius Tarquinius, and Servius Tullius? Or, should such appear, shall we not suffer him to meddle with the helm of government? Or shall we have consuls like the Decemvirs, the most abandoned of mortals, who were, however, all patricians, rather than like the best of kings, though new men? But, I may be told, no commoner has been consul since the expulsion of the kings. What then? Ought no innovation to be introduced? And what has not yet been practiced, and in a new state there are many things not yet practiced, ought not even such measures, even though they be useful, be adopted? During the reign of Romulus there were no pontiffs, nor augurs, they were appointed by Numa Pompilius. There was no census in the state, nor the distribution of centuries and classes. It was introduced by Servius Tullius, there never had been consuls, they were created after the expulsion of the kings. Of a dictator neither the office nor the name had existed, it commenced its existence among the senators. There were no tribunes of the people, aediles, nor quaestors, it was resolved that those officers should be appointed. Within the last 10 years we both created decemvirs for compiling laws, and we abolished them. Who can doubt but that in a city doomed for eternal duration, increasing to an immense magnitude, new civil offices, priesthoods, rights of families and of individuals, may be established? This very matter, that there should not be the right of intermarriage between patricians and commons, did not the Decemvirs introduce within the last few years to the utmost injury of the commons, on a principle most detrimental to the public? Can there be a greater or more marked insult, than that one portion of the state, as if contaminated, should be deemed unworthy of intermarriage? What else is it than to suffer exile within the same walls, actual rustication? They wish to prevent our being mixed with them by affinity or consanguinity, that our blood be not mingled with theirs. What? If this cast a stain on that nobility of yours, which most of you, the progeny of Albans or Sabines, possess, not in right of birth or blood, but by cooptation into the patricians, having been elected either by the kings, or after the expulsion of kings, by order of the people, could ye not keep it pure by private regulations, by neither marrying into the commons, and by not suffering your daughters or sisters to marry out of the patricians? No one of the commons would offer violence to a patrician maiden, such lust as that belongs to the patricians. None of them would oblige any man against his will to enter into a marriage contract. But really that such a thing should be prevented by law, that the intermarriage of the patricians and plebeians should be interdicted, that it is which is insulting to the commons. Why do you not combine in enacting a law that there shall be no intermarriage between rich and poor? That which has in all places and always been the business of private regulations, that a woman might marry into whatever family she has been engaged to, and that each man might take a wife out of whatever family he had contracted with. That ye shackle with the restraints of a most tyrannical law, by which ye sever the bonds of civil society and split one state into two. Why do ye not enact a law that a plebeian shall not dwell in the neighborhood of a patrician? That he shall not go the same road with him. That he shall not enter the same banquet with him. That he shall not stand in the same forum. For what else is there in the matter, if a patrician man wed a plebeian woman, or a plebeian a patrician? What right, pray, is thereby changed? The children surely go with the father. Nor is there anything which we seek from intermarriage with you, except that we may be held in the number of human beings and fellow citizens. Nor is there any reason why ye contest the point, except that it delights you to strive for insult and ignominy to us. In a word, whether is the supreme power belonging to the Roman people, or is it yours? Whether by the expulsion of kings has dominion been acquired for you or equal liberty for all? It is fitting that the Roman people should be allowed to enact a law, if it please. Or will ye decree a levy by way of punishment, according as each bill shall be proposed? And as soon as I, as tribune, shall begin to call the tribes to give their votes, will you, forthwith, as consul, force the younger men to take the military oath, and lead them out to camp? And will you threaten the commons? Will you threaten the tribune? What, if you had not already twice experienced how little those threats availed against the united sense of the people? Of course it was because you wished to consult for our interest, that you abstained from force. Or was there no contest for this reason, that the party which was the stronger was also the more moderate? Nor will there be any contest now, Romans, they will try your spirit, your strength they will not make trial of. Wherefore, consuls, the commons are prepared to accompany you to these wars, whether real or fictitious, if, by restoring the right of intermarriage, you at length make this one state. If they can coalesce, be united and mixed with you by private ties, if the hope, if the access to honors be granted to men of ability and energy, if it is lawful to be in a partnership and share of the government. If, what is the result of equal freedom, it be allowed in the distribution of the annual offices to obey and to govern in their turns. If any one shall obstruct these measures, talk about wars, multiply them by report. No one will give in his name, no one will take up arms, no one will fight for haughty masters, with whom there is no participation of honors in public, nor of intermarriage in private. When both the consuls came forward into the assembly, and the matter had changed from a long series of harangues to altercation, the tribune, on asking why it was not right that a plebeian should be made a consul. An answer was returned truly perhaps, though by no means expediently for the present contest, that no plebeian could have the auspices, and for this reason the Decemvirs had prohibited the intermarriage. Lest from uncertainty of descent the auspices might be vitiated. The commons were fired with indignation at this above all, because, as if hateful to the immortal gods, they were denied to be qualified to take auspices. And now, as the commons both had a most energetic supporter in the tribune, and they themselves vied with him in perseverance, there was no end of the contentions, until the patricians, being at length overpowered, agreed that the law regarding intermarriage should be passed, judging that by these means most probably the tribunes would either give up altogether or postpone till after the war the question concerning the plebeian consuls. And that in the meantime the commons, content with the intermarriage law, being passed, would be ready to enlist. When Cannulius was now in high repute by his victory over the patricians and by the favor of the commons, the other tribunes being excited to contend for their bill, set to work with all their might, and the accounts regarding the war augmenting daily, obstruct the levy. The consuls, when nothing could be transacted through the Senate in consequence of the opposition of the tribunes, held meetings of the leading men at their own houses. It was becoming evident that they must concede the victory either to the enemies or to their countrymen. Valerius and Horatius alone of the consulars did not attend the meetings. The opinion of Caius Claudius was for arming the consuls against the tribunes. The sentiments of the Quincii, both Cincinnatus and Capitolinus, were averse to bloodshed, and to violating persons, whom by the treaty concluded with the commons they had admitted to be sacred and inviolable. Through these meetings the matter was brought to this, that they suffered tribunes of the soldiers with consular authority to be elected from the patricians and commons without distinction. That with respect to the election of consuls no change should be made, and with this the tribunes were content, as were also the commons. An assembly is now proclaimed for electing 3 tribunes with consular power. This being proclaimed, forthwith whoever had contributed to promote sedition by word or deed, more particularly men who had been tribunes, began to solicit support and to bustle about the forum as candidates. So that despair, in the first instance, of obtaining the honor, by reason of the irritated state of the people's mind, then indignation at having to hold the office with such persons, deterred the patricians. At length however, being forced, they stood as candidates, lest they might appear to have relinquished all share in the government. The result of this election showed that the sentiments of persons in the struggle for liberty and dignity are different from those they feel when the contest is laid aside, the judgment being unbiased. For the people elected all patricians as tribunes, content with this, that the plebeians had been taken into account. Where could you now find in an individual such moderation, disinterestedness, and elevation of mind, as was then displayed by the entire people? In the 310th year after the city of Rome was built, for the first time military tribunes in the room of consuls enter into office, Aulus Sempronius Atratinus, Lucius Attilius, Titus Livius. In whose office the concord prevailing at home afforded peace also abroad. There are some who, without mentioning the proposal of the law concerning the election of consuls from among the commons, say that 3 military tribunes were elected on account of the Veientian War being added to the war of the Equins and the Volscians and to the revolt of the Ardeates, because 2 consuls could not execute so many wars together. These tribunes being invested also with the authority and insignia of consuls. The jurisdiction of that office however did not stand on a firm footing, because the 3rd month after they entered on the office, they resigned the honor, in pursuance of a decree of the augurs, as if unduly elected. Because Caius Curtius, who had presided at the election, had not selected his tent with due regard to ceremony. Ambassadors came to Rome from Ardea complaining of the injustice in such a manner, that it appeared that, if it were redressed, they would continue in amity and the observance of the treaty, on the restitution of their land. The answer returned by the Senate was, that the judgment of the people could not be rescinded by the Senate, besides such a measure could not be adopted on precedent or with justice. As an additional reason also for the purpose of preserving concord between the several orders of the state. If the Ardeans were willing to abide a seasonable conjuncture, and leave to the Senate the mode of redressing the injustice done to them, that the consequence would be that they would rejoice for having moderated their resentment. And that they should be convinced that the patricians were equally anxious that no injustice should arise against them, and that any which may have arisen should not be lasting. Thus the ambassadors, saying that they should lay the whole matter anew before their friends, were dismissed courteously. The patricians, now that the republic was without any curule magistrate, assembled together and elected an interrex. The contest whether consuls or military tribunes should be elected, kept the matter for several days in a state of interregnum. The interrex and senate strive that the elections of consuls be held. The tribunes of the people, and the people themselves, that elections of the military tribunes be held. The patricians succeeded, because both the commons, sure to confer the one or the other honor on patricians, gave up a needless contest. And the leaders of the commons preferred those elections at which no account was to be taken of them, as candidates, to those at which they should be passed by as unworthy. The tribunes of the commons also gave up the contest without a decision, as a compliment to the chiefs of the patricians. Titus Quintius Barbatus, the interrex, elects consuls Lucius Papirius Mugellanus, Lucius Sempronius Atratinus. During their consulship, the treaty was renewed with the Ardeans, and that is a record to prove, that they were consuls in that year, though they are not to be found among the ancient annals, nor in the books of the magistrates. I suppose because military tribunes existed at the commencement of the year, on that account, though these consuls were substituted, the names of the consuls were left out, just as if the military tribunes were the entire year in office. Licinius Macer states, that they were found both in the Ardean treaty and in the linen books at the temple of Moneta. There was tranquillity both at home and abroad, though so many alarms were held out by the neighboring states. This year, whether it had tribunes only, or consuls substituted in the room of tribunes, is followed by a year when there were undoubtedly consuls, Marcus Jaganius Macarinus a second time, Titus Quintius Capitolinus a fifth time. This same year was the commencement of the censorship, a thing which arose from an humble origin, which afterwards increased so much in importance, that in it was vested the regulation of the morals and discipline of Rome. The Senate and the centuries of the knights, the distinction of honor and of ignominy were under the sway of that office, the legal right to public and private places, the revenues of the Roman people fell under their beck and jurisdiction. The institution of the thing originated in this, that the people not having been subjected to a survey for several years, the census could neither be deferred, nor had the consuls leisure to discharge their duty. When wars impended from so many states, an observation was made by the Senate, that an office laborious in itself, and one little suited to the consular office, required a magistrate for itself, to whose authority should be submitted the duties of the several scribes. The custody and care of the records, as well as the adjustment of the form to be adopted in the census. And inconsiderable though the proposal might be, still the Senate received it with great pleasure, because it increased the number of patrician magistrates in the state, judging also that that would come to pass, which really did occur, viz. that the influence of those who should preside, and the honor of the office would derive on it additional authority and dignity. The tribunes also, considering the discharge of the duty, as was really the case, as necessary rather than the duty itself, as being attended with luster, did not indeed offer opposition, lest they should through perverseness show a disposition to thwart them even in trifles. After the honor was rejected by the leading men of the state, the people by their suffrages appointed to the office of conducting the census Papirius and Sempronius, concerning whose consulate doubts are entertained, that in that magistracy they might have some recompense for the incompleteness of their consulate. They were called censors from the nature of their office. Whilst these matters are transacting at Rome, ambassadors come from Ardea, imploring aid for their city, which was nearly destroyed, in consideration of their very ancient alliance, and of the treaty recently renewed. For by intestine wars they were not allowed to enjoy the peace with Rome, which they had by the soundest policy preserved, the cause and origin of which is said to have arisen from a struggle between factions, which have proved and ever will prove more a cause of destruction to several states, than foreign wars, famine, or disease, or any of the other evils which men refer to the anger of heaven, as the severest of public calamities. 2 young men courted a maiden of a plebeian family, highly distinguished for beauty, one of them on a level with the maid in point of birth, and favored by her guardians, who were themselves of the same rank. The other of noble birth, captivated by nothing but her beauty. The latter was aided by the good wishes of the nobles, through which party disputes made their way even into the girl's family. The nobleman was preferred in the judgment of the mother, who was anxious that her daughter should have the most splendid match possible. The guardians, mindful of party even in that transaction, strove for the person of their own order. As the matter could not be settled within the walls of the house, they proceeded to a court of justice. On hearing the claim of the mother and of the guardians, the magistrate decides the right of marriage in conformity with the wish of the mother. But violence was the more powerful. For the guardians, having harangued openly in the forum among persons of their own faction, on the injustice of the decree, collected a party and carry off the girl from her mother's house, against whom a body of nobles having arisen more incensed than before, attends the young man rendered furious by the outrage. A desperate battle takes place, the commons in no respect like to the Roman commons were worsted, and having set out from the city in arms, and taken possession of a hill, make excursions into the lands of the nobles with fire and sword. The city too, which had been previously free from all contest, they set about besieging, having induced, by the hope of plunder, a multitude of artisans to join them, nor was any appearance or calamity of war absent. As if the whole state were infested by the mad rage of the 2 young men, who sought the accomplishment of the fatal match through their country's ruin. The arms and war at home seemed insufficient to both parties. The nobles called in the Romans to the relief of their besieged city, the commons called upon the Volscians to join them in storming Ardea. The Volscians, under the command of Clelius, an equine, came first to Ardea, and drew a line of circumvallation around the enemy's walls. When news of this was brought to Rome, Marcus Geganius, the consul, having set out immediately at the head of an army, selected a place for his camp about 3 miles from the enemy. And the day being now fast declining, he orders his soldiers to refresh themselves, then at the 4th watch he puts his troops in motion. And the work, once commenced, was expedited in such a manner, that at sunrise the Volscians found themselves enclosed by the Romans with stronger works than the city was by themselves. The consul had also at another place connected an arm to the wall of Ardea, through which his friends might pass to and from the town. The Volscian general, who up to that period had maintained his army, not out of provisions which had been previously provided, but with corn brought in daily from the plunder of the country. When now encompassed by a rampart he perceives himself suddenly destitute of everything, calling the consul to a conference, says, that, if the Roman came for the purpose of raising the siege, he would withdraw the Volscians from thence. To this the consul made answer, that, the vanquished had to accept terms, not to dictate them, and as the Volscians came at their own discretion to attack the allies of the Roman people, they should not go off in the same way. He orders, that their general be given up, their arms laid down, acknowledging themselves vanquished, and ready to submit to his further orders, otherwise, whether they went away or stayed, that he would prove a determined enemy, and would prefer to carry to Rome a victory over the Volscians than an insidious peace. The Volscians, determined on trying the slender hope they had in arms, all other being now cut off, besides many other disadvantages, having come to an engagement in a place unfavorable for fighting, and still more so for retreat. When they were being cut down on every side, from fighting have recourse to entreaties. Having given up their general and surrendered their arms, they are sent under the yoke and dismissed full of disgrace and suffering, with 1 garment each. And when they halted not far from the city of Tusculum, in consequence of an old grudge of the Tusculans they were surprised, unarmed as they were, and suffered severe punishment, a messenger being scarcely left to bring an account of their defeat. The Roman general quieted the disturbed state of affairs at Ardea, beheading the principal authors of that commotion, and confiscating their effects to the public treasury of the Ardeans. The Ardeans considered the injustice of the decision completely repaired by such kindness on the part of the Roman people. It seemed to the Senate, however, that something remained to be done to obliterate the remembrance of public avarice. The consul returns to the city in triumph, Clelius, the general of the Volscians, being led before his chariot, and the spoils being carried before him, of which he had stripped the enemy's army after he had sent them under the yoke. Quintius the consul, by his civil administration, equalled, which is no easy matter, the glory attained by his colleague in war. For he so regulated the domestic care of harmony and peace, by dispensing justice with moderation to the highest and the lowest, that both the patricians considered him a strict consul, and the commons, as one sufficiently lenient. Against the tribunes too he carried his measures more by his influence than by striving against them. 5 consulships conducted with the same even tenor of conduct, and every part of his life being passed in a manner worthy of the consular dignity, rendered himself almost more venerable than the high office itself. On this account no mention was made of the military tribunes during this consulate. They appoint as consuls Marcus Fabius Vibulanus, Publius Abusius Cornicen. Fabius and Abusius, the consuls, inasmuch as they perceived that they succeeded to a greater glory of achievements performed at home and abroad, the year was rendered particularly remarkable among the neighboring states, both friendly and hostile. Because relief had been afforded to the Ardeans in their perilous situation with so much zeal, the more strenuously exerted themselves in obtaining a decree of the Senate. That they might completely efface the infamy of the decision from the memory of men, to the effect that since the state of the Ardeans had been reduced to a few by intestine war, a colony should be sent thither as a protection against the Volscians. This is what was stated publicly on the tables, that the intention entertained of rescinding the decision might escape the knowledge of the commons and tribunes. But they had agreed that, a much greater number of Rutulian colonists being enrolled than of Romans, no land should be distributed, except that which had been intercepted by the infamous decision. And that not a sod of it should be assigned to any Roman, until all the Rutulians had had their share. In this way the land returned to the Ardeans. The commissioners appointed to transplant the colony to Ardea were Agrippa Menenius, Titus Clelius Siculus, and Marcus Abusius Elva. When they, in the discharge of their by no means popular office, had given offense to the commons by assigning to the allies the land which the Roman people had decided to be their own, and were not even much supported by the patricians. Because they had not deferred in any way to the influence of any one, a day having been appointed for them by the tribunes to appear before the people. They escaped all vexatious annoyance by enrolling themselves as settlers and remaining in the colony, which they now had as a testimony of their integrity and justice. There was peace at home and abroad both this and the following year, Caius Furius Pacilis and Marcus Papirius Crassus being consuls. The games which had been vowed by the Decemvirs, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate on occasion of the secession of the commons from the patricians, were performed this year. An occasion for sedition was sought in vain by Paetilius, who, having been made a tribune of the commons a second time, by denouncing these same threats, could neither prevail on the consuls to submit to the Senate the questions concerning the division of the lands among the people. And when, after a hard struggle, he had succeeded so far that the patricians should be consulted as to whether it was their pleasure that an election should be held of consuls or of tribunes, consuls were ordered to be elected. And the menaces of the tribune were now laughed at, when he threatened that he would stop the levy, inasmuch as the neighboring states being now quiet, there was no occasion either for war or for preparations for war. This tranquil state of things is followed by a year, in which Proculus Geganius Massarinus, Lucius Maninius Lenatus were consuls, remarkable for a variety of disasters and dangers, also for disturbances, famine. For their having almost submitted their necks to the yoke of arbitrary power through the allurement of largesses. Foreign war alone was wanting, by which if matters had been aggravated, they could scarcely have stood out against them by the aid of all the gods. Their misfortunes began with famine. Whether it was that the season was unfavorable to the crops, or that the cultivation of the land was relinquished for the allurements of the city, and of public harangues, for both causes are assigned. And the patricians accused the commons as being idle, the tribunes of the commons complained sometimes of the fraud, at other times of the negligence of the consuls. At length the commons prevailed, without opposition on the part of the Senate, that Lucius Minucius should be appointed president of the market. Doomed to be more successful in that office in preserving liberty than in the discharge of his own peculiar province, although in the end he bore away the well-earned gratitude of the people as well as the glory of having lowered the price of provisions. When he had made but slight advance in relieving the markets by sending embassies around the neighboring states by land and sea to no purpose, except that an inconsiderable quantity of corn was imported from Etruria. And applying himself to the careful dispensations of their scanty stock, by obliging persons to show their supply, and to sell whatever was over and above a month's provision, and by depriving the slaves of 1/2 of their daily allowance. Then by censuring and holding up to the resentment of the people the corn hoarders, he rather discovered the great scarcity of grain than relieved it by this rigorous inquisition. Many of the calm mons, all hope being lost, rather than be tortured by dragging out existence, muffled up their heads and precipitated themselves into the Tiber. Then Spurius Maelius, of the equestrian order, extremely rich considering these times, set about a project useful in itself, but having a most pernicious tendency, and a still more pernicious motive. For having, by the assistance of his friends and clients, bought up corn from Etruria at his private expense, which very circumstance, I think, had been an impediment in the endeavor to reduce the price of corn by the exertions of the state. He set about giving out largesses of corn, and having won over the commons by this munificence, he drew them with him wherever he went, conspicuous and consequential beyond the rank of a private citizen. Ensuring to him as undoubted the consulship by the favor they manifested towards him, and the hopes they excited in him. He himself, as the mind of man is not to be satiated with that which fortune holds out the hope of, began to aspire to things still higher, and altogether unwarrantable. And since even the consulship would have to be taken from the patricians against their will, he began to set his mind on kingly power, that would be the only prize worthy of such grand designs and of the struggle which would have to be endured. The consular elections were now coming on, which circumstance destroyed him completely, his plans being not yet arranged or sufficiently matured. Titus Quintius Capitolinus was elected consul for the 6th time, a man by no means well suited to answer the views of one meditating political innovations, Agrippa Menenius is attached to him as colleague. Who bore the cognomen of Lenatus, and Lucius Minucius as president of the markets, whether he was re-elected, or created for an indefinite period, as long as circumstances should require. For there is nothing certain in the matter, except this, his name was entered as president in the linen books among the magistrates for both years. Here Minucius, conducting the same office in a public capacity which Malleus had undertaken to conduct in a private character, the same class of persons frequenting the houses of both, having ascertained the matter, lays it before the Senate. That arms were collecting in the house of Malleus, and that he held assemblies in his house, and that his designs were unquestionably bent on regal dominion, that the time for the execution of the project was not yet fixed, that all other matters were settled, and that the tribunes were bought over for hire to betray the public liberty, and that the several parts were assigned to the leaders of the multitude. That he laid these things before them almost later than was consistent with safety, lest he might be the reporter of anything uncertain or ill-grounded. When these things were heard, the chiefs of the patricians both rebuked the consuls of the former year, for having suffered those largesses and meetings of the people to go on in a private house, as well as the new consuls for having waited until a matter of such importance should be reported to the Senate by the president of the markets, which required the consul to be not only the reporter, but the punisher also. Then Titus Quintius said, that the consuls were unfairly censured, who being fettered by the laws concerning appeal, enacted to weaken their authority, by no means possessed as much power in their office as will to punish that proceeding according to its atrocity. That there was wanting a man not only determined in himself, but one who was unshackled and freed from the fetters of those laws. That he would therefore appoint Lucius Quintius dictator. That in him there would be a determination suitable to so great a power. Whilst all approved, Quintius at first refused, and asked them what they meant, in exposing him in the extremity of age to such a contest. Then when they all said that in that aged mind there was not only more wisdom, but more energy also, than in all the rest, and went on loading him with deserved praises, whilst the consul relaxed not in his original determination. Cincinnatus at length having prayed to the immortal gods, that his old age might not prove a detriment or disgrace to the republic at so dangerous a juncture, is appointed dictator by the consul. He himself then appoints Caius Servilius Ahala his master of the horse. On the next day, having stationed proper guards, when he had gone down to the forum, and the attention of the commons was attracted to him by the strangeness and extraordinary nature of the thing, and Malleus's friends and himself their leader perceived that the power of such high authority was directly aimed at them. When, moreover, those who were not aware of the designs on regal power, went on asking, what tumult, what sudden war, had called for either the dictatorial authority, or Quintius, after his 80th year, administrator of affairs, Servilius, master of the horse, being sent by the dictator to Malleus, says, the dictator summons you. When he, being alarmed, asked what he meant, and Servilius stated that he must stand a trial, and answer the charge brought against him before the Senate by Minucius, Malleus drew back into the band of his adherents, and at first, looking around him, he began to skulk off. At length when the beadle, by order of the master of the horse, was bringing him off, being rescued by those present, and running away, he implored the protection of the Roman people, and alleged that he was persecuted by a conspiracy of the patricians because he had acted kindly towards the people. He besought them that they would assist him in this critical emergency, and not suffer him to be butchered before their eyes. Ahala Servilius overtook and slew him whilst exclaiming in this manner, and smeared with the blood of the person so slain, and surrounded by a body of young nobles, he carries back word to the dictator that Malleus having been summoned to him, and commencing to excite the multitude after he had repulsed the beadle, had received condign punishment. Thou hast acted nobly, Caius Servilius, said the dictator, in having saved the republic. He then ordered the multitude, who were much agitated, not knowing what judgment to form of the deed, to be called to an assembly, and he openly declared, that Malleus had been justly put to death, even though he may have been innocent of the charge of aiming at regal power, who, when summoned to attend the dictator by the master of the horse, had not come. That he himself had taken his seat to examine into the case, that, after it had been investigated, Malleus should have met a result corresponding to his deserts. That when employing force, in order that he might not commit himself to a trial, he had been checked by force. Nor should they proceed with him as with a citizen, born in a free state amid laws and rights, in a city from which he knew that kings had been expelled, and on the same year the sons of the king's sister and the children of the consul, the liberator of his country, had been put to death by their father, on a plot for readmitting the royal family into the city having been discovered, from which Collatinus Tarquinius the consul, through a hatred of his name, was ordered to resign his office and go into exile. In which capital punishment was inflicted on Spurius Cassius several years after for forming designs to assume the sovereignty. In which the Decemvirs were recently punished with confiscation, exile, and death, in consequence of regal tyranny in that city. Spurius Malleus conceived a hope of attaining regal power. And who was this man? Although no nobility, no honors, no deserts should open to any man the road to domination, yet still the Claudii and Cassii, by reason of the consulates, the decemvirates, the honors of their own and those of their ancestors, and from the splendor of their families, had raised their aspiring minds to heights to which it was impious to raise them, that Spurius Malleus, to whom a tribuneship of the commons should rather be an object of wishes than of hope, a wealthy corn merchant, had conceived the hope to purchase the liberty of his countrymen for 2 pounds of corn. Had supposed that a people victorious over all their neighbors could be cajoled into servitude by throwing them a morsel of food. So that a person whom the state could scarcely digest as a senator, it should tolerate as king, possessing the ensigns and authority of Romulus their founder, who had descended from and had returned to the gods. This was to be considered not more criminal than it was monstrous, nor was it sufficiently expiated by his blood. Unless the roof and walls within which so mad a project had been conceived, should be levelled to the ground, and his effects were confiscated, as being contaminated with the price of purchasing kingly domination. He ordered, therefore, that the quaestors should sell this property and deposit the proceeds in the treasury. He then ordered his house to be immediately razed, that the vacant ground might serve as a monument of nefarious hopes destroyed. This was called Equimelium. Lucius Minucius was presented with a gilded ox on the outside of the gate Trigemina, and this not even against the will of the commons, because he distributed Malleus's corn, after valuing it at 1 as per bushel. In some writers I find that this Minucius had changed sides from the patricians to the commons, and that having been chosen as 11th tribune of the people, he quieted a commotion which arose on the death of Malleus. But it is scarcely credible that the patricians would have suffered the number of the tribunes to be increased, and that such a precedent should be introduced more particularly in the case of a man who was a patrician. Or that the commons did not afterwards maintain, or at least attempt, that privilege once conceded to them. But the legal provision made a few years before, viz. that it should not be lawful for the tribunes to choose a colleague, refutes beyond everything else the false inscription on the statue. Quintus Caecilius, Quintus Junius, Sextus Titinius, were the only members of the College of Tribunes who had not been concerned in passing the law for conferring honors on Minucius. Nor did they cease both to throw out censures one time on Minucius, at another time on Servilius, before the commons, and to complain of the unmerited death of Malleus. They succeeded, therefore, in having an election held for military tribunes rather than for consuls, not doubting but that in 6 places, for so many were now allowed to be elected, some plebeians also might be appointed, by their professing to be avengers of the death of Malleus. The commons, though they had been agitated that year by many and various commotions, neither elected more than 3 tribunes with consular power. And among them Lucius Quintius, son of Cincinnatus, from the unpopular nature of whose dictatorship an occasion for disturbance was sought. Mamercus Aemilius, a man of the highest dignity, was voted in, prior to Quintius. In the 3rd place they appoint Lucius Julius. During their office Fidini, a Roman colony, revolted to Lars Tolumnius, king of the Veientians, and to the Veientians. To the revolt a more heinous crime was added. By order of Tolumnius they put to death Caius Fulcinius, Clelius Tullus, Spurius Antius, Lucius Roscius, Roman ambassadors, who came to inquire into the reason of this new line of conduct. Some palliate the guilt of the king. That an ambiguous expression of his, during a lucky throw of dice, having been mistaken by the Fidenations, as if it seemed to be an order for their execution, had been the cause of the ambassador's death. An incredible tale. That his thoughts should not have been drawn away from the game on the arrival of the Fidenations, his new allies, when consulting him on a murder tending to violate the law of nations, and that the act was not afterwards viewed by him with horror. It is more probable that he wished the state of the Fidenations to be so compromised by their participation in so great a crime, that they might not afterwards look to any hope from the Romans. Statues of the ambassadors, who were slain at Fidene, were set up in the rostra at the public expense. A desperate struggle was coming on with the Veientians and Fidenations, who, besides that they were neighboring states, had commenced the war with so heinous a provocation. Therefore, the commons and their tribunes being now quiet, so as to attend to the general welfare, there was no dispute with respect to the electing of Marcus Geganius Massarinus a third time, and Lucius Sergius Fidenas, as consuls. So called, I suppose, from the war which he afterwards conducted. For he was the first who fought a successful battle with the king of the Veientians on this side of the Anio, nor did he obtain an unbloody victory. Greater grief was therefore felt from the loss of their countrymen, than joy from the defeat of the enemy, and the Senate, as in an alarming crisis, ordered Mamercus Aemilius to be appointed dictator. He appointed as his master of the horse from the college of the preceding year, in which there had been tribunes of the soldiers with consular power, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, a youth worthy of his parent. To the levy held by the consuls were added the old centurions well versed in war, and the number of those lost in the late battle was made up. The dictator ordered Lucius Quintius Capitolinus and Marcus Fabius Vibulanus to attend him as his lieutenants general. Both the higher powers, and the man suitable to such powers, caused the enemy to move from the Roman territory to the other side of the Anio, and continuing their retrograde movement, they took possession of the hills between Fidene and the Anio. Nor did they descend into the plains until the troops of the Philicians came to their aid. Then at length the camp of the Etrurians was pitched before the walls of Fidene. The Roman dictator took his post at no great distance from thence at the conflux on the banks of both rivers, lines being run across between them, as far as he was able to follow by a fortification. Next day he marched out his army into the field. Among the enemy there was a diversity of opinion. The Philicians, impatient of the hardships of war at a distance from home, and sufficiently confident of their own strength, earnestly demanded battle. The Veientians and Fidenations placed more hope in protracting the war. Tolumnius, though the measures of his own subjects were more agreeable to him, proclaims that he would give battle on the following day, lest the Philicians might not brook the service at so great a distance from their home. The dictator and the Romans took additional courage from the fact of the enemy having declined giving battle, and on the following day, the soldiers exclaiming that they would attack the camp and the city. If an opportunity of fighting were not afforded them, the armies advance on both sides into the middle of a plain between the two camps. The Veientians, having the advantage in numbers, sent around a party behind the mountains to attack the Roman camp during the heat of the battle. The army of the three states stood drawn up in such a manner, that the Veientians occupied the right wing, the Philicians the left, whilst the Fidenations constituted the center. The dictator charged on the right wing against the Philicians, Quintius Capitolinus on the left against the Veientians, and the master of the horse with the cavalry advanced in the center. For a short time all was silence and quiet, the Etrurians being determined not to engage unless they were compelled, and the dictator looking back towards a Roman fort, until a signal should be raised, as had been agreed on, by the augurs. As soon as the birds had given a favorable omen. As soon as he perceived this, he orders the cavalry first to charge the enemy, after raising a loud shout, the line of infantry following, engaged with great fury. In no quarter did the Etrurian legions withstand the shock of the Romans. The cavalry made the greatest resistance, and the king himself, far the bravest of the cavalry, charging the Romans whilst they were pursuing in disorder in every direction, prolonged the contest. There was then among the cavalry, Aulus Cornelius Casus, a tribune of the soldiers, distinguished for the beauty of his person, and equally so for courage and great strength of body, and mindful of his rank, which, having received in a state of the highest luster, he left to his posterity still greater and more distinguished. He perceiving that the Roman troops gave way at the approach of Tolumnius, wherever he directed his charge, and knowing him as being remarkable by his royal apparel, as he flew through the entire line, exclaims, "Is this the infringer of human treaties and the violator of the law of nations? This victim I shall now slay, provided the gods wish that there should be anything sacred on earth, and shall offer him up to the manes of the ambassadors." Having clapped spurs to his horse, he advances against this single foe with spear presented, and after having struck and unhorsed him, he immediately, by help of his lance, sprung on the ground. And as the king attempted to rise, he throws him back again with the boss of his shield, and with repeated thrusts pins him to the earth. He then stripped off the spoils from the lifeless body. And having cut off his head and carrying it on the point of his spear, he puts the enemy to rout through terror on seeing their king slain. Thus the line of cavalry, which alone had rendered the combat doubtful, was beaten. The dictator pursues closely the routed legions, and drove them to their camp with slaughter. The greater number of the Fidenations, through their knowledge of the country, made their escape to the mountains. Cassius, having crossed the Tiber with the cavalry, carried off great plunder from the Veientian territory to the city. During the battle there was a fight also at the Roman camp against a party of the forces, which, as has been already mentioned, had been sent by Tolumnius to the camp. Fabius Vibulanus first defends his lines by a ring. Then, whilst the enemy were wholly taken up with the entrenchment, sallying out from the principal gate on the right, he suddenly attacks them with the triarii, and a panic being thus struck into them there was less slaughter. Because they were fewer, but their flight was no less disorderly than it had been on the field of battle. Matters being managed successfully in every direction, the dictator, by a decree of the Senate and order of the people, returned to the city in triumph. By far the most remarkable object in the triumph was Cassius, bearing the spolia opima of the king he had slain. The soldiers chanted their uncouth verses on him, extolling him as equal to Romulus. With the usual form of dedication, he presented, as an offering, the spoils in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius, near the spoils of Romulus, which, having been the first called opima, were the only ones at that time. And he attracted the eyes of all the citizens from the dictator's chariot to himself, and enjoyed almost solely the honor of that day's solemnity. The dictator offered up to Jupiter in the Capitol a golden crown a pound in weight, at the public expense, by order of the people. Following all the Roman writers, I have represented Aulus Cornelius Cassius as a military tribune, when he carried the second spolia opima to the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. But besides that those spoils are rightly considered opima, which one general has taken from another. And we know no general but the person under whose auspices the war is conducted, the inscription itself written on the spoils proves, against both me and them, that Cassius was consul when he took them. Having once heard Augustus Caesar, the founder or restorer of all our temples, on entering the temple of Jupiter Feretrius, which being dilapidated by time he rebuilt, aver that he himself had read the said inscription on the linen breastplate. I thought it would be next to sacrilege to rob Cassius of such a testimony respecting his spoils as that of Caesar, the renovator of the temple itself. Whether the mistake is chargeable on the very ancient annals and the linen books of the magistrates, deposited in the temple of Moneta, and which Licinius Macer occasionally cites as authorities. Which have Aulus Cornelius Cassius consul with Titus Quintius Pennus, in the 9th year after this, every person may form his own opinion. For there is this additional proof, that a battle so celebrated could not be transferred to that year. That the 3 years before and after the consulship of Aulus Cornelius were entirely free from war, in consequence of a pestilence and a scarcity of grain, so that some annals, as if in mourning, present nothing but the names of the consuls. The 3rd year from the consulship of Cassius has him as military tribune with consular power, in the same year as master of the horse, in which office he fought another distinguished horse battle. Conjecture is open on the matter. But, as I think, idle surmises may be turned to support any opinion, when the hero of the fight, having placed the recent spoils in the sacred repository, having before him Jove himself, to whom they were consecrated, and Romulus. no contemptible witnesses in case of a false inscription, entitled himself Aulus Cornelius Casus Consul. Marcus Cornelius Melogenensis and Lucius Papirius Crassus being consuls, the armies were led into the territories of the Veientians and Felicians, numbers of men and cattle were driven off as spoil. The enemy was nowhere to be found on the land, and no opportunity of fighting was afforded. The cities however were not attacked, because a pestilential disorder ran through the people. Disturbances were also sought at home, but not actually excited, however, by Spurius Maelius, tribune of the people, who thinking that he might create some tumult through the popularity of his name, had both appointed a day of trial for Minucius, and had also proposed a law for confiscating the property of Servilius Ahala, alleging that Maelius had been circumvented through false impeachments by Minucius, charging Servilius with the killing of a citizen on whom no sentence had been passed. Charges which, when brought before the people, proved to be more idle than the author himself. But the virulence of the disease now becoming worse, was more an object of concern to them, as also the terrors and prodigies, more especially because accounts were being brought, that houses were falling throughout the country, in consequence of frequent earthquakes. A supplication was therefore performed by the people, according to the form dictated by the Decemvirs. The year being still more pestilential, Caius Julius a second time and Lucius Virginius being consuls, occasioned such dread of desolation through the city and country, that not only no one left the Roman territory for the purpose of committing depredations, and not only did none of the patricians or commons entertain an idea of commencing any military aggressions, but the Fidenations, who at first had shut themselves up either within their town, or mountains, or fortifications, now descended without provocation to commit depredations on the Roman territory. Then the army of the Veientians being called into their aid, for the Felicians could be induced to renew the war neither by the distresses of the Romans, nor by the remonstrances of their allies, the two states crossed the Anio, and displayed their ensigns at no great distance from the Colline Gate. Great consternation arose therefore, not more in the country than in the city. Julius the consul draws up his troops on the rampart and walls. The Senate is consulted by Virginius in the temple of Quirinus. It is determined that Aulus Servilius be appointed dictator, who some say had the cognomen of Priscus, others that of Structus. Virginius having delayed whilst he consulted his colleague, with his permission, named the dictator at night. He appoints Postumus Abusius Elva his master of the horse. The dictator orders all to attend at break of day outside the Colline Gate. All whosoever had sufficient strength to bear arms, attended. The standards were quickly brought forth from the treasury and conveyed to the dictator. Whilst these matters were going on, the enemies retired to the higher grounds. Thither the dictator follows them with a determined army, and having come to a general engagement not far from Nomentum, he routed the Etrurian legions. He then drove them into the city of Fidene, and surrounded it with a rampart. But neither could the city be taken by storm as being high and well fortified, nor was there any effect in a blockade, because corn was supplied to them in abundance not only for necessary consumption, but for plenty also, in consequence of that previously laid up. Thus all hope being lost of taking it by assault, or of forcing it to a surrender, the dictator determined on carrying a sap into the citadel in places which were well known to him on account of their near situation on the remote side of the city, as being most neglected because it was best protected by reason of its own nature. He himself by advancing up to the walls in places most remote, with his army divided into 4 sections, which were to succeed each other in the action. By continuing the fight day and night continuously he prevented the enemy from perceiving the work. Until the mountain being dug through from the camp, a passage was opened up into the citadel. And the Etrurians being diverted from the real danger by the idle threats, the shouting of the enemy over their heads proved to them that their city was taken. On that year Caius Furius Pacilis and Marcus Jaganius Masserinus, censors, approved of the public edifice in the Campus Martius, and the census of the people was there performed for the first time. That the same consuls were re-elected on the following year, Julius for the 3rd time, Virginius for the 2nd time, I find in Licinius Macer. Valerius Antius and Quintus Tubero state that Marcus Manlius and Quintus Sulpicius were, the consuls for that year. But in representations so different both Tubero and Macer cite the linen books as their authority. Neither of them denies that it was said by ancient historians that there were military tribunes on that year. Licinius thinks that we should unhesitatingly follow the linen books, and Tubero is uncertain as to the truth. But this also is left unsettled among other points not ascertained from length of time. Alarm was raised in Etruria after the capture of Fidene, not only the Veientians being terrified by the apprehension of similar ruin, but the Felicians also, from the recollection of the war having first commenced with them, although they had not joined with those who renewed hostilities. Accordingly, when the two nations, having sent ambassadors around to the 12 states, succeeded so far that a general meeting was proclaimed for all Etruria at the temple of Voltumna, the Senate, apprehending a great attack threatening from that quarter, ordered Mamercus Aemilius again to be appointed dictator. Aulus Postumius Tiburtus was appointed by him as master of the horse. And preparations for war were made with so much the more energy than on the last occasion, in proportion as there was more danger from the whole body of Etruria than from two of its states. That matter passed off much more quietly than anyone expected. Therefore, when word was brought by certain traders, that aid was refused to the Veientians, and that they were bid to prosecute with their own strength a war entered into on their own separate views, and not to seek out persons as sharers in their distresses, to whom they had not communicated their hopes when flourishing, the dictator, that his appointment might not be in vain, all opportunity of acquiring military glory being now taken from him, desirous of performing during peace some work which might serve as a memorial of his dictatorship, sets about limiting the censorship, either judging its powers excessive, or disapproving of the duration rather than the extent of the office. Accordingly, having summoned a meeting, he says, that the immortal gods had taken on themselves that the public affairs should be managed externally, and that the general security should be ensured. That with respect to what was to be done within the walls, he would provide for the liberty of the Roman people. But that the most effectual guarding of it was, that offices of great power should not be of long continuance, and that a limit of time should be set to those to which a limit of jurisdiction could not be set. That other offices were annual, that the censorship was quinquennial. That it was a grievance to be subject to the same individuals for such a number of years in a considerable part of the affairs of life. That he would propose a law, that the censorship should not last longer than a year and a half. Amid the great approbation of the people he passed the law on the following day, and says, that you may know, Romans, in reality, how little pleasing to me are offices of long duration, I resign the dictatorship. Having laid down his own office, and set a limit to the office of others, he was escorted home with the congratulation and great goodwill of the people. The censors, resenting Mamercus' conduct for his having diminished the duration of one of the offices of the Roman people, degraded him from his tribe, and increasing his taxes eightfold, disfranchised him. They say that he bore this with great magnanimity, as he considered the cause of the disgrace, rather than the disgrace itself. That the principal patricians also, though they had been averse to the curtailing the privileges of the censorship, were much displeased at this instance of censorial severity, inasmuch as each saw that he would be longer and more frequently subjected to the censors, than he should hold the office of censor. Certain it is that such indignation is said to have arisen on the part of the people, that violence could not be kept off from the censors through the influence of any person except of Mamercus himself. The tribunes of the people, by preventing the election of consuls by incessant harangues, succeeded at length, after the matter had been well nigh brought to an interregnum, in having tribunes of the soldiers elected with consular authority, as for the prize of their victory, which was the thing sought, that a plebeian should be elected, there was none. All patricians were elected, Marcus Fabius Vibulanus, Marcus Foslius, Lucius Sergius Fidenas. The pestilence during that year afforded a quiet in other matters. A temple was vowed to Apollo for the health of the people. The Duumvirs did much, by direction of the books, for the purpose of appeasing the wrath of heaven and averting the plague from the people. A great mortality however was sustained in the city and country, by the death of men and of cattle promiscuously. Apprehending a famine for the agriculturists, they sent into Etruria, and the Pomptine district, and to Cumae, and at last to Sicily also to procure corn. No mention was made of electing consuls. Military tribunes with consular authority were appointed, all patricians, Lucius Pinarius Mamercinus, Lucius Furius Metellinus, Spurius Postumius Albus. In this year the violence of the distemper abated, nor was there any danger from a scarcity of corn, because provision had been previously made against it. Schemes for exciting wars were agitated in the meetings of the Equins and Volscians, and in Etruria at the temple of Voltumna. Here the matter was postponed for a year, and by a decree it was enacted, that no meeting should be held before that time, the Veientian state in vain complaining that the same destiny hung over Veii, as that by which Fidene was destroyed. Meanwhile at Rome the chiefs of the commons, who had now for a long time been vainly pursuing the hope of higher dignity, whilst there was tranquillity abroad, appointed meetings to be held in the houses of the tribunes of the commons. There they concerted plans in secret. They complained that they were so despised by the commons, that though tribunes of the soldiers, with consular authority, were now appointed for so many years, no plebeian ever obtained access to that honor. That their ancestors had shown much foresight in providing that plebeian offices should not be open to any patrician, otherwise they should be forced to have patricians as tribunes of the commons. So despicable were they even with their own party, and were not less despised by the commons than by the patricians. Others exculpated the commons, and threw the blame on the patricians, that by their intriguing and schemes it happened that the road to honor was barred against the commons. If the commons were allowed to breathe from their mixed entreaties and menaces, that they would enter on their suffrages with a due regard to men of their own party. And, assistance being already procured, that they would assume a share in the government also. It is determined that, for the purpose of doing away with all intriguing, the tribunes should propose a law, that no person be allowed to add white to his garment for the purposes of canvassing. The matter may now appear trivial and scarcely deserving serious consideration, which then enkindled such strife between the patricians and commons. The tribunes, however, prevailed in carrying the law. And it appeared evident, that in their present state of irritation, the commons would incline their support to men of their own party. And lest this should be optional with them, a decree of the Senate is passed, that the election for consuls should be held. The cause was the rising, which the Hernicians and Latins announced as about to take place on the part of the Equins and Volscians. Titus Quintius Cincinnatus, son of Lucius, to the same person the cognomen of Pennus also is annexed, and Caius Julius Mento were elected consuls, nor was the terror of war longer deferred. A levy being held under the devoting law, which with them is the most powerful instrument of forcing men into service, powerful armies set out from thence, and met at Algidum, and there the Equins and Volscians fortified their camps separately. And the general took greater care than ever before to fortify their posts and train their soldiers, so much the more terror did the messengers bring to Rome. The Senate wished that a dictator should be appointed, because though these nations had been often conquered, yet they renewed hostilities with more vigorous efforts than ever before. And a considerable number of the Roman youth had been carried off by sickness. Above all, the perverseness of the consuls, and the disagreement between them, and their contentions in all the councils, terrified them. There are some who state that an unsuccessful battle was fought by these consuls at Algidum, and that such was the cause of appointing a dictator. This much is certain, that, though differing in other points, they perfectly agreed in one against the wishes of the patricians, not to nominate a dictator. Until when accounts were brought, one more alarming than another, and the consuls would not be swayed by the authority of the Senate, Quintus Servilius Priscus, who had passed through the highest honors with singular honor, says: "Tribunes of the people, since we are come to extremities, the Senate calls on you, that you would, by virtue of your authority, compel the consuls to nominate a dictator in so critical a conjuncture of the state." On hearing this, the tribunes, conceiving that an opportunity was presented to them of extending their power, retire together, and declare for their college that it was their wish that the consuls should be obedient to the instruction of the Senate. If they persisted further against the consent of that most illustrious order, that they would order them to be taken to prison. The consuls were better pleased to be overcome by the tribunes than by the Senate, alleging that the prerogatives of the highest magistracy were betrayed by the patricians and the consulship subjugated to tribunician power. Inasmuch as the consuls were liable to be overruled by a tribune in any particular by virtue of his power, and, what greater hardship could a private man have to dread? Even to be carried off to prison. The lot to nominate the dictator, for the colleagues had not even agreed on that, fell on Titus Quintius. He appointed a dictator, Aulus Postumius Tibertus, his own father-in-law, a man of the utmost strictness in command. By him Lucius Julius was appointed master of the horse, a suspension of civil business is also proclaimed. And, that nothing else should be attended to throughout the city but preparations for war, the examination of the cases of those who claimed exemption from the military service is deferred till after the war. Thus even doubtful persons are induced to give in their names. Soldiers were also enjoined of the Hernicians and Latins. The most zealous obedience is shown to the dictator on both sides. All these measures were executed with great dispatch, and Caius Julius the consul being left to guard the city, and Lucius Julius master of the horse, for the sudden exigencies of the war. Lest anything which they might want in the camp should cause delay, the dictator, repeating the words after Aulus Cornelius the chief pontiff, vowed the great games on account of the sudden war. And having set out from the city, after dividing his army with the consul Quintius, he came up with the enemy. As they had observed two separate camps of the enemy at a small distance one from the other, they in like manner encamped separately about a mile from them, the dictator towards Tusculum, the consul towards Lanuvium. Thus they had their 4 armies, as many fortified posts, having between them a plain sufficiently extended not only for excursions to skirmish, but even for drawing up the armies on both sides in battle array. From the time camp was brought close to camp, they ceased not from light skirmishing, the dictator readily allowing his soldiers, by comparing strength, to entertain beforehand the hope of a general victory. After they had gradually essayed the result of slight skirmishes. Wherefore the enemy, no hope being now left in a regular engagement, attacked the consul's camp in the night, and bring the matter to the chance of a doubtful result. The shout which arose suddenly awoke not only the consul's sentinels and then all the army, but the dictator also. When circumstances required instant exertion, the consul evinced no deficiency either in spirit or in judgment. One part of the troops reinforced the guards at the gates, another manned the rampart around. In the other camp with the dictator, inasmuch as there is less of confusion, so much the more readily is it observed, what is required to be done. Dispatching then forthwith a reinforcement to the consul's camp, to which Spurius Postumius Albus is appointed lieutenant general, he himself with a part of his forces, making a small circuit, proceeds to a place entirely sequestered from the bustle, whence he might suddenly attack the enemy's rear. Quintus Sulpicius, his lieutenant general, he appoints to take charge of the camp. To Marcus Fabius as lieutenant he assigns the cavalry, and orders that those troops, which it would be difficult to manage amid a nightly conflict, should not stir before daylight. All the measures which any other prudent and active general could order and execute at such a juncture, he orders and executes with regularity. That was an extraordinary specimen of judgment and intrepidity, and one deserving of no ordinary praise, that he dispatched Marcus Jaganius with some chosen troops to attack the enemy's camp. Whence it had been ascertained that they had departed with the greater part of their troops. When he fell on these men, wholly intent on the result of the danger of their friends, and incautious with respect to themselves, the watches and advanced guards being even neglected, he took their camp almost before the enemy were perfectly sure that it was attacked. Then when the signal given with smoke, as had been agreed on, was perceived by the dictator, he exclaims that the enemy's camp was taken, and orders it to be announced in every direction. And now day was appearing, and everything lay open to view. And Fabius had made an attack with his cavalry, and the consul had sallied from the camp on the enemy now disconcerted. When the dictator on the other side, having attacked their reserve and second line, threw his victorious troops, both horse and foot, in the way of the enemy as they turned themselves about to the dissonant shouts and the various sudden assaults. Thus surrounded on every side, they would to a man have suffered the punishment due to their reassumption of hostilities, had not Vectius Messius, a Volscian, a man more ennobled by his deeds than his extraction. Upbraiding his men as they were forming a circle, called out with a loud voice, "Are ye about offering yourselves here to the weapons of the enemy, undefended, unavenged? Why is it then ye have arms? Or why have you undertaken an offensive war, ever turbulent in peace, and dastardly in war? What hopes have you in standing here? Do you expect that some God will protect you and bear you hence? With the sword way must be opened. Come on ye, who wish to behold your homes, your parents, your wives, and your children, follow me in the way in which you shall see me lead you on. It is not a wall, not a rampart, but armed men that stand in your way with arms in your hands. In valor you are equal to them, in necessity, which is the ultimate and most effective weapon, superior." As he uttered these words and was putting them into execution, they, renewing the shout and following him, make a push in that quarter where Postumius Alba had opposed his troops to them, and they made the victor give ground. Until the dictator came up, as his own men were now retreating. To that quarter the whole weight of the battle was now turned. On Messius alone the fortune of the enemy depends. Many wounds and great slaughter now took place on both sides. By this time not even the Roman generals themselves fight without receiving wounds. One of them, Postumius, retired from the field having his skull fractured by a stroke of a stone. Neither the dictator could be removed by a wound in the shoulder, nor Fabius by having his thigh almost pinned to his horse, nor the consul by his arm being cut off, from the perilous conflict. Messius, with a band of the bravest youths, by a furious charge through heaps of slaughtered foes, was carried on to the camp of the Volscians, which had not yet been taken, the same route the entire body of the army followed. The consul, pursuing them in their disordered flight to the very rampart, attacks both the camp and the rampart. In the same direction the dictator also brings up his forces on the other side. The assault was conducted with no less intrepidity than the battle had been. They say that the consul even threw a standard within the rampart, in order that the soldiers might push on the more briskly, and that the first impression was made in recovering the standard. The dictator also, having leveled the rampart, had now carried the fight into the camp. Then the enemy began in every direction to throw down their arms and to surrender, and their camp also being taken, all the enemy were set up to sail, except the senators. Part of the plunder was restored to the Latins and Hernicians, when they demanded their property. The remainder the dictator sold by auction, and the consul, being invested with the command of the camp, he himself, entering the city in triumph, resigned his dictatorship. Some writers cast a gloom on the memory of this glorious dictatorship, when they state that his son, though victorious, was beheaded by Aulus Postumius, because, tempted by a favorable opportunity of fighting to advantage, he had left his post without orders. We are disposed to refuse our belief, and we are warranted by the variety of opinions on the matter. And it is an argument against it, that such orders have been entitled Monlian, not Postumian, since the person who first set on foot so barbarous a precedent, was likely to obtain the signal title of cruelty. Besides, the cognomen of Imperiosus was affixed to Manlius. Postumius has not been marked by any hateful brand. Caius Julius the consul, in the absence of his colleague, without casting lots, dedicated the temple of Apollo. Quintius resenting this, when, after disbanding his army, he returned into the city, made a complaint of it in the Senate to no purpose. To the year marked by great achievements is added an event which seemed to have no relation to the interest of Rome, viz. That the Carthaginians, destined to be such formidable enemies, then, for the first times on the occasion of some disturbances among the Sicilians, transported an army into Sicily in aid of one of the parties. In the city efforts were made by the tribunes of the people that military tribunes with consular power should be elected, nor could the point be carried. Lucius Papirius Crassus and Lucius Junius were made consuls. When the ambassadors of the Equins solicited a treaty from the Senate, and instead of a treaty a surrender was pointed out to them, they obtained a truce for 8 years. The affairs of the Volscians, in addition to the disaster sustained at Algidum, were involved in strifes and seditions by an obstinate contention between the advocates for peace and those for war. The Romans enjoyed tranquility on all sides. The consuls, having ascertained through the information of one of the college, that a law regarding the appraising of the fines, which was very acceptable to the people, was about to be introduced by the tribunes. Took the lead themselves in proposing it. The new consuls were Lucius Sergius Fidenas a second time, and Hostus Lucretius Tricipitinus. During their consulate nothing worth mentioning occurred. The consuls who followed them were Aulus Cornelius Cassius and Titus Quintius Pennus a second time. The Veientians made excursions into the Roman territory. A report existed that some of the youth of the Fidenations had been participators in that depredation, and the cognizance of that matter was left to Lucius Sergius, and Quintus Servilius and Mamercus Aemilius. Some of them were sent into banishment to Ostia, because it did not appear sufficiently clear why during these days they had been absent from Fidene. A number of new settlers was added, and the land of those who had fallen in war was assigned to them. There was very great distress that year in consequence of drought. There was not only a deficiency of rain, but the earth also destitute of its natural moisture, scarcely enabled the rivers to flow. In some places the want of water occasioned heaps of cattle, which had died of thirst, around the springs and rivulets which were dried up. Others were carried off by the mange, and the distempers spread by infection to the human subject, and first assailed the husbandmen and slaves, soon after the city becomes filled with them. And not only were men's bodies afflicted by the contagion, but superstitions of various kinds, and most of them of foreign growth, took possession of their minds. Persons, to whom minds enslaved by superstition were a source of gain, introducing by pretending to divination new modes of sacrificing. Until a sense of public shame now reached the leading men of the state, seeing in all the streets and chapels extraneous and unaccustomed ceremonies of expiation for the purpose of obtaining the favor of the gods. A charge was then given to the aediles, that they should see that no other than Roman gods should be worshipped, nor in any other manner, save that of the country. Their resentment against the Veientians was deferred till the following year, Caius Servilius Ahala and Lucius Papirius Mugellanus being consuls. Then also superstitious influences prevented the immediate declaration of war or the armies being sent. They deemed it necessary that heralds should be first sent to demand restitution. There had been battles fought lately with the Veientians at Nomentum and Fidene, and after that a truce, not a peace, had been concluded, of which both the time had expired and they had renewed hostilities before the expiration. Heralds however were sent, and when, according to ancient usage, they were sworn and demanded restitution, their application was not listened to. Then arose a dispute whether a war should be declared by order of the people, or whether a decree of the Senate would be sufficient. The tribunes, by threatening that they would stop the levy, so far prevailed that the consuls should take the sense of the people concerning the war. All the centuries voted for it. In this particular also the commons showed a superiority by gaining this point, that consuls should not be elected for the next year. For military tribunes with consular authority were elected, Titus Quintius Pennus, from the consulship, Caius Furius, Marcus Postumius, and Aulus Cornelius Cassius. Of these Cassius held the command in the city. The other three, after the levy was held, set out to Veii, and were an instance how mischievous in military affairs is a plurality of commanders. By insisting each on his own plans, whilst they severally entertained different views, they left an opportunity open to the enemy to take them at advantage. For the Veientians, taking an opportunity, attacked their line whilst still uncertain as to their movements, some ordering the signal to be given, others a retreat to be sounded, their camp, which was nigh at hand, received them in their confusion and turning their backs. There was more disgrace therefore than loss. The state, unaccustomed to defeat, was become melancholy, they hated the tribunes, they insisted on a dictator, the hopes of the state now seemed to rest on him. When a religious scruple interfered here also, lest a dictator could not be appointed except by a consul, the augurs on being consulted removed that scruple. Aulus Cornelius nominated Mamercus Aemilius, and he himself was nominated by him master of the horse. So little did censorial animadversion avail, so as to prevent them from seeking a regulator of their affairs from a family unmeritedly censured, as soon as the condition of the state stood in need of genuine merit. The Veientians elated with their success, having sent ambassadors around the states of Etruria, boasting that 3 Roman generals had been beaten by them in an engagement, though they could not effect a public cooperation in their designs. Procured volunteers from all quarters allured by the hope of plunder. The state of the Fidenations alone determined on renewing hostilities. And as if it would be an impiety to commence war unless with guilt, after staining their arms with the blood of the new settlers there, as they had on a former occasion with that of the ambassadors, they joined the Veientians. After this the leading men of the 2 states consulted whether they should select Veii or Fidene as the seat of war. Fidene appeared the more convenient. Accordingly, having crossed the Tiber, the Veientians transferred the war thither. There was great consternation at Rome. The army being recalled from Veii, and that same army dispirited in consequence of their defeat, the camp is pitched before the Colline gate, and armed soldiers are posted along the walls. And a suspension of all civil business is proclaimed in the forum, and the shops were closed. And every place becomes more like to a camp than a city. Then the dictator, having sent criers through the streets, and having summoned the alarmed citizens to an assembly, began to chide them, that they allowed their minds to depend on such slight impulses of fortune, that on the receipt of a trifling loss, which itself was sustained not by the bravery of the enemy, nor by the cowardice of the Roman army, but by the disagreement of the generals, they now dreaded the Veientian enemy, 6 times vanquished, and Fidene, which was almost taken oftener than attacked. That both the Romans and the enemies were the same as they were for so many ages, that they retained the same spirits, the same bodily strength, the same arms. That he himself, Mamercus Aemilius, was also the same dictator, who formerly defeated the armies of the Veientians and Fidenations, with the additional support of the Cilicians, at Nomentum. That his master of the horse, Aulus Cornelius, would be the same in the field, he who, as military tribune in a former war, slew Lartolumnius, king of the Veientians, in the sight of both armies. And brought the spolia opima into the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. Wherefore that they should take up arms, mindful that with them were triumphs, with them spoils, with them victory. With the enemy the guilt of murdering the ambassadors contrary to the law of nations, the massacre of the Fidenatian colonists in time of peace, the infraction of truces, a 7th unsuccessful revolt. As soon as they should bring their camp near them, he was fully confident that the joy of these most impious enemies at the disgrace of the Roman army would not be of long continuance. And that the Roman people would be convinced how much better those persons deserved of the Republic, who nominated him dictator for the 3rd time, than those who, in consequence of his abolishing the despotism of the censorship, would cast a slur on his 2nd dictatorship. Having offered up his vows and set out on his march, he pitches his camp 1,500 paces on this side of Fidene, covered on his right by mountains, on his left by the river Tiber. He orders Titus Quintius Pennus to take possession of the mountains, and to post himself secretly on some eminence which might be in the enemy's rear. On the following day, when the Etrurians had marched out to the field, full of confidence in consequence of their accidental success of the preceding day, rather than of their good fighting, he himself, having delayed a little until the Senate brought back word that Quintius had gained an eminence nigh to the citadel of Fidene, puts his troops into motion and led on his line of infantry in order of battle in their quickest pace against the enemy. The master of the horse he directs not to commence the fight without orders. That, when it would be necessary, he would give the signal for the aid of the cavalry, then that he would conduct the action, mindful of his fight with the king, mindful of the rich oblation, and of Romulus and Jupiter Feretrius. The legions begin the conflict with impetuosity. The Romans, fired with hatred, gratified that feeling both with deeds and words, calling the Fidenation impious, the Veientian robbers, truce-breakers, stained with the horrid murder of ambassadors, sprinkled with the blood of their own brother colonists, treacherous allies, and dastardly enemies. In the very first onset they had made an impression on the enemy, when on a sudden, the gates of Fidene flying open, a strange sort of army sallies forth, unheard of and unseen before that time. An immense multitude armed with fire and all blazing with firebrands, as if urged on by fanatical rage, rush on the enemy, and the form of this unusual mode of fighting frightened the Romans for the moment. Then the dictator, having called to him the master of the horse and the cavalry, and also Quintius from the mountains animating the fight, hastens himself to the left wing, which, more nearly resembling a conflagration than a battle, had from terror given way to the flames, and exclaims with a loud voice, vanquished by smoke, driven from your ground as if a swarm of bees, will ye yield to an unarmed enemy? Will ye not extinguish the fires with the sword? Or if it is with fire, not with weapons, we are to fight, will ye not, each in his post, snatch those brands, and hurl them on them? Come, mindful of the Roman name, of the valor of your fathers, and of your own, turn this conflagration against the city of your enemy, and destroy Fidene by its own flames, which ye could not reclaim by your kindness. The blood of your ambassadors and colonists and the desolation of your frontiers suggest this. At the command of the dictator the whole line advanced, the firebrands that were discharged are partly caught up. Others are wrested by force, the armies on either side are now armed with fire. The master of the horse too, on his part, introduces among the cavalry a new mode of fighting. He commands his men to take the bridles off their horses, and he himself at their head, putting spurs to his own, dashing forward, is carried by the unbridled steed into the midst of the fires, the other horses also being urged on carry their riders with unrestrained speed against the enemy. The dust being raised and mixed with smoke excluded the light from the eyes of both men and horses. That appearance which had terrified the soldiers, no longer terrified the horses. The cavalry therefore, wherever they penetrated, produced a heap of bodies like a ruin. A new shout then assailed their ears. And when this attracted the attention of the two armies looking with amazement at each other, the dictator cries out that his lieutenant general and his men had attacked the enemy on the rear. He himself, on the shout being renewed, advances against them with redoubled vigor. When two armies, two different battles pressed on the Etrurians, now surrounded, in front and rear, and there was now no means of flight back to their camp, nor to the mountains, where new enemies were ready to oppose them, and the horses, now freed from their bridles, had scattered their riders in every direction, the principal part of the Veientians make precipitately for the Tiber. Such of the Fidenations as survived, bend their course to the city of Fidene. Their flight hurries them in their state of panic into the midst of slaughter, they are cut to pieces on the banks. Others, when driven into the water, were carried off by the eddies, even those who could swim were weighed down by fatigue, by their wounds, and by fright, a few out of the many make their way across. The other party make their way through the camp into the city. In the same direction their impetuosity carries the Romans in pursuit. Quintius more especially, and with him those who had just come down from the mountain, being the soldiers who were freshest for labor, because they had come up towards the close of the engagement. These, after they entered the gate mixed with the enemy, make their way to the walls, and raise from their summit a signal to their friends of the town being taken. When the dictator saw this, for he had now made his way into the deserted camp of the enemy, he leads on the soldiers, who were now anxious to disperse themselves in quest of booty, entertaining a hope of a greater spoil in the city, to the gate. And being admitted within the walls, he proceeds to the citadel, whither he saw the crowds of fugitives hurrying. Nor was the slaughter in the city less than in the battle. Until, throwing down their arms, begging nothing but their life, they surrendered to the dictator. The city and camp are plundered. On the following day, one captive being allotted to each horseman and centurion, and two to those whose valor had been conspicuous, and the rest being sold by auction. The dictator in triumph led back to Rome his army victorious and enriched with spoil. And having ordered the master of the horse to resign his office, he immediately resigned his own on the 16th day, after he had obtained it, surrendering in peace that authority which he had received during war and trepidations. Some annals have reported that there was a naval engagement with the Veientians at Fidene, a thing as difficult as it was incredible, the river even now not being broad enough for such a purpose. And at that time, as we learn from old writers, being considerably narrower, except that perhaps in disputing the passage of the river, magnifying, as will happen, the scuffle of a few ships, they sought the empty honor of a naval victory. The following year had as military tribunes with consular power Aulus Sempronius Atratinus, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, Lucius Furius Metellinus, Lucius Horatius Barbatus. To the Veientians a truce for 20 years was granted, and one for 3 years to the Equins, though they had solicited one for a longer term. There was quiet also from city riots. The year following, though not distinguished either by war abroad or by disturbance at home, was rendered celebrated by the games which had been vowed during the war, both through the magnificence displayed in them by the military tribunes, and also through the concourse of the neighboring states. The tribunes with consular power were Appius Claudius Crassus, Spurius Nautius Rutilius, Lucius Sergius Fidenas, Sextus Julius Iulus. The exhibition, besides that they had come with the public concurrence of their states, was rendered still more grateful to the strangers by the courtesy of their hosts. After the games seditious harangues were delivered by the tribunes of the commons upbraiding the multitude, that stupefied with admiration of those persons whom they hated, they kept themselves in a state of eternal bondage. And they not only had not the courage to aspire to the recovery of their hopes of a share in the consulship, but even in the electing of military tribunes, which elections lay open to both patricians and commons. They neither thought of themselves nor of their party. That they must therefore cease feeling surprised why no one busied himself about the interests of the commons, that labor and danger would be expended on objects whence emolument and honor might be expected. That there was nothing men would not attempt if great rewards were proposed for those who make great attempts. That any tribune of the commons should rush blindly at great risk and with no advantage into contentions, in consequence of which he may rest satisfied that the patricians against whom he should strive, will persecute him with inexpiable war. Whilst with the commons in whose behalf he may have contended he will not be one with the more honored, was a thing neither to be expected nor required. That by great honors minds became great. That no plebeian would think meanly of himself, when they ceased to be despised by others. That the experiment should be at length made in the case of one or two, whether there were any plebeian capable of sustaining a high dignity, or whether it were next to a miracle and a prodigy that any one sprung from the commons should be a brave and industrious man. That by the utmost energy the point had been gained, that military tribunes with consular power might be chosen from among the commons also. That men well approved both in the civil and military line had stood as candidates. That during the first years they were hooted at, rejected, and ridiculed by the patricians, that at length they had ceased to expose themselves to insult. Nor did he for his part see why the law itself might not be repealed, by which that was made lawful which never could take place, for that there would be less cause for blushing at the injustice of the law, than if they were to be passed over through their own want of merit. Harangues of this kind, listened to with approbation, induced some persons to stand for the military tribuneship, each avowing that if in office he would propose something to the advantage of the commons. Hopes were held out of a distribution of the public land, of colonies to be planted, and of money to be raised for the pay of the soldiers, by a tax imposed on the proprietors of estates. Then an opportunity was laid hold of by the military tribunes, so that during the absence of most persons from the city, when the patricians who were to be recalled by a private intimation were to attend on a certain day, a decree of the Senate might be passed in the absence of the tribunes of the commons. That a report existed that the Volscians had gone forth into the lands of Hernisae to commit depredations, the military tribunes were to set out to examine into the matter, and that an assembly should be held for the election of consuls. Having set out, they leave Appius Claudius, son of the Decemvir, as prefect of the city, a young man of great energy, and one who had ever from his cradle imbibed a hatred of the tribunes and the commons. The tribunes of the commons had nothing for which they should contend, either with those persons now absent, who had procured the decree of the Senate, nor with Appius, the matter being now all over. Caius Sempronius Atratinus, Quintus Fabius Vibulanus were elected consuls. An affair in a foreign country, but one deserving of record, is stated to have happened in that year. Volturnum, a city of the Etrurians, which is now Capua, was taken by the Samnites, and was called Capua from their leader, Capus, or, what is more probable, from its champaign grounds. But they took possession of it, after having been admitted into a share of the city and its lands, when the Etrurians had been previously much harassed in war. Afterwards the newcomers attacked and massacred during the night the old inhabitants, when on a festival day they had become heavy with wine and sleep. After those transactions the consuls whom we have mentioned entered on office on the Ides of December. Now not only those who had been expressly sent, reported that a Volscian war was impending. But ambassadors also from the Latins and Hernicians brought word, that never at any former period were the Volscians more intent either in selecting commanders, or in levying an army. That they commonly observed either that arms and war were to be for ever consigned to oblivion, and the yoke to be submitted to. Or that they must not yield to those, with whom they contended for empire, either in valor, perseverance, or military discipline. The accounts they brought were not unfounded, but neither the Senate were so much affected by the circumstance. And Caius Sempronius, to whom the province fell by lot, relying on fortune, as if a most constant object, because he was the leader of a victorious state against one frequently vanquished, executed all his measures carelessly and remissly. So that there was more of the Roman discipline in the Volscian than in the Roman army. Success therefore, as on many other occasions, attended merit. In the first battle, which was entered on by Sempronius without either prudence or caution, they met, without their lines being strengthened by reserves, or their cavalry being properly stationed. The shout was the first presage which way the victory would incline, that raised by the enemy was louder and more continued. That by the Romans, being dissonant, uneven, and frequently repeated in a lifeless manner, betrayed the prostration of their spirits. The enemy advancing the more boldly on this account, pushed with their shields, brandished their swords. On the other side the helmets drooped, as the men looked around, and disconcerted they waver, and keep close to the main body. The ensigns at one time standing their ground are deserted by their supporters, at another time they retreat between their respective companies. As yet there was no absolute flight, nor was there victory. The Romans rather covered themselves than fought. The Volscians advanced, pushed against their line, saw more of the enemy slain than running away. They now give way in every direction, the consul Sempronius in vain chiding and exhorting them. Neither his authority nor his dignity availed anything. And they would presently have turned their backs to the enemy, had not Sextus Tempanius, a commander of a troop of horse, with great presence of mind brought them support, when matters were now desperate. When he called out aloud, that the horsemen who wished for the safety of the commonwealth should leap from their horses, the horsemen of all the troops being moved, as if by the consul's orders, he says. Unless this cohort by its arms can stop the progress of the enemy, there is an end of the empire. Follow my spear as your standard. Show to the Romans and Volscians, that no cavalry are equal to you as cavalry, nor infantry to you as infantry. When this exhortation was approved by a loud shout, he advances, holding his spear aloft. Wherever they go, they open a passage for themselves, putting forward their targets they force on to the place where they saw the distress of their friends greatest. The fight is restored in every part, as far as their onset reached. Nor was there a doubt but that if so few could accomplish everything at the same time, the enemy would have turned their backs. And when they could now be withstood in no part, the Volscian commander gives a signal, that an opening should be made for the targeteers, the enemy's new cohort, until carried away by their impetuosity they should be cut off from their own party. When this was done, the horsemen were intercepted, nor were they able to force their way in the same direction as that through which they had passed, the enemy being thickest in that part through which they had made their way. And the consul and Roman legions, when they could nowhere see that party which had lately been a protection to the entire army, lest the enemy should cut down so many men of distinguished valor by cutting them off, push forward at all hazards. The Volscians, forming two fronts, sustained the attack of the consul and the legions on the one hand. With the other front pressed on Tempanius and the horsemen, and when they after repeated attempts were unable to force their way to their own party, they took possession of an eminence, and defended themselves by forming a circle. Not without taking vengeance on their enemies. Nor was there an end of the battle before night. The consul also, never relaxing his efforts as long as any light remained, kept the enemy employed. The night at length separated them undecided as to victory. And such a panic seized both camps, from their uncertainty as to the issue, that, leaving behind their wounded and a great part of the baggage, both armies, as if vanquished, betook themselves to the adjoining mountains. The eminence, however, continued to be besieged till beyond midnight. But when word was brought to the besiegers that the camp was deserted, supposing that their own party had been defeated, they too fled, each whithersoever his fears carried him in the dark. Tempanius, through fear of an ambush, detained his men till daylight. Then having himself descended with a few men to look about, when he ascertained by inquiring from some of the wounded enemy that the camp of the Volscians was deserted, he joyously calls down his men from the eminence, and makes his way into the Roman camp, where, when he found everything waste and deserted, and the same unsightliness as with the enemy, before the discovery of this mistake should bring back the Volscians, taking with him all the wounded he could. And not knowing what route the consul had taken, he proceeds by the shortest roads to the city. The report of the unsuccessful battle and of the abandonment of the camp had already reached there, and, above all other objects, the horsemen were mourned not more with private than with public grief. And the consul Fabius, the city also being now alarmed, stationed guards before the gates. When the horsemen, seen at a distance, not without some degree of terror by those who doubted who they were, but soon being recognized, from a state of dread produced such joy, that a shout pervaded the city, of persons congratulating each other on the horsemen having returned safe and victorious. And from the houses a little before in mourning, as they had given up their friends for lost, persons were seen running into the street. And the affrighted mothers and wives, forgetful of all ceremony through joy, ran out to meet the band, each one rushing up to her own friends, and through extravagance of delight scarcely retaining power over body or mind. The tribunes of the people who had appointed a day of trial for Marcus Postumius and Titus Quintius, because of the unsuccessful battle fought near Veii by their means, thought that an opportunity now presented itself for renewing the public odium against them by reason of the recent displeasure felt against the consul Sempronius. Accordingly, a meeting being convened, when they exclaimed aloud that the commonwealth had been betrayed at Veii by the generals, that the army was afterwards betrayed by the consul in the country of the Volscians, because they had escaped with impunity, that the very brave horsemen were consigned to slaughter, that the camp was shamefully deserted. Caius Julius, one of the tribunes, ordered the horseman Tempanius to be cited, and in presence of them he says, Sextus Tempanius, I ask of you, whether do you think that Caius Sempronius the consul either commenced the battle at the proper time, or strengthened his line with reserves, or that he discharged any duty of a good consul? Or did you yourself, when the Roman legions were beaten, of your own judgment dismount the cavalry and restore the fight? Then when you and the horsemen with you were cut off from our army, did either the consul himself come to your relief, or did he send you succor? Then again, on the following day, had you any assistance anywhere? Or did you and your cohort by your own bravery make your way into your camp? Did you find a consul or an army in the camp, or did you find the camp forsaken, the wounded soldiers left behind? These things are to be declared by you this day, as becomes your valor and honor, by which alone the Republic has stood its ground on this day. In a word, where is Caius Sempronius, where are our legions? Have you been deserted, or have you deserted the consul and the army? In a word, have we been defeated, or have we gained the victory? In answer to these questions the language of Tempanius is said to have been entirely devoid of elegance, but firm as became a soldier, not vainly parading his own merits, nor exulting in the inculpation of others, how much military skill Caius Sempronius possessed, that it was not his business as a soldier to judge with respect to his commander, but the business of the Roman people when they were choosing consuls at the election. Wherefore that they should not require from him a detail of the plans to be adopted by a general, nor of the qualifications to be looked for in a consul, which matters required to be considered by great minds and great capacities. But what he saw, that he could state. That before he was separated from his own party, he saw the consul fighting in the first line, encouraging his men, actively employed amid the Roman ensigns and the weapons of the enemy. That he was afterwards carried out of sight of his friends. That from the din and shouting he perceived that the contest was protracted till night. Nor did he think it possible, from the great numbers of the enemy, that they could force their way to the eminence which he had seized on. Where the army might be, he did not know. He supposed that as he protected himself and his men, by advantage of situation when in danger, in the same way the consul, for the purpose of preserving his army, had selected a more secure place for his camp. Nor did he think that the affairs of the Volscians were in a better condition than those of the Roman people. That fortune and the night had occasioned a multitude of mistakes on both sides, and then when he begged that they would not detain him, fatigued with toil and wounds, he was dismissed with high encomiums, not more on his bravery than his modesty. While these things were going on, the consul was at the Temple of Rest on the road leading to Lavisae. Wagons and other modes of conveyance were sent thither from the city, and took up the army, exhausted by the action and the travelling by night. Soon after the consul entered the city, not more anxious to remove the blame from himself, than to bestow on Tempanius the praises so well deserved. Whilst the citizens were still sorrowful in consequence of their ill success, and incensed against their leaders, Marcus Postumius, being arraigned and brought before them, he who had been military tribune with consular power at Veii, is condemned in a fine of 10,000 asses in weight, of brass. His colleague, Titus Quintius, who endeavored to shift the entire blame of that period on his previously condemned colleague, was acquitted by all the tribes, because both in the country of the Volscians, when consul, he had conducted business successfully under the auspices of the dictator, Postumius Tiburtus, and also at Fidene, as lieutenant general of another dictator, Mamercus Aemilius. The memory of his father, Cincinnatus, a man highly deserving of veneration, is said to have been serviceable to him, as also Capitolinus Quintius, now advanced in years, humbly entreating that they would not suffer him who had so short a time to live to be the bearer of such dismal tidings to Cincinnatus. The commons elected as tribunes of the people, though absent, Sextus Tempanius, Aulus Cellius, Sextus Antiscius, and Spurius Icilius, whom the horsemen by the advice of Tempanius had appointed to command them as centurions. The Senate, inasmuch as the name of consuls was now becoming displeasing through the hatred felt toward Sempronius, ordered that military tribunes with consular power should be elected. Those elected were Lucius Manlius Capitolinus, Quintus Antonius Merenda, Lucius Papirius Mugellanus. At the very commencement of the year, Lucius Hortensius, a tribune of the people, appointed a day of trial for Caius Sempronius, a consul of the preceding year, and when his 4 colleagues, in sight of the Roman people, entreated him that he would not involve in vexation their unoffending general, in whose case nothing but fortune could be blamed, Hortensius took offense, thinking it to be a trying of his perseverance, and that the accused depended not on the entreaties of the tribunes, which were merely used for show, but on their protection. Therefore now turning to him, he asked, where were those patrician heirs, where the spirit supported and confiding in conscious innocence, that a man of consular dignity took shelter under the shade of the tribunes? Another time to his colleagues, what do you intend doing, if I go on with the prosecution, will you wrest their jurisdiction from the people and overturn the tribunician authority? When they said that, both with respect to Sempronius and all others, the power of the Roman people was supreme, that they had neither the will nor the power to do away with the judgment of the people. But if their entreaties for their commander, who was to them in the light of a parent, were to prove of no avail, that they would change their apparel along with him, then Hortensius says, the commons of Rome shall not see their tribunes in the garb of culprits. To Caius Sempronius I have nothing more to say, since when in office he has attained this good fortune, to be so dear to his soldiers. Nor was the dutiful attachment of the 4 tribunes more grateful alike to the commons and patricians, than was the temper of Hortensius, which yielded so readily to their just entreaties. Fortune no longer indulged the equines, who had embraced the doubtful victory of the Volscians as their own. In the year following, when Numerius Fabius Vibulanus and Titus Quintius Capitolinus, son of Capitolinus, were consuls, nothing worth mentioning was performed under the conduct of Fabius, to whom that province had fallen by lot. When the equines had merely showed their dastardly army, they were routed by a shameful flight, without any great honor to the consul, therefore a triumph is refused. However, in consequence of having effaced the ignominy of Sempronius's defeat, he was allowed to enter the city with an ovation. As the war was terminated with less difficulty than they had apprehended, so in the city, from a state of tranquility, an unexpected mass of dissensions arose between the commons and patricians, which commenced with doubling the number of quaestors. When the patricians approved most highly of this measure, viz. that, besides the 2 city quaestors, 2 should attend the consuls to discharge some duties of the military service, after it was moved by the consuls, the tribunes of the commons contended in opposition to the consuls. That half of the quaestors should be appointed from the commons. For up to that time all patricians were appointed. Against this proceeding both the consuls and patricians at first strove with all their might. Then, by making a concession that the will of the people should be equally free in the case of quaestors, as they enjoyed in the election of tribunes with consular power, when they produced but little effect. They gave up the entire matter about increasing the number of quaestors. When relinquished, the tribunes take it up, and other seditious schemes are continually started, among which is that of the agrarian law. On account of these disturbances the Senate was desirous that consuls should be elected rather than tribunes, but no decree of the Senate could be passed in consequence of the protests of the tribunes. The government from being consular came to an interregnum, and not even that without a great struggle, for the tribunes prevented the patricians from meeting. When the greater part of the following year was wasted in contentions by the new tribunes of the commons and some interreges, the tribunes at one time hindering the patricians from assembling to declare an interrex. At another time preventing the interrex from passing a decree regarding the election of consuls. At length Lucius Papirius Mugellanus, being nominated interrex, censuring now the patricians, now the tribunes of the people, asserted that the state, deserted and forsaken by man, being taken up by the providence and care of the gods, subsisted by the Veientian truce and the dilatoriness of the equines. From which quarter if any alarm of danger be heard, did it please them that the state, left without a patrician magistrate, should be taken by surprise. That there should be no army, nor general to enlist one. Will they repel a foreign war by an intestine one? And if they both meet, the Roman state can scarcely be saved, even by the aid of the gods, from being overwhelmed. That they, by resigning each a portion of their strict right, should establish concord by a compromise, the patricians, by suffering military tribunes with consular authority to be elected. The tribunes of the commons, by ceasing to protest against the 4 quaestors being elected promiscuously from the commons and patricians by the free suffrage of the people. The election of tribunes was first held. There were chosen tribunes with consular power, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus a 3rd time, Lucius Furius Metellinus a 2nd time, Marcus Manlius, Aulus Sempronius Atratinus. On the last named tribune presiding at the election of quaestors, and among several other plebeians a son of Antistius, a plebeian tribune, and a brother of Sextus Pompilius, also a tribune of the commons, becoming candidates. Neither the power nor interest of the latter at all availed so as to prevent those, whose fathers and grandfathers they had seen consuls, from being preferred for their high birth. All the tribunes of the commons became enraged, above all Pompilius and Antistius were incensed at the rejection of their relatives. What could this mean? That neither through their own kindnesses, nor in consequence of the injurious treatment of the patricians, nor even through the natural desire of making use of their new right, as that is now allowed which was not allowed before, was any individual of the commons elected if not a military tribune, not even a quaestor. That the prayers of a father in behalf of a son, those of one brother in behalf of another, had been of no avail, though proceeding from tribunes of the people, a sacrosanct power created for the support of liberty. There must have been some fraud in the matter, and Aulus Sempronius must have used more of artifice at the elections than was compatible with honor. They complained that by the unfairness of his conduct their friends had been kept out of office. Accordingly, as no attack could be made on him, secured by his innocence and by the office he then held, they turned their resentment against Caius Sempronius, uncle to Atratinus. And, with the aid of their colleague Marcus Cornelius, they entered a prosecution against him on account of the disgrace sustained in the Volscian War. By the same tribunes mention was frequently made in the Senate concerning the division of the lands, which scheme Caius Sempronius had always most vigorously opposed, they supposing, as was really the case, that the accused, should he give up the question, would become less valued among the patricians, or by persevering up to the period of trial he would give offense to the commons. He preferred to expose himself to the torrent of popular prejudice, and to injure his own cause, than to be wanting to the public cause. And he stood firm in the same sentiment, that no largess should be made, which was sure to turn to the benefit of the 3 tribunes, that it was not land was sought for the people, but odium for him. That he too would undergo that storm with a determined mind, nor should either himself, nor any other citizen, be of so much consequence to the Senate, that in showing tenderness to an individual, a public injury may be done. When the day of trial came, he, having pleaded his own cause with a spirit by no means subdued, is condemned in a fine of 15,000 asses, though the patricians tried every means to make the people relent. The same year Postumia, a Vestal virgin, is tried for a breach of chastity, though guiltless of the charge. Having fallen under suspicion in consequence of her dress being too gay and her manners less reserved than becomes a virgin, not avoiding the imputation with sufficient care. The case was first deferred, she was afterwards acquitted. But the chief pontiff, by the instruction of the college, commanded her to refrain from indiscreet mirth, and to dress with more regard to sanctity than elegance. In the same year Cumae, a city which the Greeks then occupied, was taken by the Campanians. The following year had for military tribunes with consular power, Agrippa Menenius Lenatus, Publius Lucretius Tricipitanus, Spurius Nautius Rutilius, to the good fortune of the Roman people. The year was remarkable rather by great danger than by losses. The slaves conspired to set fire to the city in several quarters, and whilst the people should be intent in bearing assistance to the houses in every direction, to take up arms and seize the citadel and capital. Jupiter frustrated their horrid designs, and the offenders, being seized on the information of 2 accomplices, were punished. 10,000 asses in weight of brass paid out of the treasury, a sum which at that time was considered wealth, and their freedom, was the reward conferred on the parties who discovered. The equines then began to prepare for a renewal of hostilities. And an account was brought to Rome from good authority, that new enemies, the Lavicanians, were forming a coalition with the old ones. The state had now become habituated, as it were, to the anniversary arms of the equines. When ambassadors were sent to Lavisae and brought back from thence an evasive answer, from which it became evident that neither war was intended there, nor would peace be of long continuance, instructions were given to the Tusculans. That they should observe attentively, lest any new commotion should arise at Lavisae. To the military tribunes, with consular power, of the following year, Lucius Sergius Fidenas, Marcus Papirius Mugellanus, Caius Servilius the son of Priscus, in whose dictatorship Fideni had been taken, ambassadors came from Tusculum. Just as they entered on their office, the ambassadors brought word that the Lavicanians had taken arms, and having ravaged the Tusculan territory in conjunction with the army of the equines, that they had pitched their camp at Algidum. Then war was proclaimed against the Lavicanians. And the decree of the Senate having been passed, that 2 of the tribunes should proceed to the war, and that one should manage affairs at Rome, a contest suddenly sprung up among the tribunes. Each represented himself as a fitter person to take the lead in the war, and scorned the management of the city as disagreeable and inglorious. When the Senate beheld with surprise the indecent contention between the colleagues, Quintus Servilius says, since there is no respect either for this house, or for the commonwealth, parental authority shall set aside this altercation of yours. My son, without having recourse to lots, shall take charge of the city. I wish that those who are so desirous of managing the war, may conduct it with more consideration and harmony than they covet it. It was determined that the levy should not be made out of the entire body of the people indiscriminately. 10 tribes were drawn by lot, the 2 tribunes enlisted the younger men out of these, and led them to the war. The contentions which commenced between them in the city, were, through the same eager ambition for command, carried to a much greater height in the camp. On no one point did they think alike, they contended strenuously for their own opinion. They desired their own plans, their own commands only to be ratified. They mutually despised each other, and were despised, until, on the remonstrances of the lieutenant generals, it was at length so arranged, that they should hold the supreme command on alternate days. When an account of these proceedings was brought to Rome, Quintus Servilius, taught by years and experience, is said to have prayed to the immortal gods. That the discord of the tribunes might not prove more detrimental to the commonwealth than it had done at Veii, and, as if some certain disaster was impending over them, he pressed his son to enlist soldiers and prepare arms. Nor was he a false prophet. For under the conduct of Lucius Sergius, whose day of command it was, being suddenly attacked by the Equins on disadvantageous ground near the enemy's camp, after having been decoyed thither by the vain hope of taking it. Because the enemy had counterfeited fear and Baedeken themselves to their rampart, they were beaten down a declivity, and great numbers were overpowered and slaughtered by their tumbling one over the other rather than by flight, and the camp, retained with difficulty on that day, was, on the following day, deserted by a shameful flight through the opposite gate, the enemy having invested it in several directions. The generals, lieutenant generals, and such of the main body of the army as kept near the colours, made their way to Tusculum. Others, dispersed in every direction through the fields, hastened to Rome by different roads, announcing a heavier loss than had been sustained. There was less of consternation, because the result corresponded to the apprehensions of persons. And because the reinforcements, which they could look to in this distressing state of things, had been prepared by the military tribune, and by his orders, after the disturbance in the city was quieted by the inferior magistrates. Scouts were instantly dispatched, and brought intelligence that the generals and the army were at Tusculum. That the enemy had not removed their camp. And, what raised their spirits most, Quintus Servilius Priscus was created dictator in pursuance of a decree of the Senate. A man whose judgment in public affairs the state had experienced as well on many previous occasions, as in the issue of that war, because he alone had expressed his apprehensions of the result of the disputes among the tribunes. Before the occurrence of the misfortune, he having appointed for his master of the horse, by whom, as military tribune, he had been nominated dictator, his own son, as some have stated, for others mention that Ahala Servilius was master of the horse that year Winkyface. And setting out to the war with his newly raised army, after sending for those who were at Tusculum, chose ground for his camp at the distance of 2 miles from the enemy. The arrogance and negligence arising from success, which had previously existed in the Roman generals, were now transferred to the Equins. Accordingly, when in the very first engagement the dictator had thrown the enemy's van into disorder by a charge of his cavalry, he immediately ordered the infantry to advance, and slew one of his own standard-bearers who hesitated in so doing. So great was the ardor to fight, that the Equins did not stand the shock, and when, vanquished in the field, they made for their camp in a precipitate flight, the taking of it was shorter in time and less in trouble than the battle had been. After the camp had been taken and plundered, and the dictator had given up the spoil to the soldiers, and the cavalry, who had pursued the enemy in their flight, brought back intelligence that all the Lavicanians were vanquished, and that a considerable number of the Equins had fled to Lavisae, the army was marched to Lavisae on the following day. And the town, being invested on all sides, was taken by storm and plundered. The dictator, having marched back his victorious army to Rome, resigned his office on the 8th day after he had been appointed. And before agrarian disturbances could be raised by the tribunes of the commons, allusion having been made to a division of the Lavicanian land, the Senate very opportunely voted in full assembly that a colony should be conducted to Lavisae. 1,500 colonists were sent from the city, and received each 2 acres. Lavisae being taken, and subsequently Agrippa Menenius Lenatus, and Lucius Servilius Structus, and Publius Lucretius Tricipitinus, all these a second time, and Spurius Rutilius Crassus being military tribunes with consular authority. And on the following year Aulus Sempronius Atratinus a 3rd time, and Marcus Papirius Mugellanus and Spurius Nausius Rutilius both a 2nd time. Affairs abroad were peaceable for 2 years, but at home there was dissension from the agrarian laws. The disturbers of the commons were Spurius Micilius a 4th time, and Spurius Metilius a 3rd time, tribunes of the people, both elected during their absence. And after they had proposed a bill, that the land taken from the enemy should be divided man by man, and the property of a considerable part of the nobles would be confiscated by such a measure. For there was scarcely any of the land, considering the city itself was built on a strange soil, that had not been acquired by arms. Nor had any other persons except the commons possession of that which had been sold or publicly assigned. A violent contest between the commons and patricians seemed to be at hand. Nor did the military tribunes discover either in the Senate, or in the private meetings of the nobles, any line of conduct to pursue. When Appius Claudius, the grandson of him who had been December for compiling the laws, being the youngest senator of the meeting, is stated to have said that he brought from home an old and a family scheme, for that his great-grandfather, Appius Claudius, had shown the patricians one method of baffling tribunician power by the protests of their colleagues. That men of low rank were easily led away from their opinions by the influence of men of distinction, if language were addressed to them suitable to the times, rather than to the dignity of the speakers. That their sentiments were regulated by their circumstances. When they should see that their colleagues, having the start in introducing the measure, had engrossed to themselves the whole credit of it with the commons, and that no room was left for them. That they would without reluctance incline to the interest of the Senate, through which they may conciliate the favor not only of the principal senators, but of the whole body. All expressing their approbation, and above all, Quintius Servilius Priscus eulogizing the youth, because he had not degenerated from the Claudian race, a charge is given that they should gain over as many of the college of the tribunes as they could, to enter protests. On the breaking up of the Senate the tribunes are applied to by the leading patricians, by persuading, admonishing, and assuring them that it would be gratefully felt by them individually, and gratefully by the entire Senate. They prevailed on 6 to give in their protests. And on the following day, when the proposition was submitted to the Senate, as had been preconcerted, concerning the sedition which Maecilius and Metilius were exciting by urging a largess of a most mischievous precedent. Such speeches were delivered by the leading senators, that each declared that for his part he had no measure to advise, nor did he see any other resource in any thing, except in the aid of the tribunes. That to the protection of that power the Republic, embarrassed as it was, fled for succor, just as a private individual in distress. That it was highly honorable to themselves and to their office that there resided not in the tribuneship more strength to harass the Senate and to excite disunion among the several orders, than to resist their perverse colleagues. Then a shout arose throughout the entire Senate, when the tribunes were appealed to from all parts of the house, then silence being established, those who had been prepared through the interest of the leading men declare that they will protest against the measure which had been proposed by their colleagues, and which the Senate considers to tend to the dissolution of the state. Thanks were returned to the protesters by the Senate. The movers of the law, having convened a meeting, and styling their colleagues traitors to the interests of the commons and the slaves of the consulars, and after inveighing against them in other abusive language, relinquished the measure. The following year, on which Publius Cornelius Cassius, Caius Valerius Potitus, Quintus Quintius Cincinnatus, Numerius Fabius Vibulanus were military tribunes with consular power, would have brought with it 2 continual wars. Had not the Veientian campaign been deferred by the religious scruples of the leaders, whose lands were destroyed, chiefly by the ruin of the country seats, in consequence of the Tiber having overflowed its banks. At the same time the loss sustained 3 years before prevented the Equins from affording assistance to the Bolani, a state belonging to their own nation. Excursions had been made from thence on the contiguous territory of Lavisae, and hostilities were committed on the new colony. As they had expected to be able to defend this act of aggression by the concurrent support of all the Equins, when deserted by their friends they lost both their town and lands, after a war not even worth mentioning. Through a siege and one slight battle. An attempt made by Lucius Sextius, tribune of the people, to move a law by which colonists might be sent to Boli also, in like manner as to Lavisae, was defeated by the protests of his colleagues, who declared openly that they would suffer no order of the commons to be passed, unless with the approbation of the Senate. On the following year the Equins, having recovered Boli, and sent a colony thither, strengthened the town with additional fortifications, the military tribunes with consular power at Rome being Gnaeus Cornelius Cassius, Lucius Valerius Potitus, Quintus Fabius Vibulanus a second time, Marcus Postumius Regilensis. The war against the Equins was entrusted to the latter, a man of depraved mind, which victory manifested more effectually than war. For having with great activity levied an army and marched it to Boli, after breaking down the spirits of the equins in slight engagements, he at length forced his way into the town. He then turned the contest from the enemy to his countrymen. And when during the assault he had proclaimed, that the plunder should belong to the soldiers, after the town was taken he broke his word. I am more inclined to believe that this was the cause of the displeasure of the army, than that in a city lately sacked and in a colony still young there was less booty found than the tribune had represented. An expression of his heard in the assembly, which was very silly and almost insane, after he returned into the city on being sent for on account of some tribunician disturbances, increased this bad feeling. On Sextus, a tribune of the commons, proposing an agrarian law, and at the same time declaring that he would also propose that colonists should be sent to Boli. For that those who had taken them by their arms were deserving that the city and lands of Boli should belong to them, he exclaimed, "Woe to my soldiers, if they are not quiet." Which words, when heard, gave not greater offense to the assembly, than they did soon after to the patricians. And the plebeian tribune being a sharp man and by no means devoid of eloquence, having found among his adversaries this haughty temper and unbridled tongue, which by irritating and exciting he could urge into such expressions as might prove a source of odium not only to himself, but to his cause and to the entire body, he strove to draw Postumius into discussion more frequently than any of the college of military tribunes. Then indeed, after so brutal and inhuman an expression, "Romans," says he, "do ye hear him threatening woe to his soldiers as to slaves? Yet this brute will appear to you more deserving of so high an honor than those who send you into colonies, after having granted to you cities and lands. Who provide a settlement for your old age, who fight against such cruel and arrogant adversaries in defense of your interests. Begin then to wonder why few persons now undertake your cause. What are they to expect from you? Is it honors which you give to your adversaries rather than to the champions of the Roman people? You felt indignant just now, on hearing an expression of this man. What matters that, if you will prefer this man who threatens woe to you, to those who are desirous to secure for you lands, settlements, and property? This expression of Postumius being conveyed to the soldiers, excited in the camp much greater indignation. Did the embezzler of the spoils and the defrauder threaten woe also to the soldiers? Accordingly, when the murmur of indignation now became avowed, and the quaestor, Publius Aestius, thought that the mutiny might be quashed by the same violence by which it had been excited. On his sending a lictor to one of the soldiers who was clamorous, when a tumult and scuffle arose from the circumstance, being struck with a stone he retired from the crowd. The person who had given the blow, further observing with a sneer, that the quaestor got what the general had threatened to the soldiers. Postumius being sent for in consequence of the disturbance, exasperated everything by the severity of his inquiries and the cruelty of his punishment. At last, when he set no bounds to his resentment, a crowd collecting at the cries of those whom he had ordered to be put to death under a hurdle, he himself madly ran down from his tribunal to those who were interrupting the execution. There, when the lictors, endeavoring to disperse them, as also the centurions, irritated the crowd, their indignation burst forth to such a degree, that the military tribune was overwhelmed with stones by his own army. When an account was brought to Rome of so heinous a deed, the military tribunes endeavoring to procure a decree of the Senate for an inquiry into the death of their colleague, the tribunes of the people entered their protest. But that contention branched out of another subject of dispute. Because the patricians had become uneasy lest the commons, through dread of the inquiries and through resentment, might elect military tribunes from their own body, and they strove with all their might that consuls should be elected. When the plebeian tribunes did not suffer the decree of the Senate to pass, and when they also protested against the election of consuls, the affair was brought to an interregnum. The victory was then on the side of the patricians. Quintus Fabius Vibulanus, inter rex, presiding in the assembly, Aulus Cornelius Cassius, Lucius Furius Metellinus were elected consuls. During their office, at the commencement of the year, a decree of the Senate was passed that the tribunes should, at the earliest opportunity, propose to the commons an inquiry into the murder of Postumius. And that the commons should appoint whomsoever they thought proper to conduct the inquiry. The office is entrusted to the consuls by the commons with the consent of the people at large, who, after having executed the task with the utmost moderation and lenity by punishing only a few, who there are sufficient grounds for believing put a period to their own lives, still could not succeed so as to prevent the people from feeling the utmost displeasure. That constitutions, which were enacted for their advantages, lay so long unexecuted, while a law passed in the meantime regarding their blood and punishment was instantly put into execution and possessed full force. This was a most seasonable time, after the punishment of the mutiny, that the division of the territory of Boli should be presented as a soother to their minds. By which proceeding they would have diminished their eagerness for an agrarian law, which tended to expel the patricians from the public land unjustly possessed by them. Then this very indignity exasperated their minds, that the nobility persisted not only in retaining the public lands, which they got possession of by force, but would not even distribute to the commons the unoccupied land lately taken from the enemy, and which would, like the rest, soon become the prey of a few. The same year the legions were led out by the consul furious against the Volscians, who were ravaging the country of the Hernicians, and finding no enemy there, they took Ferentinum, whither a great multitude of the Volscians had betaken themselves. There was less plunder than they had expected, because the Volscians, seeing small hopes of keeping it, carried off their effects and abandoned the town. It was taken on the following day, being nearly deserted. The land itself was given to the Hernicians. The year, tranquil through the moderation of the tribunes, was succeeded by one in which Lucius Icilius was plebeian tribune, Quintus Fabius Ambustus, Caius Furius Pacilis being consuls. When this man, at the very commencement of the year, began to excite disturbances by the publication of agrarian laws, as if such was the task of his name and family, a pestilence broke out, more alarming however than deadly, which diverted men's thoughts from the forum and political disputes to their domestic concerns and the care of their personal health. And persons think that it was less mischievous than the disturbance would have proved. The state being freed from this, which was attended, with a very general spread of illness, though very few deaths, the year of pestilence was followed by a scarcity of grain, the cultivation of the land having been neglected, as usually happens. Marcus Papirius Atratinus, Caius Nausius Rutilius being consuls. The famine would now have proved more dismal than the pestilence, had not the scarcity been relieved by sending envoys around all the states, which border on the Tuscan Sea and the Tiber, to purchase the corn. The envoys were prevented from trading in an insolent manner by the Samnitians, who were in possession of Capua and Cumae. On the contrary, they were kindly assisted by the tyrants of Sicily. The Tiber brought down the greatest supplies, through the very active zeal of the Etrurians. In consequence of the sickness, the consuls labored under a paucity of hands in conducting the government. When not finding more than one senator for each embassy, they were obliged to attach to it 2 knights. Except from the pestilence and the scarcity, there was no internal or external annoyance during those 2 years. But as soon as these causes of anxiety disappeared, all those evils by which the state had hitherto been distressed, started up, discord at home, war abroad. In the consulship of Mamercus Aemilius and Caius Valerius Potitus, the Equins made preparations for war, the Volscians, though not by public authority, taking up arms, and entering the service as volunteers for pay. When on the report of these enemies having started up, for they had now passed into the Latin and Hernican land, Marcus Manius, a proposer of an agrarian law, would obstruct Valerius the consul when holding a levy. And when no one took the military oath against his own will under the protection of the tribune. An account is suddenly brought that the citadel of Carventa had been seized by the enemy. The disgrace incurred by this event was both a source of odium to Manius in the hands of the fathers, and it moreover afforded to the other tribunes, already pre-engaged as protesters against an agrarian law, a more justifiable pretext for resisting their colleague. Wherefore after the matter had been protracted for a long time by wrangling, the consuls calling gods and men to witness, that whatever disgrace or loss had either been already sustained or hung over them from the enemy, the blame of it would be imputed to Manius, who hindered the levy. Manius, on the other hand, exclaiming, that if the unjust occupiers would yield up possession of the public land, he would cause no delay to the levy. The 9 tribunes interposing a decree, put an end to the contest. And they proclaimed as the determination of their college, that they would, for the purposes of the levy, in opposition to the protest of their colleague, afford their aid to Caius Valerius the consul in inflicting fines and other penalties on those who refused to enlist. When the consul, armed with this decree, ordered into prison a few who appealed to the tribune, the rest took the military oath from fear. The army was marched to the citadel of Carventa, and though hated by and disliking the consul, they on their first arrival recovered the citadel in a spirited manner, having dislodged those who were protecting it. Some in quest of plunder having straggled away through carelessness from the garrison, afforded an opportunity for attacking them. There was considerable booty from the constant devastations, because all had been collected into a safe place. This the consul ordered the quaestors to sell by auction and carry it into the treasury, declaring that the army should then participate in the booty, when they had not declined the service. The exasperation of the commons and soldiers against the consul was then augmented. Accordingly, when by a decree of the Senate the consul entered the city in an ovation, rude verses in couplets were thrown out with military license, in which the consul was severely handled, whilst the name of Manius was cried up with encomiums. When at every mention of the tribune the attachment of the surrounding people vied by their applause and commendation with the loud praises of the soldiers. And that circumstance occasioned more anxiety to the patricians, than the wanton raillery of the soldiers against the consul, which was in a manner a usual thing. And the election of Manius among the military tribunes being deemed as no longer questionable, if he should become a candidate, he was kept out of it by an election for consuls being appointed. Gnaeus Cornelius Casus and Lucius Furius Metellinus were elected consuls. The commons were not on any other occasion more dissatisfied at the election of tribunes not being conceded to them. This sense of annoyance they both manifested at the nomination of quaestors, and avenged by then electing plebeians for the first time as quaestors, so that in electing 4, room was left for only 1 patrician. Whilst 3 plebeians, Quintus Silius, Publius Aelius, and Publius Pupius, were preferred to young men of the most illustrious families. I learned that the principal advisers of the people, in this so independent a bestowing of their suffrage, were the Aecilii, 3 out of this family most hostile to the patricians having been elected tribunes of the commons for that year. By their holding out the grand prospect of many and great achievements to the people, who became consequently most ardent. After they had affirmed that they would not stir a step, if the people would not, even at the election of quaestors, the only one which the Senate had left open to the commons and patricians, evince sufficient spirit to accomplish that which they had so long wished for, and which was allowed by the laws. This therefore the people considered an important victory, and that quaestorship they estimated not by the extent of the honor itself, but an access seemed open to new men to the consulship and the honors of a triumph. The patricians, on the other hand, expressed their indignation not so much at the honors of the state being shared, but at their being lost. They said that, if matters be so, children need no longer be educated, who being driven from the station of their ancestors, and seeing others in the possession of their dignity, would be left without command or power, as mere salii and flamens, with no other employment than to offer sacrifices for the people. The minds of both parties being irritated, since the commons had both assumed new courage, and had now 3 leaders of the most distinguished reputation for the popular side. The patricians, seeing that the result of all the elections would be similar to that for quaestors, wherever the people had the choice from both sides, strove vigorously for the election of consuls, which was not yet open to them. The Aecilii, on the contrary, said that military tribunes should be elected, and that posts of honor should be at length imparted to the commons. But the consuls had no proceeding on hand, by opposing which they could extort that which they desired. When by an extraordinary and favourable occurrence an account is brought that the Volscians and Equins had proceeded beyond their frontiers into the Latin and Hernican territory to commit depredations. For which war when the consuls commenced to hold a levy in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, the tribunes then strenuously opposed them, affirming that such a fortunate opportunity was presented to them and to the commons. There were 3, and all very active men, and of respectable families, considering they were plebeians. 2 of them choose each a consul, to be watched by them with unremitting assiduity. To one is assigned the charge sometimes of restraining, sometimes of exciting, the commons by his harangues. Neither the consuls effected the levy, nor the tribunes the election which they desired. Then fortune inclining to the cause of the people, expresses arrived that the equins had attacked the citadel of Carventa, the soldiers who were in garrison having straggled away in quest of plunder, and had put to death the few left to guard it. That others were slain as they were returning to the citadel, and others who were dispersed through the country. This circumstance, prejudicial to the state, added force to the project of the tribunes. For, assailed by every argument to no purpose that they would then at length desist from obstructing the war, when they yielded neither to the public storm, nor to the odium themselves. They succeed so far as to have a decree of the Senate passed for the election of military tribunes. With an express stipulation, however, that no candidate should be considered, who was tribune of the people that year, and that no one should be re-elected plebeian tribune for the year following. The Senate undoubtedly pointing at the Acilians, whom they suspected of aiming at the consular tribuneship as the reward of their turbulent tribuneship of the commons. Then the levy began to proceed, and preparations for war began to be made with the concurrence of all ranks. The diversity of the statements of writers leaves it uncertain whether both the consuls set out for the citadel of Carventa, or whether one remained behind to hold the elections. Those facts in which they do not disagree are to be received as certain, that they retired from the citadel of Carventa. After having carried on the attack for a long time to no purpose, that Virugo in the Volscian country was taken by the same army, and that great devastation had been made. And considerable booty captured both amongst the equins and in the Volscian territory. At Rome, as the commons gained the victory so far as to have the kind of elections which they preferred, so in the issue of the elections the patricians were victorious. For, contrary to the expectation of all, 3 patricians were elected military tribunes with consular power, Caius Julius Jullus, Publius Cornelius Cassus, Caius Servilius Ahala. They say that an artifice was employed by the patricians, with which the Icilii charged them even at the time. That by intermixing a crowd of unworthy candidates with the deserving, they turned away the thoughts of the people from the plebeian through the disgust excited by the remarkable meanness of some. Then tidings are brought that the Volscians and Equins, whether the retention of the citadel of Carventa raised their hopes, or the loss of the garrison at Virugo excited their resentment. United in making preparations for war with the utmost energy, that the Antians were the chief promoters of the project. That their ambassadors had gone about the states of both these nations, upbraiding their dastardly conduct. That shut up within their walls, they had on the preceding year suffered the Romans to carry their depredations throughout their country, and the garrison of Virugo to be overpowered. That now not only armed troops but colonies also were sent into their territories. And that not only the Romans distributed among themselves and kept their property, but that they had made a present to the Hernici of Ferentinum what had been taken from them. After their minds were inflamed by these remonstrances, according as they made applications to each, a great number of young men were enlisted. Thus the youth of all the states were drawn together to Antium, there they pitched their camp and awaited the enemy. When these accounts are reported at Rome with much greater alarm than the circumstance warranted, the Senate instantly ordered a dictator to be nominated, which was their last resource in perilous circumstances. They say that Julius and Cornelius were much offended at this proceeding, and that the matter was accomplished with great warmth of temper, when the leading men of the patricians, complaining fruitlessly that the military tribunes would not conform to the judgment of the Senate, at last appealed even to the tribunes of the commons, and stated that force had been used even with the consuls by that body on a similar occasion. The plebeian tribunes, overjoyed at the dissension among the patricians, said, that there was no support in persons who were not held in the rank of citizens, nor even of human beings. If ever the posts of honor were open, and the administration of government were shared, that they should then see that the decrees of the Senate should not be invalidated by the arrogance of magistrates. That in the meanwhile, the patricians, unrestrained as they were by respect for laws or magistrates, must manage the tribunician office also by themselves. This contention occupied men's thoughts at a most unseasonable time, when a war of such importance was on hand, until when Julius and Cornelius descanted for a long time by turns on how unjust it was that a post of honor conferred on them by the people was now to be wrested from them, since they were generals sufficiently qualified to conduct that war. Then Ahala Servilius, military tribune, says that he had remained silent for so long a time, not because he was uncertain as to his opinion, for what good citizen can separate his own interests from those of the public, but because he wished that his colleagues should of their own accord yield to the authority of the Senate, rather than suffer the tribunician power to be suppliantly appealed to against them. That even then, if circumstances permitted, he would still give them time to retract an opinion too pertinaciously adhered to. But since the exigencies of war do not await the counsels of men, that the public weal was of deeper importance to him than the goodwill of his colleagues, and if the Senate continued in the same sentiments, he would, on the following night, nominate a dictator. And if any one protested against a decree of the Senate being passed, that he would be content with its authority. When by this conduct he bore away the well-merited praises and goodwill of all, having named Publius Cornelius dictator, he himself being appointed by him as master of the horse, served as an instance to those who considered his case and that of his colleagues, how much more attainable public favor and honor sometimes were to those who evinced no desire for them. The war was in no respect a memorable one. The enemy were beaten at Antium in one, and that an easy battle, the victorious army laid waste the Volscian territory. Their fort at the lake Fucinus was taken by storm, and in it 3,000 men made prisoners, the rest of the Volscians being driven within the walls, and not defending the lands. The dictator having conducted the war in such a manner as to show that he was not negligent of fortune's favors, returned to the city with a greater share of success than of glory, and resigned his office. The military tribunes, without making any mention of an election of consuls, through pique, I suppose, for the appointment of a dictator, issued a proclamation for the election of military tribunes. Then indeed the perplexity of the patricians became still greater, as seeing their cause betrayed by their own party. Wherefore, as on the year before, by bringing forward as candidates the most unworthy individuals from amongst the plebeians, they produced a disgust against all, even those who were deserving. So then by engaging such of the patricians as were most distinguished by the splendor of their character and by their influence to stand as candidates, they secured all the places, so that no plebeian could get in. For were elected, all of them men who had already served the office, Lucius Furius Metellinus, Caius Valerius Potitus, Numerius Fabius Vibulanus, Caius Servilius Ahala. The last had the honor continued to him by re-election, as well in consequence of his other deserts, as on account of his recent popularity, acquired by his singular moderation. In that year, because the term of the truce with the Veientian nation was expired, restitution began to be demanded through ambassadors and heralds, who on coming to the frontiers were met by an embassy from the Veientians. They requested that they would not proceed to Veii, until they should first have access to the Roman Senate. They obtained from the Senate, that, because the Veientians were distressed by intestine dissension, restitution would not be demanded from them. So far were they from seeking, in the troubles of others, an opportunity for advancing their own interest. In the Volscian territory also a disaster was sustained in the loss of the garrison at Virugo, where so much depended on time, that when the soldiers who were besieged there, and were calling for succor, might have been relieved, if expedition had been used, the army sent to their aid only came in time to surprise the enemy, who were straggling in quest of plunder, just after their putting, the garrison, to the sword. The cause of the dilatoriness was less referable to the tribunes than to the Senate, who, because word was brought that they were holding out with the most vigorous resistance, did not duly reflect that there is a limit to human strength, which no bravery can exceed. These very gallant soldiers, however, were not without revenge, both before and after their death. In the following year, Publius and Gnaeus Cornelius Casus, Numerius Fabius Ambustus, and Lucius Valerius Potitus, being military tribunes with consular power, the Veientian war was commenced on account of an insolent answer of the Veientian Senate, who, when the ambassadors demanded restitution, ordered them to be told, that if they did not speedily quit the city in the territories, they should give them what Lars Tolumnius had given them. The Senate, indignant at this, decreed that the military tribunes should, on as early a day as possible, propose to the people the proclaiming war against the Veientians. When this was first made public, the young men expressed their dissatisfaction. That the war with the Volscians was not yet over, that a little time ago 2 garrisons were utterly destroyed, and that, one of the forts, was with great risk retained. That there was not a year in which they had not to fight in the field, and, as if they were dissatisfied at the insufficiency of these toils, a new war was now set on foot with a neighboring and most powerful nation, who were likely to rouse all Etruria. These discontents, first discussed among themselves, were further aggravated by the plebeian tribunes. These constantly affirmed that the war of the greatest moment was that between the patricians and commons. That the latter was designedly harassed by military service, and exposed to be butchered by the enemy. That they were kept at a distance from the enemy, and as it were banished, lest during the enjoyment of rest at home, mindful of liberty and of establishing colonies, they may form plans for obtaining some of the public land, or for giving their suffrages freely. And taking hold of the veterans, they recounted the campaigns of each, and their wounds and scars, frequently asking what sound spot was there on their body for the reception of new wounds. What blood had they remaining which could be shed for the commonwealth? When by discussing these subjects in private conversations, and also in public harangues, they produced in the people an aversion to undertaking a war, the time for proposing the law was adjourned. Which would obviously have been rejected, if it had been subjected to the feeling of discontent then prevailing. In the meantime it was determined that the military tribunes should lead an army into the Volscian territory. Gnaeus Cornelius alone was left at Rome. The 3 tribunes, when it became evident that the Volscians had not established a camp anywhere, and that they would not venture an engagement, separated into 3 different parties to lay waste the country. Valerius makes for Antium, Cornelius for Escitri. Wherever they came, they committed extensive devastations on the houses and lands, so as to separate the Volscians. Fabius, without committing any devastation, proceeded to attack Auxerre, which was a principal object in view. Auxerre is the town now called Terracini, a city built on a declivity leading to a morass. Fabius made a feint of attacking it on that side. When 4 cohorts sent round under Caius Servilius Ahala took possession of a hill which commanded the city, they attacked the walls with a loud shout and tumult, from the higher ground where there was no guard of defense. Those who were defending the lower parts of the city against Fabius, astounded at this tumult, afforded him an opportunity of applying the scaling ladders, and every place soon became filled with the enemy. And a dreadful slaughter continued for a long time, indiscriminately of those who fled and those who resisted, of the armed or unarmed. The vanquished were therefore obliged to fight, there being no hope for those who gave way, when a proclamation suddenly issued, that no persons except those with arms in their hands should be injured. Induced all the remaining multitude voluntarily to lay down their arms, of whom 2,500 are taken alive. Fabius kept his soldiers from the spoil, until his colleagues should come. Affirming that Auxerre had been taken by these armies also, who had diverted the other Volscian troops from the defense of that place. When they came, the 3 armies plundered the town, which was enriched with wealth of many years' accumulation. And this generosity of the commanders first reconciled the commons to the patricians. It was afterwards added, by a liberality towards the people on the part of the leading men the most seasonable ever shown, that before any mention should be made of it by the commons or tribunes, the Senate should decree that the soldiers should receive pay out of the public treasury, whereas up to that period every one had discharged that duty at his own expense. It is recorded that nothing was ever received by the commons with so much joy, that they ran in crowds to the Senate house, and caught the hands of those coming out, and called them fathers indeed. Acknowledging that the result of such conduct was that no one would spare his person or his blood, whilst he had any strength remaining, in defense of a country so liberal. Whilst the prospect of advantage pleased them, that their private property should remain unimpaired at the time during which their bodies should be devoted and employed for the interest of the commonwealth, it further increased their joy very much, and rendered their gratitude for the favor more complete, because it had been offered to them voluntarily, without ever having been agitated by the tribunes of the commons, or made the subject of a demand in their own conversations. The tribunes of the commons, the only parties who did not participate in the general joy and harmony prevailing through the different ranks, denied that this measure would prove so much a matter of joy, or so honorable to the patricians, as they themselves might imagine. That the measure at first sight was better than it would prove by experience. For from what source was that money to be raised, except by levying a tax on the people? That they were generous to some therefore at the expense of others. And even though others may endure it, those who had already served out their time in the service, would never endure that others should serve on better terms than they themselves had served. And that these same individuals should have to bear the expense of their own service, and then that of others. By these arguments they influenced a part of the commons. At last, when the tax was now announced, the tribunes publicly declared, that they would afford protection to anyone who should refuse to contribute his proportion for the pay of the soldiers. The patricians persisted in supporting a matter so happily commenced. They themselves were the first to contribute. And because there was as yet no coined silver, some of them conveying their weighed brass to the treasury in wagons, rendered their contribution very showy. After the Senate had contributed with the utmost punctuality according to their rated properties, the principal plebeians, friends of the nobility, according to a concerted plan, began to contribute. And when the populace saw these men highly applauded by the patricians, and also looked up to as good citizens by men of the military age, scorning the support of the tribunes, an emulation commenced at once about paying the tax. And the law being passed about declaring war against the Veientians, the new military tribunes with consular power marched to Veii, an army consisting in a great measure of volunteers. The tribunes were Titus Quintius Capitolinus, Publius Quintius Cincinnatus, Caius Julius Jullus a second time, Aulus Manlius, Lucius Furius Metellinus a second time, and Manius Aemilius Mamercinus. By these Veii was first invested. A little before the commencement of this siege, when a full meeting of the Etrurians was held at the temple of Voltumna, it was not finally determined whether the Veientians were to be supported by the public concurrence of the whole confederacy. The siege was less vigorous in the following year, some of the tribunes and their army being called off to the Volscian war. The military tribunes with consular power in this year were Caius Valerius Potitus a third time, Manius Largius Fidinas, Publius Cornelius Melogenensis, Gnaeus Cornelius Cassus, Ciso Fabius Ambustus, Spurius Nausius Rutilius a second time. A pitched battle was fought with the Volscians between Ferentinum and Agetra. The result of the battle was favorable to the Romans. Artina then, a town of the Volscians, began to be besieged by the tribunes. Thence during an attempt at a sally, the enemy being driven back into the town, an opportunity was afforded to the Romans of forcing in, and every place was taken except the citadel. Into the fortress, well protected by nature, a body of armed men retired. Beneath the fortress many were slain and made prisoners. The citadel was then besieged. Nor could it either be taken by storm, because it had a garrison sufficient for the size of the place, nor did it hold out any hope of surrender, all the public corn having been conveyed to the citadel before the city was taken. And they would have retired from it, being wearied out, had not a slave betrayed the fortress to the Romans, the soldiers being admitted by him through a place difficult of access, took it. By whom when the guards were being killed, the rest of the multitude, overpowered with sudden panic, surrendered. After demolishing both the citadel and city of Artina, the legions were led back from the Volscian territory. And the whole Roman power was turned against Veii. To the traitor, besides his freedom, the property of 2 families was given as a reward. His name was Servius Romanus. There are some who think that Artina belonged to the Veientians, not to the Volscians. What occasions the mistake is that there was a city of the same name between Caere and Veii. But the Roman kings destroyed it. And it belonged to the Caeretians, not to the Veientians. The other of the same name, the demolition of which has been mentioned, was in the Volscian territory. Book V. During the siege of Veii, winter dwellings erected for the soldiers. This being a novelty, affords the tribunes of the people a pretext for exciting discontent. The cavalry for the first time serve on horses of their own. Furius Camillus, dictator, takes Veii after a siege of 10 years. In the character of military tribune, whilst laying siege to Felici, he sends back the children of the enemy, who were betrayed into his hands. Furius Camillus, on a day being appointed for his trial, goes into exile. The Senonian Gauls lay siege to Clusium. Roman ambassadors, sent to mediate peace between the Clusians and Gauls, are found to take part with the former. In consequence of which the Gauls marched directly against Rome, and after defeating the Romans at Allia take possession of the city with the exception of the capital. They scaled the capital by night, but are discovered by the cackling of geese, and repulsed, chiefly by the exertions of Marcus Manlius. The Romans, compelled by famine, agree to ransom themselves. Whilst the gold is being weighed to them, Camillus, who had been appointed dictator, arrives with an army, expels the Gauls, and destroys their army. He successfully opposes the design of removing to Veii. Peace being established in every other quarter, the Romans and Veientians were still in arms with such rancor and animosity, that it was evident that ruin awaited the vanquished party. The elections in the two states were conducted in very different methods. The Romans augmented the number of military tribunes with consular power. 8, a number greater than on any previous occasion, were appointed, Manius Aemilius Mamercinus a second time, Lucius Valerius Potitus a third time, Appius Claudius Crassus, Marcus Quintilius Varus, Lucius Julius Iulus, Marcus Postumius, Marcus Furius Camillus, Marcus Postumius Albinus. The Veientians, on the contrary, through disgust at the annual intriguing which was sometimes the cause of dissensions, elected a king. That step gave offense to the feelings of the states of Etruria, not more from their hatred of kingly government than of the king himself. He had before this become obnoxious to the nation by reason of his wealth and arrogance, because he had violently broken off the performance of some annual games, the omission of which was deemed an impiety, when through resentment of a repulse. Because another had been preferred to him as a priest by the suffrages of the 12 states, he suddenly carried off, in the middle of the performance, the performers, of whom a great part were his own slaves. The nation, therefore, devoted beyond all others to religious performances, because they excelled in the method of conducting them, passed a decree that aid should be refused to the Veientians, as long as they should be subject to a king. All allusion to this decree was suppressed at Veii through fear of the king, who would have considered the person by whom any such matter might be mentioned as a leader of sedition, not as the author of an idle rumor. Although matters were announced to the Romans as being quiet in Etruria, yet because it was stated that this matter was being agitated in all their meetings, they so managed their fortifications, that there should be security on both sides. Some were directed towards the city and the sallies of the townsmen, by means of others a front looking towards Etruria was opposed to such auxiliaries as might happen to come from thence. When the Roman generals conceived greater hopes from a blockade than from an assault, winter huts also, a thing quite new to the Roman soldier, began to be built, and their determination was to continue the war by wintering there. After an account of this was brought to Rome to the tribunes of the people, who for a long time past had found no pretext for exciting disturbances, they run forward into the assembly, stir up the minds of the commons, saying that this was the motive for which pay had been established for the soldiers, nor had it escaped their knowledge, that such a present from the enemies was tainted with poison. That the liberty of the commons had been sold, that their youth removed for ever, and exiled from the city and the republic, did not now even yield to the winter and to the season of the year, and visit their homes and private affairs. What could they suppose was the cause for continuing the service without intermission? That undoubtedly they should find none other than the fear, lest anything might be done in furtherance of their interests by the attendance of those youths in whom the entire strength of the commons lay. Besides that they were harassed and worked much more severely than the Veientians. For the latter spent the winter beneath their own roofs, defending their city by strong walls and its natural situation, whilst the Roman soldier, in the midst of toil and hardship, continued beneath the covering of skins. Overwhelmed with snow and frost, not laying aside his arms even during the period of winter, which is a respite from all wars by land and sea. Neither kings, nor those consuls, tyrannical as they were before the institution of the tribunician office, nor the stern authority of the dictator, nor the overbearing decemvirs, ever imposed such slavery as that they should perform unremitting military service, which degree of regal power the military tribunes now exercised over the Roman commons. What would these men have done as consuls or dictators, who have exhibited the picture of the proconsular office so implacable and menacing? But that all this happened justly. Among 8 military tribunes there was no room even for one plebeian. Formerly the patricians filled up 3 places with the utmost difficulty, now they went in file 8 deep to take possession of the various offices, and not even in such a crowd is any plebeian intermixed. Who, if he did no other good, might remind his colleagues, that it was freemen and fellow citizens, and not slaves, that constituted the army, who ought to be brought back during winter at least to their homes and roofs, and to come and see at some part of the year their parents, children, and wives, and to exercise the rights of freedom, and to take part in electing magistrates. While they exclaimed in these and such terms, they found in Appius Claudius an opponent not unequal to them, who had been left behind by his colleagues to check the turbulence of the tribunes. A man trained even from his youth in contests with the plebeians, who several years before, as has been mentioned, recommended the dissolution of the tribunician power by means of the protests of their colleagues. He, not only endowed with good natural powers, but well trained also by experience, on that particular occasion, delivered the following address: If, Romans, there was ever reason to doubt whether the tribunes of the people have ever promoted sedition for your sake or their own, I am certain that in the course of this year that doubt must have ceased to exist. And while I rejoice that an end has at length come of a mistake of such long continuance, I in the next place congratulate you, and on your account the Republic, that this delusion has been removed during a course of prosperous events. Is there any person who can feel a doubt that the tribunes of the commons were never so highly displeased and provoked by any wrongs done to you, if ever such did happen, as by the munificence of the patricians to the commons, when pay was established for those serving in the army? What else do you suppose that they either then dreaded, or now wish to disturb, except the union between the orders, which they think contributes most to the dissolution of the tribunician power? Thus, by Jove, like workers in iniquity, they are seeking for work, who also wish that there should be always some diseased part in the Republic, that there may be something for the cure of which they may be employed by you. For, tribunes, whether do you defend or attack the commons? Whether are you the enemies of those in the service, or do you plead their cause? Unless perhaps you say, whatever the patricians do, displeases us. Whether it is for the commons, or against the commons. And just as masters forbid their slaves to have any dealing with those belonging to others, and deem it right that they should equally refrain from having any commerce with them, either for kindness or unkindness. Ye, in like manner, interdict us the patricians from all intercourse with the people, lest by our courteousness and munificence we may challenge their regard, and they become tractable and obedient to our direction. And if there were in you any thing of the feeling, I say not of fellow citizens, but of human beings, how much more ought you to favor, and, as far as in you lay, to promote rather the kindly demeanor of the patricians and the tractability of the commons. And if such concord were once permanent, who would not venture to engage, that this empire would in a short time become the highest among the neighboring states? I shall hereafter explain to you how not only expedient, but even necessary has been this plan of my colleagues, according to which they would not draw off the army from Vi until the business has been completed. For the present I am disposed to speak concerning the condition of the soldiers. Which observations of mine I think would appear reasonable not only before you, but even, if they were delivered in the camp, in the opinion of the soldiers themselves. On which subject if nothing could suggest itself to my own mind to say, I certainly should be satisfied with that which is suggested by the arguments of my adversaries. They lately said, that pay should not be given to the soldiers because it had never been given. How then can they now feel displeased, that additional labor should be imposed in due proportion on those to whom some addition of profit has been added? In no case is there either labor without emolument, nor emolument in general without the expense of labor. Toil and pleasure, in their natures most unlike, are yet linked together by a sort of natural connection. Formerly the soldier thought it a hardship that he gave his labor to the commonwealth at his own expense, at the same time he was glad for a part of the year to till his own ground, to acquire that means whence he might support himself and family at home and in war. Now he feels a pleasure that the Republic is a source of advantage to him, and gladly receives his pay. Let him therefore bear with patience that he is a little longer absent from home and his family affairs, to which no heavy expense is now attached. Whether if the Commonwealth should call him to a settlement of accounts, would it not justly say, "You have pay by the year, perform labor by the year"? Do you think it just to receive a whole year's pay for 6 months' service? Romans, with reluctance do I dwell on this topic, for so ought those persons proceed who employ mercenary troops. But we wish to treat as with fellow citizens, and we think it only just that you treat with us as with the country. Either the war should not have been undertaken, or it ought to be conducted suitably to the dignity of the Roman people, and brought to a close as soon as possible. But it will be brought to a conclusion if we press on the besieged. If we do not retire until we have consummated our hopes by the capture of Veii. In truth, if there were no other motive, the very discredit of the thing should impose on us perseverance. In former times a city was kept besieged for 10 years, on account of one woman, by all Greece. At what a distance from their homes! How many lands, how many seas distant! We grumble at enduring a siege of a year's duration within 20 miles of us, almost within sight of our own city, because, I suppose, the cause of the war is trifling, nor is their resentment sufficiently just to stimulate us to persevere. 7 times they have rebelled, in peace they never acted faithfully. They have laid waste our lands 1,000 times, defied nations they forced to revolt from us, they have put to death our colonists there, contrary to the law of nations. They have been the instigators of the impious murder of our ambassadors, they wish to excite all Etruria against us, and are at this day busily employed at it. And they scarcely refrained from violating our ambassadors when demanding restitution. With such people ought war to be conducted in a remiss and dilatory manner? If such just resentment have no influence with us, will not, I entreat you, the following considerations influence you? Their city has been enclosed with immense works, by which the enemy is confined within their walls. They have not tilled their land, and what was previously tilled has been laid waste in the war. If we withdraw our army, who is there who can doubt that they will invade our territory not only from a desire of revenge, but from the necessity also imposed on them of plundering from the property of others, since they have lost their own? By such measures then we do not put off the war, but admit it within our own frontiers. What shall I say of that which properly interests the soldiers, for whose interests those worthy tribunes of the commons, all on a sudden, are now so anxious to provide, after they have endeavored to wrest their pay from them? How does it stand? They have formed a rampart and a trench, both works of great labor, through so great an extent of ground, they have erected forts, at first only a few, afterwards very many, when the army became increased. They have raised defenders not only towards the city, but towards Etruria also, against any succors which may come from thence. What need I mention towers, Vinii, and Testudines, and the other apparatus used in attacking towns? When so much labor has been expended, and they have now at length reached the end of the work, do you think that all these preparations should be abandoned that, next summer, the same course of toil may have to be undergone again in forming them anew? How much less trouble to support the works already done, and to press on and persevere, and to get rid of our task? For certainly the matter is of short duration, if it be conducted with a uniform course of exertions. Nor do we by these intermissions and interruptions expedite the attainment of our hopes. I am now speaking of labor and of loss of time. What? Do these such frequent meetings in Etruria on the subject of sending aid to Veii suffer us to disregard the danger which we encounter by procrastinating the war? As matters stand now, they are incensed, they dislike them, they refuse to send any. As far as they are concerned, we are at liberty to take Veii. Who can promise that their temper will be the same hereafter, if the war is suspended? When, if you suffer any relaxation, more respectable and more frequent embassies will go. When that which now displeases the Etrurians, the establishment of a king at Veii, may, after an interval, be done away with either by the joint determination of the state that they may recover the goodwill of the Etrurians, or by a voluntary act of the king, who may be unwilling that his reign should stand in the way of the welfare of his countrymen. See how many circumstances, and how detrimental, follow that line of conduct, the loss of works formed with so great labor, the threatening devastation of our frontiers, an Etruscan excited instead of a Vaencian war. These, tribunes, are your measures, pretty much the same, in truth, as if a person should render a disease tedious, and perhaps incurable, for the sake of present meat or drink, in a patient who, by resolutely suffering himself to be treated, might soon recover his health. If, by Jove, it were of no consequence with respect to the present war, yet it certainly would be of the utmost importance to military discipline, that our soldiers should be accustomed not only to enjoy the victory obtained by them, but even though matters should proceed more slowly than was anticipated, to brook the tediousness and await the issue of their hopes, however tardy. And if the war be not finished in the summer, to wait for the winter, and not, like summer birds, in the very commencement of autumn look out for shelter and a retreat. I pray you, the eagerness and pleasure of hunting hurries men into snow and frost, over mountains and woods, shall we not employ that patience on the exigencies of war, which even sport and pleasure are wont to call forth? Are we to suppose that the bodies of our soldiers are so effeminate, their minds so feeble, that they cannot hold out for one winter in a camp, and be absent from home? That, like persons who wage a naval war, by taking advantage of the weather, and observing the season of the year, they are able to endure neither heat nor cold? They would certainly blush, should any one lay these things to their charge, and would maintain that both their minds and their bodies were possessed of manly endurance, and that they were able to conduct war equally well in winter and in summer, and that they had not consigned to the tribunes the patronage of indolence and sloth, and that they remembered that their ancestors had created this very power, neither in the shade nor beneath their roofs. Such sentiments are worthy of the valor of your soldiers, such sentiments are worthy of the Roman name, not to consider merely Veii, nor this war which is now pressing us, but to seek a reputation for hereafter for other wars and for other states. Do you consider the difference of opinion likely to result from this matter as trivial? Whether, pray, are the neighboring states to suppose that the Roman people is such, that if any one shall sustain their first assault, and that of very short continuance, they have nothing afterwards to fear? Or whether such should be the terror of our name, that neither the tediousness of a distant siege, nor the inclemency of winter, can dislodge the Roman army from a city once invested, and that they know no other termination of war than victory, and that they carry on wars not more by briskness than by perseverance, which is necessary no doubt in every kind of war, but more especially in besieging cities, most of which, impregnable both by their works and by natural situation, time itself overpowers and reduces by famine and thirst. As it will reduce Veii, unless the tribunes of the commons shall afford aid to the enemy, and the Vaencians find in Rome reinforcements which they seek in vain in Etruria. Is there anything which can happen so much in accordance with the wishes of the Vaencians, as that first the Roman city, then the camp, as it were by contagion, should be filled with sedition? But, by Jove, among the enemy so forbearing a state of mind prevails, that not a single change has taken place among them, either through disgust at the length of the siege nor even of the kingly form of government. Nor has the refusal of aid by the Etrurians aroused their tempers. For whoever will be the abettor of sedition, will be instantly put to death. Nor will it be permitted to any one to utter those sentiments which amongst you are expressed with impunity. He is sure to receive the bastinade, who forsakes his colors or quits his post. Persons advising not one or two soldiers, but whole armies to relinquish their colors or to forsake their camp, are openly listened to in your public assemblies. Accordingly, whatever a tribune of the people says, although it tends to the ruin of the country or the dissolution of the commonwealth, you are accustomed to listen to with partiality. And captivated with the charms of that authority, you suffer all sorts of crimes to lie concealed beneath it. The only thing that remains is, that what they vociferate here, the same projects do they realize in the camp and among the soldiers, and seduce the armies, and not suffer them to obey their officers. Since that and that only is liberty in Rome, to show no deference to the Senate, nor to magistrates, nor laws, nor the usages of ancestors, nor the institutions of our fathers, nor military discipline. Even already Appius was a match for the tribunes of the people in the popular assemblies. When suddenly a misfortune sustained before Veii, from a quarter whence no one could expect it, both gave Appius the superiority in the dispute, produced also a greater harmony between the different orders, and greater ardor to carry on the siege of Veii with more pertinacity. For when the trenches were now advanced to the very city, and the machines were almost about to be applied to the walls, whilst the works are carried on with greater assiduity by day, than they are guarded by night, a gate was thrown open on a sudden, and a vast multitude, armed chiefly with torches, cast fire about on all sides. And after the lapse of an hour the flames destroyed both the rampart and the machines, the work of so long a time, and great numbers of men, bearing assistance in vain, were destroyed by the sword and by fire. When the account of this circumstance was brought to Rome, it inspired sadness into all ranks. Into the Senate anxiety and apprehension, lest the sedition could no longer be withstood either in the city or in the camp, and lest the tribunes of the commons should insult over the commonwealth, as if vanquished by them. When on a sudden, those who possessed an equestrian fortune, but to whom horses had not been assigned by the public, having previously held a meeting together, went to the Senate, and having obtained permission to speak, promised that they will serve on their own horses. And when thanks were returned to them by the Senate in the most complimentary terms, and the report of this proceeding spread through the forum and the city, there suddenly ensues a concourse of the commons to the Senate house. They say that, they are now of the pedestrian order, and they preferred their services to the commonwealth, though not compelled to serve, whether they wished to march them to Veii, or to any other place. If they were led to Veii, they affirm, that they would not return from thence, until the city of the enemy was taken. Then indeed they with difficulty set bounds to the joy which now poured in upon them. For they were not ordered, as in the case of the horsemen, to be publicly eulogized, the order for so doing being consigned to the magistrates, nor were they summoned into the Senate house to receive an answer. Nor did the Senate confine themselves within the threshold of their house, but every one of them individually with their voice and hands testified from the elevated ground the public joy to the multitude standing in the assembly. They declared that by that unanimity the Roman city would be happy, and invincible and eternal, praised the horsemen, praised the commons, extolled the day itself by their praises. They acknowledged that the courtesy and kindness of the Senate was outdone. Tears flowed in abundance through joy both from the patricians and commons. Until the senators being called back into the house, a decree of the Senate was passed, that the military tribunes, summoning an assembly, should return thanks to the infantry and cavalry, and should state that the Senate would be mindful of their affectionate attachment to their country, but that it was their wish that their pay should go on for those who had, out of their turn, undertaken voluntary service. To the horsemen also a certain stipend was assigned. Then for the first time the cavalry began to serve on their own horses. This army of volunteers being led to Veii, not only restored the works which had been lost, but also erected new ones. Supplies were conveyed from the city with greater care than before, lest anything should be wanting for the accommodation of an army who deserved so well. The following year had military tribunes with consular authority, Caius Servilius Ahala a third time, Quintus Servilius, Lucius Virginius, Quintus Sulpicius, Aulus Manlius a second time, Manius Sergius a second time. During their tribuneship, whilst the solicitude of all was directed to the Veientian war, the garrison at Anxur was neglected in consequence of the absence of the soldiers on leave. And from the indiscriminate admission of Volscian traitors was overpowered, the guards at the gates being suddenly betrayed. Less of the soldiers perished, because they were all trafficking through the country and city like sutlers. Nor were matters conducted more successfully at Veii, which was then the chief object of all public solicitude. For both the Roman commanders had more quarrels among themselves, than spirit against the enemy, and the severity of the war was exaggerated by the sudden arrival of the Capanacians and the Cilicians. These two states of Etruria, because they were contiguous in situation, judging that in case Veii was conquered, they should be next to the attacks of the Romans in war. The Philicians also, incensed from a cause affecting themselves, because they had already on a former occasion mixed themselves up in a Fidenatian war, being bound together by an oath by reciprocal embassies, marched unexpectedly with their armies to Veii. It so happened, they attacked the camp in that quarter where Manius Sergius, military tribune, commanded, and occasioned great alarm, because the Romans imagined that all Etruria was aroused and were advancing in a great mass. The same opinion aroused the Veientians in the city. Thus the Roman camp was attacked on both sides. And crowding together, whilst they wheeled round their battalions from one post to another, they were unable either to confine the Veientians within their fortifications, or repel the assault from their own works, and to defend themselves from the enemy on the outside. The only hope was, if succor could be brought from the greater camp, that the different legions should fight, some against the Capanatians and Philicians, others against the sallies of the townsmen. But Virginius had the command of that camp, who, from personal grounds, was hateful to and incensed against Sergius. This man, when word was brought that most of the forts were attacked, the fortifications scaled, and that the enemy were pouring in on both sides, kept his men under arms, saying that if there was need of assistance, his colleague would send to him. His arrogance was equalled by the obstinacy of the other, who, that he might not appear to have sought any aid from an adversary, preferred being defeated by an enemy to conquering through a fellow citizen. His men were for a long time cut down between both. At length, abandoning their works, a very small number made their way to the principal camp, the greater number, with Sergius himself, made their way to Rome. Where, when he threw the entire blame on his colleague, it was resolved that Virginius should be sent for from the camp, and that lieutenant generals should take the command in the meantime. The affair was then discussed in the Senate, and the dispute was carried on between the colleagues with mutual recriminations. But few took up the interests of the Republic. The greater number, favored the one or the other, according as private regard or interest prejudiced each. The principal senators were of opinion, that whether so ignominious a defeat had been sustained through the misconduct or the misfortune of the commanders, the regular time of the elections should not be waited for, but that new military tribunes should be created immediately, who should enter into office on the calends of October. Whilst they were proceeding to intimate their assent to this opinion, the other military tribunes offered no opposition. But Sergius and Virginius, on whose account it was evident that the Senate were dissatisfied with the magistrates of that year, at first deprecated the ignominy, then protested against the decree of the Senate. They declared that they would not retire from office before the Ides of December, the usual day for persons entering on magisterial duties. Upon this the tribunes of the plebeians, whilst in the general harmony and in the prosperous state of public affairs they had unwillingly kept silence, suddenly becoming confident, began to threaten the military tribunes, that unless they conformed to the order of the Senate, they would order them to be thrown into prison. Then Caius Servilius Ahala, a military tribune, observed, with respect to you, tribunes of the commons, and your threats, I would with pleasure put it to the test, how there is not more of authority in the latter than of spirit in yourselves. But it is impious to strive against the authority of the Senate. Wherefore do you cease to seek amid our quarrels for an opportunity of doing mischief? And my colleagues will either do that which the Senate thinks fit, or if they shall persist with too much pertinacity, I will immediately nominate a dictator, who will oblige them to retire from office. When this speech was approved with general consent, and the patricians rejoiced, that without the terrors of the tribunician office, another and a superior power had been discovered to coerce the magistrates, overcome by the universal consent. They held the elections of military tribunes, who were to commence their office on the calends of October, and before that day they retired from office. During the military tribuneship of Lucius Valerius Potitus for the 4th time, Marcus Furius Camillus for the 2nd time, Manius Aemilius Mamercinus a 3rd time, Gnaeus Cornelius Cassius a 2nd time, Ciso Fabius Ambustus, Lucius Julius Iulus. Much business was transacted at home and abroad. For there was both a complex war at the same time, at Veii, at Capena, at Falerii, and among the Volscians, that Anxur might be recovered from the enemy. And at the same time there was some difficulty experienced both in consequence of the levy, and of the contribution of the tax. There was also a contention about the appointment of plebeian tribunes. And the two trials of those, who a little before had been invested with consular authority, excited no trifling commotion. First of all, the tribunes of the soldiers took care that the levy should be held. And not only the juniors were enlisted, but the seniors also were compelled to give in their names, to serve as a garrison to the city. But in proportion as the number of the soldiers was augmented, so much the greater sum of money was required for pay. And this was collected by a tax, those who remained at home contributing against their will, because those who guarded the city had to perform military service also, and to serve the commonwealth. The tribunes of the commons, by their seditious harangues, caused these things, grievous in themselves, to seem more exasperating, by their asserting, that pay was established for the soldiers with this view. That they might wear out one half of the commons by military service, the other half by the tax. That a single war was being waged now for the third year, on purpose that they may have a longer time to wage it. That armies had been raised at one levy for 4 different wars, and that boys even and old men were dragged from home. That neither summer nor winter now made any difference, so that there may never be any respite for the unfortunate commons, who were now even at last made to pay a tax. So that after they brought home their bodies wasted by hardship, wounds, and eventually by age, and found their properties at home neglected by the absence of the proprietors, had to pay a tax out of their impaired fortunes. And to refund to the state in a manifold proportion the military pay which had been as it were received on interest. Between the levy and the tax, and their minds being taken up by more important concerns, the number of plebeian tribunes could not be filled up at the elections. A struggle was afterwards made that patricians should be elected into the vacant places. When this could not be carried, still, for the purpose of weakening the Tribonian law, it was managed that Caius Laserius and Marcus Acucius should be admitted as tribunes of the commons, no doubt through the influence of the patricians. Chance so directed it, that this year Gnaeus Trebonius was tribune of the commons, and he considered that he undertook the patronage of the Tribonian law as a debt due to his name and family. He crying out aloud, that a point which some patricians had aimed at, though baffled in their first attempt, had yet been carried by the military tribunes. That the Tribonian law had been subverted, and tribunes of the commons had been elected not by the suffrages of the people but by the mandate of the patricians. And that the thing was now come to this, that either patricians or dependents of patricians were to be had for tribunes of the commons, that the devoting laws were taken away, the tribunician power wrested from them. He alleged that this was effected by some artifice of the patricians, by the villainy and treachery of his colleagues. While not only the patricians, but the tribunes of the commons also became objects of public resentment. As well those who were elected, as those who had elected them. Then 3 of the college, Publius Curiatius, Marcus Metilius, and Marcus Minucius, alarmed for their interests, make an attack on Sergius and Virginius, military tribunes of the former year. They turn away the resentment of the commons, and public odium from themselves on them, by appointing a day of trial for them. They observe that, those persons by whom the levy, the tribute, the long service, and the distant seat of the war was felt as a grievance, those who lamented the calamity sustained at Veii. Such as had their houses in mourning through the loss of children, brothers, relatives, and kinsmen, had now through their means the right and power of avenging the public and private sorrow on the 2 guilty causes. For that the sources of all their sufferings were centered in Sergius and Virginius, nor did the prosecutor advance that charge more satisfactorily than the accused acknowledged it. Who, both guilty, threw the blame from one to the other, Virginius charging Sergius with running away, Sergius charging Virginius with treachery. The folly of whose conduct was so incredible, that it is much more probable that the affair had been contrived by concert, and by the common artifice of the patricians. That by them also an opportunity was formerly given to the Veientians to burn the works for the sake of protracting the war, and that now the army was betrayed, and the Roman camp delivered up to the Philicians. That everything was done that the young men should grow old before Veii, and that the tribunes should not be able to consult the people either regarding the lands or the other interests of the commons. And to give weight to their measures by a numerous attendance, of citizens, and to make head against the conspiracy of the patricians. That a previous judgment had been already passed on the accused both by the Senate and the Roman people and by their own colleagues. For that by a decree of the Senate they had been removed from the administration of affairs, and when they refused to resign their office they had been forced into it by their colleagues. And that the Roman people had elected tribunes, who were to enter on their office not on the Ides of December, the usual day, but instantly on the calends of October, because the Republic could no longer subsist, these persons remaining in office. And yet these individuals, overwhelmed and already condemned by so many decisions against them, presented themselves for trial before the people, and thought that they were done with the matter, and had suffered sufficient punishment, because they were reduced to the state of private citizens 2 months sooner than ordinary, and did not consider that the power of doing mischief any longer was then taken from them, that punishment was not inflicted. For that the official power of their colleagues also had been taken from them who certainly had committed no fault. That the Roman citizens should resume those sentiments which they had when the recent disaster was sustained, when they beheld the army flying in consternation, covered with wounds, and in dismay pouring into the gates, accusing not fortune nor any of the gods, but these their commanders. They were certain, that there was not a man present in the assembly who did not execrate and detest the persons, families, and fortunes of Lucius Virginius and Manius Sergius. That it was by no means consistent that now, when it was lawful and their duty, they should not exert their power against persons, on whom they had severally imprecated the vengeance of the gods. That the gods themselves never laid hands on the guilty, it was enough if they armed the injured with the means of taking revenge. Urged on by these discourses the commons condemned the accused, in a fine, of 10,000 asses in weight, Sergius in vain throwing the blame on fortune and the common chance of war, Virginius entreating that he might not be more unfortunate at home than he had been in the field. The resentment of the people being turned against them, obliterated the remembrance of the assumption of the tribunes and of the fraud committed against the Tribonian law. The victorious tribunes, in order that the people might reap an immediate benefit from the trial, publish a form of an agrarian law, and prevent the tax from being contributed, since there was need of pay for so great a number of troops. And the enterprises of the service were conducted with success in such a manner, that in none of the wars did they reach the consummation of their hope. At Veii the camp which had been lost was recovered and strengthened with forts and a garrison. Here Aemilius and Caeso Fabius, military tribunes, commanded. None of the enemy were found outside the walls by Marcus Furius in the Fallacian territory, and Gnaeus Cornelius in the Capanatian district. Spoil was driven off, and the country laid waste by burning of the houses and the fruits of the earth. The towns were neither assaulted nor besieged. But among the Volscians, their territory being depopulated, Anxur, which was situate on an eminence, was assaulted, but to no purpose, and when force was ineffectual, they commenced to surround it with a rampart and a trench. The province of the Volscians had fallen, to the lot of Valerius Potitus. In this state of military affairs an intestine disturbance broke out with greater violence than the wars were proceeded with. And when it was rendered impossible by the tribunes to have the tax paid, and the payment, of the army, was not remitted to the generals, and the soldiers became importunate for their pay, the camp also was well nigh being involved in the contagion of the sedition in the city. Amid this resentment of the commons against the patricians, though the tribunes asserted that now was the time for establishing liberty, and transferring the sovereign dignity from the Sergine Virginii to plebeians, men of fortitude and energy, still they proceeded no further than the election of one of the commons, Publius Licinius Calvus, military tribune with consular power for the purpose of establishing their right by precedent. The others elected were patricians, Publius Manius, Lucius Titinius, Publius Maelius, Lucius Furius Metellinus, Lucius Publius Volscus. The commons themselves were surprised at having gained so important a point, and not merely he who had been elected, being a person who had filled no post of honor before, being only a senator of long standing, and now weighed down with years. Nor does it sufficiently appear, why he was elected first and in preference to any one else to taste the sweets of the new dignity. Some think that he was raised to so high a dignity through the influence of his brother, Gnaeus Cornelius, who had been military tribune on the preceding year, and had given triple pay to the cavalry. Others say that he had himself delivered a seasonable address equally acceptable to the patricians and commons, concerning the harmony of the several orders of the state. The tribunes of the commons, exulting in this victory at the election, relaxed in their opposition regarding the tax, a matter which very much impeded the progress of public business. It was paid in with submission, and sent to the army. In the country of the Volscians Anxur was soon retaken, the guarding of the city having been neglected during a festival day. This year was remarkable for a cold and snowy winter, so that the roads were impassable, and the Tiber not navigable. The price of provisions underwent no change, in consequence of the abundance previously laid in. And because Publius Licinius, as he obtained his office without any rioting, to the greater joy of the commons than annoyance of the patricians, so also did he administer it. A rapturous desire of electing plebeians at the next election took possession of them. Of the patricians Marcus Veturius alone obtained a place. Almost all the centuries appointed the other plebeian candidates as military tribunes with consular authority. Marcus Pomponius, Caius Duilius, Valero Publilius, Gnaeus Janutius, Lucius Attilius. The severe winter, whether from the ill temperature of the air, arising, from the abrupt transition to the contrary state, or from whatsoever other cause, was followed by an unhealthy summer, destructive to all species of animals. And when neither the cause nor termination of this intractable pestilence could be discovered, the Sibylline books were consulted according to a decree of the Senate. The Duumvirs for the direction of religious matters, the Lectisternium being then for the first time introduced into the city of Rome, for 8 days implored the favor of Apollo and Latona, Diana and Hercules, Mercury and Neptune. 3 couches being laid out with the greatest magnificence that was then possible. The same solemn rite was observed also by private individuals. The doors lying open throughout the entire city, and the use of everything lying out in common, they say that all passengers, both those known and those unknown indiscriminately, were invited to lodgings. And that conversation was adopted between persons at variance with complaisance and kindness, and that they refrained from disputes and quarrels. Their chains were also taken off those who were in confinement during those days, that afterward a scruple was felt in imprisoning those to whom the gods had brought such aid. In the meanwhile the alarm was multiplied at Veii, 3 wars being concentred in the one place. For as the Capanations and Philicians had suddenly come with succor to the Veientians, they had to fight against 3 armies on different sides in the same manner as formerly, through the whole extent of their works. The recollection of the sentence passed on Sergius and Virginius aided them above everything else. Accordingly some forces being led around in a short time from the principal camp, where some delay had been made on the former occasion, attacked the Capanations on their rear, whilst they were engaged in front against the Roman rampart. The fight commencing in this quarter struck terror into the Philicians also, and a sally from the camp opportunely made put them to flight, thrown into disorder as they now were. The victors, having then pursued them in their retreat, made great slaughter amongst them. And soon after those who had been devastating the territory of Capena, having met them as it were by chance, entirely cut off the survivors of the fight as they were straggling through the country, and many of the Veientians in their retreat to the city were slain before the gates. Whilst, through fear lest the Romans should force in along with them, they excluded the hindmost of their men by closing the gates. These were the transactions of that year. And now the election of military tribunes approached, about which the patricians felt more intense solicitude than about the war, inasmuch as they saw that the supreme authority was not only shared with the commons, but almost lost to themselves. Wherefore the most distinguished individuals being, by concert, prepared to stand candidates, whom they thought, the people, would feel ashamed to pass by, they themselves, nevertheless, as if they were all candidates, trying every expedient, strove to gain over not only men, but the gods also, raising religious scruples about the elections held the 2 preceding years. That, in the former of those years, a winter set in intolerably severe, and like to a prodigy from the gods. On the next year, they had, not prodigies, but events, a pestilence inflicted on both city and country through the manifest resentment of the gods, whom, as was discovered in the books of the Fates, it was necessary to appease. For the purpose of warding off that plague. That it seemed to the gods an affront that honors should be prostituted, and the distinctions of birth confounded, in an election which was held under proper auspices. The people, overawed as well by the dignity of the candidates as by a sense of religion, elected all the military tribunes with consular power from among the patricians, the greater part being men who had been most highly distinguished by honor. Lucius Valerius Potitus a fifth time, Marcus Valerius Maximus, Marcus Furius Camillus a third time, Lucius Furius Metellinus a third time, Quintus Servilius Fidenas a second time, Quintus Sulpicius Camerinus a second time. During this tribunate, nothing very memorable was performed at Veii. All their force was employed in depopulating the country. 2 consummate commanders, Potitus from Falerii, Camillus from Capena, carried off great booty, nothing being left undestroyed which could be injured by sword or by fire. In the meantime many prodigies were announced. The greater part of which were little credited or even slighted, because individuals were the reporters of them, and also because, the Etrurians being now at war with them, they had no aruspices through whom they might attend to them. The attention of all was turned to a particular one. The lake in the Alban grove swelled to an unusual height without any rain, or any other cause which could account for the matter independently of a miracle. Commissioners were sent to the Delphic oracle to inquire what the gods portended by this prodigy. But an interpreter of the fates was presented to them nearer home in a certain aged Veientian, who, amid the scoffs thrown out by the Roman and Etrurian soldiers from the outposts and guards, declared, after the manner of one delivering a prophecy, that until the water should be discharged from the Alban lake, the Romans should never become masters of Veii. This was disregarded at first as having been thrown out at random, afterwards it began to be canvassed in conversation. Until one of the Roman soldiers on guard asked one of the townsmen who was nearest him, a conversational intercourse having now taken place in consequence of the long continuance of the war, who he was. Who threw out those dark expressions concerning the Alban lake. After he heard that he was an Aruspex, being a man whose mind was not without a tincture of religion, pretending that he wished to consult him on the expiation of a private portent, if he could aid him, he enticed the prophet to a conference. And when, being unarmed, they had proceeded a considerable distance from their respective parties without any apprehension, the Roman youth having the advantage in strength, took up the feeble old man in the sight of all. And amid the ineffectual bustle made by the Etrurians, carried him away to his own party. When he was conducted before the general, and sent from thence to Rome to the Senate, to those who asked him what that was which he had stated concerning the Alban lake, he replied, that undoubtedly the gods were angry with the Veientian people on that day, on which they had inspired him with the resolve to disclose the ruin of his country as destined by the fates. Wherefore what he then declared urged by divine inspiration, he neither could recall so that it may be unsaid. And perhaps by concealing what the immortal gods wished to be published, no less guilt was contracted than by openly declaring what ought to be concealed. Thus therefore it was recorded in the books of the Fates, thus in the Etrurian doctrine, that whensoever the Alban water should rise to a great height, then, if the Romans should discharge it in a proper manner, victory was granted them over the Veientians. Before that occurred, that the gods would not desert the walls of Veii. He then detailed what would be the legitimate method of draining. But the Senate, deeming his authority as but of little weight, and not to be entirely depended on in so important a matter, determined to wait for the deputies and the responses of the Pythian oracle. Before the commissioners returned from Delphos, or an expiation of the Alban prodigy was discovered, the new military tribunes with consular power entered on their office, Lucius Julius Iulus, Lucius Furius Metellinus for the 4th time, Lucius Sergius Fidenas, Aulus Postumius Regilensis, Publius Cornelius Melogenensis, and Aulus Manlius. This year a new enemy, the Tarquinians, started up. Because they saw the Romans engaged in many wars together, that of the Volscians at Anxur, where the garrison was besieged, that of the Equins at Lavisae, who were attacking the Roman colony there, moreover in the Veientian, Faliscan, and Capenatian war, and that matters were not more tranquil within the walls, by reason of the dissensions between the patricians and commons. Considering that amid these troubles, there was an opportunity for an attack, they send their light-armed cohorts to commit depredations on the Roman territory. For, they concluded either that the Romans would suffer that injury to pass off unavenged, that they might not encumber themselves with an additional war, or that they would resent it with a scanty army, and one by no means strong. The Romans felt greater indignation than alarm at the inroads of the Tarquinians. On this account the matter was neither taken up with great preparation, nor was it delayed for any length of time. Aulus Postumius and Lucius Julius, having raised a body of men, not by a regular levy, for they were prevented by the tribunes of the commons, but, a body consisting, mostly of volunteers, whom they had aroused by exhortations. Having proceeded by cross marches through the territory of Caira, fell unexpectedly on the Tarquinians, as they were returning from their depredations and laden with booty. They slew great numbers, stripped them all of their baggage, and, having recovered the spoils of their own lands, they returned to Rome. 2 days were allowed to the owners to reclaim their effects. On the 3rd day, that portion not owned, for most of it belonged to the enemies themselves, was sold by public auction, and what was produced from thence, was distributed among the soldiers. The other wars, and more especially the Veientian, were of doubtful issue. And now the Romans, despairing of human aid, began to look to the fates and the gods, when the deputies returned from Delphos, bringing with them an answer of the oracle, corresponding with the response of the captive prophet, Roman. Beware lest the Alban water be confined in the lake, beware of suffering it to flow into the sea in its own stream. Thou shalt let it out and form a passage for it through the fields, and by dispersing it in channels thou shalt consume it. Then press boldly on the walls of the enemy, mindful that the victory is granted to you by these fates which are now revealed over that city which thou art besieging for so many years. The war being ended, do thou, as victorious, bring ample offerings to my temples, and having renewed the religious institutions of your country, the care of which has been given up, perform them in the usual manner. Upon this the captive prophet began to be held in high esteem, and Cornelius and Postumius, the military tribunes, began to employ him for the expiation of the Alban prodigy, and to appease the gods in due form. And it was at length discovered wherein the gods found fault with the neglect of the ceremonies and the omission of the customary rites. That it was undoubtedly nothing else, than that the magistrates, having been appointed under some defect, in their election, had not directed the Latin festival and the solemnities on the Alban Mount with due regularity. The only mode of expiation in the case was, that the military tribunes should resign their office, the auspices be taken anew, and an interregnum be adopted. All these things were performed according to a decree of the Senate. There were 3 interreges in succession, Lucius Valerius, Quintus Servilius Fidenas, Marcus Furius Camillus. In the meantime disturbances never ceased to exist, the tribunes of the commons impeding the elections until it was previously stipulated, that the greater number of the military tribunes should be elected out of the commons. Whilst these things are going on, assemblies of Etruria were held at the temple of Voltumna, and the Capanations and Felicians demanding that all the states of Etruria should by common consent and resolve aid in raising the siege of Veii. The answer given was, that on a former occasion they had refused that to the Veientians, because they had no right to demand aid from those from whom they had not solicited advice on so important a matter. That for the present their own condition instead of themselves denied it to them, more especially in that part of Etruria. That a strange nation, the Gauls, were become new neighbors, with whom they neither had a sufficiently secure peace, nor a certainty of war, to the blood, however. And the name and the present dangers of their kinsmen this, mark of respect, was paid, that if any of their youth were disposed to go to that war, they would not prevent them. Hence there was a report at Rome, that a great number of enemies had arrived, and in consequence the intestine dissensions began to subside, as is usual, through alarm for the general safety. Without opposition on the part of the patricians, the prerogative tribe elect Publius Licinius Calvus military tribune without his suing for it, a man of tried moderation in his former tribunate, but now of extreme old age. And it was observed that all were re-elected in regular succession out of the college of the same year, Lucius Titinius, Publius Manius, Publius Maelius, Gnaeus Janutius, Lucius Attilius, before these were proclaimed. The tribes being summoned in the ordinary course, Publius Licinius Calvus, by permission of the Interrex, spoke as follows: Romans, I perceive that from the recollection of our administration you are seeking an omen of concord. A thing most important at the present time, for the ensuing year. If you re-elect the same colleagues, improved also by experience, in me you no longer behold the same person, but the shadow and name of Publius Licinius now left. The powers of my body are decayed, my senses of sight and hearing are grown dull, my memory falters, the vigor of my mind is blunted. Behold here a youth, says he, holding his son, the representation and image of him whom ye formerly made a military tribune, the first from among the commons. This youth, formed under my own discipline, I present and dedicate to the commonwealth as a substitute for myself. And I beseech you, Romans, that the honor readily offered by yourselves to me, you would grant to his suit, and to my prayers added in his behalf. The favor was granted to the request of the father, and his son, Publius Licinius, was declared military tribune with consular power along with those whom I have mentioned above. Titinius and Janutius, military tribunes, proceeded against the Felicians and Capenatians, and whilst they conduct the war with more courage than conduct, they fall into an ambush. Janutius, atoning for his temerity by an honorable death, fell among the foremost in front of the standards. Titinius, having collected his men from the great confusion, into which they were thrown, on a rising ground, restored their order of battle, nor did he, however, venture to engage the enemy on even ground. More of disgrace than of loss was sustained, which was well nigh proving a great calamity, so much alarm was excited not only at Rome, whither an exaggerated account of it had reached, but in the camp also at Veii. There the soldiers were with difficulty restrained from flight, as a report had spread through the camp that, the generals and army having been cut to pieces, the victorious Capenatians and Felicians and all the youth of Etruria were not far off. At Rome they gave credit to accounts still more alarming than these, that the camp at Veii was now attacked, that a part of the enemy was now advancing to the city prepared for an attack, they crowded to the walls, and supplications of the matrons, which the public panic had called forth from their houses, were offered up in the temples. And the gods were petitioned by prayers, that they would repel destruction from the houses and temples of the city and from the walls of Rome, and that they would avert the terror to Veii, if the sacred rites had been duly renewed. If the prodigies had been expiated. The games and the Latin festival had now been performed anew, now the water from the Alban lake had been discharged upon the fields, and the fates were demanding, the ruin of Veii. Accordingly a general destined for the destruction of that city and the preservation of his country, Marcus Furius Camillus, being nominated dictator, appointed Publius Cornelius Scipio his master of the horse. The change of the generals suddenly produced a change in everything. Their hopes seemed different, the spirits of the people were different, the fortune also of the city seemed changed. First of all, he punished according to military discipline those who had fled from Veii in that panic, and took measures that the enemy should not be the most formidable object to the soldier. Then a levy being proclaimed for a certain day, he himself in the meanwhile makes an excursion to Veii to strengthen the spirits of the soldiers, thence he returns to Rome to enlist the new army, not a single man declining the service. Youth from foreign states also, Latins and Hernicians, came, promising their service for the war. After the dictator returned them thanks in the Senate, all preparations being now completed for the war, he vowed, according to a decree of the Senate, that he would, on the capture of Veii, celebrate the great games, and that he would repair and dedicate the temple of Mother Matuta, which had been formerly consecrated by King Servius Tullius. Having set out from the city with his army amid the high expectation rather than mere hopes of persons, he first encountered the Felicians and Capenatians in the district of Nepote. Everything there being managed with consummate prudence and skill, was attended, as is usual, with success. He not only routed the enemy in battle, but he stripped them also of their camp, and obtained a great quantity of spoil, the principal part of which was handed over to the quaestor, not much was given to the soldiers. From thence the army was marched to Veii, and additional forts close to each other were erected. And by a proclamation being issued, that no one should fight without orders, the soldiers were taken off from those skirmishes, which frequently took place at random between the wall and rampart, so as to apply, to the work. Of all the works, far the greatest and more laborious was a mine which they commenced to carry into the enemy's citadel. And that the work might not be interrupted, and that the continued labor underground might not exhaust the same individuals, he divided the number of pioneers into 6 companies. 6 hours were allotted for the work in rotation. Nor by night or day did they give up, until they made a passage into the citadel. When the dictator now saw that the victory was in his hands, that a most opulent city was on the point of being taken, and that there would be more spoil than had been obtained in all previous wars taken together, that he might not incur either the resentment of the soldiers from a parsimonious partition of the plunder, or displeasure among the patricians from a prodigal lavishing of it, he sent a letter to the Senate, that by the kindness of the immortal gods, his own measures, and the perseverance of the soldiers, Veii would be soon in the power of the Roman people. What did they think should be done with respect to the spoil? 2 opinions divided the Senate. The one that of the elder Publius Licinius, who on being first asked by his son, as they say, proposed it as his opinion, that a proclamation should be openly sent forth to the people, that whoever wished to share in the plunder should proceed to the camp before Veii. The other that of Appius Claudius, who, censuring such profusion as unprecedented, extravagant, partial, and one that was unadvisable, if they should once judge it criminal, that money taken from the enemy should be deposited in the treasury when exhausted by wars, advised their pay to be paid to the soldiers out of that money, so that the commons might thereby have to pay less tax. For that, the families of all would feel their share of such a bounty in equal proportion. That the hands of the idlers in the city, ever greedy for plunder, would not then carry off the prizes due to brave warriors, as it generally so happens that according as each individual is wont to seek the principal part of the toil and danger, so is he the least active as a plunderer. Licinius, on the other hand, argued that the money in that case would ever prove the source of jealousy and animosity, and that it would afford grounds for charges before the commons, and thence for seditions and new laws. That it was more advisable therefore that the feelings of the commons should be conciliated by that bounty, that succor should be afforded them, exhausted and drained by a tax of so many years, and that they should feel the fruits arising from a war, in which they had in a manner grown old. What each took from the enemy with his own hand and brought home with him would be more gratifying and delightful, than if he were to receive a much larger share at the will of another. That the dictator himself wished to shun the odium and recriminations arising from the matter, for that reason he transferred it to the Senate. The Senate, too, ought to hand the matter thus referred to them over to the commons, and suffer every man to have what the fortune of war gave to him. This proposition appeared to be the safer, as it would make the Senate popular. A proclamation was therefore issued, that those who chose should proceed to the camp to the dictator for the plunder of Veii. The vast multitude who went filled the camp. Then the dictator, going forth after taking the auspices, having issued orders that the soldiers should take arms, says, "Under thy guidance, O Pythian Apollo, and inspired by thy divinity, I proceed to destroy the city of Veii. And I vow to thee the 10th part of the spoil. Thee also, Queen Juno, who inhabitest Veii, I beseech, that thou wilt accompany us, when victors, into our city, soon to be thine, where a temple worthy of thy majesty shall receive thee." Having offered up these prayers, there being more than a sufficient number of men, he assaults the city on every quarter, in order that the perception of the danger threatening them from the mine might be diminished. The Veientians, ignorant that they had already been doomed by their own prophets, already by foreign oracles, that the gods had been already invited to a share in their plunder, that some, called out by vows from their city, were looking towards the temple of the enemy and new habitations, and that they were spending that the last day of their existence, fearing nothing less than that, their walls being undermined, the citadel was now filled with enemies, briskly run to the walls in arms, wondering what could be the reason that, when no one had stirred from the Roman posts for so many days, then, as if struck with sudden fury, they should run heedlessly to the walls. A fabulous narrative is introduced here, that, when the king of the Veientians was offering sacrifice, the voice of the Auspex, declaring that the victory was given to him who should cut up the entrails of that victim, having been heard in the mine, incited the Roman soldiers to burst open the mine, carry off the entrails, and bring them to the dictator. But in matters of such remote antiquity, I should deem it sufficient, if matters bearing a resemblance to truth be admitted as true. Such stories as this, more suited to display on the stage, which delights in the marvelous, than to historic authenticity, it is not worth while either to affirm or refute. The mine, at this time full of chosen men, suddenly discharged the armed troops in the temple of Juno which was in the citadel of Veii. Some of them attacked the rear of the enemy on the walls, some tore open the bars of the gates. Some set fire to the houses, while stones and tiles were thrown down from the roofs by the women and slaves. Clamor, consisting of the various voices of the assailants and the terrified, mixed with the crying of women and children, fills every place. The soldiers being in an instant beaten off from the walls, and the gates being thrown open, some entering in bodies, others scaling the deserted walls, the city become filled with enemies, fighting takes place in every quarter. Then, much slaughter being now made, the ardor of the fight abates, and the dictator commands the heralds to proclaim that the unarmed should be spared. This put an end to bloodshed. Then laying down their arms, they commenced to surrender. And, by permission of the dictator, the soldiers disperse in quest of plunder. And when this was collected before his eyes, greater in quantity and in the value of the effects than he had hoped or expected, the dictator, raising his hands to heaven, is said to have prayed, that if his success and that of the Roman people seemed excessive to any of the gods and men, it might be permitted to the Roman people to appease that jealousy with as little detriment as possible to himself and the Roman people. It is recorded that, when turning about during this prayer, he stumbled and fell. And to persons judging of the matter by subsequent events, that seem to refer as an omen to Camillus' own condemnation, and the disaster of the city of Rome being akin, which happened a few years after. And that day was consumed in slaughtering the enemy and in the plunder of this most opulent city. On the following day the dictator sold the inhabitants of free condition by auction. That was the only money applied to public use, not without resentment on the part of the people, and for the spoil they brought home with them. They felt no obligation either to their commander, who, in his search for abettors of his own parsimony, had referred to the Senate a matter within his own jurisdiction, or to the Senate, but to the Licinian family, of which the son had laid the matter before the Senate, and the father had been the proposer of so popular a resolution. When all human wealth had been carried away from Veii, they then began to remove the offerings to their gods and the gods themselves, but more after the manner of worshippers than of plunderers. For youths selected from the entire army, to whom the charge of conveying Queen Juno to Rome was assigned, after having thoroughly washed their bodies and arrayed themselves in white garments, entered her temple with profound adoration. Applying their hands at first with religious awe, because, according to the Etrurian usage, no one but a priest of a certain family had been accustomed to touch that statue. Then when some one, moved either by divine inspiration, or in youthful jocularity, said, "Juno, art thou willing to go to Rome?" the rest joined in shouting that the goddess had nodded assent. To the story an addition was afterwards made, that her voice was heard, declaring that she was willing. Certain it is, we are informed that, having been raised from her place by machines of trifling power, she was light and easily removed, like as if she, willingly, followed. And that she was conveyed safe to the Aventine, her eternal seat, whither the vows of the dictator had invited her, where the same Camillus who had vowed it, afterwards dedicated a temple to her. Such was the fall of Veii, the wealthiest city of the Etrurian nation, which even in its final overthrow demonstrated its greatness. For having been besieged for 10 summers and winters without intermission, after it had inflicted considerably greater losses than it had sustained, eventually, fate now at length urging its destruction. It was carried after all by the contrivances of art, not by force. When news was brought to Rome that Veii was taken, although both the prodigies had been expiated, and the answers of the prophets and the Pythian responses were well known, and though they had selected as their commander Marcus Furius, the greatest general of the day, which was doing as much to promote success as could be done by human prudence. Yet because the war had been carried on there for so many years with various success, and many losses had been sustained, their joy was unbounded, as if for an event not expected. And before the Senate could pass any decree, all the temples were crowded with Roman matrons returning thanks to the gods. The Senate decrees supplications for the space of 4 days, a number of days greater than was prescribed in any former war. The dictator's arrival also, all ranks pouring out to meet him, was better attended than that of any general before, and his triumph considerably surpassed all the ordinary style of honoring such a day. The most conspicuous of all was himself, riding through the city in a chariot drawn by white horses, and that appeared unbecoming, not to say a citizen, but even a human being. The people considered it an outrage on religion that the dictator's equipage should emulate that of Jupiter and Apollo, and for that single reason his triumph was rather splendid than pleasing. He then contracted for a temple for Queen Juno on Mount Aventine, and consecrated that of Mother Matuta, and, after having performed these services to the gods and to mankind, he laid down his dictatorship. They then began to consider regarding the offering to Apollo. And when Camillus stated that he had vowed the 10th part of the spoil to him, and the pontiff declared that the people ought to discharge their own obligation, a plan was not readily struck out of ordering the people to refund the spoil, so that the due proportion might be set aside out of it for sacred purposes. At length they had recourse to this which seemed the easiest course, that, whoever wished to acquit himself and his family of the religious obligation, after he had made his own estimate of his portion of the plunder, should pay into the treasury the value of the 10th part, so that out of it a golden offering worthy of the grandeur of the temple and the divinity of the god might be made, suitable to the dignity of the Roman people. This contribution also tended to alienate the affections of the commons from Camillus. During these transactions ambassadors came from the Volscians and Equins to sue for peace. And peace was obtained, rather that the state wearied by so tedious a war might obtain repose, than that the petitioners were deserving of it. After the capture of Veii, the following year had 6 military tribunes with consular power, the 2 Publii Cornelii, Cassius and Scipio, Marcus Valerius Maximus a second time, Piso Fabius Ambustus a third time, Lucius Furius Metellinus a 5th time, Quintus Servilius a 3rd time. To the Cornelii the Cilician War, to Valerius and Servilius the Capinatian War, fell by lot. By them no cities were attempted by storm or by siege, but the country was laid waste, and the plunder of the effects on the lands was driven off. Not a single fruit tree, not a vegetable was left on the land. These losses reduced the people of Capena. Peace was granted to them on their suing for it. The war among the Cilicians still continued. At Rome in the meantime sedition became multiplied, and for the purpose of assuaging this they resolved that a colony should be sent off to the Volscian country, for which 3,000 Roman citizens should be enrolled. And the triumvirs appointed for the purpose, distributed 3 acres and 7/12 to each man. This donation began to be scorned, because they thought that it was offered as a solace for the disappointment of higher hopes. For why were the commons to be sent into exile to the Volscians, when the magnificent city of Veii was still in view, and the Veientian territory, more fertile and extensive than the Roman territory? The city also they extolled as preferable to the city of Rome, both in situation, in the grandeur of its enclosures, and buildings, both public and private. Nay, even that scheme was proposed, which after the taking of Rome by the Gauls was still more strongly urged, of removing to Veii. But they destined Veii to be inhabited by half the commons and half the Senate. And that 2 cities of one common republic might be inhabited by the Roman people. When the nobles strove against these measures so strenuously, as to declare that they would sooner die in the sight of the Roman people, than that any of these things should be put to the vote. For that now in one city there were so many dissensions, what would there be in 2? Would any one prefer a vanquished to a victorious city, and suffer Veii now after being captured to enjoy greater prosperity than it had before its capture? Lastly, that they may be forsaken in their country by their fellow citizens. That no power should ever oblige them to forsake their country and fellow citizens, and follow Titus Licinius, for he was the tribune of the commons who proposed the measure, as a founder to Veii, abandoning the divine Romulus, the son of a god, the parent and founder of the city of Rome. When these proceedings were going on with shameful contentions, for the patricians had drawn over, 1/2 of the tribunes of the commons to their sentiments, nothing else obliged the commons to refrain from violence. But that whenever a clamor was set up for the purpose of commencing a riot, the principal members of the Senate, presenting themselves among the foremost to the crowd, ordered that they themselves should be attacked, struck, and put to death. Whilst they abstained from violating their age, dignity, and honorable station, their respect for them checked their rage even with respect to similar attempts on others. Camillus, at every opportunity and in all places, stated publicly, that this was not at all surprising, that the state was gone mad. Which, though bound by a vow, yet felt greater concern in all other matters than in acquitting itself of its religious obligations. He would say nothing of the contribution of an alms more strictly speaking than of a tenth. Since each man bound himself in his private capacity by it, the public was set free. However, that his conscience would not permit him to pass this over in silence, that out of that spoil only which consisted of movable effects, a tenth was set apart. That no mention was made of the city and captured land, which were also included in the vow. As the discussion of this point seemed difficult to the Senate, it was referred to the pontiffs. Camillus being invited, to the council, the college decided, that whatever had belonged to the Veientians before the uttering of the vow, and had come into the power of the Roman people after the vow was made, of that a tenth part was sacred to Apollo. Thus the city and land were brought into the estimate. The money was issued from the treasury, and the consular tribunes of the soldiers were commissioned to purchase gold with it. And when there was not a sufficient quantity of this metal, the matrons having held meetings to deliberate on the subject, and by a general resolution having promised the military tribunes their gold and all their ornaments, brought them into the treasury. This circumstance was peculiarly grateful to the Senate, and they say that in return for this generosity the honor was conferred on the matrons, that they might use covered chariots, when going, to public worship and the games, and open chaises on festival and common days. A certain weight of gold being received from each and valued, in order that the price might be paid for it, it was resolved that a golden bowl should be made of it, which was to be carried to Delphos as an offering to Apollo. As soon as they disengaged their minds from the religious obligation, the tribunes of the commons renew their seditious practices. The populace are excited against all the nobles, but above all against Camillus, that he by confiscating and consecrating the plunder of Veii had reduced it to nothing. The absent nobles, they abuse in violent terms, they evince a respect for them in their presence, when they voluntarily presented themselves to their fury. As soon as they perceived that the business would be protracted beyond that year, they re-elect as tribunes of the commons for the following year the same abettors of the law. And the patricians strove to accomplish the same thing with respect to those who were opponents of the law. Thus the same persons in a great measure were re-elected tribunes of the commons. At the election of military tribunes the patricians succeeded by their utmost exertions in having Marcus Furius Camillus elected. They pretended that he was wanted as a commander on account of the wars. But he was intended as an opponent to the tribunes in their profusion. The military tribunes with consular authority elected with Camillus were, Lucius Furius Metellinus a sixth time, Caius Aemilius, Lucius Valerius Publicola, Spurius Postumius, Publius Cornelius a second time. At the commencement of the year the tribunes of the commons took not a step until Marcus Furius Camillus should set out to the Philicians, as that war had been assigned to him. Then by delaying the project cooled. And Camillus, whom they chiefly dreaded as an antagonist, acquired an increase of glory among the Philicians. For when the enemy at first confined themselves within the walls, considering it the safest plan, by laying waste their lands and burning their houses, he compelled them to come forth from the city. But their fears prevented them from proceeding to any considerable length. At about a mile from the town they pitched their camp. Trusting that it was sufficiently secure from no other cause than the difficulty of the approaches, the roads around being rough and craggy, in some parts narrow, in others steep. But Camillus having followed the direction of a prisoner belonging to the country as his guide, decamping at an advanced hour of the night, at break of day shows himself on ground considerably higher than theirs. The Romans worked at the fortifications in 3 divisions, the rest of the army stood prepared for battle. There he routs and puts to flight the enemy when they attempted to interrupt his works. And such terror was struck into the Philicians in consequence, that, in their precipitate flight passing by their own camp which lay in their way, they made for the city. Many were slain and wounded, before that in their panic they could make their way through the gates. Their camp was taken, the spoil was given up to the quaestors, to the great dissatisfaction of the soldiers. But overcome by the strictness of his authority, they both hated and admired the same firmness of conduct. Then a regular siege of the city took place, and the lines of circumvallation were carried on, and sometimes occasional attacks were made by the townsmen on the Roman posts, and slight skirmishes took place, and the time was spent. No hope of success, inclining to either side, whilst corn and other provisions were possessed in much greater abundance by the besieged than the besiegers from the store, which had been previously laid in. And their toil appeared likely to prove just as tedious as it had at Veii, had not fortune presented to the Roman general at once both an opportunity for displaying his virtuous firmness of mind already tested in warlike affairs, and a speedy victory. It was the custom among the Philicians to employ the same person as preceptor and private tutor for their children, and, as continues the usage to this day in Greece, several youths were entrusted to the care of one man. The person who appeared to excel in knowledge, instructed, as it is natural to suppose, the children of the leading men. As he had established it as a custom during peace to carry the boys out beyond the city for the sake of play and of exercise. That custom not having been discontinued during the existence of the war. Then drawing them away from the gate, sometimes in shorter, sometimes in longer excursions, advancing farther than usual, when an opportunity offered, by varying their play in conversation, he led them on between the enemy's guards. And thence to the Roman camp into his tent to Camillus. There to the atrocious act he added a still more atrocious speech, that he had delivered Falerii into the hands of the Romans, when he put into their power those children, whose parents are there at the head of affairs. When Camillus heard this, he says, "Wicked as thou art, thou hast come with thy villainous offering neither to a people nor a commander like thyself. Between us and the Philicians there exists not that form of society which is established by human compact, but between both there does exist, and ever will exist, that which nature has implanted. There are laws of war as well of peace. And we have learned to wage them justly not less than bravely. We carry arms not against that age which is spared even when towns are taken, but against men who are themselves armed, and who, not having been injured or provoked by us, attacked the Roman camp at Veii. Those thou hast surpassed, as far as lay in you, by an unprecedented act of villainy. I shall conquer them, as I did Veii, by Roman arts, by bravery, labor, and by arms." Then having stripped him naked, and tied his hands behind his back, he delivered him up to the boys to be brought back to Falerii, and supplied them with rods to scourge the traitor and drive him into the city. At which spectacle, a crowd of people being assembled, afterwards the Senate being convened by the magistrates on the extraordinary circumstance, so great a change was produced in their sentiments, that the entire state earnestly demanded peace at the hands of those, who lately, outrageous by hatred and anger, almost preferred the fate of the Veientians to the peace of the Capenations. The Roman faith, the justice of the commander, are cried up in the Forum and in the Senate house. And by universal consent ambassadors set out to the camp to Camillus, and thence by permission of Camillus to Rome to the Senate, in order to deliver up Falerii. When introduced before the Senate, they are represented as having spoken thus: "Conscript fathers, overcome by you and your commander by a victory at which neither God nor man can feel displeasure, we surrender ourselves to you. Considering that we shall live more happily under your rule than under our own law, than which nothing can be more glorious for a conqueror. In the result of this war, two salutary examples have been exhibited to mankind. You preferred faith in war to present victory. We, challenged by your good faith, have voluntarily given up to you the victory. We are under your sovereignty. Send men to receive our arms, our hostages, our city with its gates thrown open. You shall never have to repent of our fidelity, nor we of your dominion." Thanks were returned to Camillus both by the enemy and by his own countrymen. Money was required of the Philicians to pay off the soldiers for that year, that the Roman people might be relieved from the tribute. Peace being granted, the army was led back to Rome. When Camillus returned home, signalized by much more solid glory than when white horses had drawn him through the city, having vanquished the enemy by justice and good faith, the Senate did not conceal their sense of respect for him, but immediately set about acquitting him of his vow. And Lucius Valerius, Lucius Sergius, Aulus Manlius, being sent in a ship of war as ambassadors to carry the golden bowl to Delphos as an offering to Apollo, were intercepted by the pirates of the Lyprenses not far from the Sicilian Strait, and carried to Lipari. It was the custom of the state to make a division of all booty which was acquired, as it were, by public piracy. On that year it so happened that one Timesitheus filled the office of chief magistrate, a man more like the Romans than his own countrymen, who, himself reverencing the name of ambassadors, and the offering, and the God to whom it was sent, and the cause of the offering, impressed the multitude also, who almost on all occasions resemble their ruler, with a sense of religious justice. And after having brought the ambassadors to a public entertainment, escorted them with the protection of some ships to Delphos, and from thence brought them back in safety to Rome. By a decree of the Senate a league of hospitality was formed with him, and presents were conferred on him by the state. During the same year the war with the Equins was conducted with varying success, so that it was a matter of doubt both among the troops themselves and at Rome, whether they had been victorious or were vanquished. The Roman commanders were Caius Aemilius and Spurius Postumius, two of the military tribunes. At first they acted in conjunction, then, after the enemy were routed in the field, it was agreed that Aemilius should take possession of Virugo with a certain force, and that Postumius should devastate the country. There, as the latter proceeded rather negligently, and with his troops irregularly drawn up, he was attacked by the Equins, and an alarm being occasioned, he was driven to the nearest hill. And the panic spread from thence to Virugo to the other detachment of the army. When Postumius, having withdrawn his men to a place of safety, summoned an assembly and upbraided them with their fright and flight, with having been beaten by a most cowardly and dastardly enemy, the entire army shouted aloud that they deserved to hear all this, and admitted the disgrace they had incurred. But, they promised, that they would make amends, and that the enemy's joy should not be of long duration. Demanding that he would instantly lead them from thence to the camp of the enemy, this lay in the plain within their view, they submitted to any punishment, if they did not take it before night. Having praised them, he orders them to take refreshment, and to be in readiness at the fourth watch. And the enemy, in order to prevent the flight of the Romans from the hill through the road which led to Virugo, were posted to meet them. And the battle commenced before daylight, but the moon was up all the night, and was not more confused than a battle fought by day. But the shout having reached Virugo, when they thought that the Roman camp was attacked, occasioned such a panic, that in spite of the entreaties of Aemilius and his efforts to stop them, they fled to Tusculum in great disorder. From thence a report was carried to Rome that Postumius and his army were cut to pieces. When the dawn of day had removed all apprehension of an ambuscade in case of a hasty pursuit, after riding through the ranks, by demanding the performance of their promises he infused such ardor into them, that the Equins could no longer withstand their impetuosity. Then the slaughter of them in their flight, such as takes place when matters are conducted more under the influence of anger than of courage, was continued even to the total destruction of the enemy, and the melancholy news from Tusculum, the state having been alarmed without cause, was followed by a letter from Postumius decked with laurel, announcing that the victory belonged to the Roman people, that the army of the Equins was destroyed. As the proceedings of the plebeian tribunes had not yet attained a termination, both the commons exerted themselves to continue their office for the promoters of the law, and the patricians to re-elect the opponents of the law. But the commons were more successful in the election of their own magistrates, which annoyance the patricians avenged by passing a decree of the Senate that consuls should be elected, magistrates detested by the commons. After an interval of 15 years, Lucius Lucretius Flavius and Servius Sulpicius Camerinus were appointed consuls. In the beginning of this year, whilst the tribunes of the commons united their efforts to pass the law, because none of their college were likely to oppose them, and the consuls resisted them with no less energy, the equine storm Vitellia, a Roman colony in their territory. The chief part of the colonists made their way in safety to Rome, because the town, having been taken by treachery in the night, afforded an unimpeded mode of escape by the remote side of the city. That province fell to the lot of Lucius Lucretius the consul. He, having set out with his army, vanquished the enemy in the field, and returned victorious to Rome to a much more serious contest. A day of trial had been appointed for Aulus Virginius and Quintus Pomponius, plebeian tribunes of the 2 preceding years, in whose defense by the combined power of the patricians, the honor of the Senate was involved. For no one laid against them any other impeachment, either of their mode of life or of their conduct in office, save that, to gratify the patricians, they had protested against the tribunician law. The resentment of the commons, however, prevailed over the influence of the Senate, and by a most pernicious precedent these men, though innocent, were condemned to pay a fine of 10,000 asses in weight. At this the patricians were very much incensed. Camillus openly charged the commons with gross violation of duty, who, now turning their venom against their own body, did not feel that by their iniquitous sentence on the tribune they abolished the right of protesting. That abolishing this right of protesting, they had upset the tribunician authority. For they were mistaken in expecting that the patricians would tolerate the unbridled licentiousness of that office. If tribunician violence could not be repelled by tribunician aid, that the patricians would find out some other weapon. The consuls he also blamed, because they had in silence suffered those tribunes who had followed the authority of the Senate to be deceived by their reliance on the public faith. By openly expressing these sentiments, he every day still further exasperated the angry feelings of the people. But he ceased not to urge the Senate to oppose the law. That when the day for proposing the law had arrived they should go down to the forum with no other feeling than as men who remembered that they had to contend for their altars and homes, and the temples of the gods, and the soil in which they had been born. For that as far as he himself individually was concerned, if during this contest, to be sustained, by his country it were allowable for him to think of his own glory, it would even reflect honor on himself. That a city captured by him should be densely inhabited, that he would daily enjoy the monument of his glory, and that he would have before his eyes a city borne by him in his triumph, that all would tread in the footsteps of his renown. But that he deemed it an impiety that a city deserted and forsaken by the immortal gods should be inhabited, that the Roman people should reside in a captive soil, and that a vanquished should be taken in exchange for a victorious country. Stimulated by these exhortations of their leader, the patricians, both young and old, entered the forum in a body, when the law was about to be proposed, and dispersing themselves through the tribes, each earnestly appealing to the members of their own tribe, began to entreat them with tears, not to desert that country for which they themselves and their fathers had fought most valiantly and successfully, pointing to the capital, the temple of Vesta, and the other temples of the gods around. Not to drive the Roman people, exiles and outcasts, from their native soil and household gods into the city of the enemy, and not to bring matters to such a state, that it was better that Vi were not taken, lest Rome should be deserted. Because they proceeded not by violence, but by entreaties, and in the midst of these entreaties frequent mention was made of the gods. The greatest part of the people were influenced by religious scruples, and more tribes by one rejected the law than voted for it. And so gratifying was this victory to the patricians, that on the following day, on a motion made by the consuls, a decree of the Senate was passed, that 7 acres a man of Vaentian territory should be distributed to the commons. And not only to the fathers of families, but so that all persons in their house in a state of freedom should be considered, and that they might be willing to rear up their children with that prospect. The commons being won over by such a boon, no opposition was made to holding the elections for consuls. Lucius Valerius Potitus, and Marcus Manlius, who afterwards obtained the surname of Capitolinus, were elected consuls. These consuls celebrated the great games which Marcus Furius, when dictator, had vowed in the Vaentian War. In the same year the temple of Imperial Juno, vowed by the same dictator and during the same war, is dedicated. And they state that the dedication was attended with great zeal by the matrons. A war scarcely worth mentioning was waged with the Equins at Algidum, the enemies taking to flight almost before they commenced the fight. To Valerius, because he was more persevering in slaughtering them in their flight, a triumph was granted. It was decreed that Manlius should enter the city with an ovation. The same year a new war broke out with the Volsinians, whither an army could not be led, on account of a famine and pestilence in the Roman territories, which arose from drought and excessive heat. On account of which the Volsinians, forming a junction with the Salpinians, being elated with pride, made an unprovoked incursion into the Roman territories. War was then proclaimed against the two states. Caius Julius died during his censorship. Marcus Cornelius was substituted in his room, a proceeding which was afterwards considered as offensive to religion, because during that lustrum Rome was taken. Nor since that time has a censor ever been substituted in the room of one deceased. And the consuls being seized by the distemper, it was determined that the auspices should be taken anew during an interregnum. Therefore, when in pursuance of a decree of the Senate the consuls resigned their office, Marcus Furius Camillus is created interrex, who appointed Publius Cornelius Scipio interrex, and he afterwards Lucius Valerius Potatus. By him were appointed 6 military tribunes with consular power, so that, though any one of them should be incommoded by bad health, the state might have a sufficient number of magistrates. On the calends of July, the following entered on their office: Lucius Lucretius, Servius Sulpicius, Marcus Aemilius, Lucius Furius Metellinus a 7th time, Agrippa Furius, Caius Aemilius a 2nd time. Of these, Lucius Lucretius and Caius Aemilius got the Volsinians as their province. The Salpinians fell to the lot of Agrippa Furius and Servius Sulpicius. The first engagement was with the Volsinians. The war, important from the number of the enemy, was without difficulty brought to a close. At the first onset, their army was put to flight. 8,000 soldiers, hemmed in by the cavalry, laid down their arms and surrendered. The account received of that war had the effect of preventing the Salpinians from hazarding an engagement. The troops secured themselves within their towns. The Romans drove spoil in every direction, both from the Salpinian and Volsinian territory, there being no one to repel that aggression. Until a truce for 20 years was granted to the Volsinians, exhausted by the war, on this condition, that they should make restitution to the Roman people, and furnish the pay of the army for that year. During the same year, Marcus Caedicius, a plebeian, announced to the tribunes that in the new street, where the chapel now stands, above the temple of Vesta, he had heard in the silence of the night a voice louder than that of a human being, which ordered the magistrates to be told that the Gauls were approaching. This, as is usual, was disregarded, on account of the humble station of the author, and also because the nation was a remote one, and therefore the less known. And not only were the warnings of the gods disregarded, fate now impending, but further, the only human aid which was left them, Marcus Furius, they drove away from the city. Who, on a day of trial, being appointed for him by Lucius Apuleius, a tribune of the people, in reference to the Veientian spoil, he having also lost his son, a young man, about the same time. When he summoned to his house the members of his tribe and his dependents, they constituted a considerable portion of the commons, and having sounded their sentiments, he received for answer that they would contribute whatever fine he should be condemned to pay. That to acquit him they were unable, retired into exile. After praying to the immortal gods, that if that outrage was done to him without his deserving it, they would at the earliest opportunity give cause to his ungrateful country to regret his absence. In his absence he was fined 15,000 asses in weight. That citizen being driven away, who being present, Rome could not be captured, if any thing is certain regarding human affairs. The destined ruin now approaching the city, ambassadors came from the Closinians, soliciting aid against the Gauls. A report is current that that nation, allured by the delightfulness of the crops, and more especially of the wine, an enjoyment then new to them, crossed the Alps, and took possession of the lands formerly cultivated by the Etrurians. And that Aruns, a native of Clusium, introduced wine into Gaul for the purpose of enticing the nation, through resentment for his wife's having been debauched by Lucumo, whose guardian he himself had been, a very influential young man. and on whom vengeance could not be taken, unless foreign aid were resorted to. That this person served as a guide to them when crossing the Alps, and advised them to lay siege to Clusium. I would not indeed deny that the Gauls were brought to Clusium by Aruns or any other native of Clusium. But that those persons who laid siege to Clusium were not they who first crossed the Alps, is sufficiently certain. For 200 years before they laid siege to Clusium and captured the city of Rome, the Gauls passed over into Italy. Nor were these the first of the Etrurians with whom the Gauls fought, but long before that they frequently fought with those who dwelt between the Apennines and the Alps. Before the Roman Empire the sway of the Tuscans was much extended by land and by sea. How very powerful they were in the upper and lower seas, by which Italy is encompassed like an island. The names of these seas is a proof. The one of which the Italian nations have called the Tuscan Sea, the general appellation of the people, the other the Hadriatic, from Hadria, a colony of Tuscans. The Greeks call these same seas the Tyrrhenian and Hadriatic. This people inhabited the country extending to both seas in 12 cities, colonies equal in number to the mother cities having been sent, first on this side the Apennines towards the lower sea, afterwards to the other side of the Apennines. Who obtained possession of all the district beyond the Po, even as far as the Alps, except the corner of the Venetians, who dwell round the extreme point of the Hadriatic Sea. The Alpine nations also have this origin, more especially the Rhaetians, whom their very situation has rendered savage, so as to retain nothing of their original, except the accent of their language, and not even that without corruption. Concerning the passage of the Gauls into Italy we have heard as follows. In the reign of Tarquinius Priscus at Rome, the supreme government of the Celts, who composed the third part of Gaul, was in the hands of the Biturigians. They gave a king to the Celtic nation. This was Ambigatus, one very much distinguished by his merit, and both his great prosperity in his own concerns and in those of the public. For under his administration Gaul was so fruitful and so well peopled, that so very great a population appeared scarcely capable of being restrained by any government. He being now advanced in years, and anxious to relieve his kingdom of so oppressive a crowd, declares his intention to send his sister's sons, Bellovesus and Sigovesus, 2 enterprising youths, into whatever settlements the gods should grant them by augury, that they should take out with them as great a number of men as they pleased, so that no nation might be able to obstruct them in their progress. Then to Sigovesus the Hercynian forest was assigned by the oracle, to Bellovesus the gods marked out a much more cheering route into Italy. He carried out with him from the Biturigians, the Arvernians, the Senonians, the Eguans, the Amberians, the Carnutians, and the Alertians, all that was superfluous in their population. Having set out with an immense force of horse and foot, he arrived in the country of the Tricastinians. Next the Alps were opposed, to their progress, and I am not surprised that they should seem impassable, as they had never been climbed over through any path as yet, as far at least as tradition can extend. Unless we are disposed to believe the stories regarding Hercules. When the height of the mountains kept the Gauls there penned up as it were, and they were looking around, to discover, by what path they might pass into another world between the summits, which joined the sky, a religious scruple detained them. It having been announced to them that strangers in search of lands were attacked by the nation of the Salians. These were the Massilians, who had come by sea from Phocea. The Gauls, considering this an omen of their own fortune, assisted them in fortifying the ground which they had taken possession of on their first landing, covered with spacious woods. They themselves crossed the Alps through the Taurinian and pathless forests. And having defeated the Etrurians not far from the Ticinus, on hearing that the land in which they had posted themselves was called Insubria, the same name as the Insubras, a canton of the Aedui, embracing the omen of the place. They built a city there, and called it Mediolanum. Some time after another body, consisting of Cenomanians, having followed the tracks of the former under the conduct of Elatovius, crossed the Alps through the same forest, with the aid of Bellovesus, and settled themselves where the cities of Brixia and Verona now stand. The Libyans then possessed these places. After these came the Silurians, who fixed themselves near the ancient canton of the Ligurians called Livy, inhabiting the banks of the Ticinus. Next the Boians and Lingonians, having made their way over through the Pennine Pass, all the tract between the Po and the Alps being occupied, crossed the Po on rafts and drove out of the country not only the Etrurians, but the Umbrians also. They confined themselves however within the Apennines. Then the Senonians, the latest of these emigrants, took possession of the tract, extending, from the Utens to the Isis. I find that it was this nation that came to Clusium, and thence to Rome. Whether alone, or aided by all the nations of the Cisalpine Gauls, is not duly ascertained. The Clusians, terrified at their strange enemy, on beholding their great numbers, the forms of the men such as they had never seen, and the kind of arms they carried, and on hearing that the troops of the Etrurians had been frequently defeated by them on both sides of the Po, sent ambassadors to Rome to solicit aid from the Senate, though they had no claim on the Roman people, in respect either of alliance or friendship, except that they had not defended their relations the Veientians against the Roman people. No aid was obtained. 3 ambassadors were sent, sons of Marcus Fabius Ambustus, to treat with the Gauls in the name of the Senate and Roman people, that they should not attack the allies and friends of the Roman people from whom they had received no wrong, that they should be supported by the Romans even by force of arms, if circumstances obliged them. But it seemed better that war itself should be kept aloof, if possible, and that the Gauls, a nation strangers to them, should be known by peace, rather than by arms. The embassy was a mild one, had it not been consigned to ambassadors too hot in temper, and who resembled Gauls more than Romans. To whom, after they delivered their commission in the assembly of the Gauls, the following answer is returned: though the name of the Romans was new to their ears, yet they believed them to be brave men, whose aid was implored by the Clusians in their perilous conjuncture. And since they chose to defend their allies against them by negotiation rather than by arms, that they on their part would not reject the pacific terms which they propose, if the Clusians would give up to the Gauls in want of land a portion of their territories which they possessed to a greater extent than they could cultivate. Otherwise peace could not be obtained, that they wished to receive an answer in presence of the Romans, and if the land were refused them, that they would decide the matter with the sword in presence of the same Romans, that they might have an opportunity of carrying home an account how much the Gauls excelled all other mortals in bravery. On the Romans asking what right they had to demand land from the possessors, or to threaten war, in case of refusal, and what business the Gauls had in Etruria, and on their fiercely replying, that they carried their right in their swords, that all things were the property of the brave, with minds inflamed on both sides they severally have recourse to arms, and the battle is commenced. Here, fate now pressing hard on the Roman city, the ambassadors, contrary to the law of nations, take up arms, nor could this be done in secret, as 3 of the noblest and bravest of the Roman youth fought in the van of the Etrurians. So conspicuous was the valor of the foreigners. Moreover Quintus Fabius, riding out beyond the line, slew a general of the Gauls who was furiously charging the very standards of the Etrurians, having run him through the side with his spear, and the Gauls recognized him when stripping him of his spoils. And a signal was given throughout the entire line that he was a Roman ambassador. Giving up therefore their resentment against the Clusians, they sound a retreat, threatening the Romans. Some gave it as their opinion that they should proceed forthwith to Rome. The seniors prevailed, that ambassadors should be sent to complain of the injuries done them, and to demand that the Fabii should be given up to them in satisfaction for having violated the law of nations. When the ambassadors had stated matters, according to the instructions given to them, the conduct of the Fabii was neither approved by the Senate, and the barbarians seemed to them to demand what was just, but in the case of men of such station party favor prevented them from decreeing that which they felt to be right. Wherefore lest the blame of any misfortune, which might happen to be received in a war with the Gauls, should lie with them, they refer the consideration of the demands of the Gauls to the people, where influence and wealth were so predominant, that those persons, whose punishment was under consideration, were elected military tribunes with consular power for the ensuing year. At which proceeding the Gauls being enraged, as was very natural, openly menacing war, returned to their own party. With the 3 Fabii the military tribunes elected were Quintus Sulpicius Longus, Quintus Servilius a 4th time, Servius Cornelius Melogenensis. Though danger of such magnitude was impending, so completely does fortune blind the minds of men when she wishes not her threatening stroke to be foiled, a state, which against the Fidenatian and Vaentian enemies, and other neighboring states, had recourse to aid even from the most extreme quarters, and had appointed a dictator on many trying occasions, that same state now, when an enemy, never before seen or heard of, from the ocean and remotest regions of the earth, was advancing in arms against them, looked not for any extraordinary command or aid. Tribunes, by whose temerity the war had been brought on them, were appointed to the chief direction of affairs, and even making less of the war than fame had represented it, held the levy with no greater diligence than used to be exercised for ordinary wars. In the meanwhile the Gauls, on hearing that honor was even conferred on the violators of human law, and that their embassy was slighted, inflamed with resentment, over which that nation has no control, immediately snatched up their standards, and enter on their march with the utmost expedition. When the cities, alarmed at the tumult occasioned by them as they passed precipitately along, began to run to arms, and the peasants took to flight, they indicated by a loud shout that they were proceeding to Rome, taking up an immense space of ground, wherever they passed, with their horses and men, their troops spreading widely in every direction. But fame and the messengers of the Clusians, and then of the other states one after another, preceding them, the rapid advance of the enemy brought the greatest consternation to Rome. For, with their tumultuary troops hastily led on, they met them within the distance of the 11th milestone, where the river Allia, descending from the Crustuminian mountains in a very deep channel, joins the river Tiber not far below the road. Already all places in front and on each side were crowded with the enemy, and this nation, which has a natural turn for causeless confusion, by their harsh music and discordant clamors, filled all places with a horrible din. There the military tribunes, without having previously selected a place for their camp, without having previously raised a rampart to which they might have a retreat, unmindful of their duty to the gods, to say nothing of that to man, without taking auspices or offering sacrifices, draw up their line, which was extended towards the flanks, lest they should be surrounded by the great numbers of the enemy. Still their front could not be made equal to that of the enemy, though by thinning their line they rendered their center weak and scarcely connected. There was on the right a small eminence, which it was determined to fill with bodies of reserve. And that circumstance, as it was the first cause of their dismay and flight, so it proved their only means of safety in their flight. For Brennus, the chieftain of the Gauls, being chiefly apprehensive of some design being intended in the small number of the enemy, thinking that the high ground had been seized for this purpose, that, when the Gauls had been engaged in front with the line of the legions, the reserve was to make an attack on their rear and flank, directed his troops against the reserve, certain, that if he had dislodged them from their ground, the victory would be easy in the plain for a force which had so much the advantage in point of numbers. Thus not only fortune, but judgment also stood on the side of the barbarians. In the opposite army there appeared nothing like Romans, either in the commanders, or in the soldiers. Terror and dismay had taken possession of their minds, and such a forgetfulness of everything, that a far greater number of them fled to Veii, a city of their enemy, though the Tiber stood in their way, than by the direct road to Rome, to their wives and children. Their situation defended the reserve for some time. Throughout the remainder of the line, as soon as the shout was heard, by those who stood nearest on their flank, and by those at a distance on their rear, almost before they could look at the enemy as yet untried, not only without attempting to fight, but without even returning the shout, fresh and unhurt they took to flight. Nor was there any slaughter of them in the act of fighting, but their rear was cut to pieces, whilst they obstructed their flight by their struggling one with another. Great slaughter was made on the bank of the Tiber, whither the entire left wing, having thrown down their arms, directed their flight. And many who did not know how to swim, or were exhausted, being weighed down by their coats of mail and other defensive armor, were swallowed up in the current. The greatest part however escaped safe to Veii, whence not only no reinforcement, but not even an account of their defeat, was forwarded to Rome. Those on the right wing which had been posted at a distance from the river, and rather near the foot of the mountain, all made for Rome, and, without even shutting the gates, fled into the citadel. The miraculous attainment of so sudden a victory held even the Gauls in a state of stupefaction. And at first they stood motionless with panic, as if not knowing what had happened, then they apprehended a stratagem. At length they began to collect the spoils of the slain, and to pile up the arms in heaps, as is their custom. Then, at length, when no appearance of anything hostile was anywhere observed, having proceeded on their journey, they reached the city of Rome not long before sunset, where when some horsemen, who had advanced before, brought back word that the gates were not shut, that no guard was posted before the gates, no armed troops on the walls, another cause of amazement similar to the former made them halt. And dreading the night and ignorance of the situation of the city, they posted themselves between Rome and the Anio. After sending scouts about the walls and the several gates to ascertain what plans the enemy would adopt in their desperate circumstances. With respect to the Romans, as the greater part had gone to Veii from the field of battle, and no one supposed that any survived except those who had fled back to Rome, being all lamented as lost, both those living and those dead. They caused the entire city to be filled with wailings. The alarm for the public interest stifled private sorrow, as soon as it was announced that the enemy were at hand. Presently the barbarians patrolling around the walls in troops, they heard their yells and the dissonant clangor of their arms. All the interval up to the next day kept their minds in such a state of suspense, that an assault seemed every moment about to be made on the city. On their first approach, when they arrived at the city, it was expected. For if this were not their design, that they would have remained at the Alia, then toward sunset, because there was not much of the day remaining, they imagined that they would attack them before night. Then that the design was deferred until night, in order to strike the greater terror. At length the approach of light struck them with dismay. And the calamity itself followed closely upon their continued apprehension of it, when the troops entered the gates in hostile array. During that night, however, and the following day, the state by no means bore any resemblance to that which had fled in so dastardly a manner at the Alia. For as there was not a hope that the city could be defended, so small a number of troops now remaining, it was determined that the youth fit for military service, and the abler part of the Senate with their wives and children, should retire into the citadel and capital. And having collected stores of arms and corn, and thence from a fortified post, that they should defend the deities, and the inhabitants. And the Roman name, that the Flamen, Quirinalis, and the Vestal priestesses should carry away far from slaughter and conflagration the objects appertaining to the religion of the state, and that their worship should not be intermitted, until there remained no one who should continue it. If the citadel and capital, the mansion of the gods, if the Senate, the source of public counsel, if the youth of military age, should survive the impending ruin of the city, the loss would be light of the aged, the crowd left behind in the city, and who were sure to perish under any circumstances. And in order that the plebeian portion of the multitude might bear the thing with greater resignation, the aged men, who had enjoyed triumphs and consulships, openly declared that they would die along with them, and that they would not burden the scanty stores of the armed men with those bodies, with which they were now unable to bear arms, or to defend their country. Such was the consolation addressed to each other by the aged now destined to death. Their exhortations were then turned to the band of young men, whom they escorted to the capital and citadel, commending to their valor and youth whatever might be the remaining fortune of a city, which for 360 years had been victorious in all its wars. When those who carried with them all their hope and resources, parted with the others, who had determined not to survive the ruin of their captured city. Both the circumstance itself and the appearance it exhibited was really distressing, and also the weeping of the women, and their undecided running together, following now these, now those, and asking their husbands and children what was to become of them, all together, left nothing that could be added to human misery. A great many of them, however, escorted their friends into the citadel, no one either preventing or inviting them. Because the measure which was advantageous to the besieged, that of reducing the number of useless persons, was but little in accordance with humanity. The rest of the crowd, chiefly plebeians, whom so small a hill could not contain, nor could they be supported amid such a scarcity of corn, pouring out of the city as if in one continued train, repaired to the Janiculum. From thence some were dispersed through the country, some made for the neighboring cities, without any leader or concert, following each his own hopes, his own plans, those of the public being given up as lost. In the meantime the Flamen Quirinalis and the Vestal Virgins, laying aside all concern for their own affairs, consulting which of the sacred deposits should be carried with them, which should be left behind. For they had not strength to carry them all, or what place would best preserve them in safe custody, consider it best to put them into casks and to bury them in the chapel adjoining to the residence of the Flamen Quirinalis, where now it is profane to spit out. The rest they carry away with them, after dividing the burden among themselves, by the road which leads by the Sublician bridge to the Janiculum. When Lucius Albinius, a Roman plebeian, who was conveying his wife and children in a wagon, beheld them on that ascent among the rest of the crowd which was leaving the city as unfit to carry arms. Even then the distinction of things divine and human being preserved, considering it an outrage on religion, that the public priests and sacred utensils of the Roman people should go on foot and be carried. That he and his family should be seen in a carriage, he commanded his wife and children to alight, placed the virgins and sacred utensils in the vehicle, and carried them on to Caira, whither the priests had intended to go. Meanwhile at Rome all arrangements being now made, as far as was possible in such an emergency, for the defense of the citadel, the crowd of aged persons having returned to their houses, awaited the enemies coming with minds firmly prepared for death. Such of them as had borne curule offices, in order that they may die in the insignia of their former station, honors, and merit, arraying themselves in the most magnificent garments worn by those drawing the chariots of the gods in procession, or by persons riding in triumph, seated themselves in their ivory chairs, in the middle of their halls. Some say that they devoted themselves for their country and the citizens of Rome, Marcus Fabius, the chief pontiff, dictating the form of words. The Gauls, both because by the intervention of the night they had abated all angry feelings arising from the irritation of battle, and because they had on no occasion fought a well-disputed fight, and were then not taking the city by storm or violence, entering the city the next day, free from resentment or heat of passion, through the Colline gate which lay open, advance into the forum, casting their eyes around on the temples of the gods, and on the citadel, which alone exhibited any appearance of war. From thence, after leaving a small guard, lest any attack should be made on them whilst scattered, from the citadel or capital, they dispersed in quest of plunder. The streets being entirely desolate, rushed some of them in a body into the houses that were nearest, some repaired to those which were most distant, considering these to be untouched and abounding with spoil. Afterwards being terrified by the very solitude, lest any stratagem of the enemy should surprise them whilst being dispersed, they returned in bodies into the forum and the parts adjoining to the forum, where the houses of the commons being shut, and the halls of the leading men lying open, almost greater backwardness was felt to attack the open than the shut houses. So completely did they behold with a sort of veneration men sitting in the porches of the palaces, who besides their ornaments and apparel more august than human, bore a striking resemblance to gods, in the majesty which their looks and the gravity of their countenance displayed. Whilst they stood gazing on these as on statues, it is said that Marcus Papirius, one of them, roused the anger of a Gaul by striking him on the head with his ivory, while he was stroking his beard, which was then universally worn long. And that the commencement of the bloodshed began with him, that the rest were slain in their seats. After the slaughter of the nobles, no person whatever was spared, the houses were plundered, and when emptied were set on fire. But whether it was that all were not possessed with a desire of destroying the city, or it had been so determined by the leading men of the Gauls, both that some fires should be presented to their view, to see, if the besieged could be forced into a surrender through affection for their dwellings, and that all the houses should not be burned down, so that whatever portion should remain of the city, they might hold as a pledge to work upon the minds of the enemy. The fire by no means spread either indiscriminately or extensively on the first day, as is usual in a captured city. The Romans beholding from the citadel the city filled with the enemy, and their running to and fro through all the streets, some new calamity presenting itself in every different quarter, were neither able to preserve their presence of mind, nor even to have perfect command of their ears and eyes. To whatever direction the shouts of the enemy, the cries of women and children, the crackling of the flames, and the crash of falling houses, had called their attention thither. Terrified at every incident, they turned their thoughts, faces, and eyes, as if placed by fortune to be spectators of their falling country, and as if left as protectors of no other of their effects, except their own persons, so much more to be commiserated than any others who were ever besieged, because, shut out from their country, they were besieged, beholding all their effects in the power of the enemy. Nor was the night, which succeeded so shockingly spent a day, more tranquil. Daylight then followed a restless night, nor was there any time which failed to produce the sight of some new disaster. Loaded and overwhelmed by so many evils, they did not at all abate their determination, resolved, though they should see everything in flames and levelled to the dust, to defend by their bravery the hill which they occupied. Small and ill-provided as it was, being left, as a refuge, for liberty. And now, as the same events recurred every day, as if habituated to misfortunes, they abstracted their thoughts from all feeling of their circumstances, regarding their arms only, and the swords in their right hands, as the sole remnants of their hopes. The Gauls also, after having for several days waged an ineffectual war against the buildings of the city, when they saw that among the fires and ruins of the captured city nothing now remained except armed enemies, neither terrified by so many disasters, nor likely to turn their thoughts to a surrender, unless force were employed, determined to have recourse to extremities, and to make an attack on the citadel. A signal being given at break of day, their entire multitude is marshalled in the forum. Thence, after raising the shout and forming a testudo, they advance to the attack. Against whom the Romans, acting neither rashly nor precipitately, having strengthened the guards at every approach, and opposing the main strength of their men in that quarter where they saw the battalions advancing, suffer the enemy to ascend. Judging that the higher they ascended, the more easily would they be driven back down the steep. About the middle of the ascent they met them, and making a charge thence from the higher ground, which of itself bore them against the enemy, they routed the Gauls with slaughter and destruction, so that never after, either in parties or with their whole force, did they try that kind of fighting. Laying aside all hope of succeeding by force of arms, they prepare for a blockade, of which having had no idea up to that time, they had, whilst burning the city, destroyed whatever corn had been therein, and during those very days all the provisions had been carried off from the land to Veii. Accordingly, dividing their army, they resolved that one part should plunder through the neighboring states, that the other part should carry on the siege of the citadel, so that the ravagers of the country might supply the besiegers with corn. The Gauls, who marched from the city, were led by Fortune herself, to make trial of Roman valor, to Ardea, where Camillus was in exile, who, more distressed by the fortune of the public than his own, whilst he now pined away arraigning gods and men, fired with indignation, and wondering where were now those men who with him had taken Veii and Falerii, who had conducted other wars rather by their own valor than by the favor of fortune. Hears on a sudden that the army of the Gauls was approaching, and that the people of Ardea in consternation were met in council on the subject. And as if moved by divine inspiration, after he advanced into the midst of the assembly, having hitherto been accustomed to absent himself from such meetings, he says, "People of Ardea, my friends of old, of late my fellow citizens also. Since your kindness so ordered it, and my good fortune achieved it, let no one of you suppose that I have come forward here forgetful of my condition. But the present case and the common danger obliges every one to contribute to the common good whatever service he can in our present alarming situation. And when shall I repay you for your so very important services to me, if I now be remiss? Or where will you derive benefit from me, if not in war? By this accomplishment I maintained my rank in my native country, and, unconquered in war, I was banished during peace by my ungrateful fellow citizens. To you, men of Ardea, a favorable opportunity has been presented of making a return for all the former favors conferred by the Roman people, such as you yourselves remember, for which reason, as being mindful of them, you are not to be upbraided with them, and of obtaining great military renown for this your city over the common enemy. The nation, which now approaches in disorderly march, is one to which nature has given great spirits and bodies rather huge than firm. Let the disaster of Rome serve as a proof. They captured the city when lying open to them. A small handful of men from the citadel and capital withstand them. Already tired out by the slow process of a siege, they retire and spread themselves through the country. Gorged with food and wine hastily swallowed, when night comes on they stretch themselves indiscriminately, like brutes, near streams of water, without entrenchment, without guards or advanced posts. More incautious even now than usual in consequence of success. If you then are disposed to defend your own walls, and not to suffer all these places to become gall, take up arms in a full body at the first watch, follow me to slaughter, not to battle. If I do not deliver them up to you fettered by sleep, to be butchered like cattle, I decline not the same issue of my affairs at Ardea as I had at Rome. Both friends and enemies were satisfied that there existed nowhere at that time a man of equal military talent. The assembly being dismissed, they refreshed themselves, carefully watching the moment the signal should be given. Which being given, during the silence of the beginning of the night they attended Camillus at the gates. Having gone forth to no great distance from the city, they found the camp of the Gauls, as had been foretold, unprotected and neglected on every side, and attack it with a shout. No fight anywhere, but slaughter everywhere. Their bodies, naked and relaxed with sleep, are cut to pieces. Those most remote, however, being roused from their beds, not knowing what the tumult was, or whence it came, were directed to flight, and some of them, without perceiving it, into the midst of the enemy. A great number flying into the territory of Antium, an attack being made on them in their straggling march by the townspeople, were surrounded and cut off. A like carnage was made of the Tuscans in the Veientian territory, who were so far from compassionating the city which had now been its neighbor for nearly 400 years, overpowered as it now was by a strange and unheard-of enemy, that at that very time they made incursions on the Roman territory. And laden with plunder, had it in contemplation to lay siege to Veii, the bulwark and last hope of the Roman race. The Roman soldiers had seen them straggling over the country, and collected in a body, driving the spoil before them, and they perceived their camp pitched at no great distance from Veii. Upon this, first self-commiseration, then indignation, and after that resentment, took possession of their minds. Were their calamities to be a subject of mockery to the Etrurians, from whom they had turned off the Gallic war on themselves? Scarce could they curb their passions, so as to refrain from attacking them at the moment, and being restrained by Quintus Caedicius, the centurion, whom they had appointed their commander, they deferred the matter until night. A leader equal to Camillus was all that was wanted. In other respects matters were conducted in the same order and with the same fortunate result. And further, under the guidance of some prisoners, who had survived the nightly slaughter, they set out to Salini against another body of Tuscans. They suddenly made on the following night still greater havoc, and returned to Veii exulting in their double victory. Meanwhile, at Rome, the siege, in general, was slow, and there was quiet on both sides, the Gauls being intent only on this, that none of the enemy should escape from between their posts. When, on a sudden, a Roman youth drew on himself the admiration both of his countrymen and the enemy. There was a sacrifice solemnized at stated times by the Fabian family on the Quirinal hill. To perform this Caius Fabius Dorso having descended from the Capitol, in the Gabin cincture, carrying in his hands the sacred utensils, passed out through the midst of the enemy's post, without being at all moved by the calls or threats of any of them, and reached the Quirinal hill. And after duly performing there the solemn rites, coming back by the same way with the same firm countenance and gait, confident that the gods were propitious, whose worship he had not even neglected when prohibited by the fear of death, he returned to the capital to his friends, the Gauls being either astounded at such an extraordinary manifestation of boldness, or moved even by religious considerations, of which the nation is by no means regardless. In the meantime, not only the courage, but the strength of those at Veii increased daily, not only those Romans repairing thither from the country who had strayed away after the unsuccessful battle, or the disaster of the city being taken, but volunteers also flowing in from Latium, to come in for share of the spoil. It now seemed high time that their country should be recovered and rescued from the hands of the enemy. But a head was wanting to this strong body. The very spot put them in mind of Camillus, and a considerable part consisted of soldiers who had fought successfully under his guidance and auspices, and Caedicius declared that he would not give occasion that any one, whether god or man, should terminate his command rather than that, mindful of his own rank, he would himself call, for the appointment of, a general. With universal consent it was resolved that Camillus should be sent for from Ardea, but not until the Senate at Rome were first consulted, so far did a sense of propriety regulate every proceeding. And so carefully did they observe the distinctions of things in their almost desperate circumstances. They had to pass at great risk through the enemy's guards. For this purpose a spirited youth, Pontius Cominius, offered his services, and supporting himself on cork was carried down the Tiber to the city. From thence, where the distance from the bank was shortest, he makes his way into the capital over a portion of the rock that was craggy, and therefore neglected by the enemy's guard, and being conducted to the magistrates, he delivers the instructions received from the army. Then having received a decree of the Senate, both that Camillus should be recalled from exile at the Comitia Curiata, and be forthwith appointed dictator by order of the people, and that the soldiers should have the general whom they wished, he passed out the same way and proceeded with his dispatches to Veii. And deputies being sent to Camillus to Ardea, conducted him to Veii, or else the law was passed by the Curii, and he was nominated dictator in his absence. For I am more inclined to believe that he did not set out from Ardea until he found that the law was passed. Because he could neither change his residence without an order of the people, nor hold the privilege of the auspices in the army until he was nominated dictator. Whilst these things were going on at Veii, in the meanwhile the citadel and capital of Rome were in great danger. For the Gauls either having perceived the track of a human foot where the messenger from Veii had passed, or having of themselves remarked the easy ascent by the rock at the temple of Carmintes, on a moonlight night. After they had at first sent forward an unarmed person, to make trial of the way, delivering their arms, whenever any difficulty occurred, alternately supported and supporting each other, and drawing each other up, according as the ground required. They reached the summit in such silence, that they not only escaped the notice of the sentinels, but of the dogs also, an animal extremely wakeful with respect to noises by night. The notice of the geese they did not escape, which, as being sacred to Juno, were spared though they were in the greatest scarcity of food. Which circumstance was the cause of their preservation. For Marcus Manlius, who 3 years before had been consul, a man distinguished in war, being aroused from sleep by their cackling and the clapping of their wings, snatched up his arms, and at the same time calling the others to do the same, proceeds to the spot. And whilst the others are thrown into confusion, he struck with the boss of his shield and tumbles down a Gaul, who had already got footing on the summit. And when the fall of this man as he tumbled threw down those who were next him, he slew others, who in their consternation had thrown away their arms, and caught hold of the rocks to which they clung. And now the others also having assembled beat down the enemy by javelins and stones, and the entire band, having lost their footing, were hurled down the precipice in promiscuous ruin. The alarm then subsiding, the remainder of the night was given up to repose, as far as could be done considering the disturbed state of their minds, when the danger, even though past, still kept them in a state of anxiety. Day having appeared, the soldiers were summoned by sound of trumpet to attend the tribunes in assembly, when recompense was to be made both to merit and to demerit. Manlius was first of all commended for his bravery and presented with gifts, not only by the military tribunes, but with the consent of the soldiers, for they all carried to his house, which was in the citadel, a contribution of half a pound of corn and half a pint of wine, a matter trifling in the relation, but the prevailing scarcity had rendered it a strong proof of esteem, when each man, depriving himself of his own food, contributed in honor of one man a portion subtracted from his body and from his necessary requirements. Then the guards of that place where the enemy had climbed up unobserved, were summoned. And when Quintus Sulpicius declared openly that he would punish all according to the usage of military discipline, being deterred by the consentient shout of the soldiers who threw the blame on one sentinel, he spared the rest. The man, who was manifestly guilty of the crime, he threw down from the rock, with the approbation of all. From this time forth the guards on both sides became more vigilant. On the part of the Gauls, because a rumor spread that messengers passed between Veii and Rome, and on that of the Romans, from the recollection of the danger which occurred during the night. But beyond all the evils of siege and war, famine distressed both armies. Pestilence, moreover, oppressed the Gauls, both as being encamped in a place lying between hills, as well as heated by the burning of the houses, and full of exhalations, and sending up not only ashes but embers also, whenever the wind rose to any degree. And as the nation, accustomed to moisture and cold, is most intolerant of these annoyances, and, suffering severely from the heat and suffocation, they were dying, the diseases spreading as among cattle, now becoming weary of burying separately. They heaped up the bodies promiscuously and burned them, and rendered the place remarkable by the name of Gallic piles. A truce was now made with the Romans, and conferences were held with the permission of the commanders, in which when the Gauls frequently alluded to the famine, and referred to the urgency of that as a further motive for their surrendering, for the purpose of removing that opinion, bread is said to have been thrown in many places from the capital into the advanced posts of the enemy. But the famine could neither be dissembled or endured any longer. Accordingly, whilst the dictator is engaged in person in holding a levy, in ordering his master of the horse, Lucius Valerius, to bring up the troops from Veii, in making preparations and arrangements, so that he may attack the enemy on equal terms. In the meantime the army of the capital, wearied out with keeping guard and with watches, having surmounted all human sufferings, whilst nature would not suffer famine alone to be overcome, looking forward from day to day, to see whether any succor would come from the dictator, at length not only food but hope also failing, and their arms weighing down their debilitated bodies, whilst the guards were being relieved, insisted that there should be either a surrender, or that they should be bought off, on whatever terms were possible, the Gauls intimating in rather plain terms, that they could be induced for no very great compensation to relinquish the siege. Then the Senate was held and instructions were given to the military tribunes to capitulate. Upon this the matter was settled between Quintus Sulpicius, a military tribune, and Brennus, the chieftain of the Gauls, and 1,000 pounds weight of gold was agreed on as the ransom of a people, who were soon after to be the rulers of the world. To a transaction very humiliating in itself, insult was added. False weights were brought by the Gauls, and on the tribune objecting, his sword was thrown in addition to the weight by the insolent Gaul, and an expression was heard intolerable to the Romans, "Woe to the vanquished." But both gods and men interfered to prevent the Romans from living on the condition of being ransomed. For by some chance, before the execrable price was completed, all the gold being not yet weighed in consequence of the altercation, the dictator comes up, and orders the gold to be removed, and the Gauls to clear away. When they, holding out against him, affirmed that they had concluded a bargain, he denied that the agreement was a valid one, which had been entered into with a magistrate of inferior authority without his orders, after he had been nominated dictator. And he gives notice to the Gauls to get ready for battle. He orders his men to throw their baggage in a heap, and to get ready their arms, and to recover their country with steel, not with gold, having before their eyes the temples of the gods, and their wives and children, and the soil of their country disfigured by the calamities of war, and all those objects which they were solemnly bound to defend, to recover, and to revenge. He then draws up his army, as the nature of the place admitted, on the site of the half-demolished city, and which was uneven by nature, and he secured all those advantages for his own men, which could be prepared or selected by military skill. The Gauls, thrown into confusion by the unexpected event, take up arms, and with rage, rather than good judgment, rushed upon the Romans. Fortune had now changed, now the aid of the gods and human prudence assisted the Roman cause. At the first encounter, therefore, the Gauls were routed with no greater difficulty than they had found in gaining the victory at Allia. They were afterwards beaten under the conduct and auspices of the same Camillus, in a more regular engagement, at the 8th stone on the Gabon road, whither they had betaken themselves after their defeat. There the slaughter was universal, their camp was taken, and not even one person was left to carry news of the defeat. The dictator, after having recovered his country from the enemy, returns into the city in triumph. And among the rough military jests which they throw out, on such occasions, he is styled, with praises by no means undeserved, Romulus, and parent of his country, and a second founder of the city. His country, thus preserved by arms, he unquestionably saved a second time in peace, when he hindered the people from removing to Veii, both the tribunes pressing the matter with greater earnestness after the burning of the city, and the commons of themselves being more inclined to that measure. And that was the cause of his not resigning his dictatorship after the triumph, the Senate entreating him not to leave the Commonwealth in so unsettled a state. First of all, he proposed matters appertaining to the immortal gods. For he was a most scrupulous observer of religious duties. And he procures a decree of the Senate, that all the temples, as the enemy had possessed them, should be restored, their bounds traced, and expiations made for them, and that the form of expiation should be sought in the books by the Decemvirs. That a league of hospitality should be entered into by public authority with the people of Caira, because they had afforded a reception to the sacred utensils of the Roman people and to their priests. And because, by the kindness of that people, the worship of the immortal gods had not been intermitted. That Capitoline games should be exhibited, for that Jupiter, supremely good and great, had protected his own mansion in the citadel of the Roman people when in danger. And that Marcus Furius, the dictator, should establish a college for that purpose, out of those who should inhabit the Capitol and citadel. Mention was also introduced of expiating the voice heard by night, which had been heard announcing the calamity before the Gallic War, and neglected, and a temple was ordered in the new street to Ius Locutus. The gold which had been rescued from the Gauls, and that also which during the alarm had been collected from the other temples into the recess of Jupiter's temple. The recollection being confused as to the temples to which it should be carried back, was all judged to be sacred, and ordered to be placed under the throne of Jupiter. Already the religious scruples of the state had appeared in this, that when gold was wanting for public uses, to make up for the Gauls the amount of the ransom agreed upon, they had accepted that which was contributed by the matrons, so that they might not touch the sacred gold. Thanks were returned to the matrons, and to this was added the honor of their having funeral orations pronounced on them after death, in the same manner as the men. Those things being finished which appertain to the gods, and such measures as could be transacted through the Senate, then, at length, as the tribunes were teasing the commons by their unceasing harangues, to leave the ruins, to remove to Veii, a city ready prepared for them, being escorted by the entire Senate, he ascends the tribunal, and spoke as follows. Romans, so disagreeable to me are contentions with the tribunes of the people, that in my most melancholy exile, whilst I resided at Ardea, I had no other consolation than that I was removed from these contests. And for this same reason I would never have returned, even though you recalled me by a decree of the Senate, and by order of the people. Nor has it been any change in my own sentiments, but in your fortune, that has persuaded me to return now. For the question was that my country should remain in its own established seat, not that I should reside in my country. And on the present occasion I would gladly remain quiet and silent, were not the present struggle also appertaining to my country's interests, to be wanting to which, as long as life lasts, were base in others, in Camillus impious. For why have we recovered it? Why have we rescued it when besieged out of the hands of the enemy, if we ourselves desert it when recovered? And when, the Gauls being victorious, the entire city captured, both the gods and the natives of Rome still retained and inhabited the Capitol and citadel, shall even the citadel and the Capitol be deserted? Now when the Romans are victorious and the city has been recovered? And shall our prosperous fortune cause more desolation to this city than our adverse caused? Truly if we had no religious institutions established together with the city, and regularly transmitted down to us, still the divine power has so manifestly interested itself in behalf of the Roman state on the present trying occasion, that I should think that all neglect of the divine worship was removed from the minds of men. For consider the events of these latter years one after the other, whether prosperous or adverse, you will find that all things succeeded favorably with us whilst we followed the gods, and unfavorably when we neglected them. Now, first of all the Veientian War, of how many years' duration, with what immense labor waged, was not brought to a termination, until the water was discharged from the Alban lake by the admonition of the gods. What, in the name of heaven, regarding this recent calamity of our city? Did it arise, until the voice sent from heaven concerning the approach of the Gauls was treated with slight? Until the law of nations was violated by our ambassadors, and until such violation was passed over by us with the same indifference towards the gods, when it should have been punished by us? Accordingly vanquished, made captives and ransomed, we have suffered such punishments at the hands of gods and men, as that we are now a warning to the whole world. Afterwards our misfortunes reminded us of our religious duties. We fled for refuge to the gods, to the seat of Jupiter supremely good and great. Amid the ruin of all our effects our sacred utensils we partly concealed in the earth. Part of them we carried away to the neighboring cities and removed from the eyes of the enemy. Though deserted by gods and men, still we intermitted not the worship of the gods. Accordingly they have restored to us our country, and victory, our ancient renown in war which had been lost, and on our enemies, who, blinded by avarice, have violated the faith of a treaty with respect to the weight of gold. They have turned dismay, and flight, and slaughter. When you behold such striking instances of the effects of honoring or neglecting the deity, do you perceive what an act of impiety we are about to perpetrate, scarcely emerging from the wreck of our former misconduct and calamity? We possess a city founded under auspices and auguries. Not a spot is there in it that is not full of religious rites and of the gods. The days for the anniversary sacrifices are not more definitely stated, than are the places in which they are to be performed. All these gods, both public and private, do ye, Romans, pretend to forsake. What similarity does your conduct bear, to that, which lately during the siege was beheld with no less admiration by the enemy than by yourselves in that excellent Caius Fabius, when he descended from the citadel amid the Gallic weapons, and performed on the Quirinal hill the solemn rites of the Fabian family? Is it your wish that the family religious rites should not be intermitted even during war, but that the public rites and the Roman gods should be deserted even in time of peace? And that the pontiffs and flamens should be more negligent of public religious ceremonies, than a private individual in the anniversary rite of a particular family? Perhaps some one may say, that we will either perform these duties at Veii, or that we will send our priests hither from thence in order to perform them, neither of which can be done, without infringing on the established forms. For not to enumerate all the sacred rites severally and all the gods, whether in the banquet of Jupiter can the lectisternium be performed in any other place, save in the Capitol? What shall I say of the eternal fire of Vesta, and of the statue, which, as the pledge of empire, is kept under the safeguard of her temple? What, O Mars Gradivus, and you, Father Quirinus, of your Ancilia? Is it right that these sacred things, coeval with the city, some of them more ancient than the origin of the city, should be abandoned to profanation? And, observe the difference existing between us and our ancestors. They handed down to us certain sacred rites to be performed by us on the Alban and on the Lavinian mounts. Was it in conformity with religion that these sacred rites were transferred to us to Rome from the cities of our enemies? Shall we transfer them hence to Veii, an enemy's city, without impiety? Come, recollect how often sacred rites are performed anew, because some ceremony of our country had been omitted through negligence or accident. On a late occasion, what circumstance, after the prodigy of the Alban lake, proved a remedy to the state distressed by the Veientian war, but the repetition of the sacred rites and the renewal of the auspices? But further, as if duly mindful of ancient religious usages, we have both transferred foreign deities to Rome, and have established new ones. Very recently, Imperial Juno was transferred from Veii, and had her dedication performed on a day how distinguished for the extraordinary zeal of the matrons, and with what a full attendance. We have directed a temple to be erected to Ius Locutus, in consequence of the heavenly voice heard in the New Street. To our other solemnities we have added the Capitoline Games, and, by direction of the Senate, we have founded a new college for that purpose. Which of these things need we have done, if we were to leave the Roman city together with the Gauls? If it was not voluntarily we remained in the capital for so many months of siege, if we were retained by the enemy through motives of fear? We are speaking of the sacred rites and of the temples. What, pray, of the priests? Does it not occur to you, what a degree of profaneness would be committed in respect of them? The Vestals, forsooth, have but that one settlement, from which nothing ever disturbed them, except the capture of the city. It is an act of impiety for the Flamen to remain for a single night without the city. Do ye mean to make them Veientian instead of Roman priests? And shall the virgins forsake thee, O Vesta? And shall the Flamen by living abroad draw on himself and on his country such a weight of guilt every night? What of the other things, all of which we transact under auspices within the Pomerium, to what oblivion, to what neglect do we consign them? The assemblies of the Curias, which comprise military affairs, the assemblies of the centuries, at which you elect consuls and military tribunes, when can they be held under auspices, unless where they are wont to be held? Shall we transfer them to Veii? Or whether for the purpose of holding their elections shall the people assemble at so great inconvenience into a city deserted by gods and men? But the case itself forces us to leave a city desolated by fire and ruin, and remove to Veii, where all things are entire, and not to distress the needy commons by building here. But that this is only held out as a pretext, rather than that it is the real motive, I think is evident to you, though I should say nothing on the subject. For you remember that before the arrival of the Gauls, when the buildings, both public and private, were still unhurt, and the city still stood in safety, this same question was agitated, that we should remove to Veii. Observe then, tribunes, what a difference there is between my way of thinking and yours. Ye think that though it may not have been advisable to do it then, still that now it ought certainly to be done. I, on the contrary, and be not surprised until you shall have heard the state of the case, admitting it were advisable to remove when the entire city was safe, would not vote for relinquishing these ruins now. For then victory would be the cause of our removing into a captured city, one that would be glorious to ourselves and our posterity, whilst now this same removal would be wretched and disgraceful to us, and glorious to the Gauls. For we shall appear not to have left our country as conquerors, but to have lost it from having been vanquished. The flight at Allia, the capture of the city, the blockading of the capital, will seem, to have imposed this necessity on us of forsaking our household gods, of having recourse to exile and flight from that place which we were unable to defend. And have the Gauls been able to demolish Rome, which the Romans shall be deemed to have been unable to restore? What remains, but that if they should now come with new forces, for it is evident that their number is scarcely credible, and should they feel disposed to dwell in this city, captured by them, and deserted by you, would you suffer them? What, if not the Gauls, but your old enemies, the Equins and Volscians, should form the design of removing to Rome, would you be willing that they should become Romans, you Veientians? Would ye prefer that this should be a desert in your possession, or a city of the enemy? For my part one can see nothing more impious. Is it because ye are averse to building, ye are prepared to incur this guilt, this disgrace? Even though no better, no more ample structure could be erected throughout the entire city than that cottage of our founder, is it not better to dwell in cottages, like shepherds and rustics, amid your sacred places and your household gods, than to go publicly into exile? Our forefathers, strangers and shepherds, when there was nothing in these places but woods and marshes, erected a new city in a very short time. Do we, with a capital and citadel safe, and the temples of the gods still standing, feel it irksome to build up what has been burnt? And what we individually would have done, if our private residence had been burned down, shall we as a body refuse to do in the case of a public conflagration? What, if by some evil design of accident a fire should break out at Veii, and the flames spread by the wind, as may happen, should consume a considerable portion of the city, are we then to seek Fidene, or Gabii, or any other city to remove to? Has our native soil so slight a hold on us, or this earth which we call mother, or does our love of country lie merely in the surface and in the timber of the houses? For my part, I will acknowledge to you, whilst I was absent, though I am less disposed to remember this as the effect of your injustice than of my own misfortune, as often as my country came into my mind, all these circumstances occurred to me. The hills, the plains, the Tiber, the face of the country familiar to my eyes, and this sky, beneath which I had been born and educated. May these now induce you, by their endearing hold on you, to remain in your present settlement, rather than they should cause you to pine away through regret, after having left them. Not without good reason did gods and men select this place for founding a city, these most healthful hills. A commodious river, by means of which the produce of the soil may be conveyed from the inland countries, by which maritime supplies may be obtained. Close enough to the sea for all purposes of convenience, and not exposed by too much proximity to the dangers of foreign fleets, a situation in the center of the regions of Italy, singularly adapted by nature for the increase of a city. The very size of so new a city is a proof. Romans, the present year is the 365th year of the city, for so long a time are you waging war amid nations of such long standing. Yet not to mention single cities, neither the Volscians combined with the Equins, so many and such strong towns, nor all Etruria, so potent by land and sea, occupying the breadth of Italy between the two seas, can cope with you in war. And as the case is so, where, in the name of goodness, is the wisdom in you who have tried, this situation, to make trial now of some other, when, though your own valor may be removed elsewhere, the fortune of this place certainly cannot be transferred. Here is the capital, where, a human head being found, it was foretold that in that place would be the head of the world, and the chief seat of empire. Here, when the capital was to be freed by the rights of augury, Juventus and Terminus, to the very great joy of our fathers, suffered not themselves to be moved. Here is the fire of Vesta, here the Ancilia sent down from heaven, here are all the gods propitious to you if you stay. Camillus is said to have moved them as well by other parts of his speech, but chiefly by that which related to religious matters. But an expression seasonably uttered determined the matter whilst still undecided. For when a meeting of the Senate, a little after this, was being held in the Curia Hostilia regarding these questions, and some troops returning from relieving guard passed through the forum in their march, a centurion in the comitium cried out, "Standard bearer, fix your standard. It is best for us to remain here." Which expression being heard, both the Senate came out from the Senate house, and all cried out that they embraced the omen, and the commons, who were collected around, joined their approbation. The law, under discussion, being rejected, the building of the city commenced in several parts at once. Tiles were supplied at the public expense. The privilege of hewing stone and felling timber wherever each person wished was granted, security being taken that they would finish the buildings on that year. Their haste took away all attention to the regulating the course of the streets, whilst, setting aside all distinction of property, they build on any part that was vacant. That is the reason why the ancient sewers, at first conducted through the public streets, now in many places pass under private houses, and why the form of the city appears more like one taken up by individuals, then regularly portioned out, by commissioners. Book 6. Successful operations against the Volscians, and Equins, and Praenestins. 4 tribes were added. Marcus Manlius, who had defended the capital from the Gauls, being condemned for aspiring to regal power, is thrown from the Tarpeian rock. In commemoration of which circumstance a decree of the Senate was passed, that none of the Manlian family should henceforward bear the cognomen of Marcus. Caius Licinius and Lucius Sextius, tribunes of the people, proposed a law that consuls might be chosen from among the commons. And after a violent contest, succeeded in passing that law, notwithstanding the opposition of the patricians, the same tribunes of the commons being for 5 years the only magistrates in the state. And Lucius Sextius was the first consul elected from the commons. The transactions of the Romans, from the building of the city of Rome to the capture of the same city, first under kings, then under consuls, and dictators, and decemvirs, and consular tribunes, their wars abroad, their dissensions at home. I have exhibited in 5 books, matters obscure, as well by reason of their very great antiquity, like objects which from their great distance are scarcely perceptible, as also because in those times the use of letters, the only faithful guardian of the memory of events, was inconsiderable and rare, and, moreover, whatever was contained in the commentaries of the pontiffs and other public and private records, were lost for the most part in the burning of the city. Henceforwards, from the second origin of the city, which sprung up again more healthfully and vigorously, as if from its root, its achievements at home and abroad, shall be narrated with more clearness and authenticity. But it now stood erect, leaning chiefly on the same support, Marcus Furius, by which it had been first raised, nor did they suffer him to lay down the dictatorship until the end of the year. It was not agreeable to them, that the tribunes during whose time of office the city had been taken, should preside at the elections for the following year. The administration came to an interregnum. Whilst the state was kept occupied in the employment and constant labor of repairing the city, in the meantime a day of trial was named by Caius Marcius, tribune of the people, for Quintus Fabius, as soon as he went out of office. Because whilst an ambassador he had, contrary to the law of nations, appeared in arms against the Gauls, to whom he had been sent as a negotiator. From which trial death removed him so opportunely that most people thought it voluntary. The interregnum commenced. Publius Cornelius Scipio was interrex, and after him Marcus Furius Camillus. He nominates as military tribunes with consular power, Lucius Valerius Publicola a second time, Lucius Virginius, Publius Cornelius, Aulus Manlius, Lucius Aemilius, Lucius Postumius. These having entered on their office immediately after the interregnum, consulted the Senate on no other business previous to that which related to religion. In the first place they ordered that the treaties and laws which could be found, should be collected. These consisted of the 12 tables, and some laws made under the kings. Some of them were publicly promulgated. But such as appertained to religious matters were kept secret chiefly by the pontiffs, that they might hold the minds of the people fettered by them. Then they began to turn their attention to the subject of desecrated days. And the day before the 15th day of the calends of August, remarkable for a double disaster, as being the day on which the Fabii were slain at Cremra. And afterwards the disgraceful battle attended with the ruin of the city had been fought at Allia. They called the Allian day from the latter disaster, and they rendered it remarkable for transacting no business whether public or private. Some persons think, that because Sulpicius, the military tribune, had not duly offered sacrifice on the day after the Ides of July, and because, without having obtained the favor of the gods, the Roman army had been exposed to the enemy on the 3rd day after. An order was also made to abstain from all religious undertakings on the day following the Ides. Thence the same religious observance was derived with respect to the days following the calends and the nones. But it was not long allowed them to consult in quiet regarding the means of raising the city, after so grievous a fall. On the one side their old enemies, the Volscians, had taken arms, to extinguish the Roman name, on the other. Some traitors brought, intelligence, that a conspiracy of the leading men of Etruria from all the states had been formed at the temple of Voltumna. A new cause of terror also had been added by the defection of the Latins and Hernicians, who, since the battle fought at the Lake Regillus, had remained in friendship with the Roman people with fidelity not to be questioned. Accordingly, when such great alarms surrounded them on every side, and it became apparent to all that the Roman name labored not only under hatred with their enemies, but under contempt also with their allies, it was resolved that the state should be defended under the same auspices, as those under which it had been recovered, and that Marcus Furius should be nominated dictator. He, when dictator, nominated Caius Servilius Ahala master of the horse. And the suspension of all public business being proclaimed, he held a levy of the juniors, in such a manner as to divide them into centuries after they had sworn allegiance to him. The army, when raised and equipped with arms, he divided into 3 parts. One part he opposed to Etruria in the Veientian territory, another he ordered to pitch their camp before the city. A military tribune, Aulus Manlius, commanded the latter. Those who were sent against the Etrurians, Lucius Aemilius commanded. The third part he led in person against the Volscians, and not far from Lanuvium, the place is called Admetium, he set about storming their camp. Into these, who set out to the war from motives of contempt, because they thought that all the Roman youth were cut off by the Gauls, the fact of having heard that Camillus was appointed to the command struck such terror, that they fenced themselves with a rampart, and the rampart itself with trees piled up together, lest the enemy might by any means reach to the works. When Camillus observed this, he ordered fire to be thrown into the fence opposed to him, and it so happened that a very strong wind was turned towards the enemy. He therefore not only opened a passage by the fire, but the flames being directed against the camp, by the vapor also and the smoke, and by the crackling of the green timber as it burned. He so confounded the enemy that the Romans had less difficulty in passing the rampart into the camp of the Volscians, than they had experienced in climbing over the fence which had been consumed by the fire. The enemy being routed and cut down, after the dictator had taken the camp by assault, he gave up the booty to the soldiers, which was so much the more agreeable, as it was less expected, the commander being by no means profusely generous. Then having pursued them in their flight, after he had depopulated the entire Volscian land, he at length in the 70th year forced the Volscians to a surrender. After his victory he passed from the Volscians to the Equins, who were also preparing for hostilities. He surprised their army at Boli, and having attacked not only their camp, but their city also, he took them at the first onset. When such fortune manifested itself on that side where Camillus, the life and soul of the Roman interest, was, a great alarm had fallen on another quarter. For almost all Etruria, taking up arms, were besieging Sutrium, allies of the Roman people, whose ambassadors having applied to the Senate, imploring aid in their distress, obtained a decree that the dictator should at the earliest opportunity bear aid to the Sutrians. And when the circumstances of the besieged would not suffer them to brook the delay of this hope, and the small number of the townsmen were spent with labor, watching, and wounds, all which fell heavily on the same individuals, and when the city being delivered up to the enemy by a capitulation, they were leaving their habitations in a miserable train, being discharged without their arms with only a single garment. At that juncture Camillus happened to come up at the head of the Roman army. And when the mournful crowd prostrated themselves at his feet, and the address of the leading men, wrung from them by extreme necessity, was followed by the weeping of women and boys, who were dragged along by the companions of their exile, he bade the Sutrians to give over their lamentations, that he brought with him grief and tears to the Etrurians. He then orders the baggage to be deposited, and the Sutrians to remain there with a small guard left with them, and the soldiers to follow him in arms. Having thus proceeded to Sutrium with his army disencumbered, he found, as he expected, everything in disorder, as usually happens in success. No advanced guard before the walls, the gates lying open, and the conquerors dispersed, carrying out the booty from the houses of the enemy. Sutrium is therefore taken a second time on the same day. The Etrurians, lately victorious, are cut down in every quarter by their new enemy, nor is time afforded them to collect and form one body, or even to take up arms. When each pushed eagerly towards the gates, to try if by any chance they could throw themselves into the fields, they found the gates shut, for the dictator had given those orders in the first instance. Upon this some took up arms, others, who happened to be armed before the tumult came on them, called their friends together in order to make battle. Which would have been kindled by the despair of the enemy, had not criers, sent in every direction through the city, issued orders that their arms should be laid down, that the unarmed should be spared, and that no one should be injured except those who were armed. Then even those whose minds had been, in their last hope, obstinately bent on fighting, when hopes of life were offered, threw down their arms in every direction, and surrendered themselves unarmed to the enemy, which fortune had rendered the safer method. Their number being considerable, they were distributed among several guards. The town was before night restored to the Sutrians uninjured and free from all the calamities of war, because it had not been taken by force but delivered up on terms. Camillus returned to the city in triumph, being victorious in 3 wars at the same time. By far the greatest number of the prisoners whom he led before his chariot were from among the Etrurians. And these being sold by auction, such a sum of money was raised, that after paying the matrons the price of their gold, out of that which was over and above, 3 golden bowls were made, which, inscribed with the name of Camillus, it is certain, lay, before the burning of the Capitol, in the recess of Jupiter's temple at the feet of Juno. On that year such of the Veientians, Capanatians, and Felicians as had come over to the Romans during the wars with those nations, were admitted into the state, and land was assigned to these new citizens. Those also were recalled by a decree of the Senate from Veii, who, from a dislike to building at Rome, had betaken themselves to Veii, and had seized on the vacant houses there. And at first there was a murmuring on their part disregarding the order. Then a day having been appointed, and capital punishment, denounced against any one, who did not return to Rome, from being refractory as they were collectively, rendered them when taken singly obedient, each through fear for himself. And Rome both now increased in numbers, and rose throughout its entire extent by its buildings, the state assisting in the expenses, and the aediles urging on the work as if public. And private persons, for the want felt of accommodation stimulated them, hastening to complete the work. And within a year a new city was erected. At the termination of the year an election was held of military tribunes with consular power. Those elected were, Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus, Quintus Servilius Fidenas a fifth time, Lucius Julius Iullus, Lucius Aquilius Corvus, Lucius Lucretius Tricipidanus, Servius Sulpicius Rufus. They led one army against the Equins, not to war, for they owned themselves conquered, but from motives of animosity, to lay waste their territories, lest they should leave them any strength for new designs. The other into the territory of Tarquinii. Here Cortuosa and Contenebra, towns belonging to the Etrurians, were taken by storm and demolished. At Cortuosa there was no contest. Having attacked it by surprise, they took it at the first shout and onset, the town was plundered and burned. Contenebra sustained a siege for a few days, and it was continual labor, abetted neither by night nor by day, that reduced them. When the Roman army, having been divided into 6 parts, each division, relieved the other in the battle 1 hour in 6 in rotation, and the paucity of numbers exposed the same individual townsmen, wearied as they were, to a contest ever new. They at length yielded, and an opportunity was afforded to the Romans of entering the city. It was the wish of the tribunes that the spoil should be made public property, but the order, that such should be so, was too late for their determination. Whilst they hesitate, the spoil already became the property of the soldiers. Nor could it be taken from them, except by means calculated to excite dissatisfaction. On the same year, that the city should not increase by private buildings only, the lower parts of the capital also were built of hewn stone. A work deserving of admiration even amid the present magnificence of the city. Now, whilst the state was busily occupied in building, the tribunes of the commons endeavored to draw crowds to their harangues by proposing the agrarian laws. The Pomptine territory was then, for the first time since the power of the Volscians had been reduced by Camillus, held out to them as their indisputable right. They alleged it as a charge, that district was much more harassed on the part of the nobility than it had been on that of the Volscians, for that incursions were made by the one party on it, only as long as they had strength and arms. That persons belonging to the nobility encroached on the possession of land that was public, nor would there be any room in it for the commons, unless a division were now made, before they seized on all. They made not much impression on the commons, who through their anxiety for building attended the forum only in small numbers, and were drained by their expenses on the same object. And were therefore careless about land for the improvement of which means were wanting. The state being full of religious impressions, and then even the leading men having become superstitious by reason of their recent misfortunes, in order that the auspices might be taken anew, the government had once more recourse to an interregnum. The successive interreges were, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, Servius Sulpicius Camerinus, and Lucius Valerius Potitus. The last at length held an election of military tribunes with consular power. He nominates Lucius Papirius, Caius Cornelius, Caius Sergius, Lucius Aemilius a second time, Lucius Maninius, and Lucius Valerius Publicola a third time. These entered on their office after the interregnum. This year the Temple of Mars, vowed in the Gallic War, was dedicated by Titus Quinctius, Duumvir for performing religious rites. 4 tribes were added from the new citizens, the Stellatine, the Tormentine, the Sabbatine, and the Arnian, and they made up the number of 25 tribes. Regarding the Pomptine land the matter was pressed by Lucius Sicinius, plebeian tribune, on the people, who now attended in greater numbers, and more readily aroused to the desire of land than they had been. And mention having been introduced in the Senate regarding war against the Latins and Hernicians, the matter was deferred in consequence of their attending to a more important war, because Etruria was up in arms. Matters reverted to their electing Camillus military tribune with consular power. 5 colleagues were added, Servius Cornelius Melogenensis, Quintus Servilius Fidenas a 6th time, Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, Lucius Horatius Pulvillus, and Publius Valerius. At the commencement of the year the attention of the people was drawn away from the Etrurian war, because a body of fugitives from the Pomptine district, suddenly entering the city, brought word that the Antians were up in arms. And that the states of the Latins privately sent their youth to that war, denying that there was any public concert in it, they alleging that volunteers were only not prevented from serving in whatever quarter they pleased. They had now ceased to despise any wars. Accordingly the Senate returned thanks to the gods, because Camillus was in office, for, they knew, that it would have been necessary to nominate him dictator, if he were in a private station. And his colleagues agreed that when any terror with respect to war threatened, the supreme direction of everything should be vested in one man, and that they had determined to consign their authority into the hands of Camillus. And that they did not consider, that any concession they should make to the dignity of that man, derogated in any way from their own. The tribunes having been highly commended by the Senate, Camillus himself also, covered with confusion, returned thanks. He then said that a heavy burden was laid on him by the Roman people, by their having now nominated him dictator for the 4th time, a great one by the Senate, by reason of such flattering judgments of that house concerning him. The greatest of all, however, by the condescension of such distinguished colleagues. Where if any addition could be made to his diligence and vigilance, that, vying with himself, he would strive to render the opinion of the state, expressed, with such unanimity regarding him, as permanent as it was most honorable. In reference to the war and to the people of Antium, that there was more of threats there than of danger, that he, however, would advise that, as they should fear nothing, so should they despise nothing. That the city of Rome was beset by the ill will and hatred of its neighbors, therefore that the commonwealth should be maintained by a plurality, both of generals and of armies. It is my wish, said he, that you, Publius Valerius, as my associate in command and counsel, should lead the troops with me against the enemy at Antium. That you, Quintus Servilius, after raising and equipping another army, shall encamp in the city, ready to act, whether Etruria, as lately, or these new causes of anxiety, the Latins and Hernicians, should bestir themselves. I deem it as certain that you will conduct matters, as is worthy of your father and grandfather, and of yourself and 6 tribuneships. Let a 3rd army be raised by Lucius Quinctius, out of those excused from service and the seniors, those past the military age, who may protect the city and the walls. Let Lucius Horatius provide arms, weapons, corn, and whatever the other exigencies of the war shall demand. You, Servius Cornelius, we your colleagues appoint the president of this council of the state, the guardian of religion, of the assemblies, of the laws, and of all matters pertaining to the city. All cheerfully promising their utmost endeavors in the discharge of their apportioned offices, Valerius, chosen as his associate in command, added, that Marcus Furius should be considered by him as dictator. And that he would act as master of the horse to him. Wherefore, that they should entertain hopes regarding the war, proportioned to the opinion they formed of their sole commander. The Senate, elated with joy, cry out, that they entertained good hopes, both regarding war, and peace, and the Republic in general. And that the Republic would never have need of a dictator, if it were to have such men in office, united together in such harmony of sentiments, prepared alike to obey and to command, and who were laying up praise as common stock, rather than taking it from the common fund to themselves individually. A suspension of civil business being proclaimed, and a levy being held, Furius and Valerius set out to Satricum. To which place the Antians had drawn together not only the youth of the Volscians, selected out of the new generation, but immense numbers of the Latins and Hernicians. Out of states which by a long enjoyment of peace were in the most unimpaired condition. The new enemy then added to the old shook the spirits of the Roman soldiers. When the centurions reported this to Camillus, whilst forming his line of battle, that the minds of the soldiers were disturbed, that arms were taken up by them with backwardness, and that they left the camp with hesitation and reluctance. Nay, that some expressions were heard, that they should each have to fight with 100 enemies, and that such numbers, even if unarmed, much less when furnished with arms, could with difficulty be withstood, he leaped on his horse. And in front of the troops, turning to the line, and riding between the ranks, what dejection of mind is this, soldiers, what backwardness? Is it with the enemy, or me, or yourselves you are unacquainted? What else are the enemy, but the constant subject of your bravery and your glory? On the other hand, with me as your general, to say nothing of the taking of Falerii and Veii, you have lately celebrated a triple triumph for a threefold victory over these selfsame Volscians and Equins, and Etruria. Do you not recognize me as your general, because I gave you the signal, not as dictator, but as tribune? I neither feel the want of the highest authority over you, and you should look to nothing in me but myself. For the dictatorship neither added to my courage, any more than exile took it from me. We are all therefore the same individuals. And as we bring to this war the same requisites as we brought to former wars, let us look for the same result of the war. As soon as you commence the fight, each will do that which he has learned and been accustomed to do. You will conquer, they will run. Then having given the signal, he leaps from his horse, and seizing the standard-bearer who was next him by the hand, he hurries him on with him against the enemy, calling aloud, "Soldiers, advance the standard." And when they saw Camillus himself, now disabled through age for bodily exertion, advancing against the enemy, they all rush forwards together, having raised a shout, each eagerly crying out, "Follow the general." They say further that the standard was thrown into the enemy's line by order of Camillus, and that the van was then exerted to recover it. That there first the Antians were forced to give way, and that the panic spread not only to the first line, but to the reserve troops also. Nor was it merely the ardor of the soldiers animated by the presence of their general that made this impression, but because nothing was more terrible to the minds of the Volscians, than the sight of Camillus which happened to present itself. Thus, in whatever direction he went, he carried certain victory with him. This was particularly evident, when, hastily mounting his horse, he rode with a footman's shield to the left wing, which was almost giving way, by the fact of showing himself he restored the battle, pointing out the rest of the line gaining the victory. Now the result was decided, but the flight of the enemy was impeded by their great numbers, and the wearied soldiers would have had tedious work in putting so great a number to the sword, when rain suddenly falling with a violent storm put an end to the pursuit of the victory which was now decided, rather than to the battle. Then the signal for retreat being given, the fall of night put an end to the war, without further trouble to the Romans. For the Latins and Hernicians, having abandoned the Volscians, marched to their homes, having attained results corresponding to their wicked measures. The Volscians, when they saw themselves deserted by those through reliance on whom they had resumed hostilities, abandoned their camp, and shut themselves up within the walls of Satricum. Camillus at first prepared to surround them by lines of circumvallation, and to prosecute the siege by a mound and other works. But seeing that this was obstructed by no sally from the town, and considering that the enemy possessed too little spirit for him to wait in tedious expectation of victory under the circumstances, after exhorting his soldiers not to waste themselves by tedious labors, as they had done, when besieging Veii, that the victory was in their hands, he attacked the walls on every side, amid the great alacrity of the soldiers, and took the town by scalade. The Volscians, having thrown down their arms, surrendered themselves. But the general's thoughts were fixed on a higher object, on Antium. He knew that was the great aim of the Volscians, and main source of the late war. But because so strong a city could not be taken without great preparations, engines and machines, leaving his colleague with the army, he set out for Rome, in order to advise the Senate to have Antium destroyed. In the middle of his discourse, I suppose that it was the wish of the gods that the state of Antium should last a longer time, ambassadors came from Nepete and Sutrium, soliciting aid against the Etrurians, urging that the time for giving them aid would soon pass by. Thither did fortune avert the force of Camillus from Antium. For as those places were situate opposite Etruria, and were barriers or gates as it were on that side, both they had a wish to get possession of them, whenever they meditated any new enterprise, and the Romans to recover and secure them. Wherefore the Senate resolved to treat with Camillus, that he would relinquish Antium and undertake the Etrurian war. The city troops, which Quinctius had commanded, are decreed to him. Though he would have preferred the army which was in the Volscian territory, as being tried and accustomed to him, he made no objection, he only demanded Valerius as his associate in command. Quinctius and Horatius were sent against the Volscians, as successors to Valerius. Furius and Valerius, having set out from the city to Sutrium, found one part of the town already taken by the Etrurians, and on the other part, the approaches to which were barricaded, the townsmen with difficulty repelling the assault of the enemy. Both the approach of aid from Rome, as also the name of Camillus, universally respected both with the enemy and the allies, sustained their tottering state for the present, and afforded time for bringing them relief. Accordingly Camillus, having divided his army, orders his colleague to lead round his troops to that side which the enemy already possessed, and to assault the walls. Not so much from any hope that the city could be taken by Scalade, as that, by turning away the enemy's attention to that quarter, both the townsmen who were wearied with fighting might have some relaxation of their toil, and that he himself might have an opportunity of entering the city without a contest. This having been done on both sides, and the double terror now surrounding the Etrurians, when they saw that the walls were assailed with the utmost fury, and that the enemy were within the walls, they threw themselves out in consternation. In one body, by a gate which alone happened not to be guarded. Great slaughter was made on them as they fled, both in the city and through the fields. The greater number were slain within the walls by furious soldiers, those of Valerius were more alert for the pursuit. Nor did they put an end to the slaughter until night, which prevented them from seeing. Sutrium being recovered and restored to the allies, the army was led to Nepete, which having been received by capitulation, was now entirely in the possession of the Etrurians. It appeared probable, that there would be more of labor in recovering the city, not only for this reason, because it was all in possession of the enemy, but also because the surrender had been made in consequence of a party of the Nepesinians having betrayed the state. It was determined, however, that a message should be sent to their leading men, to separate themselves from the Etrurians, and that they themselves should evince that strict fidelity, which they had implored from the Romans. Whence as soon as an answer was brought that there was nothing in their power, that the Etrurians occupied the walls and the guards of the gates, first, terror was struck into the townsmen by laying waste their land. Then, when the faith of the capitulation was more religiously observed than that of the alliance, the army was led up to the walls with fascines of bushes collected from the fields, and the ditches being filled, the scaling ladders were raised. And the town was taken at the first shout and attack. Proclamation was then made to the Nepesinians, that they should lay down their arms, and orders were given that the unarmed should be spared. The Etrurians, armed and unarmed, were put to the sword without distinction, of the Nepesinians also the authors of the surrender were beheaded. To the unoffending multitude their property was restored, and the town was left with a garrison. Thus having recovered 2 allied cities from the enemy, the tribunes marched back their victorious army to Rome. During the same year restitution was demanded from the Latins and Hernicians, and the cause was asked why they had not during some years supplied soldiers according to stipulation. An answer was given in a full assembly of both nations, that neither the blame was public, nor was there any design in the circumstance of some of their youth having served among the Volscians. That these individuals, however, suffered the penalty of their improper conduct, and that none of them had returned. But that the cause of their not supplying the soldiers had been their continual terror from the Volscians, which pest adhering to their side, had not been capable of being destroyed by so many successive wars. Which answer being reported to the Senate, they decided that there was wanting rather a seasonable time for declaring war than sufficient grounds for it. In the following year, Aulus Manlius, Publius Cornelius, Titus and Lucius Quinctii Capitolini, Lucius Papirius Cursor a second time, Caius Sergius a second time, being military tribunes with consular power, a grievous war broke out abroad. A still more grievous disturbance at home. The war originated on the part of the Volscians, to which was added a revolt of the Latins and Hernicians. The sedition from one from whom it could be least of all apprehended, a man of patrician birth and distinguished character, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. Who being too aspiring in mind, whilst he despised the other leading men, envied one, who was peculiarly distinguished both by honors and by merit, Marcus Furius, he became indignant that he should be the only man among the magistrates. The only man at the head of the armies, that he now attained such eminence that he treated not as colleagues but as mere tools the persons elected under the same auspices. Though, in the meantime, if any one would form a just estimate, his country could not have been recovered by Marcus Furius from the siege of the enemy, had not the capital and citadel been first preserved by him. And the other attacked the Gauls, whilst their attention was distracted between receiving the gold and the hope of peace, when he himself drove them off when armed and taking the citadel. Of the other's glory, a man's share appertained to all the soldiers who conquered along with him, that in his victory no man living was a sharer. His mind puffed by these notions, and moreover, from a viciousness of disposition being vehement and headstrong, when he perceived that his influence among the patricians did not stand forth as prominent as he thought it should, he, the first of all the patricians, became a plebeian partisan, and formed plans in conjunction with the plebeian magistrates. And by criminating the fathers, and alluring the commons to his side, he now came to be carried along by the tide of popular applause, not by prudence, and preferred to be of a great, rather than of a good character, and not content with agrarian laws, which had ever served the tribunes of the commons as material for disturbances, he now began to undermine public credit. For, he well knew, that the incentives of debt were sharper, as not only threatening poverty and ignominy, but intimidated personal liberty with stocks and chains. And the amount of the debt was immense, contracted by building, a circumstance most destructive even to the rich. The Volscian war therefore, heavy in itself, charged with additional weight by the defection of the Latins and Hernicians, was held out as a colorable pretext, for having a higher authority resorted to. But it was rather the reforming plans that drove the Senate to create a dictator. Aulus Cornelius Cassius having been elected dictator, nominated Titus Quinctius Capitolinus his master of the horse. The dictator, though he perceived that a greater struggle was reserved for him at home than abroad, still, either because there was need of dispatch for the war, or supposing that by a victory and a triumph he should add to the powers of the dictatorship itself, held a levy and proceeds into the Pomptine territory, where he had heard that the Volscians had appointed their army to assemble. I doubt not but that, in addition to satiety, to persons reading of so many wars waged with the Volscians, this same circumstance will suggest itself. Which often served as an occasion of surprise to me when perusing the writers who lived nearer to the times of these occurrences, from what source the Volscians and Equins, so often vanquished, could have procured supplies of soldiers. And as this has been unnoticed and passed over in silence by ancient writers, on which matter what can I state, except mere opinion, which every one may from his own conjecture form for himself? It seems probable either that they employed, as is now practiced in the Roman levies, successive generations of their young men one after the other, during the intervals between the wars. Or that the armies were not always recruited out of the same states, though the same nation may have made war. Or that there was an innumerable multitude of free men in those places, which, at the present day, Roman slaves save from being a desert, a scanty seminary of soldiers being scarcely left. Certain it is, as is agreed upon among all authors, although their power was very much impaired under the guidance and auspices of Camillus, the forces of the Volscians were strong. Besides, the Latins and Hernicians had been added, and some of the Circeans, and some Roman colonists also from Velatri. The dictator, having pitched his camp on that day, and on coming forth on the day following after taking the auspices, and having, by sacrificing a victim, implored the favor of the gods, with joyful countenance presented himself to the soldiers, who were now taking arms at daybreak, according to orders, on the signal for battle being displayed. Soldiers, says he, the victory is ours, if the gods and their prophets see aught into futurity. Accordingly, as it becomes men full of well-grounded hope, and who are about to engage with their inferiors, let us place our spears at our feet, and arm our right hands only with our swords. I would not even wish that any should push forward beyond the line, but that, standing firm, you receive the enemy's charge in a steady posture. When they shall have discharged their ineffective missives, and, breaking their ranks, they shall rush on you as you stand firm, then let your swords glitter, and let each man recollect, that there are gods who aid the Roman. Those gods, who have sent us into battle with favorable omens. Do you, Titus Quinctius, keep back the cavalry, attentively observing the very commencement of the contest. As soon as you observe the armies closed foot to foot, then, whilst they are taken up with another panic, strike terror into them with your cavalry, and by making a charge on them, disperse the ranks of those engaged in the fight. The cavalry, the infantry conduct the fight, just as he had ordered them. Nor did either the general disappoint the legions, nor fortune the general. The army of the enemy, relying on nothing but on their number, and measuring both armies merely by the eye, entered on the battle inconsiderately, and inconsiderately gave it over, fierce only in their shout and with their missive weapons. And at the first onset of the fight, they were unable to withstand the swords, and the close engagement foot to foot, and the looks of the enemy, darting fire through their ardor for the fight. Their front line was driven in, and confusion spread to the reserve troops, and the cavalry occasioned alarm on their part. The ranks were then broken in many places, everything was set in motion, and the line seemed as it were fluctuating. Then when, the foremost having fallen, each saw that death was about to reach himself, they turned their backs. The Roman followed close on them, and as long as they went off armed and in bodies, the labor in the pursuit fell to the infantry. When it was observed that their arms were thrown away in every direction, and that the enemy's line was scattered in flight through the country, then squadrons of horse were sent out, intimation being given that they should not, by losing time with the massacre of individuals, afford an opportunity in the meantime to the multitude to escape. It would be sufficient that their speed should be retarded by missive weapons and by terror, and that the progress of their forces should be detained by skirmishing, until the infantry should be able to overtake and dispatch the enemy by regular slaughter. There was no end of the flight and slaughter before night. On the same day the camp of the Volscians was taken also and pillaged, and all the plunder, save the persons of free condition, was given up to the soldiers. The greatest part of the prisoners consisted of Latins and Hernicians, and these not men of plebeian rank, so that it could be supposed that they had served for hire. But some young men of rank were found among them, an evident proof that the Volscian enemies had been aided by public authority. Some of the Circeans also were recognized, and colonists from Velitrae. And being all sent to Rome, on being interrogated by the leading senators, plainly revealed the same circumstances as they had done to the dictator, the defection each of his respective state. The dictator kept his army in the standing camp, not at all doubting that the Senate would order war with these states. When a more momentous difficulty having occurred at home, rendered it necessary that he should be sent for to Rome, the sedition gaining strength every day, which the fomenter was now rendering more than ordinarily formidable. For now it was easy to see from what motives proceeded not only the discourses of Manlius, but his actions also, apparently suggested by popular zeal, but at the same time tending to create disturbance. When he saw a centurion, illustrious for his military exploits, leading off to prison by reason of a judgment for debt, he ran up with his attendants in the middle of the forum and laid hands on him. And exclaiming aloud against the insolence of the patricians, the cruelty of the usurers, and the grievances of the commons, and the deserts and misfortunes of the man. Then indeed, said he, in vain have I preserved the capital and citadel by this right hand, if I am to see my fellow citizen and fellow soldier, as if captured by the victorious Gauls, dragged into slavery in chains. He then paid the debt to the creditor openly before the people, and having purchased his freedom with the scales and brass, he sets the man at liberty, whilst the latter implored both gods and men that they would grant a recompense to Marcus Manlius, his liberator, the parent of the Roman commons. And being immediately received into the tumultuous crowd, he himself also increased the tumult, displaying the scars received in the Veientian, Gallic, and other succeeding wars, that he, whilst serving in the field, and rebuilding his dwelling which had been demolished, though he had paid off the principal many times over, the interest always keeping down the principal, had been overwhelmed with interest, that through the kind interference of Marcus Manlius. He now beheld the light, the forum, and the faces of his fellow citizens, that he received from him all the kind services usually conferred by parents. That to him therefore he devoted whatever remained of his person, of his life, and of his blood, whatever ties subsisted between him and his country, public and private guardian deities, were all centered in that one man. When the commons, worked upon by these expressions, were now wholly in the interest of the one individual, another circumstance was added, emanating from a scheme still more effectually calculated to create general confusion. A farm in the Veientian territory, the principal part of his estate, he subjected to public sale, that I may not, says he, suffer any of you, Romans, as long as any of my property shall remain, to be dragged off to prison. After judgment has been given against him, and he has been consigned to a creditor. That circumstance, indeed, so inflamed their minds, that they seemed determined on following the assertor of their freedom through everything, right and wrong. Besides this, speeches were made, at his house, as if he were delivering an harangue, full of imputations against the patricians. Among which he threw out, waiving all distinction whether he said what was true or false, that treasures of the Gallic gold were concealed by the patricians. That, they were now no longer content with possessing the public lands, unless they appropriated the public money also, if that were made public, that the commons might be freed from their debt. When this hope was presented to them, then indeed it seemed a scandalous proceeding, that when gold was to be contributed to ransom the state from the Gauls, the collection was made by a public tribute. That the same gold, when taken from the Gauls, had become the plunder of a few. Accordingly they followed up the inquiry, where the furtive possession of so enormous a treasure could be kept. And when he deferred, and told them that he would inform them at the proper time, all other objects being given up, the attention of all was directed to this point. And it became evident that neither their gratitude, if the information were true, nor their displeasure if it proved false, would know any bounds. Matters being in this state, the dictator, being summoned home from the army, came into the city. A meeting of the Senate being held on the following day, when, having sufficiently sounded the inclinations of the people, he forbade the Senate to leave him, attended by that body, he placed his throne in the Comitium. And sent his sergeant to Marcus Manlius. Who on being summoned by the dictator's order, after he had given intimation to his party that a contest was at hand, came to the tribunal, attended by a numerous party. On the one side stood the Senate, on the other the people as if in battle array, attentively observing, each party, their respective leader. Then silence being made, the dictator said, I wish that I and the Roman patricians may agree with the commons on all other matters, as I am confident we shall agree on the business which regards you. And on that about which I am about to interrogate you. I perceive that hopes have been raised by you in the minds of the citizens, that, with safety to the public credit, their debts may be paid off out of the Gallic treasures, which it is alleged the leading patricians are secreting. To which proceeding so far am I from being any obstruction, that on the contrary, Marcus Manlius, I exhort you to free the Roman commons from the weight of interest. And to tumble from their secreted spoil, those who lie now brooding on those public treasures. If you refuse to do this, whether because you yourself desire to be a sharer in the spoil, or because the information is unfounded, I shall order you to be carried off to prison. Nor will I any longer suffer the multitude to be disquieted by you with delusive hopes. To this Manlius replied, that it had not escaped him, that it was not against the Volscians, who were enemies as often as it suited the interests of the patricians, nor against the Latins and Hernicians, whom they were driving into hostilities by false charges, but against him and the Roman commons, that he was appointed dictator. Now the war being dropped, which was only feigned, that an attack was being made against himself, that the dictator now professed to defend the usurers against the commons. That now a charge and destruction was sought for him out of the favor of the multitude. Does the crowd that surrounds my person offend you, said he, Aulus Cornelius, and you, conscript fathers? Why then do you not draw it away from me, each of you by your own acts of kindness? By becoming surety, by delivering your fellow citizens from the stocks, by preventing those cast in lawsuits, and assigned over to their creditors, from being dragged away to prison. By sustaining the necessities of others out of your own superfluities. But why do I exhort you to expend out of your own property? Fix some capital, deduct from the principal what has been paid in interest, soon will my crowd not be a whit more remarkable than that of any other person. But, I may be asked, why do I alone thus interest myself in behalf of my fellow citizens? I have no other answer to give, than if you were to ask me, why in the same way did I alone preserve the capital and the citadel? Both then I afforded the aid which I could to all collectively, and now I will afford it to each individually. Now with respect to the Gallic treasures, the mode of interrogation renders difficult a matter which in itself is easy. For why do you ask that which you know? Why do you order that which is in your own laps to be shaken out of them rather than resign it, unless some fraud lurks beneath? The more you require your own impositions to be examined into, the more do I dread lest you should blind the eyes of those narrowly watching you. Wherefore, it is not I that am to be compelled to discover your hoard, but you must be forced to produce it to the public. When the dictator ordered him to lay aside evasion, and urged him to prove the truth of his information, or to own the guilt of having advanced a false accusation against the Senate, and of having exposed them to the odium of a lying charge of concealment. When he refused to speak, to meet the wishes of his enemies, he ordered him to be carried off to prison. When arrested by the sergeant, he said, O Jupiter, supremely great and good, imperial Juno, and Minerva, and ye other gods and goddesses, who inhabit the capital and citadel, do ye suffer your soldier and defender to be thus harassed by his enemies? Shall this right hand, by which I beat off the galls from your temples, be now in bonds and chains? Neither the eyes nor ears of any one could well endure the indignity, thus offered him, but the state, most patient of legitimate authority, had rendered certain offices absolute to themselves. Nor did either the tribunes of the commons, nor the commons themselves, dare to raise their eyes or utter a sentence in opposition to the dictatorial power. On Manlius being thrown into prison, it appears that a great part of the commons put on mourning, that a great many persons had let their hair and beard grow, and that a dejected crowd presented itself at the entrance of the prison. The dictator triumphed over the Volscians, and that triumph was the occasion rather of ill will than of glory. For they murmured that it had been acquired at home, not abroad, and that it was celebrated over a citizen, not over an enemy. That only one thing was wanting to his arrogance, that Manlius was not led before his car. And now the affair fell little short of sedition, for the purpose of appeasing which, the Senate, without the solicitation of any one, suddenly becoming bountiful of their own free will, decreed that a colony of 2,000 Roman citizens should be conducted to Satricum. 2 acres and half of land were assigned to each. And when they considered this, both as scanty in itself, conferred on a few, and as a bribe for betraying Marcus Manlius, the sedition was irritated by the remedy. And now the crowd of Manlius partisans was become more remarkable, both by their squalid attire and by the appearance of persons under prosecutions, and terror being removed by the resignation of the dictatorship. After the triumph had set both the tongues and thoughts of men at liberty, expressions were therefore heard freely uttered of persons upbraiding the multitude, that, by their favor they always raised their defenders to a precipice, then at the very critical moment of danger they forsook them. That in this way Spurius Cassius, when inviting the commons to a share in the lands, in this way Spurius Maelius, when warding off famine from the mouths of his fellow citizens at his own expense, had been undone. Thus Marcus Manlius was betrayed to his enemies, whilst drawing forth to liberty in light 1/2 of the state, when sunk and overwhelmed with usury. That the commons fattened their favourites that they might be slaughtered. Was this punishment to be suffered, if a man of consular rank did not answer at the nod of a dictator? Suppose that he had lied before, and that on that account he had had no answer to make, what slave was ever imprisoned in punishment of a lie? Did not the memory of that night present itself, which was well nigh the last and an eternal one to the Roman name? Nor any idea of the band of gulls climbing up the Tarpeian rock? Nor that of Marcus Manlius himself, such as they had seen him in arms, covered with sweat and blood, after having in a manner rescued Jupiter himself from the hands of the enemy? Was a recompense made to the preserver of their country with their £50 of corn? And would they suffer a person, whom they almost deified, whom they had set on a footing with Jupiter, at least with respect to the surname of Capitolinus, to drag out an existence subject to the will of an executioner, chained in a prison and in darkness? Was there thus sufficient aid in one person for all, and no relief for one in so many? The crowd did not disperse from that place even during the night, and they threatened that they would break open the prison. When that being conceded which they were about to take by force, Manlius was discharged from prison by a decree of the Senate, by which proceeding the sedition was not terminated, but a leader was supplied to the sedition. About the same time the Latins and Hernicians, as also the colonists of Circeii and Velletri, when striving to clear themselves of the charge of being concerned in the Volscian war, and demanding back the prisoners, that they may punish them according to their own laws, received a harsh answer. The colonists the severer, because being Roman citizens they had formed the abominable design of attacking their own country. They were therefore not only refused with respect to the prisoners, but notice was given them in the name of the Senate, who however forbore from such a proceeding in the case of the allies, instantly to depart from the city, from the presence and sight of the Roman people, lest the law of embassy, provided for the foreigner, not for the citizen, should afford them no protection. The sedition excited by Manlius reassuming its former violence, on the expiration of the year the election was held, and military tribunes with consular power were elected from among the patricians. They were Servius Cornelius Moluginensis a third time, Publius Valerius Potitus a second time, Marcus Furius Camillus, Servius Sulpicius Rufus a second time, Caius Papirius Crassus, Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus a second time. At the commencement of which year peace with foreign countries afforded every opportunity both to the patricians and plebeians, to the plebeians, because not being called away by any levy, they conceived hopes of destroying usury, whilst they had so influential a leader. To the patricians, because their minds were not called away by any external terror from relieving the evils existing at home. Accordingly, as both sides arose much more strenuous than ever, Manlius also was present for the approaching contest. Having summoned the commons to his house, he holds consultations both by night and day with the leading men amongst them with respect to effecting a revolution of affairs. Being filled with a much higher degree both of spirit and of resentment than he had been before. The recent ignominy had lighted up resentment in a mind and used to affront. It gave him additional courage, that the dictator had not ventured to the same extent against him, as Quinctius Cincinnatus had done in the case of Spurius Maelius. And because the dictator had not only endeavored to avoid the unpopularity of his imprisonment by abdicating the dictatorship, but not even the Senate could bear up against it. Elated by these considerations, and at the same time exasperated, he set about inflaming the minds of the commons, already sufficiently heated of themselves. How long, says he, will you be ignorant of your own strength? Which nature has not wished even the brutes to be ignorant of? At least count how many you are, and how many enemies you have. Even if each of you were to attack an individual antagonist, still I should suppose that you would strive more vigorously in defense of liberty, than they in defense of tyranny. For as many of you as have been clients around each single patron, in the same number will ye be against a single enemy. Only make a show of war, ye shall have peace. Let them see you prepared for open force. They themselves will relax their pretensions. Collectively you must attempt something, or individually submit to everything. How long will you look to me? I for my part will not be wanting to any of you. Do you see that my fortune fail not? I, your avenger, when my enemies thought well of it, was suddenly reduced to nothing, and you all in a body beheld that person thrown into chains, who had warded off chains from each one of you. What am I to hope, if my enemies attempt more against me? Am I to expect the fate of Cassius and Maelius? You acted kindly in appearing shocked at it, the gods will avert it, but never will they come down from heaven on my account, they must inspire you with a determination to avert it. As they inspired me, in arms and in peace, to defend you from barbarous foes and tyrannical fellow citizens. Is the spirit of so great a people so mean, that aid against your adversaries always satisfies you? And are you not to know any contest against the patricians, except how you may suffer them to domineer over you? Nor is this implanted in you by nature, but you are theirs by possession. For why is it you bear such spirit with respect to foreigners, as to think it meet that you should rule over them? Because you have been accustomed to vie with them for empire, against these to essay liberty rather than to maintain it. Nevertheless, Whatsoever sort of leaders you have, whatever has been your own conduct, ye have up to this carried everything which ye have demanded, either by force, or your own good fortune. It is now time to aim at still higher objects. Only make trial both of your own good fortune, and of me, who have been, as I hope, already tried to your advantage. Ye will with less difficulty set up some one to rule the patricians, than ye have set up persons to resist their rule. Dictatorships and consulships must be levelled to the ground, that the Roman commons may be able to raise their heads. Wherefore stand by me, prevent judicial proceedings from going on regarding money. I profess myself the patron of the commons, a title with which my solicitude and zeal invests me. If you will dignify your leader by any more distinguishing title of honor or command, ye will render him still more powerful to obtain what ye desire. From this his first attempt is said to have arisen with respect to the obtaining of regal power, but no sufficiently clear account is handed down, either with whom he acted, or how far his designs extended. But, on the other side, the Senate began to deliberate regarding the secession of the commons into a private house, and that, as it so happened, situate in the citadel, and regarding the great danger that was threatening liberty. Great numbers cry out, that a Servilius Ahala was wanted, who would not irritate a public enemy by ordering him to be led to prison, but would finish an intestine war with the loss of one citizen. They came to a resolution milder in terms, but possessing the same force, that the magistrates should see that the commonwealth received no detriment from the designs of Marcus Manlius. Then the consular tribunes, and the tribunes of the commons, for these also had submitted to the authority of the Senate, because they saw that the termination of their own power and of the liberty of all would be the same. All these then consult together as to what was necessary to be done. When nothing suggested itself to the mind of any, except violence and bloodshed, and it was evident that that would be attended with great risk. Then Marcus Manlius, and Quintus Publilius, tribunes of the commons, say, why do we make that a contest between the patricians and commons, which ought to be between the state and one pestilent citizen? Why do we attack, together with the commons, a man whom it is safer to attack through the commons themselves, that he may fall overpowered by his own strength? We have it in contemplation to appoint a day of trial for him. Nothing is less popular than regal power. As soon as the multitude shall perceive that the contest is not with them, and that from advocates they are to be made judges, and shall behold the prosecutors from among the commons, the accused a patrician, and that the charge between both parties is that of aiming at regal power, they will favor no object more than their own liberty. With the approbation of all, they appoint a day of trial for Manlius. When this took place, the commons were at first excited, especially when they saw the accused in a mourning habit, and with him not only none of the patricians, but not even any of his kinsmen or relatives, nay, not even his brothers Aulus and Titus Manlius. A circumstance which had never occurred before, that at so critical a juncture a man's nearest friends did not put on mourning. When Appius Claudius was thrown into prison, they remarked, that Caius Claudius, who was at enmity with him and the entire Claudian family, appeared in mourning. That this favorite of the people was about to be destroyed by a conspiracy, because he was the first who had come over from the patricians to the commons. When the day arrived, I find in no author, what acts were alleged by the prosecutors against the accused bearing properly on the charge of aspiring to kingly power, except his assembling the multitude, and his seditious expressions and his largesses, and pretended discovery. Nor have I any doubt that they were by no means unimportant, as the people's delay in condemning him was occasioned not by the merits of the cause, but by the place of trial. This seems deserving of notice, that men may know what great and glorious achievements his depraved ambition of regal power rendered not only bereft of all merit, but absolutely hateful. He is said to have brought forward near 400 persons to whom he had lent money without interest, whose goods he had prevented from being sold, whom he had prevented from being carried off to prison after being adjudged to their creditors. Besides this, that he not only enumerated also his military rewards, but also produced them to view, spoils of enemies slain up to 30, presents from generals to the number of 40. In which the most remarkable were 2 mural crowns and 8 civic. In addition to this, that he brought forward citizens saved from the enemy, amongst whom was mentioned Caius Servilius, when master of the horse, now absent. Then after he had recounted his exploits in war, in pompous language suitable to the dignity of the subject, equaling his actions by his eloquence, he bared his breast marked with scars received in battle, and now and then, directing his eyes to the Capitol, he called down Jupiter and the other gods to aid him in his present lot. And he prayed, that the same sentiments with which they had inspired him when protecting the fortress of the Capitol, for the preservation of the Roman people, they would now inspire the Roman people within his critical situation, and he entreated them singly and collectively, that they would form their judgment of him with their eyes fixed on the Capitol and citadel and their faces turned to the immortal gods. As the people were summoned by centuries in the field of Mars, and as the accused, extending his hands towards the Capitol, directed his prayers from men to the gods, it became evident to the tribunes, that unless they removed the eyes of men also from the memory of so great an exploit, the best founded charge would find no place in minds prejudiced by services. Thus the day of trial being adjourned, a meeting of the people was summoned in the Poetline Grove outside the Nomentan Gate, from whence there was no view of the Capitol. There the charge was made good, and their minds being now unmoved, by adventitious circumstances, a fatal sentence, and one which excited horror even in his judges, was passed on him. There are some who state that he was condemned by duumvirs appointed to inquire concerning cases of treason. The tribunes cast him down from the Tarpeian rock, and the same place in the case of one man became a monument of distinguished glory and of extreme punishment. Marks of infamy were offered to him when dead, one, a public one. That, when his house had been that where the temple of Moneta and the mint office now stand, it was proposed to the people, that no patrician should dwell in the citadel and Capitol, the other appertaining to his family. It being commanded by a decree that no one of the Manlian family should ever after bear the name of Marcus Manlius. Such was the fate of a man, who, had he not been born in a free state, would have been celebrated with posterity. In a short time, when there was no longer any danger from him, the people, recollecting only his virtues, were seized with regret for him. A pestilence too which soon followed, no causes of so great a calamity presenting themselves, seemed to a great many to have arisen from the punishment inflicted on Manlius. The Capitol, they said, had been polluted with the blood of its preserver. Nor was it agreeable to the gods that the punishment of him by whom their temples had been rescued from the hands of the enemy, had been brought in a manner before their eyes. The pestilence was succeeded by a scarcity of the fruits of the earth, and the report of both calamities by spreading, was followed, by a variety of wars in the following year, Lucius Valerius a fourth time, Aulus Manlius a third time, Servius Sulpicius a third time, Lucius Lucretius, Lucius Aemilius a third time, Marcus Trebonius, being military tribunes with consular power. Besides the Volscians, assigned by some fatality to give eternal employment to the Roman soldiery, and the colonies of Circeii in Velatri, long meditating a revolt, and Latium which had been suspected. New enemies suddenly sprung up in the people of Lanuvium, which had been a most faithful city. The fathers, considering that this arose from contempt, because the revolt of their own citizens, the people of Velatri, had been so long unpunished, decreed that a proposition should be submitted to the people at the earliest opportunity on the subject of declaring war against them, and in order that the commons might be the more disposed for that service. They appointed 5 commissioners for distributing the Pomptine land, and 3 for conducting a colony to Nepete. Then it was proposed to the people that they should order a declaration of war, and the plebeian tribunes in vain endeavoring to dissuade them, all the tribes declared for war. That year preparations were made for war. The army was not led out into the field on account of the pestilence. And that delay afforded full time to the colonists to deprecate the anger of the Senate. And a great number of the people were disposed that a suppliant embassy should be sent to Rome, had not the public been involved, as is usual, with the private danger, and the abettors of the revolt from the Romans, through fear, lest they, being alone answerable for the guilt, might be given up as victims to the resentment of the Romans, dissuaded the colonies from councils of peace. And not only was the embassy obstructed by them in the Senate, but a great part of the commons were excited to make predatory excursions into the Roman territory. This new injury broke off all hope of peace. This year a report first originated regarding a revolt of the Praenestans. And the people of Tusculum, Gabii and Lavici, into whose territories the incursions had been made, accusing them of the fact, the Senate returned so placid an answer, that it became evident that less credit was given to the charges. Because they wished them not to be true. In the following year the Papirii, Spurius and Lucius, new military tribunes, led the legions to Velletri. Their 4 colleagues in the tribuneship, Servius Cornelius Melogenensis a 4th time, Quintus Servilius, Servius Sulpicius, Lucius Aemilius a 4th time, being left behind to protect the city. And in case any new commotion should be announced from Etruria. For everything was apprehended from that quarter. At Velletri they fought a successful battle against the auxiliaries of the Praenestans, who were almost greater than the number of colonists themselves. So that the proximity of the city was both the cause of an earlier flight to the enemy, and was their only refuge after the flight. The tribunes refrained from besieging the town, both because, the result, was uncertain, and they considered that the war should not be pushed to the total destruction of the colony. Letters were sent to Rome to the Senate with news of the victory, expressive of more animosity against the Praenestan enemy than against those of Velletri. In consequence, by a decree of the Senate and an order of the people, war was declared against the Praenestans, who, in conjunction with the Volscians, took, on the following year, Satricum, a colony of the Roman people, by storm. After an obstinate defense by the colonists, and made, with respect to the prisoners, a disgraceful use of their victory. Incensed at this, the Romans elected Marcus Furius Camillus a 7th time military tribune. The colleagues conjoined with him were the 2 Postumii Regilenses, Aulus and Lucius Furius, with Lucius Lucretius and Marcus Fabius Ambustus. The Volscian War was decreed to Marcus Furius out of the ordinary course. Lucius Furius is assigned by lot from among the tribunes his assistant. Which proved, not so advantageous to the public as a source of all manner of praise to his colleague, both on public grounds, because he restored the Roman interest which had been prostrated by his rash conduct. And on private grounds, because from his error he sought to obtain his gratitude rather than his own glory. Camillus was now in the decline of life, and when prepared at the election to take the usual oath for the purpose of excusing himself on the plea of his health. He was opposed by the consent of the people, but his active mind was still vigorous within his ardent breast, and he enjoyed all his faculties entire, and now that he concerned himself but little in civil affairs, war still aroused him. Having enlisted 4 legions of 4,000 men each, and having ordered the troops to assemble the next day at the Esquiline Gate, he set out to Satricum. There the conquerors of the colony, nowise dismayed, confiding in their number of men, in which they had considerably the advantage, awaited him. When they perceived that the Romans were approaching, they marched out immediately to the field, determined to make no delay to put all to the risk of an engagement. That by proceeding thus they should derive no advantage from the judgment of their distinguished commander, on which alone they confided. The same ardor existed also in the Roman army, nor did anything, but the wisdom and authority of one man, delay the fortune of the present engagement, who sought, by protracting the war, an opportunity of aiding their strength by skill. The enemy urged them the more on that account, and now not only did they draw out their troops in order of battle before their camp, but advanced into the middle of the plain, and by throwing up trenches near the battalions of the enemy, made a show of their insolent confidence in their strength. The Roman soldier was indignant at this. The other military tribune, Lucius Furius, still more so, who, encouraged both by his youth and his natural disposition, was still further elated by the hopes entertained by the multitude, who assumed great spirits on grounds the most uncertain. The soldiers, already excited of themselves, he still further instigated by disparaging the authority of his colleague by reference to his age, the only point on which he could do so, saying constantly, that wars were the province of young men. And that with the body the mind also flourishes and withers. That from having been a most vigorous warrior he was become a drone, and that he who, on coming up, had been wont to carry off camps and cities at the first onset, now consumed the time inactive within the trenches. What accession to his own strength, or diminution of that of the enemy, did he hope for? What opportunity, what season, what place for practicing stratagem? That the old man's plans were frigid and languid. Camillus had both sufficient share of life as well as of glory. What use was it to suffer the strength of a state which ought to be immortal, to sink into old age along with one mortal body? By such observations, he had attracted to himself the attention of the entire camp, and when in every quarter battle was called for, we cannot, he says, Marcus Furius, withstand the violence of the soldiers. And the enemy, whose spirits we have increased by delaying, insults us by insolence by no means to be borne. Do you, who are but one man, yield to all, and suffer yourself to be overcome in council, that you may the sooner overcome in battle? To this Camillus replies, that, whatever wars had been waged up to that day under his single auspices, in these that neither himself nor the Roman people had been dissatisfied either with his judgment or with his fortune. Now he knew that he had a colleague, his equal in command and in authority, in vigor of age superior, with respect to the army, that he had been accustomed to rule, not to be ruled, with his colleague's authority he could not interfere. That he might do, with the favor of the gods, whatever he might deem to be to the interest of the state. That he would even solicit for his years the indulgence, that he might not be placed in the front line. That whatever duties in war an old man could discharge, in these he would not be deficient, that he prayed to the immortal gods, that no mischance might prove his plan to be the more advisable. Neither his salutary advice was listened to by men, nor such pious prayers by the gods. The adviser of the battle draws up the front line, Camillus forms the reserve, and posts a strong guard before the camp. He himself took his station on an elevated place as a spectator, anxiously watching the result of the other's plan. As soon as the arms clashed at the first encounter, the enemy, from stratagem, not from fear, retreated. There was a gentle acclivity in their rear, between the army in their camp. And because they had sufficient numbers, they had left in the camp several strong cohorts, armed and ready for action, which were to rush forth, when the battle was now commenced, and when the enemy had approached the rampart. The Roman being drawn into disadvantageous ground by following the retreating enemy in disorder, became exposed to this sally. Terror therefore being turned on the victor, by reason of this new force, and the declivity of the valley, caused the Roman line to give way. The Volscians, who made the attack from the camp, being fresh, press on them. Those also who had given way by a pretended flight, renew the fight. The Roman soldiers no longer recovered themselves, but unmindful of their recent presumption and former glory, were turning their backs in every direction, and with disorderly speed were making for their camp, when Camillus, being mounted on his horse by those around him, and hastily opposing the reserve troops to them, "Is this," says he, "soldiers, the battle which ye called for? What man, what god is there, whom ye can blame? That was your rashness, this your cowardice. Having followed another leader, now follow Camillus, and as ye are accustomed to do under my leadership, conquer. Why do ye look to the rampart and camp? Not a man of you shall that camp receive, except as victor." Shame at first stopped their disorderly flight. Then when they saw the standards wheel about, and a line formed to meet the enemy, and the general, besides being distinguished by so many triumphs, venerable also by his age, presented himself in front of the battalions, where the greatest toil and danger was, every one began to upbraid both himself and others, and mutual exhortation with a brisk shout pervaded the entire line. Nor was the other tribune deficient on the occasion. Being dispatched to the cavalry by his colleague, who was restoring the line of the infantry, not by rebuking them, for which task his share in their fault had rendered him an authority of little weight, but from command turning entirely to entreaties, he besought them individually and collectively, to redeem him from blame, who was answerable for the events of that day. Notwithstanding the repugnance and dissuasion of my colleague, I gave myself a partner in the rashness of all rather than in the prudence of one. Camillus sees his own glory in your fortune, whatever it be. For my part, unless the battle is restored, I shall feel the result with you all, the infamy alone, which is most distressing. It was deemed best that the horse should be transferred into the line whilst still unsteady, and that they should attack the enemy by fighting on foot. Distinguished by their arms and courage, they proceed in whatever direction they perceive the line of the infantry most pressed, nor among either the officers or soldiers is there any abatement observed from the utmost effort of courage. The result therefore felt the aid of the bravery exerted. And the Volscians being put to real flight in that direction in which they had lately retreated under pretended fear, great numbers were slain both in the battle itself, and afterwards in flight. The others in the camp, which was taken in the same onset, more, however, were captured than slain. Where when, on taking an account of the prisoners, several Tusculans were recognized, being separated from the rest, they are brought to the tribunes. And they confessed to those who interrogated them, that they had taken up arms by the authority of the state. By the fear of which war so near home Camillus being alarmed, says that he would immediately carry the prisoners to Rome, that the Senate might not be ignorant, that the Tusculans had revolted from the alliance. Meanwhile his colleague, if he thought proper, should command the camp and army. One day had been a lesson to him not to prefer his own counsels to better. However, neither himself, nor any person in the army, supposed that Camillus would pass over his misconduct without some angry feelings, by which the Commonwealth had been brought into so perilous a situation. And both in the army and at Rome, the uniform account of all was, that, as matters had been conducted with varying success among the Volscians, the blame of the unsuccessful battle and of the flight lay with Lucius Furius. All the glory of the successful one was to be attributed to Camillus. The prisoners being brought into the Senate, when the Senate decreed that the Tusculans should be punished with war, and they entrusted the management of that war to Camillus, he requests one assistant for himself in that business. And being allowed to select whichever of his colleagues he pleased, contrary to the expectation of every one, he solicited Lucius Furius. By which moderation of feeling he both alleviated the disgrace of his colleague, and acquired great glory to himself. There was no war, however, with the Tusculans. By firm adherence to peace they warded off the Roman violence, which they could not have done by arms. When the Romans entered their territories, no removals were made from the places adjoining to the road, the cultivation of the lands was not interrupted, the gates of the city lying open. They came forth in crowds clad in their gowns to meet the generals. Provision for the army was brought with alacrity from the city and the lands. Camillus having pitched his camp before the gates, wishing to know whether the same appearance of peace, which was displayed in the country, prevailed also within the walls, entered the city, where he beheld the gates lying open, and everything exposed to sale in the open shops, and the workmen engaged each on their respective employments, and the schools of learning buzzing with the voices of the scholars, and the streets filled amid the different kinds of people, with boys and women going different ways, whithersoever the occasions of their respective callings carried them. Nothing in any quarter that bore any appearance of panic or even of surprise. He looked around at every object, attentively inquiring where the war had been. No trace was there of anything having been removed, or brought forward for the occasion. So completely was everything in a state of steady tranquil peace, so that it scarcely seemed that even the rumor of war could have reached them. Overcome therefore by the submissive demeanor of the enemy, he ordered their Senate to be called. Tusculans, he says, ye are the only persons who have yet found the true arms and the true strength, by which to protect your possessions from the resentment of the Romans. Proceed to Rome to the Senate. The fathers will consider, whether you have merited more punishment for your former conduct, or forgiveness for your present. I shall not anticipate your gratitude for a favor to be conferred by the state. From me ye shall have the power of seeking pardon. The Senate will grant to your entreaties such a result, as they shall consider meet. When the Tusculans came to Rome, and the Senate, of a people, who were till a little before faithful allies, were seen with sorrowful countenances in the porch of the Senate house, the fathers, immediately moved, at the sight. Even then ordered them to be called in rather in a friendly than a hostile manner. The Tusculan dictator spoke as follows: Conscript fathers, we against whom ye proclaimed and made war, just as you see us now standing in the porch of your house, so armed and so attired did we go forth to meet your generals and your legions. This was our habit, this the habit of our commons, and ever shall be, unless whenever we shall receive arms from you and defense of you. We return thanks to your generals and your troops for having trusted their eyes more than their ears. and for having committed nothing hostile, where none subsisted. The peace, which we observed, the same we solicit at your hands. We pray you, avert war to that quarter where, if anywhere, it subsists. What your arms may be able to effect on us, if after our submission we are to experience it, we will experience unarmed. This is our determination. May the immortal gods grant that it be as successful as it is dutiful. With respect to the charges, by which you were induced to declare war against us, though it is needless to refute by words what has been contradicted by facts. Yet, admitting they were true, we think it safe for us to confess them, after having shown such evident marks of repentance. Admit then that we have offended against you, since ye deserve that such satisfaction be made to you. These were nearly the words used by the Tusculans. They obtained peace at the present, and not long after the freedom of the state also. The legions were withdrawn from Tusculum. Camillus, distinguished by his prudence and bravery in the Volscian War, by his success in the Tusculan expedition, in both by his extraordinary moderation and forbearance towards his colleague, went out of office. The military tribunes for the following year being Lucius and Publius Valerius, Lucius a fifth, Publius a third time, and Caius Sergius a third time, Lucius Maninius a second time, Spurius Papirius, and Servius Cornelius Melogenensis. The year required censors also, chiefly on account of the uncertain representations regarding the debt. The tribunes of the commons exaggerating the amount of it on account of the odium of the thing. Whilst it was underrated by those whose interest it was that the difficulty of procuring payment should appear to depend rather on the want of integrity than of ability in the debtors. The censors appointed were Caius Sulpicius Camerinus, Spurius Postumius Regilensis. And the matter having been commenced was interrupted by the death of Postumius, because it was not conformable to religion that a substitute should be colleague to a censor. Accordingly, after Sulpicius had resigned his office, other censors having been appointed under some defect, they did not discharge the office. That a third set should be appointed was not allowed, as though the gods did not admit a censorship for that year. The tribunes denied that such mockery of the commons was to be tolerated. That the Senate were averse to the public tablets, the witnesses of each man's property, because they were unwilling that the amount of the debt should be seen, which would clearly show that one part of the state was depressed by the other. Whilst in the meantime the commons, oppressed with debt, were exposed to one enemy after another. Wars were now sought out in every direction without distinction. Troops were marched from Antium to Satricum, from Satricum to Velitri, and thence to Tusculum. The Latins, Hernicians, and the Praenestans were now threatened with hostilities, more through a hatred of their fellow citizens than of the enemy, in order to wear out the commons under arms, and not suffer them to breathe in the city. Or to reflect on their liberty at their leisure, or to stand in an assembly where they may hear a tribune's voice discussing concerning the reduction of interest and the termination of other grievances. But if the commons had a spirit mindful of the liberty of their fathers, that they would neither suffer any Roman citizen to be assigned to a creditor on account of debt, nor a levy to be held, until, the debts being examined, and some method adopted for lessening them, each man should know what was his own, and what another's, whether his person was still free to him, or that also was due to the stocks. The price held out for sedition soon raised it, for both several were made over to creditors, and on account of the rumor of the Praenestan war, the Senate decreed that new legions should be levied. Both which measures began to be obstructed by tribunician interposition and the combined efforts of the commons. For neither the tribunes suffered those consigned to their creditors to be thrown into prison, nor did the young men give in their names. While the Senate felt less pressing anxiety about enforcing the laws regarding the lending of money than about the levy, for now it was announced that the enemy, having marched from Praenest, had encamped in the Gabinian territory. Meanwhile this very report rather aroused the tribunes of the commons to the struggle commenced than deterred them, nor did anything else suffice to allay the discontent in the city, but the approach of hostilities to the very walls. For when the Praenestans had been informed that no army was levied at Rome, no general fixed on, that the Senate and people were turned the one against the other. Their leaders thinking that an opportunity presented itself, making a hasty march, and laying waste the country as they went along, they advanced their standards as far as the Colline Gate. The panic in the city was great. The alarm was given to take up arms, persons ran together to the walls and gates, and at length turning from sedition to war, they created Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus dictator. He appointed Aulus Sempronius Atratinus his master of the horse. When this was heard, such was the terror of that office, the enemy retired from the walls, and the young Romans assembled to the edict without refusal. Whilst the army is being levied at Rome, in the meantime the enemy's camp is pitched not far from the river Allia, thence laying waste the land far and wide, they boasted one to the other that they had chosen a place fatal to the Roman city. That there would be a similar consternation and flight from thence as occurred in the Gallic War. For, if the Romans dread a day deemed inauspicious, and marked with the name of that place, how much more than the Allian day would they dread the Allia itself, the monument of so great a disaster. No doubt the fierce looks of the Gauls and the sound of their voices would recur to their eyes and ears. Turning over in mind those groundless notions of circumstances as groundless, they rested their hopes on the fortune of the place. On the other hand, the Romans considered that, in whatever place a Latin enemy stood, they knew full well that they were the same whom, after having utterly defeated at the Lake Regillus, they kept in peaceable subjection for 100 years. That the place being distinguished by the memory of their defeat, would rather stimulate them to blot out the remembrance of their disgrace, than raise a fear that any land should be unfavorable to their success. Were even the Gauls themselves presented to them in that place, that they would fight just as they fought at Rome in recovering their country, as the day after at Gabii. Then, when they took care, that no enemy, who had entered the walls of Rome, should carry home an account of their success or defeat. With these feelings on either side they came to the Allia. The Roman dictator, when the enemy were in view drawn up and ready for action, says, Aulus Sempronius, do you see that these men have taken their stand at the Allia, relying on the fortune of the place? Nor have the immortal gods granted them anything of surer confidence, or any more effectual support. But do you, relying on arms and on courage, make a brisk charge on the middle of their line. I will bear down on them when thrown into disorder and consternation with the legions. Ye gods, witnesses of the treaty, assist us, and exact the penalty, due for yourselves having been violated, and for us who have been deceived through the appeal made to your divinity. The Praenestans sustained not the attack of cavalry, or infantry, their ranks were broken at the first charge and shout. Then when their line maintained its ground in no quarter, they turned their backs. And being thrown into consternation and carried beyond their own camp by their panic, they stopped not from their precipitate speed, until Praeneste came in view. There, having been dispersed in consequence of their flight, they select a post for the purpose of fortifying it in a hasty manner. Lest, if they betook themselves within the walls, the country should be burned forthwith, and when all places should be desolated, siege should be laid to the city. But when the victorious Romans approached, the camp at the Allia having been plundered, that fortress also was abandoned, and considering the walls scarcely secure, they shut themselves up within the town of Praeneste. There were 8 towns besides under the sway of the Praenestans. Hostilities were carried round to these also, and these being taken one after the other without much difficulty, the army was led to Velletri. This also was taken by storm. They then came to Praeneste, the main source of the war. That town was obtained, not by force, but by capitulation. Titus Quinctius, being once victorious in a pitched battle, having taken also 2 camps belonging to the enemy, and 9 towns by storm, and Praeneste being obtained by surrender, returned to Rome, and in his triumph brought into the capital the statue of Jupiter Imperator, which he had conveyed from Praeneste. It was dedicated between the recesses of Jupiter and Minerva, and a tablet fixed under it, as a monument of his exploits, was engraved with nearly these words, Jupiter and all the gods granted, that Titus Quinctius, dictator, should take 9 towns. On the 20th day after the appointment he abdicated the dictatorship. An election was then held of military tribunes with consular power, in which the number of patricians and plebeians was equal. From the patricians were elected Publius and Caius Manlius, with Lucius Julius, the commons gave Caius Sextilius, Marcus Albinius, and Lucius Antistius. To the Manlii, because they had the advantage of the plebeians in family station, and of Julius in interest, the province of the Volscians was assigned out of the ordinary course, without lots or mutual arrangement. Of which circumstance both themselves and the patricians who conferred it afterwards repented. Without any previous reconnoitre they sent out some cohorts to forage. It having been falsely reported to them that these were ensnared, whilst they march in great haste, in order to support them, without even retaining the author of the report, who had deceived them, he being a Latin enemy instead of a Roman soldier. They themselves fell into an ambuscade. There, whilst they suffer and commit great havoc, making resistance on disadvantageous ground solely by the valor of the soldiers, the enemy in the meantime in another quarter attacked the Roman camp which was situate on a plain. By their temerity and want of skill, matters were brought into jeopardy in both places by the generals. Whatever portion of the army was saved, the good fortune of the Roman people, and the steady valor of the soldiers, even without a director, protected. When an account of these events was brought to Rome, it was at first agreeable to them that a dictator should be appointed. Then when intelligence was received from the Volscian country that matters were quiet, and it appeared manifest that they knew not how to take advantage of victory and of opportunity, the army and generals were recalled from thence also. And there was quiet from that quarter, as far as regarded the Volscians. The only disturbance there was towards the end of the year was, that the Praenestans, having stirred up some of the states of the Latins, renewed hostilities. During the same year new colonists were enrolled for Caesia, the colony itself complaining of the paucity of men. Domestic tranquility, which the influence of the plebeian military tribunes and the respect shown to them among their own party procured, was a consolation for the want of success in war. The commencement of the following year blazed forth with violent sedition, the military tribunes with consular power being Spurius Furius, Quintus Servilius a second time, Caius Licinius, Publius Cloelius, Marcus Horatius, Lucius Geganius. The debt was both the groundwork and cause of the disturbance, for the purpose of ascertaining which Spurius Servilius Priscus and Quintus Cloelius Siculus, being appointed censors, were prevented by war from proceeding in the business. For alarming news at first, then the flight, of the country people, from the lands, brought intelligence that the legions of the Volscians had entered the borders, and were laying waste the Roman land in every direction. In which alarm, so far was the fear of the foreign enemy from putting a check to the domestic feuds, that on the contrary the tribunician power became even more vehement in obstructing the levy. Until these conditions were imposed on the patricians, that no one was to pay tribute as long as the war lasted, nor issue any judicial process respecting money due. This relaxation being obtained for the commons, there was no delay with respect to the levy. New legions being enlisted, it was resolved that 2 armies should be led into the Volscian territory, the legions being divided. Spurius Furius and Marcus Horatius proceed to the right, towards the sea coast and Antium, Quintus Servilius and Lucius Geganius to the left, to Agetra towards the mountains. On neither side did the enemy meet them. Devastation was therefore committed, not similar to that straggling kind which the Volscian had practiced by snatches under the influence of trepidation after the manner of a banditti. Relying on the dissensions among the enemy and dreading their valor. But committed with the full meed of their resentment by a regular army, more severe also by reason of their continuance. For the incursions had been made by the Volscians on the skirts of the borders, as they were afraid lest an army might in the meantime come forth from Rome. The Romans, on the contrary, had a motive for tarrying in the enemy's country, in order to entice them to an engagement. All the houses therefore on the lands, and some villages also, being burnt down, not a fruit tree nor the seed being left for the hope of a harvest, all the booty both of men and cattle, which was outside the walls, being driven off. The troops were led back from both quarters to Rome. A short interval having been granted to the debtors to recover breath, when matters became perfectly quiet with respect to the enemy, legal proceedings began to be instituted anew. And so remote was all hope of relieving the former debt, that a new one was now contracted by a tax for building a wall of hewn stone bargained for by the censors, to which burden the commons were obliged to submit. Because the tribunes of the commons had no levy which they could obstruct. Forced by the influence of the nobles, they elected all the military tribunes from among the patricians, Lucius Aemilius, Publius Valerius a fourth time, Caius Veturius, Servius Sulpicius, Lucius and Caius Quinctius Cincinnatus. By the same influence they succeeded in raising 3 armies against the Latins and Volscians, who with combined forces were encamped at Satricum, all the juniors being bound by the military oath without any opposition. One army for the protection of the city, the other to be sent for the sudden emergencies of war, if any disturbance should arise elsewhere. The third, and by far the most powerful, Publius Valerius and Lucius Aemilius led to Satricum. Where when they found the enemy's line of battle drawn up on level ground, they immediately engaged. And before the victory was sufficiently declared, the battle, which held out fair hopes of success, was put a stop to by rain accompanied by a violent storm of wind. On the following day the battle was renewed. And for a considerable time the Latin troops particularly, who had learned the Roman discipline during the long confederacy, stood their ground with equal bravery and success. A charge of cavalry broke their ranks. When thus confused, the infantry advanced upon them, and as much as the Roman line advanced, so much were the enemy dislodged from their ground, and when once the battle gave way, the Roman prowess became irresistible. When the enemy being routed made for Satricum, which was 2 miles distant, not for their camp, they were cut down chiefly by the cavalry, their camp was taken and plundered. The night succeeding the battle, they betake themselves to Antium in a march resembling a flight, and though the Roman army followed them almost in their steps, fear however possessed more swiftness than anger. Wherefore the enemy entered the walls before the Roman could annoy or impede their rear. After that several days were spent in laying waste the country, as the Romans were neither supplied with military engines to attack walls, nor the others to hazard the chance of a battle. At this time a dissension arose between the Antians and the Latins, when the Antians, overcome by misfortunes and reduced by a war, in which they had both been born and had grown old, began to think of a surrender. Whilst their recent revolt after a long peace, their spirits being still fresh, rendered the Latins more determined to persevere in the war. There was an end to the contest, when it became evident to both parties that neither would stand in the way of the other so as to prevent them from following out their own views. The Latins by departing redeemed themselves from a share in what they deemed a dishonorable peace. The Antians, on the removal of those who by their presence impeded their salutary counsels, surrender their city and lands to the Romans. The resentment and rage of the Latins, because they were neither able to damage the Romans in war, nor to retain the Volscians in arms, vented itself in setting fire to the city of Satricum, which had been their first place of retreat after their defeat. Nor did any other building in that city remain, since they cast firebrands indiscriminately into those sacred and profane, except the temple of Mother Matuta. From that neither the sanctity of the building itself, nor respect for the gods, is said to have restrained them, but an awful voice, emitted from the temple with threats of dismal vengeance. Unless they removed their abominable fires to a distance from the temples. Fired with this rage, their impetuosity carried them on to Tusculum, under the influence of resentment, because, having abandoned the general association of the Latins, they joined themselves not only in alliance with the Romans, but also as members of their state. As they unexpectedly rushed in at the gates, which were lying open, the town, except the citadel, was taken at the first shout. The townsmen with their wives and children took refuge in the citadel, and sent messengers to Rome, to inform the Senate of their situation. An army was led to Tusculum with no less expedition than was worthy of the honor of the Roman people. Lucius Quinctius and Servius Sulpicius, military tribunes, commanded it. They beheld the gates of Tusculum shut, and the Latins, with the feelings of besiegers and besieged, on the one side defending the walls of Tusculum, on the other hand attacking the citadel, they struck terror and felt it at the same time. The arrival of the Romans produced a change in the minds of both parties. It turned the Tusculans from great alarm into the utmost alacrity, and the Latins from almost assured confidence of soon taking the citadel, as they were masters of the town, to very slender hope of even their own safety. A shout is raised by the Tusculans from the citadel, it is answered by a much louder one from the Roman army. The Latins are hard-pressed on both sides, they neither withstand the force of the Tusculans pouring down on them from the higher ground. Nor are they able to repel the Romans advancing up to the walls, and forcing the bars of the gates. The walls were first taken by Scalade, the gates were then broken open. And when the two enemies pressed them both in front and in the rear, nor did there remain any strength for fight, nor any room for running away, between both they were all cut to pieces to a man. Tusculum being recovered from the enemy, the army was led back to Rome. In proportion as all matters were more tranquil abroad in consequence of their successes in war this year, so much did the violence of the patricians and the distresses of the commons in the city increase every day. As the ability to pay was prevented by the very fact that it was necessary to pay. Accordingly, when nothing could now be paid out of their property, being cast in suits and assigned over to custody, they satisfied their creditors by their character and persons, and punishment was substituted for payment. Wherefore not only the lowest, but even the leading men in the commons had sunk so low in spirit, that no enterprising and adventurous man had courage, not only to stand for the military tribuneship among the patricians, for which privilege they had strained all their energies, but not even to take on them and sue for plebeian magistracies, and the patricians seemed to have for ever recovered the possession of an honor that had been only usurped by the commons for a few years. A trifling cause, as generally happens, which had the effect of producing a mighty result, intervened to prevent the other party from exulting too much in that. Two daughters of Marcus Fabius Ambustus, an influential man, both among persons of his own station, and also with the commons, because he was by no means considered a despiser of persons of that order, had been married. The elder to Servius Sulpicius, the younger to Caius Licinius Stolo, a distinguished person, but still a plebeian. And the fact of such an alliance not having been scorned, had gained influence for Fabius with the people. It so happened, that when the two sisters, the Fabii, were passing away the time in conversation in the house of Servius Sulpicius, military tribune, a lictor of Sulpicius, when he returned home from the forum, rapped at the door, as is usual, with the rod. When the younger Fabia, a stranger to this custom, was frightened at it, she was laughed at by her sister, who was surprised at her sister not knowing the matter. That laugh, however, gave a sting to the female mind, sensitive as it is to mere trifles. From the number of persons attending on her, and asking her commands, her sister's match, I suppose, appeared to her to be a fortunate one, and she repined at her own, according to that erroneous feeling, by which every one is most annoyed at being outstripped by those nearest to him. When her father happened to see her disappointed after the recent mortification, by kindly inquiring he prevailed on her, who was dissembling the cause of her annoyance, as being neither affectionate with respect to her sister, nor respectful towards her husband, to confess, that the cause of her chagrin was, that she had been united to an inferior, and married into a house which neither honor nor influence could enter. Ambustus then, consoling his daughter, bid her keep up good spirits, that she should soon see the same honors at her own house, which she now sees at her sister's. Upon this he began to draw up his plans with his son-in-law, having attached to himself Lucius Sextius, an enterprising young man, and one to whose hope nothing was wanting but patrician descent. There appeared a favorable opportunity for making innovations on account of the immense load of debt, no alleviation of which evil the commons could hope for unless their own party were placed in the highest authority. To bring about that object, they saw, that they should exert themselves. That the plebeians, by endeavoring and persevering, had already gained a step towards it, whence, if they struggled forward, they might reach the summit, and be on a level with the patricians, in honor as well as in merit. For the present it was resolved that plebeian tribunes should be created, in which office they might open for themselves a way to other honors. And Caius Licinius and Lucius Sextius, being elected tribunes, proposed laws all against the power of the patricians, and for the interests of the commons, one regarding the debt, that whatever had been paid in interest being deducted from the principal, the remainder should be paid off in 3 years by equal installments. The other concerning the limitation of land, that no one should possess more than 500 acres of land, a third, that there should be no election of military tribunes, and that one at least of the consuls should be elected from the commons. All matters of great importance, and such as could not be attained without the greatest struggles. A contest therefore for all those objects, of which there is ever an inordinate desire among men, viz. land, money, and honors, being now proposed, the patricians became terrified and dismayed, and finding no other remedy in their public and private consultations except the protest, which had been tried in many previous contests. They gained over their colleagues to oppose the bills of the tribunes. When they saw the tribes summoned by Licinius and Sextius to announce their votes, surrounded by bands of patricians, they neither suffered the bills to be read, nor any other usual form for taking the votes of the commons to be gone through. And now assemblies being frequently convened to no purpose, when the propositions were now considered as rejected, it is very well, says Sextius. Since it is determined that a protest should possess so much power, by that same weapon will we protect the people. Come, patricians, proclaim an assembly for the election of military tribunes. I will take care that that word, I forbid it, which you listen to our colleagues chanting with so much pleasure, shall not be very delightful to you. Nor did the threats fall ineffectual, no elections were held, except those of aediles and plebeian tribunes. Licinius and Sextius, being re-elected plebeian tribunes, suffered not any curule magistrates to be appointed, and this total absence of magistrates continued in the city for the space of 5 years, the people re-electing the 2 tribunes. And these preventing the election of military tribunes. There was an opportune cessation of other wars, the colonists of Velletri, becoming wanton through ease, because there was no Roman army, made repeated incursions on the Roman territory, and set about laying siege to Tusculum. This circumstance, the Tusculans, old allies, new fellow citizens, imploring aid, moved not only the patricians, but the commons also, chiefly with a sense of honor. The tribunes of the commons relaxing their opposition, the elections were held by the interrex. And Lucius Furius, Aulus Manlius, Servius Sulpicius, Servius Cornelius, Publius and Caius Valerius, found the commons by no means so complying in the levy as in the elections. And an army having been raised amid great contention, they set out, and not only dislodged the enemy from Tusculum, but shut them up even within their own walls. Velletri began to be besieged by a much greater force than that with which Tusculum had been besieged, nor still could it be taken by those by whom the siege had been commenced. The new military tribunes were elected first, Quintius Servilius, Caius Veturius, Aulus and Marcus Cornelius, Quintus Quinctius, Marcus Fabius. Nothing worthy of mention was performed even by these at Velletri. Matters were involved in greater peril at home, for besides Sextius and Licinius, the proposers of the laws, re-elected tribunes of the commons now for the 8th time, Fabius also, military tribune, father-in-law of Stolo, avowed himself the unhesitating supporter of those laws of which he had been the adviser. And whereas, there had been at first 8 of the college of the plebeian tribunes protesters against the laws, there were now only 5, and, as is usual with men who leave their own party, dismayed and astounded. They in words borrowed from others, urged as a reason for their protest, that which had been taught them at home. That a great number of the commons were absent with the army at Velletri, that the assembly ought to be deferred till the coming of the soldiers, that the entire body of the commons might give their vote concerning their own interests. Sextius and Licinius with some of their colleagues, and Fabius one of the military tribunes, well versed now by an experience of many years in managing the minds of the commons, having brought forward the leading men of the patricians, teased them by interrogating them on each of the subjects which were about to be brought before the people, would they dare to demand, that when 2 acres of land a head were distributed among the plebeians, they themselves should be allowed to have more than 500 acres. That a single man should possess the share of nearly 300 citizens, whilst his portion of land scarcely extended for the plebeian to a stinted habitation and a place of burial. Was it their wish that the commons, surrounded with usury, should surrender their persons to the stocks and to punishment, rather than pay off their debt by discharging the principal? And that persons should be daily led off from the forum in flocks, after being assigned to their creditors, and that the houses of the nobility should be filled with prisoners? And that wherever a patrician dwelt, there should be a private prison. When they had uttered these statements, exasperating and pitiable in the recital, before persons alarmed for themselves, exciting greater indignation in the hearers than was felt by themselves, they affirmed that there never would be any other limit to their occupying the lands, or to their butchering the commons by usury, unless the commons were to elect one consul from among the plebeians, as a guardian of their liberty. That the tribunes of the commons were now despised, as being an office which breaks down its own power by the privilege of protest. That there could be no equality of right, where the dominion was in the hands of the one party, assistance only in that of the other. Unless the authority were shared, the commons would never enjoy an equal share in the commonwealth. Nor was there any reason why any one should think it enough that plebeians were taken into account at the consular elections, unless it were made indispensable that one consul at least should be from the commons, no one would be elected. Or had they already forgotten, that when it had been determined that military tribunes should be elected rather than consuls, for this reason, that the highest honors should be open to plebeians also, no one out of the commons was elected military tribune for 44 years. How could they suppose, that they would voluntarily confer, when there are but 2 places, a share of the honor on the commons, who at the election of military tribunes used to monopolize the 8 places? And that they would suffer a way to be open to the consulship, who kept the tribuneship so long a time fenced up? That they must obtain by a law, what could not be obtained by influence at elections? And that one consulate must be set apart out of the way of contest, to which the commons may have access, since when left open to dispute it is sure ever to become the prize of the more powerful. Nor can that now be alleged, which they used formerly to boast of, that there were not among the plebeians qualified persons for curule magistracies. For, was the government conducted with less activity and less vigor, since the tribunate of Publius Licinius Calvus, who was the first plebeian elected to that office, than it was conducted during those years when no one but patricians was a military tribune? Nay, on the contrary, several patricians had been condemned after their tribuneship, no plebeian. Quaestors also, as military tribunes, began to be elected from the commons a few years before. Nor had the Roman people been dissatisfied with any one of them. The consulate still remained for the attainment of the plebeians, that it was the bulwark, the prop of their liberty. If they should attain that, then that the Roman people would consider that kings were really expelled from the city, and their liberty firmly established. For from that day that everything in which the patricians surpassed them, would flow in on the commons, power and honor, military glory, birth, nobility, valuable at present for their own enjoyment, sure to be left still more valuable to their children. When they saw such discourses favorably listened to, they publish a new proposition, that instead of 2 commissioners for performing religious rites, 10 should be appointed. So that 1/2 should be elected out of the commons, the other half from the patricians, and they deferred the meeting, for the discussion, of all those propositions, till the coming of that army which was besieging Velletri. The year was completed before the legions were brought back from Velletri. Thus the question regarding the laws was suspended and deferred for the new military tribunes. For the commons re-elected the same 2 plebeian tribunes, because they were the proposers of the laws. Titus Quinctius, Servius Cornelius, Servius Sulpicius, Spurius Servilius, Lucius Papirius, Lucius Valerius, were elected military tribunes. Immediately at the commencement of the year the question about the laws was pushed to the extreme of contention. And when the tribes were called, nor did the protest of their colleagues prevent the proposers of the laws, the patricians being alarmed have recourse to their 2 last aids, to the highest authority and the highest citizen. It is resolved that a dictator be appointed. Marcus Furius Camillus is appointed, who nominates Lucius Aemilius his master of the horse. To meet so powerful a measure of their opponents, the proposers of the laws also set forth the people's cause with great determination of mind, and having convened an assembly of the people, they summoned the tribes to vote. When the dictator took his seat, accompanied by a band of patricians, full of anger and of threats, and the business was going on at first with the usual contention of the plebeian tribunes, some proposing the law and others protesting against it. And though the protest was more powerful by right, still it was overpowered by the popularity of the laws themselves and of their proposers, and when the first tribes pronounced, "Be it as you propose," then Camillus says, "Since, Romans, tribunician extravagance, not authority, sways you now, and ye are rendering the right of protest, acquired formerly by a secession of the commons, totally unavailing by the same violent conduct by which you acquired it, I, as dictator, will support the right of protest, not more for the interest of the whole commonwealth than for your sake. And by my authority I will defend your rights of protection, which have been overturned. Wherefore if Caius Licinius and Lucius Sextius give way to the protest of their colleagues, I shall not introduce a patrician magistrate into an assembly of the commons. If, in opposition to the right of protest, they will strive to saddle laws on the state as though captive, I will not suffer the tribunician power to be destroyed by itself." When the plebeian tribunes still persisted in the matter with unabated energy and contemptuously, Camillus, being highly provoked, sent his lictors to disperse the commons, and added threats, that if they persisted he would bind down the younger men by the military oath, and would forthwith lead an army out of the city. He struck great terror into the people. By the opposition he rather inflamed than lessened the spirits of their leaders. But the matter inclining neither way, he abdicated his dictatorship, either because he had been appointed with some informality, as some have stated, or because the tribunes of the people proposed to the commons, and the commons passed it, that if Marcus Furius did any thing as dictator, he should be fined 500,000 asses. But both the disposition of the man himself, and the fact that Publius Manlius was immediately substituted as dictator for him, incline me to believe, that he was deterred rather by some defect in the auspices than by this unprecedented order. What could be the use of appointing him, Manlius, to manage a contest in which Camillus had been defeated? And because the following year had the same Marcus Furius dictator, who certainly would not without shame have resumed an authority which but the year before had been worsted in his hands. At the same time, because at the time when the motion about fining him is said to have been published, he could either resist this order, by which he saw himself degraded, or he could not have obstructed those others on account of which this was introduced, and throughout the whole series of disputes regarding the tribunician and consular authority, even down to our own memory, the preeminence of the dictatorship was always decided. Between the abdication of the former dictatorship and the new one entered on by Manlius, an assembly of the commons being held by the tribunes, as if it were an interregnum, it became evident which of the laws proposed were more grateful to the commons, which to the proposers. For they passed the bills regarding the interest and the land, rejected the one regarding the plebeian consulate. And both decisions would have been carried into effect, had not the tribunes declared that they consulted the people on all the laws collectively. Publius Manlius, dictator, then inclined the advantage to the side of the people, by naming Caius Licinius from the commons, who had been military tribune, as master of the horse. The patricians, I understand, were much displeased at this nomination, but the dictator used to excuse himself to the Senate, alleging the near relationship between him and Licinius, at the same time denying that the authority of master of the horse was higher than that of consular tribune. When the elections for the appointment of plebeian tribunes were declared, Licinius and Sextius so conducted themselves, that by denying that they any longer desired a continuation of the honor, they most powerfully stimulated the commons to effectuate that which they were anxious for, notwithstanding their dissimulation. That they were now standing the 9th year as it were in battle array against the patricians, with the greatest danger to their private interests, without any benefit to the public. That the measures published, and the entire strength of the tribunician authority, had grown old with them, the attack was made on their propositions, first by the protest of their colleagues, then by banishing their youth to the war at Velletri. At length the dictatorial thunder was levelled against them. That now neither colleagues, nor war, nor dictator stood in their way, as being a man, who by nominating a plebeian as master of the horse, has even given an omen for a plebeian consul. That the commons retarded themselves and their interests. They could, if they liked, have the city in forum free from creditors, their lands immediately free from unjust possessors. Which kindnesses, when would they ever estimate them with sufficiently grateful feelings, if, whilst receiving the measures respecting their own interests, they cut away from the authors of them all hopes of distinction. That it was not becoming the modesty of the Roman people to require that they themselves be eased from usury, and be put in possession of the land unjustly occupied by the great. Whilst they leave those persons through whom they attain these advantages, become old tribunicians, not only without honor, but even without the hope of honor. Wherefore they should first determine in their minds what choice they would make, then declare that choice at the tribunician elections. If they wished that the measures published by them should be passed collectively, there was some reason for re-electing the same tribunes, for they would carry into effect what they published. But if they wished that only to be entertained which may be necessary for each in private, there was no occasion for the invidious continuation of honor. That they would neither have the tribuneship, nor the people those matters which were proposed. In reply to such peremptory language of the tribunes, when amazement at the insolence of their conduct and silence struck all the rest of the patricians motionless, Appius Claudius Crassus, the grandson of the Decemvir, is said to have stepped forward to refute their arguments, urged on, more by hatred and anger than by hope, of succeeding, and to have spoken nearly to this effect: Romans, to me it would be neither new nor surprising, if I too on the present occasion were to hear that one charge, which has ever been advanced against our family by turbulent tribunes, that even from the beginning nothing in the state has been of more importance to the Claudian family than the dignity of the patricians. That they have ever resisted the interests of the commons. Of which charges I neither deny nor object to the one, that we, since we have been admitted into the state and the patricians, have strenuously done our utmost, that the dignity of those families, among which ye were pleased that we should be, might be truly said rather to have been increased than diminished. With respect to the other, in my own defense and that of my ancestors, I would venture to maintain, Romans, unless any one may consider those things, which may be done for the general good of the state, were injurious to the commons as if inhabitants of another city, that we, neither in our private nor in our official capacity, ever knowingly did any thing which was intended to be detrimental to the commons. And that no act nor word of ours can be mentioned with truth contrary to your interest, though some may have been contrary to your inclinations. Even though I were not of the Claudian family, nor descended from patrician blood, but an ordinary individual of the Roman citizens, who merely felt that I was descended from free-born parents, and that I lived in a free state. Could I be silent on this matter, that Lucius Sextius and Caius Licinius, perpetual tribunes, forsooth, have assumed such a stock of arrogance during the 9 years in which they have reigned, as to refuse to allow you the free exercise of your suffrage either at the elections or in enacting laws? On a certain condition, one of them says, ye shall re-elect us tribunes for the 10th time. What else is it, but saying, what others sue for, we disdain so thoroughly, that without some consideration we will not accept it? But in the name of goodness, what is that consideration, for which we may always have you tribunes of the commons? That ye admit collectively all our measures, whether they please or displease, are profitable or unprofitable. I beg you, Tarquinii, tribunes of the commons, suppose that I, an individual citizen, should call out in reply from the middle of the assembly. With your good leave be it permitted us to select out of these measures those which we deem to be beneficial to us. To reject the others. It will not be permitted, he says. Must you enact concerning the interest of money and the lands, that which tends to the interest of you all? And must not this prodigy take place in the city of Rome, that of seeing Lucius Sextius and this Caius Licinius consuls, a thing which you loathe and abominate? Either admit all, or I propose none. Just as if any one were to place poison and food together before any one who was oppressed with famine, and order him either to abstain from that which would sustain life, or to mix with it that which would cause death. Wherefore, if this state were free, would they not all in full assembly have replied to you, begone hence with your tribuneships and your propositions? What? If you will not propose that which it is the interest of the people to accept, will there be no one who will propose it? If any patrician, if, what they desire to be still more invidious, any Claudius should say, either accept all, or I propose nothing, which of you, Romans, would bear it? Will ye never look at facts rather than persons? But always listen with partial ears to everything which that officer will say, and with prejudiced ears to what may be said by any of us. But, by Jove, their language is by no means becoming members of a republic. What sort is the measure, which they are indignant at its having been rejected by you? Very like their language, Romans. I ask, he says, that it may not be lawful for you to elect, as consuls, such persons as ye may wish. Does he require anything else, who orders that one consul at least be elected from the commons, nor does he grant you the power of electing 2 patricians? If there were wars at the present day, such as the Etrurian for instance, when Porsenna took the Janiculum, such as the Gallic war lately, when, except the capital and citadel, all these places were in possession of the enemy. And should Lucius Sextius stand candidate for the consulate with Marcus Furius or any other of the patricians, could ye endure that Sextius should be consul without any risk, that Camillus should run the risk of a repulse? Is this allowing a community of honors, that it should be lawful that 2 plebeians, and not lawful that 2 patricians, be made consuls, and that it should be necessary that one be elected from among the commons? And lawful to pass by both of the patricians? What fellowship, what confederacy is that? Is it not sufficient, if you come in for a share of that in which you had no share hitherto, unless whilst suing for a part you seize on the whole? I fear, he says, lest, if it be lawful that 2 patricians are to be elected, ye will elect no plebeian. What else is this but saying, because ye will not of your own choice elect unworthy persons, I will impose on you the necessity of electing persons whom you do not wish? What follows, but that if one plebeian stand candidate with 2 patricians, he owes no obligation to the people, and may say that he was appointed by the law, not by suffrages? How they may extort, not how they may sue for honors, is what they seek, and they are anxious to attain the highest honor, so that they may not owe the obligations incurred even for the lowest. And they prefer to sue for honors rather through favorable conjunctures than by merit. Is there any one who can feel it an affront to have himself inspected and estimated? Who thinks it reasonable that to himself alone, amidst struggling competitors, honors should be certain? Who would withdraw himself from your judgment? Who would make your suffrages necessary instead of voluntary, servile instead of free? I omit mention of Licinius and Sextius, whose years of perpetuated power ye number, as that of the kings in the capital. Who is there this day in the state so mean, to whom the road to the consulate is not rendered easier through the advantages of that law, than to us and to our children? Inasmuch as you will sometimes not be able to elect us even though you may wish it, those persons you must elect, even though you were unwilling. Of the insult offered to merit enough has been said, for merit appertains to human beings. What shall I say respecting religion and the auspices, which is contempt and injustice relating exclusively to the immortal gods? Who is there who does not know that this city was built by auspices, that all things are conducted by auspices during war and peace, at home and abroad? In whom therefore are the auspices vested according to the usage of our forefathers? In the patricians, no doubt, for no plebeian magistrate is ever elected by auspices. So peculiar to us are the auspices, that not only do the people elect in no other manner, save by auspices, the patrician magistrates whom they do elect, but even we ourselves, without the suffrages of the people, appoint the interrex by auspices. And in our private station we hold those auspices, which they do not hold even in office. What else then does he do, than abolish auspices out of the state, who, by creating plebeian consuls, takes them away from the patricians who alone can hold them? They may now mock at religion. For what else is it, if the chickens do not feed? If they come out too slowly from the coop? If a bird chaunt an unfavorable note? These are trifling, but by not despising these trifling matters, our ancestors have raised this state to the highest eminence. Now, as if we had no need of the favor of the gods, we violate all religious ceremonies. Wherefore let pontiffs, augurs, kings of the sacrifices be appointed at random. Let us place the tiara of Jupiter's flamen on any person, provided he be a man. Let us hand over the ancilia, the shrines, the gods, and the charge of the worship of the gods, to those to whom it is impious to commit them. Let not laws be enacted, nor magistrates elected under auspices. Let not the Senate give their approbation, either to the assemblies of the centuries or of the curiae. Let Sextius and Licinius, like Romulus and Tatius, reign in the city of Rome, because they give away as donations other persons' money in lands. So great is the charm of plundering the possessions of other persons, nor does it occur to you that by the one law vast wilds are produced throughout the lands by expelling the proprietors from their territories. By the other credit is destroyed, along with which all human society ceases to exist. For every reason, I consider that those propositions ought to be rejected by you. Whatever ye may do, I pray the gods to render it successful. The speech of Appius merely had this effect, that the time for passing the propositions was deferred. The same tribunes, Sextius and Licinius, being re-elected for the 10th time, succeeded in passing a law, that of the Decemvirs for religious matters, 1/2 should be elected from the commons. 5 patricians were elected, and 5 out of the plebeians, and by that step the way appeared open to the consulship. The commons, content with this victory, yielded to the patricians, that, all mention of consuls being omitted for the present, military tribunes should be elected. Those elected were, Aulus and Marcus Cornelius a second time, Marcus Jaganius, Publius Manlius, Lucius Veturius, and Publius Valerius a 6th time. When, except the siege of Velletri, a matter rather of a slow than dubious result, there was no disquiet from foreign concerns among the Romans. The sudden rumor of a Gallic war being brought, influenced the state to appoint Marcus Furius dictator for the 5th time. He named Titus Quinctius Pennis master of the horse. Claudius asserts that a battle was fought that year with the Gauls, on the banks of the Anio. And that then the famous battle was fought on the bridge, in which Titus Manlius, engaging with a Gaul by whom he had been challenged, slew him in the sight of the 2 armies and despoiled him of his chain. But I am induced by the authority of several writers to believe that those things happened not less than 10 years later, but that in this year a pitched battle was fought with the Gauls by the dictator, Marcus Furius, in the territory of Alba. The victory was neither doubtful or difficult to the Romans, though from the recollection of the former defeat the Gauls had diffused great terror. Many thousands of the barbarians were slain in the field, and great numbers in the storming of the camp. The rest dispersing, making chiefly for Apulia, saved themselves from the enemy, both by continuing their flight to a great distance, as also because panic and terror had scattered them very widely. A triumph was decreed to the dictator with the concurrence of the Senate and Commons. Scarcely had he as yet finished the war, when a more violent disturbance awaited him at home. And by great struggles the dictator and the Senate were overpowered, so that the measures of the tribunes were admitted. And the elections of the consuls were held in spite of the resistance of the nobility, at which Lucius Sextius was made consul, the first of plebeian rank. And not even was that an end of the contests. Because the patricians refused to give their approbation, the affair came very near a secession of the people, and other terrible threats of civil contests, when, however, the dissensions were accommodated on certain terms through the interference of the dictator. And concessions to the commons were made by the nobility regarding the plebeian consul, by the commons to the nobility, with respect to one praetor to be elected out of the patricians, to administer justice in the city. The different orders being at length restored to concord after their long-continued animosity, when the Senate were of opinion that for the sake of the immortal gods they would readily do a thing deserving, and that justly. If ever on any occasion before, that the most magnificent games should be performed, and that one day should be added to the 3. The plebeian aediles refusing the office, the young patricians cried out with one accord, that they, for the purpose of paying honor to the immortal gods, would readily undertake the task, so that they were appointed aediles. And when thanks were returned to them by all, a decree of the Senate passed, that the dictator should ask of the people 2 persons as aediles from among the patricians, that the Senate should give their approbation to all the elections of that year. Book 7. 2 magistrates were added, the praetorship and curule aedileship. A pestilence rages in the city, which carries off the celebrated Furius Camillus. Scenic representations first introduced. Curtius leaps on horseback completely armed into a gulf in the Forum. Titus Manlius, having slain a Gaul in single combat, who challenged any of the Roman soldiers, takes from him a golden chain, and hence gets the name of Torquatus. 2 new tribes are added, called the Pomptine and Publilian. Licinius Stolo is condemned on a law which he himself had carried, for possessing more than 500 acres of land. Marcus Valerius, surnamed Corvinus, from having with the aid of a crow killed a Gaul, who challenged him, is on the following year elected consul, though but 23 years old. A treaty of friendship made with the Carthaginians. The Campanians, overpowered by the Samnites, surrender themselves to the Roman people, who declare war against the Samnites. Decius Mus saves the Roman army, when brought into very great danger by the consul A. Cornelius. Conspiracy and revolt of the Roman soldiers in the garrison of Capua. They are brought to a sense of duty, and restored to their country, by Marcus Valerius Corvus, dictator. Successful operations against the Hernicians, Gauls, Tiburtians, Pravernians, Tarquinians, Samnites, and Volscians. This year will be remarkable for the consulship of a man of mean birth, remarkable for 2 new magistracies, the praetorship and curule aedileship. These honors the patricians claimed to themselves, in consideration of one consulship having been conceded to the plebeians. The commons gave the consulship to Lucius Sextius, by whose law it had been obtained. The patricians by their popular influence obtained the praetorship for Spurius Furius Camillus, the son of Marcus, the aedileship for Gnaeus Quinctius Capitolinus and Publius Cornelius Scipio, men of their own rank. To Lucius Sextius, the patrician colleague assigned was Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus. In the beginning of the year mention was made both of the Gauls, who, after having strayed about through Apulia, it was now rumored were forming into a body. And also concerning a revolt of the Hernicians. When all business was purposely deferred, so that nothing should be transacted through means of the plebeian consul, silence was observed on all matters, and a state of inaction like to a justicium. Except that, the tribunes not suffering it to pass unnoticed that the nobility had arrogated to themselves 3 patrician magistracies as a compensation for 1 plebeian consul, sitting in curule chairs, clad in the praetexta like consuls. The praetor, too, administering justice, and as if colleague to the consuls, and elected under the same auspices, the Senate were in consequence made ashamed to order the curule aediles to be elected from among the patricians. It was at first agreed, that they should be elected from the commons every 2nd year, afterwards the matter was left open. Then, in the consulate of Lucius Janutius and Quintus Servilius, affairs being tranquil both at home and abroad, that they might at no period be exempt from fear and danger, a great pestilence arose. They say that a praetor, a curule aedile, and 3 plebeian tribunes died of it, and that several other deaths took place in proportion among the populace. And that pestilence was made memorable chiefly by the death of Marcus Furius, which, though occurring at an advanced age, was still much lamented. For he was a truly extraordinary man under every change of fortune. The first man in the state in peace and war, before he went into exile, still more illustrious in exile, whether by the regret felt for him by the state, which, when in captivity, implored his aid when absent, or by the success with which, when restored to his country, he restored that country along with himself. For 25 years afterwards, for so many years afterwards did he live, he uniformly preserved his claims to such great glory, and was deemed deserving of their considering him, next after Romulus, a second founder of the city of Rome. The pestilence continued both for this and the following year, Caius Sulpicius Pedicus and Caius Licinius Stolo being consuls. During that year nothing worth recording took place, except that for the purpose of imploring the favor of the gods, there was a lectisternium, the 3rd time since the building of the city. And when the violence of the disease was alleviated neither by human measures nor by divine interference, their minds being broken down by superstition, among other means of appeasing the wrath of heaven. Scenic plays also are said to have been instituted, a new thing to a warlike people, for hitherto there had been only the shows of the circus. But the matter was trivial, as all beginnings generally are, and even that itself from a foreign source. Without any poetry, or gesticulating in imitation of such poetry, actors were sent for from Etruria, dancing to the measures of a musician, and exhibited, according to the Tuscan fashion, movements by no means ungraceful. The young men afterwards began to imitate these, throwing out at the same time among each other jocular expressions in uncouth verses, nor were their gestures irrelevant to their language. Wherefore the matter was received with approbation, and by frequent use was much improved. To the native performers the name of histriones was given, because hister, in the Tuscan vocabulary, was the name of an actor, who did not, as formerly, throw out alternately artless and unpolished verses like the Fescennine at random, but represented medleys complete with meter, the music being regularly adjusted for the musician, and with appropriate gesticulation. Livius, who several years after, giving up medleys, was the first who ventured to digest a story with a regular plot, the same being, forsooth, as all were at that time, the actor of his own pieces. After having broken his voice from having been too repeatedly called on, and after having sought permission, is said to have placed a boy before the musician to chaunt, and to have performed the gesticulations with considerably freer movement, because the employment of his voice was no impediment to him. Thence commenced the practice of chaunting to the actors according to their manual gesticulations, and the dialogues only were left to their voice. When by this arrangement the business of the scenic performances was called away from laughter and intemperate mirth, and the amusement became gradually converted into an art, the young men, leaving to regular actors the performance of plays, began themselves, according to the ancient usage, to throw out ludicrous jests comprised in verses, which from that time were called exodia, and were collected chiefly from the Atellan farces. Which kind of amusement, received from the Aussi, the young kept to themselves, nor did they suffer it to be debased by regular players. Hence it remains an established usage that the actors of the Atellan farces are neither degraded from their tribe, and may serve in the army, as if having no connection with the profession of the stage. Among the trifling beginnings of other matters, it seemed to me that the first origin of plays also should be noticed. That it might appear how from a moderate commencement it has reached its present extravagance, scarcely to be supported by opulent kingdoms. However, the first introduction of plays, intended as a religious expiation, neither relieved their minds from religious awe, nor their bodies from disease. Nay more, when the circus being inundated by the overflowing of the Tiber happened to interrupt the middle of the performance, that indeed, as if the gods were now turned from them, and despised their efforts to suit their wrath, excited great terror. Accordingly, Gnaeus Janutius and Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus being a second time consuls, when the searching for expiations harassed their minds, more than the diseases did their bodies, it is said to have been collected from the memory of the more aged, that a pestilence had formerly been relieved, on the nail being driven by a dictator. Induced by this superstitious circumstance, the Senate ordered a dictator to be appointed for the purpose of driving the nail. Lucius Manlius Imperiosus being appointed, named Lucius Pinarius master of the horse. There is an ancient law written in antique letters and words, that whoever is supreme officer should drive a nail on the Ides of September. It was driven into the right side of the temple of Jupiter supremely good and great, on that part where the temple of Minerva is. They say that the nail was a mark of the number of years elapsed, because letters were rare in those times, and that the law was referred to the temple of Minerva, because number is the invention of that goddess. Cincius, a careful writer on such monuments, asserts that there were seen at Vulcinii also nails fixed in the temple of Nortia, a Tuscan goddess, as indices of the number of years. Marcus Horatius, being consul, according to law dedicated the temple of Jupiter the best and greatest the year after the expulsion of kings. The solemnity of fixing the nail was afterwards transferred from the consuls to the dictators, because theirs was a superior office. The custom being afterwards dropped, it seemed a matter of sufficient importance in itself, on account of which a dictator should be appointed. For which reason Lucius Manlius being appointed, just as if he had been appointed for the purpose of managing the business of the state in general, and not to acquit it of a religious obligation, being ambitious to manage the Hernician war, harassed the youth by a severe levy, and at length, all the plebeian tribunes having risen up against him, whether overcome by force or shame, he resigned the dictatorship. Notwithstanding this, in the commencement of the ensuing year, Quintus Servilius Ahala, Lucius Janutius being consuls, a day of trial is appointed for Manlius, by Marcus Pomponius, tribune of the commons. His severity in the levies, carried not only to the fining of the citizens, but even to the laceration of their bodies, those who had not answered to their names being some beaten with rods, others thrown into prison, was hateful. And more hateful than all was his violent temper, and the surname of Imperiosus, offensive to a free state, adopted by him from an ostentation of severity, which he exercised not more against strangers than his nearest friends, and even those of his own blood. And among other things, the tribune alleged as a charge against him that he had banished his son, a youth convicted of no improper conduct, from the city, home, household gods, forum, light, from the society of his equals, and consigned him in a manner to a prison or workhouse, where a youth of dictatorian rank, born of a very high family, should learn by his daily suffering that he was descended of a truly imperious father. And for what offense? Because he was not eloquent, nor ready in discourse. Which defect of nature, whether ought it to be treated with leniency if there were a particle of humanity in him, or ought it to be punished, and rendered more remarkable by harsh treatment? The dumb beasts even, if any of their offspring happen to be badly formed, are not the less careful in nourishing and cherishing them. But Lucius Manlius aggravated the misfortune of his son by severity, and further clogged the slowness of his intellects. And if there were in him even the least spark of natural ability, he extinguished it by a rustic life and a clownish education, and keeping him among cattle. By these charges the minds of all were exasperated against him more than that of the young man himself, nay, on the contrary, being grieved that he was even the cause of public odium and accusations to his father. That all the gods and men might know that he would rather afford aid to his father than to his enemies, he forms the design, characteristic of a rude and rustic mind no doubt, and though of a precedent not conformable to the rules of civil life, yet commendable for its filial piety. Having furnished himself with a knife, without the knowledge of any one, he proceeds early in the morning into the city, and from the gate straightway to the house of Marcus Pomponius the tribune. He tells the porter that he wanted to see his master immediately, and bid him to announce that he was Titus Manlius, son of Lucius. Being introduced immediately, for he had hopes that the youth, incensed against his father, brought either some new charge or some advice to accomplish the project. After mutual greeting, he says that there were some matters which he wished to transact with him in private. Then, all persons being ordered to withdraw to a distance, he draws his dagger. And standing over the couch with his dagger ready to strike, he threatens that he would immediately stab him, unless he would swear in the words which he would dictate, that he never would hold a meeting of the commons for the purpose of prosecuting his father. The tribune alarmed, for he saw the steel glittering before his eyes, himself alone and unarmed. The other a young man, and very powerful, and what was no less terrifying, savagely ferocious in his bodily strength, swears in the terms in which he was obliged, and afterwards acknowledged that forced by this proceeding he gave up his undertaking. Nor though the commons would have preferred that an opportunity was afforded them of passing sentence on so cruel and tyrannical a culprit, they were not much displeased that the son had dared to act so in behalf of his father. And that was the more commendable in this, that such great severity on the part of the father had not weaned his mind from his filial affection. Wherefore the pleading of his cause was not only dispensed with for the father, but the matter even became a source of honor to the young man. And when it had been determined on that year for the first time that tribunes of the soldiers for the legions should be appointed by suffrage, for before that the commanders themselves used to appoint them, as they now do those whom they call rufuli, he obtained the second place among 6, without any merit of a civil or military nature to conciliate public favor, as he had spent his youth in the country and at a distance from all intercourse with the world. On the same year the middle of the forum is said to have fallen into an immense depth, forming a sort of vast cave, either by reason of an earthquake, or some other violent cause. Nor could that gulf be filled up by throwing earth into it, every one exerting himself to the utmost, until by the admonition of the gods an inquiry began to be instituted, as to what constituted the chief strength of the Roman people. For the soothsayers declare that must be devoted to that place, if they desired the Roman state to be perpetual. Then they tell us that Marcus Curtius, a youth distinguished in war, reproved them for hesitating, whether there was any greater Roman good than arms and valor. Silence being made, looking to the temples of the immortal gods, which command a view of the Forum, and towards the Capitol, and extending his hands at one time towards heaven, at another towards the infernal gods. Through the gaping aperture of the earth, he devoted himself, then, mounted on a horse accoutred in the most gorgeous style possible, he plunged in full armor into the opening. And offerings and the fruits of the earth were thrown in over him by the multitude of men and women, and the lake was called Curtian not from Curtius Metus, the ancient soldier of Titus Tatius, but from this circumstance. If any way would lead one's inquiry to the truth, industry would not be wanting. Now, when length of time precludes all certainty of evidence, we must stand by the rumor of tradition. And the name of the lake must be accounted for from this more recent story. After due attention being paid to so great a prodigy, the Senate, during the same year, being consulted regarding the Hernicians, after having sent heralds to demand restitution in vain, voted that a motion be submitted on the earliest day to the people on the subject of declaring war against the Hernicians, and the people, in full assembly, ordered it. That province fell by lot to the consul Lucius Janutius. The state was in anxious suspense, because he was the first plebeian consul that was about to conduct a war under his own auspices, being sure to judge of the good or bad policy of establishing a community of honors, according as the matter should turn out. Chance so arranged it that Janutius, marching against the enemy with a considerable force, fell into an ambush. The legions being routed by reason of a sudden panic, the consul was slain after being surrounded by persons who knew not whom they had slain. When this news was brought to Rome, the patricians, by no means so grieved for the public disaster, as elated at the unsuccessful guidance of the plebeian consul, everywhere exclaim, they might now go, and elect consuls from the commons. They might transfer the auspices where it was impious to do so. The patricians might by a vote of the people be driven from their own exclusive honor, whether had this inauspicious law availed also against the immortal gods. They had vindicated their authority, their auspices, which as soon as ever they were defiled by one by whom it was contrary to human and divine law that they should have been, the destruction of the army with its leader was a warning that elections should hereafter be conducted in utter violation of the rights of birth. The Senate House and the Forum resound with expressions such as these. Appius Claudius, because he had dissuaded the law, and now with greater authority blamed the issue of a measure which had been found fault with by himself, the consul Servilius appoints dictator by the general wish of the patricians. And a levy and cessation of business are proclaimed. Before the dictator and the new legions could arrive among the Hernicians, matters were conducted with great success under the direction of Caius Sulpicius the lieutenant general, making use of a favorable opportunity. On the Hernicians, who after the death of the consul came up contemptuously to the Roman camp with the certainty of taking it, a sally was made by the exhortations of the consul, the minds of the soldiers also being full of rage and indignation. The Hernicians were much disappointed in their hopes of approaching the rampart, in such complete confusion did they retire from thence. Then on the arrival of the dictator the new army is joined to the old, the forces are doubled. And the dictator in a public assembly, by bestowing praises on the lieutenant general and the soldiers by whose valor the camp had been defended, at the same time raises the spirits of those who heard their own deserved praises, and at the same time stimulates the others to rival such valor. With no less vigor are the military preparations made on the part of the enemy, who, mindful of the honor previously acquired, and not ignorant that the enemy had increased their strength, augment their forces also. The entire Hernician race, all of military age, are called out. 8 cohorts, each consisting of 400 men, the chosen strength of their people, are levied. This, the select flower of their youth, they filled with hope and courage by their having decreed that they should receive double pay. They were exempt also from military work, that, being reserved for the single labor of fighting, they might feel that they should make exertions more than are made by ordinary men. They are placed in an extraordinary position in the field, that their valor might be the more conspicuous. A plain 2 miles in breadth separated the Roman camp from the Hernicians. In the middle of this, the spaces being about equal on both sides, they came to an engagement. At first the fight was kept up with doubtful hope, the Roman cavalry having repeatedly essayed to no purpose to break the enemy's line by their charge. When their fighting as cavalry was less marked by success than by great efforts, the cavalry, having first consulted the dictator, and then obtained his permission, leaving their horses behind, rushed forward in front of the line, with a loud shout, and recommenced the battle after a new style. Nor could they be resisted, had not the extraordinary cohorts, possessing equal vigor both of body and spirit, thrown themselves in their way. Then the contest is carried on between the leading men of the two states. Whatever the common fortune of war carried off from either side, the loss was many times greater than can be estimated by the numbers, the rest, an armed populace, as if they had delegated the fight to the leading men. Rest the issue of their own success on the bravery of others. Many fall on both sides, more are wounded. At length the horsemen, chiding each other, asking, what now remained, if neither when mounted they had made an impression on the enemy, nor as infantry did they achieve anything of moment. What third mode of fighting did they wait for? Why had they so fiercely rushed forward before the line, and fought in a post not belonging to them? Aroused by these mutual chidings, they raised the shout anew, and pressed forward. And first they made the enemy shrink, then made them give way, and at length fairly made them turn their backs. Nor is it easy to say what circumstance obtained the advantage against strength so well matched. Except that the constant fortune of both people might have raised or depressed their spirits. The Romans pursued the Hernicians in their flight to their camp, they refrained from attacking the camp, because it was late. The fact of not having finished the sacrifices with success detained the dictator, so that he could not give the signal before noon, and hence the contest was protracted till night. Next day the camp of the Hernicians was deserted, and some wounded men were found left behind, and the main body of the fugitives was routed by the Signians, as their standards were seen passing by their walls but thinly attended, and dispersed over the country in precipitate flight. Nor was the victory an unbloody one to the Romans, a fourth part of the soldiers perished, and, where there was no less of loss, several Roman horsemen fell. On the following year, when the consuls Caius Sulpicius and Caius Licinius Calvus led an army against the Hernicians, and finding no enemy in the country took their city Ferentinum by storm, as they were returning thence. The Tiburtians shut their gates against them. Though many complaints had been made on both sides before this was the determining cause why war was declared against the Tiburtian people, restitution having been demanded through heralds. It is sufficiently ascertained that Titus Quinctius Pennus was dictator that year, and that Servius Cornelius Mologinensis was his master of the horse. Macer Licinius writes, that he was named by the consul for the purpose of holding the elections, because his colleague hastening to have the elections over before undertaking the war, that he might continue the consulship. He thought it right to thwart his ambitious designs. This being designed as a compliment to his own family, renders the authority of Licinius of the less weight. As I find no mention of that circumstance in the more ancient annals, my mind inclines me to consider that the dictator was appointed on account of the Gallic War. On that year, certainly, the Gauls pitched their camp at the third stone on the Salarian road, at the further side of the bridge of the Anio. The dictator, after he had proclaimed a cessation of civil business on account of the Gallic tumult, bound all the younger citizens by the military oath. And having set forth from the city with a great army, pitched his camp on the hither bank of the Anio. The bridge lay between both armies, neither side attempting to break it down, lest it should be an indication of fear. There were frequent skirmishes for the possession of the bridge, nor could it be clearly determined who were masters of it, the superiority being so indecisive. A Gaul of very large stature advanced on the bridge, then unoccupied, and says with as loud a voice as he could exert, "Let the bravest man that Rome now possesses come forward here to battle. That the event of an engagement between us both may show which nation is superior in war." There was for a long time silence among the young Roman nobility, as they were both ashamed to decline the contest, and unwilling to claim the principal post of danger. Then Titus Manlius, son of Lucius, the same who had freed his father from the vexatious persecution of the tribune, proceeds from his station to the dictator, "Without your commands, General, I would never fight out of the ordinary course. Not though I should see certain victory before me. If you permit me, I wish to show that brute, who insolently makes such a parade before the enemy's line, that I am sprung from that family which dislodged a body of Gauls from the Tarpeian rock." Then the dictator says, "Titus Manlius, may you prosper for your valor and dutiful affection to your father and your country. Go on, and make good the invincibility of the Roman name with the aid of the gods." His companions then arm the youth. He takes a footman's shield, girds himself with a Spanish sword, fit for a close fight. When armed and equipped, they lead him out against the Gaul, who exhibited stolid exultation, and, for the ancients thought that also worthy of mention, thrust out his tongue in derision. They then retire to their station. And the two being armed, are left in the middle space, more after the manner of a spectacle, than according to the law of combat, by no means well matched, according to those who judged by sight and appearance. The one had a body enormous in size, glittering in a vest of various colors, and in armor painted and inlaid with gold. The other had a middle stature, as is seen among soldiers, and a mien unostentatious, in arms fit for ready use rather than adapted for show. He had no song, no capering, nor idle flourishing of arms, but his breast, teeming with courage and silent rage, had reserved all its ferocity for the decision of the contest. When they took their stand between the two armies, the minds of so many individuals around them suspended between hope and fear, the Gaul, like a huge mass threatening to fall on that which was beneath it. Stretching forward his shield with his left hand, discharged an ineffectual cut of his sword with a great noise on the armor of his foe as he advanced towards him. The Roman, raising the point of his sword, after he had pushed aside the lower part of the enemy's shield with his own, and closing on him so as to be exempt from the danger of a wound, insinuated himself with his entire body between the body and arms of the foe, with one and immediately with another thrust pierced his belly and groin, and stretched his enemy now prostrate over a vast extent of ground. Without offering the body of the prostrate foe any other indignity, he despoiled it of one chain, which, though smeared with blood, he threw around his neck. Dismay with astonishment now held the Gauls motionless. The Romans, elated with joy, advancing from their post to meet their champion, with congratulations and praises conduct him to the dictator. Among them uttering some uncouth jests in military fashion somewhat resembling verses, the name of Torquatus was heard. This name, being kept up, became afterwards an honor to the descendants even of the family. The dictator added a present of a golden crown, and before a public assembly extolled that action with the highest praises. And, indeed, of so great moment was the contest with respect to the issue of the war in general, that on the night following the army of the Gauls, having abandoned their camp in confusion, passed over into the territory of Tibur. And from thence soon after into Campania, having concluded an alliance for the purpose of war, and being abundantly supplied with provision by the Tiburtians. That was the reason why, on the next year, Caius Paetilius Bulbus, consul, though the province of the Hernicians had fallen to the lot of his colleague, Marcus Fabius Ambustus, led an army, by order of the people, against the Tiburtians. To whose assistance when the Gauls came back from Campania, dreadful devastations were committed in the Lavican, Tusculan, and Alban territories. And though the state was satisfied with a consul as leader against the Tiburtian enemy, the alarm created by the Gauls rendered it necessary that a dictator should be appointed. Quintus Servilius Ahala having been appointed, named Titus Quinctius master of the horse, and with the sanction of the Senate, vowed the great games, should that war turn out successfully. The dictator then, having ordered the consular army to remain to confine the Tiburtians to their own war, bound all the younger citizens by the military oath, none declining the service. A battle was fought not far from the Colline Gate with the strength of the entire city, in the sight of their parents, wives, and children, which being great incitements to courage, even when these relatives are absent. Being now placed before their eyes, fired the soldiers at once with feelings of shame and compassion. Great havoc being made on both sides, the Gallic army is at length worsted. In their flight they make for Tibur, as being the mainstay of the war. And being intercepted whilst straggling by the consul Paetilius not far from Tiber, and the Tiburtians having come out to bring them aid, they are with the latter driven within the gates. Matters were managed with distinguished success both by the dictator and the consul. And the other consul, Fabius, at first in slight skirmishes, and at length in one single battle, defeated the Hernicians, when they attacked him with all their forces. The dictator, after passing the highest encomiums on the consuls in the Senate and before the people, and yielding up the honor of his own exploits to them, resigned his dictatorship. Paetilius enjoyed a double triumph, over the Gauls and the Tiburtians. Fabius was satisfied with entering the city in ovation. The Tiburtians derided the triumph of Paetilius, for where, they said, had he encountered them in the field? That a few of their people having gone outside the gates to witness the flight and confusion of the Gauls, on seeing an attack made on themselves, and that those who came in the way were slaughtered without distinction, had retired within the city. Did that seem to the Romans worthy of a triumph? They should not consider it an extraordinary and wondrous feat to raise a tumult at the enemy's gates, as they should soon see greater confusion before their own walls. Accordingly in the year following, Marcus Popilius Laenas and Gnaeus Manlius being consuls, during the first silence of the night having set out from Tiber with an army prepared for action, they came to the city of Rome. The suddenness of the thing, and the panic occurring at night, occasioned some terror among them on being suddenly aroused from sleep. Further, the ignorance of many as to who the enemy were or whence they had come. However they quickly ran to arms, and guards were posted at the gates, and the walls were secured with troops. And when daylight showed but an inconsiderable force before the walls, and that the enemy were none other than the Tiburtines, the consuls, having gone forth from the two gates, attack on either side the army of these now advancing up to the walls. And it became obvious that they had come relying rather on the opportunity than on their valor, for they hardly sustained the first charge of the Romans. Nay more, it was evident that their coming proved an advantage to the Romans, and that a disturbance just arising between the patricians and commons was checked by the dread of a war so near them. In the next war there was another eruption of the enemy, more terrible to the country than to the city. The Tarquinians overran the Roman frontiers, committing depredations on that side more especially where they are contiguous to Etruria. And restitution being demanded in vain, the new consuls, Gnaeus Fabius and Caius Plautius, proclaimed war on them by order of the people, and that province fell to the lot of Fabius, the Hernicians to Plautius. A rumor of a Gallic war also was gaining ground. But amid their many terrors, they had some consolation from a peace granted to the Latins at their own request, as also from a considerable reinforcement of soldiers received from them in conformity with an old treaty, which they had for several years ceased to observe. When the Roman cause was supported by this aid, the tidings that the Gauls had come to Praeneste and were encamped near to Pedum, were less heeded. It was determined that Caius Sulpicius should be appointed dictator. Caius Plautius the consul, being sent for the purpose, nominated him. Marcus Valerius was assigned as master of the horse to the dictator. These having selected the best of the soldiers out of the two consular armies, led them against the Gauls. This war was more tedious than was satisfactory to either party. When at first the Gauls only were desirous of fighting, afterwards the Roman soldiers considerably surpassed the ferocity of the Gauls in their ardor for arms and battle. It by no means met the approbation of the dictator when no urgent necessity existed to run any hazard against an enemy, whose strength time and inconvenient situation would daily impair, in total inactivity. Without provisions previously laid up or any fortified situation. Besides, being persons of such minds and bodies, that all their force lay in brisk exertion, whilst the same flagged by short delay. On these considerations the dictator protracted the war, and denounced a severe penalty against any one who should fight against the enemy without orders. The soldiers, being much dissatisfied with this, first censured the dictator, in their conversation, when on guard and on the watches. Sometimes they found fault with the patricians in general, for not having commanded the war to be conducted by the consuls. That an excellent general, an extraordinary commander, had been selected, who thinks that whilst he does nothing victory will fly down from heaven into his lap. Afterwards they gave expression to these same sentiments openly during the day, and to others still more outrageous, that they would either fight without the general's orders, or would proceed in a body to Rome. The centurions, too, began to mix with the soldiers. And they murmured not only in their own quarters, but now their observations began to be confounded together at headquarters and at the general's tent, and the crowd increased to the magnitude of an assembly. And they now shouted from all quarters that they should go forthwith to the dictator. That Sextus Tullius should speak in behalf of the army, so as became his courage. Tullius was now for the 7th time first centurion of a legion, nor was there in the army, at least among those who served in the infantry, a man more distinguished by his conduct. He, at the head of a body of the soldiers, proceeds to the tribunal, and to Sulpicius, not more surprised at the crowd than at Tullius, the leader of the crowd, a soldier most obedient to command, he says, Dictator, the whole army, conceiving that they have been condemned by you of cowardice, and kept without their arms by way of disgrace, has entreated me to plead their cause before you. In truth, if having deserted our post anywhere, if turning our backs to the enemy, if the disgraceful loss of our standards could be laid to our charge, I would still think it but just that we should obtain this from you. That you would suffer us to redeem our fault by our bravery, and to blot out the memory of our disgrace by newly acquired glory. Even the legions defeated at the Allia, when they afterwards set out from Veii, recovered by their valor the same country which they had lost through a panic. We, by the bounty of the gods, your good fortune, and that of the Roman people, have both our cause and our glory uninjured. Though of glory I would scarcely venture to say anything. Since both the enemy scoff at us with every kind of insult, as women hiding ourselves behind a rampart, and you, our general, what we grieve at still more, judge your army to be without spirit, without arms, without hands. And before you had made trial of us, you have so despaired of us, as to consider yourself to be the leader of a set of maimed and disabled men. For what else shall we believe to be the reason why you, a veteran general, most valiant in war, sit down with hands folded, as they say? But however it may be, it is fitter that you should seem to doubt of our courage than we of yours. If however this plan of proceeding be not your own, but a public one, if some concerted scheme of the patricians, and not the Gallic war, keeps us exiled from the city, from our homes, I beg that you consider what I may say here. As addressed not by soldiers to their general, but to the patricians by the commons, who tell you that as ye have your separate plans, so will they have theirs. Who in the name of goodness can be angry that we, consider ourselves, your soldiers, not your slaves? As men who have been sent to war, not into exile. As men who, if any one give the signal, and lead them out into the field, will fight as becomes men and Romans. As men who, if there be no need of arms, would spend their idle time in Rome rather than in a camp. Consider these observations as addressed to the patricians. As your soldiers, we entreat you, General, to afford us an opportunity of fighting. We both desire to conquer, and also to conquer with you for our leader. To confer on you the distinguished laurel, with you to enter the city in triumph, following your car with congratulations and rejoicings, to approach the temple of Jupiter supremely great and good. The entreaties of the multitude followed the speech of Tullius, and from every side they cried out, that he would give the signal, that he would order them to take arms. The dictator, though he saw that a good result was brought about by a precedent not to be approved of, yet took on himself to do what the soldiers wished, and inquires of Tullius privately, what the nature of this transaction was, or on what precedent it was done. Tullius earnestly entreated the dictator not to believe him forgetful of military discipline, of himself, nor of the respect due to his general. That he had not declined to put himself at the head of the excited multitude, who generally were like to their instigators, lest any other person might step forward, such an excited multitude were wont to elect. That for his own part he would do nothing without the orders of his general, that he also however must carefully see, that he keep the army in obedience. That minds so excited could not be put off, that they would choose for themselves time and place, if they were not granted by the general. While they are conversing in this way, it so happened, that as a Gaul was driving away some cattle feeding on the outside of the rampart 2 Roman soldiers took them from him. Stones were thrown at them by the Gauls, then a shout was raised at the next Roman post, and several ran forward on both sides. And now matters were not far from a regular engagement, had not the contest been quickly stopped by the centurions. By this event the testimony of Tullius was certainly confirmed with the dictator, and the matter not admitting of further delay, a proclamation is issued that they were to fight on the day following. The dictator, however, as one who went into the field relying more on the courage of his men than on their numerical strength, began to look about and consider how he might by some artifice strike terror into the enemy. With a sagacious mind he devises a new project, which many generals both of our own and of foreign countries have since adopted, some indeed in our own times. He orders the panniers to be taken from the mules, and 2 side cloths only being left, he mounts the muleteers on them, equipped with arms partly belonging to the prisoners, and some to the sick. About 1,000 of these being equipped, he mixes with them 100 horsemen, and orders them to go up during the night into the mountains over the camp and to conceal themselves in the woods, and not to stir from thence, till they should receive a signal from him. As soon as day dawned, he himself began to extend his line along the bottom of the mountain, for the express purpose that the enemy should face the mountains. The measures for infusing groundless terror being now completed, which terror indeed proved almost more serviceable than real strength. The leaders of the Gauls first believed that the Romans would not come down to the plain, then when they saw them begin on a sudden to descend, they also, on their part eager for the fight, rushed forward to the encounter. And the battle commenced before the signal could be given by the leaders. The Gauls attacked the right wing with greater fierceness, nor could they have been withstood, had not the dictator happened to be on the spot, rebuking Sextus Tullius by name, and asking him, was it in this way he had engaged that the soldiers would fight? Where now were the shouts of those demanding their arms? Where the threats that they would commence the fight without the orders of their general? Behold the general himself calling them with a loud voice to battle, and advancing in arms before the front of the line. Would any of those now follow him, who were just now to have led the way, fierce in the camp, but cowards in the field? What they heard was all true, wherefore shame applied such strong incentives, that they rushed upon the weapons of the enemy, their attention being turned away from the thought of danger. This onset, which was almost frantic at first, threw the enemy into disorder, then the cavalry charging them whilst thus disordered, made them turn their backs. The dictator himself, when he saw their line wavering in one direction, carries round some troops to the left wing, where he saw a crowd of the enemy collected, and gave to those who were on the mountain the signal which had been agreed on. When a new shout arose from that quarter also, and they seemed to make their way in an oblique direction, down the mountain to the camp of the Gauls. Then through fear lest they should be cut off from it, the fight was given up, and they were carried towards the camp with precipitate speed. Where when Marcus Valerius, master of the horse, who, after having routed their left wing, was riding towards the enemy's entrenchment, met them. They turned their flight to the mountains and woods, and the greater part of them were there intercepted by the fallacious show of horsemen, and the muleteers, and of those whom panic had carried into the woods. A dreadful slaughter took place after the battle was ended. Nor did any one since Camillus obtain a more complete triumph over the Gauls than Caius Sulpicius. A considerable weight of gold taken from the Gallic spoils, which he enclosed in hewn stone, he consecrated in the Capitol. The same year the consuls also were engaged in fighting with various success. For the Hernicians were vanquished and subdued by Gnaeus Plautius. His colleague Fabius fought against the Tarquinians without caution or prudence. Nor was the loss sustained in the field so much, a subject of regret, as that the Tarquinians put to death 307 Roman soldiers, their prisoners. By which barbarous mode of punishment the disgrace of the Roman people was rendered considerably more remarkable. To this disaster moreover was added, the laying waste of the Roman territory, which the Privernatians, and afterwards the people of Velatri, committed by a sudden incursion. The same year 2 tribes, the Pomptine and Publilian, were added. The votive games, which Marcus Furius in his dictatorship had vowed, were performed. And a proposition was then for the first time made to the people regarding bribery at elections by Caius Paetilius, tribune of the commons, with the approbation of the Senate. And by that bill they thought that the ambition of new men in particular, who had been accustomed to go around the markets and places of meeting, was checked. Not equally pleasing to the patricians on the following year was a law passed in the consulship of Caius Marcius and Gnaeus Manlius, by Marcus Duilius and Lucius Manius, tribunes of the commons, regarding the interest of money at 12%. And the people received and passed it with much more eagerness. In addition to the new wars determined on the preceding year, a new enemy arose in the Philicians, in consequence of a double charge. Both that their youth had taken up arms in conjunction with the Tarquinians, and because they had refused to restore to the demand of the Roman heralds those who had fled to Falerii, after the unsuccessful battle. That province fell to the lot of Gnaeus Manlius. Marcius led the army into the Privernatian territory, which, from the long continuance of peace, was in a flourishing condition, and he enriched the soldiers with abundance of spoil. To the great quantity of effects he added an act of munificence, for, by setting aside nothing for public use, he favored the soldier in his endeavors to accumulate private property. When the Privernatians had taken their post in a well-fortified camp under their own walls, having summoned the soldiers to an assembly, he says to them, I now give to you the camp and city of the enemy for plunder. If you promise me that you will exert yourselves bravely in the field, and that you are not better prepared for plunder than for fighting. With loud shouts they call for the signal, and elated and buoyed up with certain confidence, they proceed to the battle. Then, in front of the line, Sextus Tullius, whom we have already mentioned, exclaims, Behold, General, says he, how your army are performing their promises to you, and laying aside his javelin, he attacks the enemy sword in hand. The whole van follow Tullius, and at the first onset put the enemy to flight, then pursuing them, when routed, to the town, when they were just applying the scaling ladders to the walls, they received the city on a surrender. A triumph was had over the Privernatians. Nothing worth mentioning was achieved by the other consul, except that he, by an unusual precedent, holding an assembly of the tribes in the camp at Sutrium, he passed a law regarding the 20th part of the value of those set free by manumission. As by this law no small revenue was added to the treasury, now lo, the Senate gave it their sanction. But the tribunes of the commons, influenced not so much by the law as by the precedent, passed a law, making it a capital offense for any one in future to summon an assembly of the people at a distance from the city. For if that were allowed, there was nothing, no matter how destructive to the people, that might not be done by soldiers, who had sworn allegiance to their consul. The same year Caius Licinius Stolo was condemned in a fine of 10,000 asses, on his own law, by Marcus Popilius Laenas, because he possessed in conjunction with his son 1,000 acres of land. And because he had attempted to evade the law by emancipating his son. The next two consuls, Marcus Fabius Ambustus a second time, and Marcus Popilius Laenas a second time, had 2 wars on their hands. The one with the Tiburtians was easy, which Licinius managed, who drove the enemy into their city, and laid waste their lands. The Philicians and Tarquinians routed the other consul in the commencement of the fight. From these parties the utmost terror was raised, in consequence of their priests, who, by carrying before them lighted torches and the figures of serpents, and advancing with the gait of furies, disconcerted the Roman soldiers by their extraordinary appearance. And then indeed they ran back to their entrenchments, in all the hurry of trepidation, as if frenzied or thunderstruck. And then when the consul, and lieutenant generals, and tribunes began to ridicule and chide them for being frightened like children at mere sights, shame suddenly changed their minds. And they rushed, as if blindfold, on those very objects from which they had fled. Having, therefore, dissipated the idle contrivance of the enemy, having attacked those who were in arms, they drove their whole line before them, and having got possession of the camp also on that day, and obtained great booty, they returned victorious, uttering military jests, both on the stratagem of the enemy as also on their own panic. Then the whole Etruscan nation is aroused, and under the conduct of the Tarquinians and Felicians, they come to Salini. To meet this alarm, Caius Marcius Rutilius, being appointed dictator, the first plebeian who was so, named Caius Plautius, also a plebeian, master of the horse. This was deemed an indignity by the patricians, that the dictatorship also was now become common, and with all their exertions they prevented anything from either being decreed or prepared for the dictator, for the prosecution of that war. With the more promptitude, on that account, did the people order things, as proposed by the dictator. Having set out from the city, along both sides of the Tiber, and transporting his army on rafts whithersoever his intelligence of the enemy led him, he surprised many of them straggling about in scattered parties, laying waste the lands. Moreover, he suddenly attacked their camp and took it. And 8,000 of the enemy being made prisoners, all the rest being either slain or driven out of the Roman territory, he triumphed by order of the people, without the sanction of the Senate. Because they neither wished that the consular elections should be held by a plebeian dictator or consul, and the other consul, Fabius, was detained by the war, matters came to an interregnum. There were then interreges in succession, Quintus Servilius Ahala, Marcus Fabius, Gnaeus Manlius, Caius Fabius, Caius Sulpicius, Lucius Aemilius, Quintus Servilius, Marcus Fabius Ambustus. In the second interregnum a dispute arose, because 2 patrician consuls were elected, and the tribunes protesting, Fabius the Interrex said, that it was a law in the 12 tables, that whatever the people ordered last should be law and in force. That the suffrages of the people were their orders. When the tribunes by their protest had been able to effect nothing else than to put off the elections, 2 patricians were chosen consuls, Caius Sulpicius Pedicus a third time, Marcus Valerius Publicola, and on the same day they entered into office. On the 400th year after the building of the city of Rome, and the 35th after its recovery from the Gauls, the consulship being taken away from the commons after 11 years, consuls, both patricians, entered into office after the interregnum, Caius Sulpicius Pedicus a third time, and Marcus Valerius Publicola. During this year Empulum was taken from the Tiburtians with a struggle not worth mentioning, whether the war was waged there under the auspices of the 2 consuls, as some have stated, or whether the lands of the Tarquinians were laid waste by the consul Sulpicius about the same time that Valerius led the troops against the Tiburtians. The consuls had a more arduous contest at home with the commons and tribunes. As 2 patricians had received the consulship, they considered that not only their resolution, but their honor also, was involved in their consigning it to 2 patricians. For if the consulship were made a plebeian magistracy, they must either yield it up entirely, or possess it entire, which possession they had received from their fathers unimpaired. The commons on the other hand loudly remonstrate. Why did they live, why were they reckoned in the number of citizens, if they collectively cannot maintain that which was acquired by the firmness of 2 men, Lucius Sextius and Caius Licinius? That either kings, or decemvirs, or, if there be any denomination of power more offensive, would be submitted to rather than see both the consuls patricians, or rather than not obey and rule in turn. But the one half, located in perpetual power, thinks the commons born for no other purpose than to be subservient. The tribunes are not remiss in encouraging the disturbances. But amid the excited state of all scarcely any are distinguished as leaders. When they had several times gone down to the Campus Martius to no purpose, and when many days of meeting had been spent in seditious movements. At length the resentment of the commons, overcome by the perseverance of the consuls, broke out to such a degree, that the commons followed in sorrow the tribunes, exclaiming, that there was an end of liberty. That not only the campus should be relinquished, but the city also as being held captive and oppressed by the tyranny of the patricians. The consuls, deserted by a part of the people, finished the election nevertheless with the small number, who attended. Both the consuls elected were patricians, Marcus Fabius Ambustus a third time, Titus Quinctius. In some annals I find Marcus Popilius mentioned as consul instead of Titus Quinctius. 2 wars were conducted with success on that year, and they forced the Tiburtians by force of arms to a surrender. The city of Sassula was taken from them. And the other towns would have shared the same fate, had not the entire nation laid down their arms, and put themselves under the protection of the consul. A triumph was obtained by him over the Tiburtians. In other respects the victory was a mild one. Rigorous severity was practiced against the Tarquinians. A great many being slaughtered in the field, out of a great number of prisoners 358 were selected, all of the highest rank, to be sent to Rome, the rest of the multitude were put to the sword. Nor were the people more merciful towards those who had been sent to Rome. They were all beaten with rods and beheaded in the middle of the forum. That was the punishment retaliated on the enemy for their butchering the Romans in the forum of Tarquinii. The successes in war induced the Samnites to seek their friendship. A courteous answer was returned to their ambassadors by the Senate, they were received into an alliance by a treaty. The Roman commons had not the same success at home as in war. For though the burden of interest money had been relieved by fixing the rate at 1 to the 100, the poor were overwhelmed by the principal alone, and submitted to confinement. On this account, the commons took little heed either of the two consuls being patricians, or the management of the elections, by reason of their private distresses. Both consulships therefore remained with the patricians. The consuls appointed were Caius Sulpicius Piedicus a fourth time, Marcus Valerius Publicola a second time. Whilst the state was occupied with the Etrurian War, entered into, because a report prevailed that the people of Caira had joined the Tarquinians through compassion for them from their relationship. Ambassadors from the Latins drew their attention to the Volscians, bringing tidings that an army enlisted and fully armed was now on the point of attacking their frontiers. From thence that they were to enter the Roman territory in order to commit depredations. The Senate therefore determined that neither affair should be neglected. They ordered that troops should be raised for both purposes, and that the consuls should cast lots for the provinces. The greater share of their anxiety afterwards inclined to the Etrurian War. After it was ascertained, from a letter of the consul Sulpicius, to whom the province of Tarquinii had fallen, that the land around the Roman Salini had been depopulated, and that part of the plunder had been carried away into the country of the people of Caira, and that the young men of that people were certainly among the depredators. The Senate therefore, having recalled the consul Valerius, who was opposed to the Volscians, and who had his camp on the frontiers of Tusculum, ordered him to nominate a dictator. He nominated Titus Manlius, son of Lucius. He, after he had appointed Aulus Cornelius Casus his master of the horse, content with the consular army, declared war against the Cairicians by order of the people, with the sanction of the Senate. Then for the first time were the Cairicians seized with a real dread of war, as if there was greater power in the words of the enemy to indicate war than in their own acts, who had provoked the Romans by devastation. And they perceived how ill-suited the contest was to their strength. They repented of their depredations, and cursed the Tarquinians as the instigators of the revolt. Nor did any one think of preparing arms and hostilities. But each strenuously urged the necessity of sending ambassadors to sue for pardon for their error. When their ambassadors applied to the Senate, being referred by the Senate to the people, they implored the gods, whose sacred utensils they had received in the Gallic War and treated with all due ceremony, that the same compassion for them might influence the Romans now in a flourishing condition, which had formerly influenced themselves when the state of the Roman people was distressed. And turning to the temple of Vesta, they invoked the bonds of hospitality subsisting, between themselves, and the Flamens and Vestals entered into by them with holy and religious zeal. Would any one believe that persons, who possessed such merits, had suddenly become enemies without cause? Or if they had committed any act in a hostile manner, that they had, through design rather than under the influence of error from frenzy, so acted, as to cancel their former acts of kindness by recent injuries? More especially when conferred on persons so grateful, and that they would choose to themselves as enemies the Roman people, now in the most flourishing state and most successful in war, whose friendship they had cultivated when they were distressed. That they should not call it design, which should rather be called force and necessity. That the Tarquinians, passing through their territory with a hostile army, after they had asked for nothing but a passage, forced with them some of their peasants, to accompany them in that depredation, which was charged on them as a crime. That they were prepared to deliver them up, if it pleased them that they should be delivered up, or that they should be subjected to punishment, if, they desired, that they should be punished. That Caira, the sanctuary of the Roman people, the harbor of its priests, the receptacle of the sacred utensils of Rome, they should suffer to escape, in regard to the ties of hospitality contracted with the Vestals. And in regard to the religious devotion paid to their gods, intact and unstained with the charge of hostilities committed. The people were influenced not so much by the merits of the present case, as by their former deserts, so as to be unmindful rather of the injury than of the kindness. Peace was therefore granted to the people of Caira, and it was resolved that the making of a truce for 100 years should be referred to a decree of the Senate. Against the Philicians, implicated in the same charge, the force of the war was turned, but the enemy was nowhere found. Though their territories were visited in all directions with devastation, they refrained from besieging the towns. And the legions being brought back to Rome, the remainder of the year was spent in repairing the walls and the towers, and the temple of Apollo was dedicated. At the close of the year a dispute between the patricians and commons suspended the consular elections, the tribunes refusing to allow the elections to be held, unless they were held conformably to the Licinian law. The dictator being determined to do away with the consulate altogether from the state, rather than to make it common to the patricians and the commons. Accordingly, when, the elections being repeatedly adjourned, the dictator resigned his office, matters came to an interregnum. Upon this, when the interreges found the commons incensed against the fathers, the contest was carried on by various disturbances to the 11th interrex. The tribunes held out as their plea, the protection of the Licinian law. The people had the painful sense of the increasing weight of interest nearer to their hearts, and their private troubles became predominant amid the public contests. Through the wearisome effects of which the patricians ordered Lucius Cornelius Scipio, the interrex, for peace sake to observe the Licinian law in the election of consuls. To Publius Valerius Publicola, Caius Marcius Rutilius, a plebeian, was assigned as a colleague. Once their minds were disposed to concord, the new consuls, setting about to relieve the affair of the interest money also, which seemed to prevent perfect unanimity, made the payment of the debts a matter of public concern. 5 commissioners having been appointed, whom from their management of the money they called bankers. By their justice and diligence they deserved to have their names signalized by the records of every history. They were Caius Duilius, Publius Decius Mus, Marcus Papirius, Quintus Publilius, and Titus Emilius. Who underwent a task most difficult to be managed, and dissatisfactory in general to both parties, certainly always so to one, both with moderation in other respects, as well as at the public expense, rather than with any loss, to the creditors. For the tardy debts and those which were more troublesome, rather by the inertness of the debtors than by want of means, either the treasury paid off, tables with money being placed in the forum, in such a manner that the public was first secured. Or a valuation, at equitable prices, of their property freed them, so that not only without injury, but even without complaints on either side, an immense amount of debt was cleared off. After this a groundless alarm of an Etrurian war, as there was a report that the 12 states had conspired, rendered it necessary that a dictator should be appointed. Caius Julius was nominated in the camp, for the decree of the Senate was sent thither to the consuls, to whom Lucius Emilius was attached as master of the horse. But all things were quiet abroad. An attempt made at home by the dictator, to have the election of 2 patrician consuls, brought the government to an interregnum. The 2 interreges, Caius Sulpicius and Marcus Fabius, succeeded in that which the dictator had in vain attempted, in having both the consuls elected from the patricians, the people being rather more appeased in consequence of the service done them in lightening their debts. The persons elected were, Caius Sulpicius Pedicus himself, who first resigned the office of interrex, and Titus Quinctius Pennus. Some attached the name of Ciso, others that of Caius to Quinctius. They both set out to the war, Quinctius to the Cilician, Sulpicius to the Tarquinian. And the enemy nowhere meeting them in the field, they waged war more against the lands than the men, by burning and laying waste everything, by the debilitating effects of which, as of a slow consumption. The pertinacity of both states was so broken, that they solicited a truce, first from the consuls, then through their permission from the Senate. They obtained a truce for 40 years. Thus the concern regarding the 2 wars which were hanging over them being laid aside, whilst there was some repose from arms, it was determined that a census should be instituted. because the payment of the debt had changed the owners of much property. But when the assembly was proclaimed for the appointment of censors, Caius Marcius Rutilius, who had been the first plebeian dictator, having declared himself a candidate for the censorship, disturbed the harmony of the different orders. This step he seemed to have taken at an unseasonable time, because both the consuls then happened to be patricians, who declared that they would take no account of him. But he both succeeded in his undertaking by his own perseverance, and the tribunes aided him by recovering a right lost in the election of the consuls. And both the worth of the man brought him to the level of the highest honor. And also the commons were anxious that the censorship also should be brought within their participation through the medium of the same person who had opened a way to the dictatorship. Nor was any dissent, from this feeling, evinced at the election, so that Marcius was elected censor along with Gnaeus Manlius. This year also had Marcus Fabius as dictator, not by reason of any terror of war, but in order that the Licinian law should not be observed at the consular elections. Quintus Servilius was attached to the dictator as master of the horse. Nor yet did the dictatorship render that combination of the senators more effectual at the consular elections, than it had proved at that of the censors. Marcus Popilius Laenas was chosen consul on the part of the commons, Lucius Cornelius Scipio on that of the patricians. Fortune even rendered the plebeian consul more distinguished. For when news was brought that a vast army of the Gauls had pitched their camp in the Latin territory, Scipio being attacked with a serious fit of illness, the Gallic war was entrusted out of course to Popilius. He having raised an army with great energy, after he had ordered the younger citizens to assemble in arms outside the Capuan gate, and the quaestors to carry the standards from the treasury to the same place, having completed 4 legions. He gave the surplus of the men to the praetor Publius Valerius Publicola, recommending to the Senate to raise another army, which might be a reserve to the state against the sudden contingencies of war. He himself, after sufficiently preparing and arranging everything, proceeds towards the enemy. And in order to ascertain their strength before he should hazard a decisive action, he commenced drawing an entrenchment on a hill, the nearest he could select to the camp of the Gauls. They being a fierce race and of an eager turn for fighting, when, on descrying the standards of the Romans at a distance, they drew out their forces, as expecting to commence the battle forthwith. When they perceived that neither the opposite army descended into the plain, and that the Romans were protected both by the height of the ground and also by the entrenchments, supposing that they were dismayed with fear, and also more exposed to attack, because they were intent on the work, they advanced with a furious shout. On the side of the Romans neither the works were interrupted, it was the Triarii who were employed at them, but the battle was commenced by the Hastati and the Principes, who stood in front of the workmen armed and prepared for the fight. Besides their own valor, the higher ground aided them, so that all the spears and javelins did not fall ineffectual, as when thrown on the same level, as is generally the case, but being steadied by their own weight they took effect. And the Gauls weighed down by the weapons, with which they had their bodies transfixed, or their shields rendered too cumbrous by those sticking in them. When they advanced almost up the steep at a run, becoming irresolute, they at first halted. Then when the very delay shook the courage of the one party, and raised that of the enemy, being then pushed backwards they fell one upon the other, and produced a carnage among themselves more shocking than the carnage, caused by the enemy. For more were crushed by the precipitate rout, than there were slain by the sword. Nor as yet was the victory decided in favor of the Romans, another difficulty still was remaining for them after they had descended into the plain. For the great numbers of the Gauls being such as to prevent all feeling of such a disaster, raised up fresh troops against the victorious enemy, as if a new army rose up once more. And the Romans stood still, suppressing their ardor. Both because the struggle had to be undergone a second time by them wearied as they were, and the consul, having his left arm well nigh transfixed with a javelin, whilst he exposed himself incautiously in the van, had retired for a short time from the field. And now, by the delay, the victory was on the point of being relinquished, when the consul, having had his wound tied up, riding back to the van, cries out, "Soldiers, why do you stand? You have not to do with a Latin or Sabine enemy, whom, when you have vanquished by your arms, from an enemy you may make an ally, against brutes we have drawn our swords. Their blood must be drawn or ours given to them. You have repulsed them from your camp, you have driven them headlong down the valley, you stand on the prostrated bodies of your foes. Fill the plains with the same carnage as you have filled the mountains. Do not wait till they fly, you standing still, your standards must be advanced, you must proceed against the enemy. Roused again by these exhortations, they drive back from their ground the foremost companies of the Gauls, and by forming wedges, they break through the center of their body. By these means, the enemy being disunited, as being now without regular command, or subordination of officers, they turn their violence against their own. And being dispersed through the plains, and carried beyond their own camp in their precipitate flight, they make for the citadel of Alba, which met their eyes as the most elevated among hills of equal altitude. The consul, not pursuing them beyond the camp, because the wound weakened him, and he was unwilling to expose his wearied army to hills occupied by the enemy, bestowed the entire plunder of the camp on the soldiers, and led back his army, victorious and enriched with the Gallic spoils, to Rome. The consul's wound occasioned a delay of the triumph, and the same cause made the Senate wish for a dictator, that there might be someone who, the consuls being both sick, should hold the elections. Lucius Furius Camillus being nominated dictator, Publius Cornelius Scipio being attached as master of the horse, restored to the patricians their former possession of the consulship. He himself being, for that service, elected consul, had Appius Claudius Crassus named as his colleague. Before the new consuls entered on their office, a triumph was celebrated by Popilius over the Gauls amid the great applause of the commons. And they, in a low voice, frequently asked one another, whether any one was dissatisfied with a plebeian consul. At the same time they found fault with the dictator, who had obtained the consulship as a bribe for having infringed the Licinian law, more dishonorable for the private ambition, evinced, thereby than for the injury inflicted on the public. So that, when dictator, he might have himself appointed consul. The year was remarkable for many and various commotions. The Gauls, descending, from the Alban mountains, because they were unable to endure the severity of the winter, straggling through the plains and the parts adjoining the sea, committed devastations. The sea was infested by fleets of the Greeks. And the borders of the Antian shore, and the mouth of the Tiber. So that the maritime plunderers, encountering those on land, fought on one occasion an obstinate fight, and separated, the Gauls to their camp, the Greeks back to their ships, doubting whether they should consider themselves as vanquished or victors. Among these the greatest alarm arose at the circumstance, that assemblies of the Latin states were held at the grove of Ferentina. And an unequivocal answer was given to the Romans on their ordering soldiers from them, that they should cease to issue their orders to those of whose assistance they stood in need, that the Latins would take up arms in defense of their own liberty, rather than for the dominion of others. The Senate becoming uneasy at the defection of their allies, whilst two foreign wars existed at the same time, when they perceived that those whom fidelity had not restrained, should be restrained by fear, ordered the consuls to exert to the utmost the energies of their authority in holding a levy. For that they should depend on an army of their countrymen, since their allies were deserting them. 10 legions are said to have been levied, consisting each of 4,200 infantry and 300 horse. Such a newly raised army, if any foreign force should assail, the present power of the Roman people, which is scarcely confined within the whole world, could not easily raise now, if concentrated upon one point, so true it is. We have improved in those particulars only about which we are solicitous, riches and luxury. Among the other distressing events of this year, Appius Claudius, one of the consuls, dies in the midst of the preparations for the war, and the whole direction of affairs devolved on Camillus, over whom, the only consul, it did not appear seemly that a dictator should be appointed, either in consideration of his high character, which should not be made subordinate to the dictatorship, or on account of the auspicious omen of his surname with respect to a Gallic war. The consul, then, having stationed 2 legions to protect the city, and divided the remaining 8 with the praetor Lucius Pinarius, mindful of his father's valor, selects the Gallic war for himself without any appeal to lots. The praetor he commanded to protect the sea-coast, and to drive the Greeks from the shore. And after he had marched down into the Pontine territory, because he neither wished to engage on the level ground, no circumstance rendering it necessary, and he considered that the enemy were sufficiently subdued. By preventing from plunder persons whom necessity obliged to live on what was so obtained, he selected a suitable place for a fixed encampment. Where when they were spending the time in quiet in their quarters, a Gaul, remarkable for his size and the appearance of his arms, came forward. And striking his shield with his spear, after he had procured silence, through an interpreter he challenged any one of the Romans to contend with him with the sword. There was a tribune of the soldiers, a young man, Marcus Valerius, who considering himself not less worthy of that distinction than Titus Manlius, having first ascertained the consul's pleasure, advanced fully armed into the middle space. The human contest was rendered less remarkable by reason of the interposition of the divine power. For just as the Roman was commencing the encounter, a crow settled suddenly on his helmet, facing the enemy, which, as an augury sent from heaven, the tribune at first received with pleasure. Then he prayed that whatever god or goddess had sent him the auspicious bird, would willingly and kindly aid him. Wondrous to relate, the bird not only kept the place it had once taken, but as often as the encounter was renewed, raising itself on its wings, it attacked the face and eyes of the foe with its beak and talons, until Valerius slays him. Terrified at the sight of such a prodigy, and confounded both in his vision and understanding, the crow soaring out of sight makes towards the east. Hitherto the advanced guards on both sides remained quiet. When the tribune began to strip the body of the slain enemy, neither the Gauls any longer confined themselves to their post, and the Romans began to run to their successful champion with still greater speed. There is scuffle taking place around the body of the prostrate Gaul, a desperate fight is stirred up. And now the contest is carried on not by the companies of the nearest posts, but by the legions pouring out from both sides. The soldiers exulting in the victory of the tribune, and also at such favor and attention from the gods, are commanded by Camillus to advance against the enemy, and he, pointing to the tribune distinguished by the spoils, soldiers, said he, "Imitate this man." And around their fallen leader strew heaps of Gauls. Gods and men assisted at that fight. And the struggle was carried on against the Gauls with a fury by no means equivocal in its result, so thoroughly were both armies impressed with the respective success of the two soldiers, between whom the single combat had taken place. Among the first party, whose encounter had called out the others, there was a desperate encounter. The rest of the soldiery, before they came within throw of a weapon, turned their backs. At first they were dispersed through the Volscians and the Falernian territory, thence they made for Apulia and the Upper Sea. The consul, calling an assembly, after heaping praises on the tribune, bestows on him 10 oxen and a golden crown. He himself, being commanded by the Senate to take charge of the maritime war, joined his camp to that of the praetor. There, because matters seemed to be delayed by the dastardly conduct of the Greeks, who did not venture into the field, with the approbation of the Senate, he nominated Titus Manlius Torquatus dictator. The dictator, after appointing Aulus Cornelius Casus his master of the horse, held the consular elections, and with the greatest applause of the people he returned Marcus Valerius Corvus, for that was his surname from thenceforth, as consul. Though absent, the rival of his own glory, then 23 years of age. As colleague to Corvus, Marcus Popilius Laenas, a plebeian, was assigned to be consul for the 4th time. Nothing memorable occurred between Camillus and the Greeks, neither the one were warriors by land, nor the Romans by sea. At length, when they were repelled from the shore, among other things necessary for use, water also failing, they abandoned Italy. To what state or what nation that fleet belonged, there is nothing certain. I would be most inclined to think that they belonged to the tyrants of Sicily, for the farther Greece, being at that time wearied by intestine war, was now in dread of the power of the Macedonians. The armies being disbanded, whilst there was both peace abroad, and tranquillity at home by reason of the concord of the different orders, lest matters might be too happy, a pestilence having attacked the state, compelled the Senate to order the Decemvirs to inspect the Sibylline books, and by their suggestion a lectisternium took place. The same year a colony was led to Satricum by the Antians, and the city, which the Latins had demolished, was rebuilt. And a treaty was concluded at Rome with the Carthaginian ambassadors, they having come to request friendship and an alliance. The same tranquility continued at home and abroad, during the consulate of Titus Manlius Torquatus and Caius Plautius. Only the interest of money from 12 was reduced to 6%. And the payment of the debts was adjusted into equal portions of 3 years, on condition that the fourth payment should be made at the present time. And then also, though a portion of the commons were distressed, still public credit engrossed the attention of the Senate in preference to the difficulties of private individuals. Their circumstances were relieved most effectually, because a cessation was introduced of the taxes and levy. On the 3rd year after Satricum was rebuilt by the Volscians, Marcus Valerius Corvus having been elected consul for the 2nd time with Caius Poetilius, when news had been brought from Latium that ambassadors from Antium were going round the states of the Latins to excite a war, being ordered to attack the Volscians, before greater numbers of the enemy should be assembled, proceeds to Satricum with his army ready for action. And when the Antians and other Volscians met him, their forces being previously prepared, in case any movement should be made on the part of Rome, no delay of engaging took place between the two parties incensed with long pent-up hate. The Volscians, a nation more spirited to renew hostilities than to carry on war, being defeated in the fight, make for the walls of Satricum in a precipitate flight. And their reliance in their walls not being sufficiently strong, when the city, encompassed by a continuous line of troops, was now on the point of being taken by Scalade, they surrendered to the number of 4,000 soldiers. Besides the unarmed multitude. The town was demolished and burnt, only they kept the fire from the temple of Mother Matuta. The entire plunder was given up to the soldiers. The 4,000 who had surrendered were considered exclusive of the spoil. These the consul when triumphing drove before his chariot in chains, afterwards by selling them he brought a great sum of money into the treasury. There are some who state that this body of captives consisted of slaves. And this is more probable than that persons who had surrendered were exposed to sale. Marcus Fabius Dorso and Servius Sulpicius Camerinus succeeded these consuls. After this the Auruncan War commenced in consequence of a sudden attempt at depredation, and through fear lest this act of one state might be the concerted scheme of the whole Latin nation, Lucius Furius being created dictator. As if against all Latium already in arms, nominated Gnaeus Manlius Capitolinus his master of the horse. And when, a suspension of public business being proclaimed, a measure usually adopted during great alarms, the levy was held without exemptions, the legions were led against the Auruncans with all possible expedition. The spirit of freebooters rather than of enemies was found there. They were vanquished therefore in the first encounter. However the dictator, both because they had commenced hostilities without provocation, and presented themselves to the contest without reluctance, considering that the aid of the gods should also be engaged, vowed a temple to Juno Moneta in the heat of the battle, and when he returned victorious to Rome, obliged by his vow, he resigned his dictatorship. The Senate ordered Duumbers to be appointed to have the temple built suitably to the grandeur of the Roman people. The site destined for it was in the citadel, where the ground was on which the house of Marcus Manlius Capitolinus had stood. The consuls, having employed the dictator's army for the Volscian war, took Sora from the enemy, having attacked them by surprise. The temple of Moneta is dedicated the year after it had been vowed, Caius Marcius Rutilius being consul for the 3rd time, and Titus Manlius Torquatus for the 2nd time. A prodigy immediately followed the dedication, similar to the ancient one of the Alban Mount. For it both rained stones, and during the day night seemed to be spread, over the sky. And on the books being inspected, the state being filled with religious scruples, it was resolved by the Senate that a dictator should be nominated for the purpose of regulating the ceremonies. Publius Valerius Publicola was nominated. Quintus Fabius Ambustus was assigned to him as master of the horse. It was determined that not only the tribes, but the neighboring states also should offer supplications, and a certain order was appointed for them on what day each should offer supplication. Severe sentences of the people are said to have been passed on that year against usurers, for whom a day of trial had been appointed by the aediles. Matters came to an interregnum, there being no particular reason on record. After the interregnum, both the consuls were elected from the patricians, Marcus Valerius Corvus a third time, and Aulus Cornelius Casus, so that it would seem that such was the end aimed at. Henceforward shall be recorded wars of greater importance, both by the strength of the belligerent powers, by the distance of the countries, or the length of time during which they were carried on. For in that year arms were taken up against the Samnites, a nation powerful both in wealth and in arms. Pyrrhus followed as an enemy the war of the Samnites carried on with various success, the Carthaginians followed Pyrrhus. How great a mass of events! How often have extreme dangers been encountered, that the empire might be raised to its present magnitude, which is now scarcely sustained. But the cause of the war between the Samnites and Romans, as they had been joined in alliance and friendship, came from without, it originated not among themselves. After the Samnites had unjustly taken up arms, because they had the advantage in strength, against the Sidicinians, the weaker party being obliged to have recourse to the aid of the more powerful, unite themselves to the Campanians. As the Campanians brought to the relief of their allies rather a name than strength, enervated as they were by luxury, they were beaten in the Sidicinian territory by men who were inured to the use of arms. And then brought on themselves the entire burthen of the war. For the Samnites, taking no further notice of the Sidicinians, having attacked the Campanians as being the chief of the neighboring states, from whom the victory might be equally easy, and a greater share of spoil and glory. After they had secured Tafata, a ridge of hills hanging over Capua, with a strong garrison, they marched down from thence with their army formed in a square into the plain which lies between Capua and Tafata. There a second battle was fought, and the Campanians, after an unsuccessful fight, being driven within their walls, when the flower of their youth being cut down, no hope was nigh at hand, they were obliged to sue for aid from the Romans. Their ambassadors, being introduced into the Senate, spoke as near as possible to this purport: Conscript fathers, the Campanian state has sent us to you, to solicit from you friendship for ever, and present aid. Which if we had solicited whilst our affairs were prosperous, as it would have commenced more readily, so would it have been bound by a weaker tie. For then, as we should have recollected that we entered into friendship on equal terms, we might be equally friendly as now, but less submissive and compliant with your wishes. Now, won over by your compassion for us, and defended by your aid in our critical circumstances, it is incumbent on us that we show our sense also of the kindness received. Lest we should seem ungrateful, and undeserving of aid from either God or man. Nor, indeed, do I think that because the Samnites first became your allies and friends, such a circumstance is sufficient to prevent our being admitted into friendship. But merely shows that they excel us in priority and in the degree of honor, for no provision has been made in your treaty with the Samnites that you should not form any new treaties. It has ever been with you a sufficient title to your friendship, that he who sought it desired to be a friend of yours. We, Campanians, though our present state forbids us to speak in high terms, not yielding to any state save you in the extent of our city, or in the fertility of our land, come into friendship with you. No inconsiderable accession in my opinion to your flourishing condition. We shall be in the rear of the Equins and Volscians, the eternal enemies of this city, whenever they may stir, and whatever ye shall be the first to perform in defense of our safety, the same shall we ever do in defense of your empire and glory. Those nations which lie between us and you being reduced, which both your bravery and good fortune makes it certain will soon be the case, you will then have an uninterrupted empire extending even to us. It is distressing and painful, what our condition obliges us to confess. Conscript fathers, matters are come to this, that we Campanians must be the property either of friends or enemies. If you defend us, yours. If you desert us, we shall be the property of the Samnites. Consider, then, whether you would rather that Capua and all Campania should be added to your power or to that of the Samnites. Romans, it is surely but just, that your compassion and your aid should lie open to all men, to those, however, chiefly, who, whilst they afford it beyond their means to others imploring aid, have themselves been involved in this distress. Although we fought nominally for the Sidicinians, in reality for ourselves, when we saw a neighboring state assailed by the nefarious plunder of the Samnites. And after the Sidicinians had been consumed, we saw that the conflagration would pass over to ourselves. For the Samnites do not come to attack us, because they resent an injury received, but because they are glad that a pretext has been presented to them. If this were the gratification of their resentment, and not an occasion for satiating their ambition, was it not sufficient that they cut down our legions once in the Sidicinian territory, a second time in Campania itself? What sort of resentment must that be, which the blood shed in two pitched battles cannot satiate? To this add the laying waste of our lands, the spoil of men and cattle driven away, the burning and ruin of our country houses, everything destroyed by fire and sword. Could not resentment be satisfied with this? But ambition must be satiated. That hurries them on to besiege Capua. They either wish to destroy that most beautiful city, or to possess it themselves. But, Romans, do you take possession of it in your kindness, rather than suffer them to hold it by injustice? I am not addressing a people who decline just wars. But still, if you make but a show of your aid, I do not think that you will have occasion for war. The contempt of the Samnites has just reached to us, it soars not higher. Accordingly, Romans, we may be protected even by the shadow of your aid, whatever after this we shall possess, whatever we ourselves shall be, determined to consider all that as yours. For you the Campanian field shall be ploughed. For you the city of Capua shall be made populous, ye shall be to us in the light of founders, parents, aye, even immortal gods. There shall be no colony of your own which shall surpass us in attachment and loyalty to you. Grant to the Campanians, conscript fathers, your nod, and your irresistible favor, and bid us hope that Capua will be safe. With what crowds of persons of all classes attending us do you suppose that we set out from thence? How, think you, did we leave every place full of vows and tears? In what a state of expectation do you suppose that the Senate are, the Campanian nation, our wives and our children? I am certain that the entire multitude are standing at the gates, looking forward to the road that leads from hence, anxious as to what answer you may order us, conscript fathers, to bring back to them, in their solicitude and suspense of mind. One kind of answer may bring them safety, victory, light, and liberty, what the other may, I feel horror to think. Determine therefore about us, as about persons who will be your future friends and allies, or as persons who are to have no existence anywhere. The ambassadors then withdrawing, after the Senate had been consulted, though to a great many, their city the greatest and wealthiest in Italy, their land the most fertile, and situated near the sea, seemed likely to prove a granary to the Roman people for all varieties of provision. Still the faith of their engagements was more regarded than such great advantages, and the consul, by the direction of the Senate, answered as follows: Campanians, the Senate considers you deserving of aid. But it is meet that friendship be so established with you, that no prior friendship and alliance be violated. The Samnites are united in a treaty with us. Therefore we refuse you arms against the Samnites, which would be a violation of duty to the gods first, and then to men. We will, as divine and human law requires, send ambassadors to our allies and friends to entreat that no violence be committed against you. To this the chief of the embassy replied, for such were the instructions they had brought from home, since you are not willing to defend by just force our possessions against violence and injustice, at least you will defend your own. Wherefore, conscript fathers, we surrender the Campanian people, and the city of Capua, their lands, the temples of the gods, all things divine and human, into your jurisdiction and that of the Roman people. Whatever we shall suffer henceforth, being determined to suffer as men who have surrendered to you. On these words, all extending their hands towards the consuls, bathed in tears they fell prostrate in the porch of the Senate house. The fathers, affected at the vicissitude of human greatness, seeing that a nation abounding in wealth, noted for luxury and pride, from which a little time since their neighbors had solicited assistance, was now so broken in spirit as to give up themselves and all they possessed into the power of others. Moreover, their honor also seemed to be involved in not betraying those who had surrendered, nor did they consider that the people of the Samnites would act fairly if they should attack a territory and a city which had become the property of the Roman people by a surrender. It was resolved therefore, that ambassadors should be sent forthwith to the Samnites. Instructions were given, that they should lay before the Samnites the entreaties of the Campanians, the answer of the Senate duly mindful of the friendship of the Samnites, and finally the surrender that had been concluded. That they requested, in consideration of the friendship and alliance subsisting between them, that they would spare their subjects, and that they would not carry hostilities into that territory which had become the property of the Roman people. If by gentle measures they did not succeed, that they should denounce to the Samnites in the name of the Senate and Roman people, to withhold their arms from the city of Capua and the Campanian territory. When the ambassadors urged these matters in the assembly of the Samnites, so fierce an answer was returned, that they not only said that they would prosecute that war, but their magistrates, having gone out of the Senate house, in the very presence of the ambassadors, summoned the prefects of the cohorts, and with a distinct voice commanded them, to proceed forthwith into the Campanian territory, in order to plunder it. The result of this embassy being reported at Rome, the care of all other concerns being laid aside, the Senate, having dispatched heralds to demand satisfaction, and, because this was not complied with, war being proclaimed in the usual way, they decreed that the matter should be submitted to the people at the very earliest opportunity. And both the consuls having set out from the city by order of the people with 2 armies, Valerius into Campania, Cornelius into Samnium, the former pitches his camp at Mount Gaurus, the latter at Siticula. The legions of the Samnites met with Valerius first, for they thought that the whole weight of the war would incline to that side. At the same time resentment stimulated them against the Campanians, that they should be so ready at one time to lend aid, at another to call in aid against them. But as soon as they beheld the Roman camp, they fiercely demanded the signal each from his leader. They maintained that the Roman would bring aid to the Campanian with the same fate with which the Campanian had done to the Sidicinian. Valerius, having delayed for a few days in slight skirmishes for the purpose of making trial of the enemy, displayed the signal for battle, exhorting his men in few words, not to let the new war or the new enemy terrify them. In proportion as they should carry their arms to a greater distance from the city, the more and more unwarlike should the nation prove to be against whom they should proceed. That they should not estimate the valor of the Samnites by the defeats of the Sidicinians and Campanians. Let the combatants be of what kind they may be, that it was necessary that one side should be vanquished. That as for the Campanians indeed, they were undoubtedly vanquished more by circumstances flowing from excessive luxury and by their own want of energy than by the bravery of the enemy. What were the 2 successful wars of the Samnites, during so many ages, against so many glorious exploits of the Roman people, who counted almost more triumphs than years since the building of their city? Who held subdued by their arms all the states around them, the Sabines, Etruria, the Latins, Hernicians, Equins, Volscians, Mauruncans. Who eventually drove by flight into the sea, and into their ships, the Gauls, after slaughtering them in so many engagements. That soldiers ought both to enter the field relying on their national military renown, and on their own valor, and also to consider under whose command and auspices the battle is to be fought. Whether he be one which is to be listened to as a pompous exhorter, bold merely in words, unacquainted with military labors, or one who knows how to wield arms himself also, to advance before the standards, and to show himself in the midst of the danger. My acts, not my words merely, I wish you to follow, and to seek from me not military orders only, but example also. It was not by intrigues merely, nor by cabals usual among the nobles, but by this right hand, I procured for myself 3 consulships, and the highest eulogies. There was a time when this could be said. No wonder, for you were a patrician, and sprung from the liberators of your country, and that family of yours had the consulship the same year that the city had consuls. Now the consulship lies open in common to us patricians and to you plebeians. Nor is it, as formerly, the prize of birth, but of valor. Look forward, therefore, soldiers, to even the highest honor. Though you, as men, have, with the approbation of the gods, given me this new surname of Corvus, the ancient surname of our family, publicly, has not been erased from my memory. I ever do and ever have cultivated the goodwill of the Roman commons abroad and at home, as a private man and in public offices, high and low, as tribune equally as when consul. With the same undeviating line of conduct through all my successive consulships. Now, with respect to that which is at hand, with the aid of the gods, join with me in seeking a new and complete triumph over the Samnites. Never was a general on a more familiar footing with his soldiers, by his performing all the duties among the lowest of the soldiers without reluctance. Moreover, in the military sports, wherein equals vie with their equals in contests of swiftness and strength, affable and condescending, he conquered and was conquered with the same countenance, nor did he spurn any competitor who should offer. In his acts kind according to the occasion, in his conversation no less mindful of the ease of others than of his own dignity. And, a thing than which nothing is more agreeable to the people, he administered his offices by the same line of conduct by which he had gained them. The whole army therefore, cheering the exhortation of their leader with the utmost alacrity, marched forth from the camp. The battle commenced with equal hopes and equal strength on both sides, as much as any battle ever did, with confidence in themselves, and without contempt of their enemies. Their recent exploits and their double victory a few days before, increased the spirits of the Samnites on the other side. The glories of 400 years and victory coeval with the building of their city, had the same effect, on the Romans. To both sides, however, the circumstance of the enemy being a new one gave additional anxiety. The battle was a proof what spirits they possessed. For they maintained the conflict in such a manner, that, for a considerable time, the armies inclined to neither side. Then the consul, thinking that some confusion should be caused among them, since they could not be overpowered by force, endeavors to disorder their foremost battalions by a charge of cavalry. And when he saw them will their troops within a narrow compass in fruitless disorder, and that they could not open a passage to the enemy, riding back to the van of the legions, after leaping from his horse, he says, Soldiers, this is the task for us infantry. Come on, as ye shall see me making way with my sword, in whatever direction I shall advance into the enemy's line, so let each man, with all his might, beat down those who oppose him. All those places, where their erected spears now glitter, you shall see cleared by widely extended slaughter. He had uttered these words, when the cavalry by order of the consul turned to the wings, and opened a passage for the legions to the center of the line. First of all, the consul attacks the enemy, and slays him whom he happened to engage. Those on the right and left, fired at this sight, commence a dreadful fight, each with the foe opposite him. The Samnites obstinately stand their ground, though they receive more wounds than they inflict. The battle had now lasted for a considerable time. Great slaughter occurred around the standards of the Samnites. In no part was there a flight, so firmly had they made up their minds to be vanquished by death alone. Wherefore the Romans, when they perceived their strength to relax by fatigue, and but a small part of the day still remained, fired with fury, rush upon the enemy. Then for the first time it appeared that they were giving ground, and that the matter was inclining to a flight. Then the Samnites were taken, some slain, nor would many have survived, had not night terminated the victory rather than the battle. Both the Romans confessed, that they had never fought with a more determined enemy. And the Samnites, on being asked what cause first drove them to fly after being so determined, said, that it was the eyes of the Romans which seemed to them to flash fire, and their distracted looks, and furious aspect. That more of terror arose from thence, than from anything else. Which terror they confessed not only in the issue of the battle, but in their departure by night. Next day the Romans take possession of the deserted camp of the enemy, whither all the Campanians flocked to congratulate them. But this joy was well nigh alloyed by a great loss sustained in Samnium. For the consul Cornelius, having set out from Saticula, incautiously led his army into a mountainous tract, passable through a deep defile, and beset on all sides by the enemy. Nor did he perceive the enemy stationed over his head, until a retreat could no longer be made with safety. Whilst the Samnites delayed only till he should bring down his entire army into the valley. Publius Decius, a tribune of the soldiers, espies in the tract a hill higher than the rest, hanging over the enemy's camp, rather steep to be ascended by an encumbered army, not difficult for such as were lightly armed. He says therefore to the consul, greatly alarmed in mind, Aulus Cornelius, do you perceive that elevated point above the enemy? That is the bulwark of our hope and safety, if we briskly gain possession of it, which the Samnites in their blindness have given up. Only give me the first rank and spearmen of 1 legion. When with these I shall have gained the summit, do you proceed hence free from all apprehension, and save yourself and the army. For the enemy, lying beneath us and, exposed thereby, to all our weapons, will not be able to stir without destruction to themselves. After that either the good fortune of the Roman people or our own bravery will extricate us. Being commanded by the consul, he received the body of men, required, and proceeds by secret paths through the mountain, nor was he observed by the enemy until he approached the place which he was making for. Then, whilst all were struck with astonishment, after he had attracted the eyes of all to himself, he both afforded the consul time to draw off his army to more advantageous ground, and he himself was posted on the top of the hill. The Samnites, whilst they marched their forces now in this direction, now in that, having lost the opportunity of effecting either object, can neither pursue the consul, unless through the same defile in which they had him a little before exposed to their weapons, nor march up the rising ground over themselves, which had been seized on by Decius. But both their resentment stimulated them more against the latter, who had taken from them the favourable opportunity of achieving their object, and also the proximity of the place, and the paucity of the enemy. And one time they would fain surround the hill on all sides with armed men, so as to cut off Decius from the consul. At another time they wished to open a passage, so that they may fall on them when they had descended into the defile. Before they had determined on what they should do, night came on them. Decius at first entertained a hope, that he would have to engage them from the higher ground, as they ascended against the steep. Then surprise took possession of him, that they neither commenced the fight, nor if they were deterred from that by the unevenness of the ground, that they did not surround him with works and a circumvallation. Then summoning the centurions to him, he said, "What ignorance of war and indolence is that? Or how did such men obtain a victory over the Sidicinians and Campanians? You see that their battalions move to and fro, that sometimes they are collected to one spot, at other times they are drawn out. As for work, no one attempts it, when we might by this time have been surrounded with a rampart. Then indeed should we be like to them, if we delay longer here than is expedient. Come on, accompany me, that whilst some daylight remains, we may ascertain in what places they put their guards, in what direction an escape may lie open from hence." All these points he carefully observed, clad in a soldier's vest, the centurions whom he took with him being also in the attire of common soldiers, lest the enemy might notice the general going the round. Then having placed watch guards, he commands the ticket to be issued to all the rest, that when the signal had been given by the trumpet of the second watch, they should assemble to him in silence fully armed. Whither when they had assembled in silence according to the orders issued, "Soldiers," says he, "this silence is to be observed in listening to me," waving the military mode of expressing assent. "When I shall have thoroughly explained my sentiments to you, then such of you as shall approve the same, will pass over, we will follow that line of conduct which shall meet the judgment of the majority. Now hear what I meditate in mind. The enemy have surrounded you, not brought hither in flight, nor left behind through cowardice. By valor you seized this ground, by valor you must make your way from it. By coming hither you have saved a valuable army of the Roman people. By forcing your way hence, save yourselves. You have proved yourselves worthy, though few in number, of affording aid to multitudes, whilst you yourselves stand in need of aid from no one. You have to do with that enemy, who on yesterday, through their supineness, availed themselves not of the fortunate opportunity of destroying our whole army, who did not see this hill so advantageously situate hanging over their heads, until it was seized on by us, who with so many thousand men did not prevent us so few from the ascent, and did not surround us with a rampart when in possession of the ground, though so much of the day still remained. That enemy which with their eyes open and awake you so baffled, it is incumbent on you now to beguile, buried, as they are, in sleep, nay, it is absolutely necessary. For our affairs are in that situation, that I am rather to point out to you your necessity than to propose advice. For whether you are to remain or to depart hence, can no longer be matter of deliberation, since, with the exception of your arms, and courage mindful of those arms, fortune has left you nothing, and we must die of famine and thirst. If we are more afraid of the sword than becomes men and Romans. Therefore our only safety is to sally forth from this and to depart. That we must do either by day or by night. But lo! Another point which admits of less doubt. For if daylight be waited for, what hope is there, that the enemy, who have now encompassed the hill on every side, as you perceive, with their bodies exposed at disadvantage, will not hem us in with a continued rampart and ditch? If night then be favorable for a sally, as it is, this is undoubtedly the most suitable hour of night. You assembled here on the signal of the second watch, a time which buries mortals in the profoundest sleep. You will pass through their bodies lulled to sleep either in silence unnoticed by them, or ready to strike terror into them, should they perceive you, by a sudden shout. Only follow me, whom you have followed. The same fortune which conducted us hither, will I follow. Those of you to whom these measures seem salutary, come on, pass over to the right. They all passed over, and followed Decius as he proceeded through the intervals which lay between the guards. They had now passed the middle of the camp, when a soldier, striding over the bodies of the watchmen as they lay asleep, occasioned a noise by striking one of their shields. When the watchman, being aroused by this, stirred the next one to him, and those who were awake stirred up others, not knowing whether they were friends or foes, whether it was the garrison that sallied forth or the consul had taken their camp. Decius, having ordered the soldiers to raise a shout, as they were no longer unobserved, disheartens them by panic whilst still heavy from sleep, by which being perplexed, they were neither able to take arms briskly, nor make resistance, nor to pursue them. During the trepidation and confusion of the Samnites, the Roman guard, slaying such of the guards as came in their way, reached the consul's camp. A considerable portion of night still remained, and things now appeared to be in safety. When Decius says, Roman soldiers, be honored for your bravery. Your journey and return ages shall extol. But to behold such bravery light and day are necessary. Nor do you deserve that silence and night should cover you, whilst you return to the camp with such distinguished glory. Here let us wait in quiet for the daylight. His words they obeyed. And as soon as it was day, a messenger being dispatched to the camp to the consul, they were aroused from sleep with great joy. And the signal being given by ticket, that those persons returned safe who had exposed their persons to evident danger for the preservation of all, rushing out each most anxiously to meet them, they applaud them, congratulate them. They call them singly and collectively their preservers, they give praises and thanks to the gods, they raise Decius to heaven. This was a sort of camp triumph for Decius, who proceeded through the middle of the camp, with his guard fully armed, the eyes of all being fixed on him, and all giving him equal honor with the consul. When they came to the general's tent, the consul summons them by sound of trumpet to an assembly. And commencing with the well-earned praises of Decius, he adjourned the assembly on the interposition of Decius himself, who advising the postponement of everything else, whilst the occasion was still present, persuaded the consul to attack the enemy, whilst still in consternation from the panic of the night, and dispersing in separate detachments around the hill. Adding, that he believed that some who had been sent out in pursuit of him were straggling through the forest. The legions were ordered to take arms, and having departed from the camp, as the forest was now better known by means of scouts, they are led onwards to the enemy through a more open tract. Having unexpectedly attacked the enemy when off their guard, since the soldiers of the Samnites straggling in every direction, most of them unarmed, were not able either to rally, nor to take arms, nor to betake themselves within the rampart. They first drive them in a panic into the camp, then they take the camp itself, having dislodged the guards. The shout spread around the hill, and puts each to flight from their respective posts. Thus a great part yielded to an enemy they had not seen. Those whom the panic had driven within the rampart, they amounted to 30,000, were all slain. The camp was plundered. Matters being thus conducted, the consul, having summoned an assembly, pronounces a panegyric on Decius, not only that which had been commenced on a previous occasion, but as now completed by his recent deserts. And besides other military gifts, he presents him with a golden crown and 100 oxen, and with one white one of distinguished beauty, richly decorated with gilded horns. The soldiers who had been in the guard with him, were presented with a double allowance of corn for the present, with an ox and 2 vests each. Immediately after the consul's donation, the legions place on the head of Decius a crown of grass, indicative of their deliverance from a blockade, expressing their approbation of the present with a shout. Decorated with these emblems, he sacrificed the beautiful ox to Mars, the 100 oxen he bestowed on the soldiers, who had been with him in the expedition. On the same soldiers the legions conferred, each a pound of corn and a pint of wine. And all these things were performed with great alacrity, with a military shout, a token of the approbation of all. The third battle was fought near Suessula, in which the army of the Samnites, having been routed by Marcus Valerius, having summoned from home the flower of their youth, determined on trying their strength by a final contest. From Suessula messengers came in great haste to Capua, and from thence horsemen in full speed to the consul Valerius, to implore aid. The troops were immediately put in motion. And the baggage in the camp being left with a strong guard, the army moves on with rapidity. And they select at no great distance from the enemy a very narrow spot, as, with the exception of their horses, they were unaccompanied by a crowd of cattle and servants. The army of the Samnites, as if there was to be no delay in coming to an engagement, draw up in order of battle, then, when no one came to meet them, they advanced to the enemy's camp in readiness for action. There when they saw the soldiers on the rampart, and persons sent out to reconnoiter in every direction, brought back word into how narrow a compass the camp had been contracted, inferring thence the scanty number of the enemy. The whole army began to exclaim, that the trenches ought to be filled up, the rampart to be torn down, and that they should force their way into the camp. And by that temerity the war would have been soon over, had not the generals restrained the impetuosity of the soldiers. However, as their own numbers bore heavily on their supplies, and in consequence, first of their sitting down so long at Suessula, and then by the delay of the contest, they were not far from a want of provisions, it was determined, whilst the enemy remained shut up as if through fear, that the soldiers should be led through the country to forage. Supposing, in the meantime, that all supplies would fail the Romans also, who having marched in haste, had brought with him only as much corn as could be carried on his shoulders amid his arms. The consul, after he had observed the enemy scattered through the country, that the posts were left but insufficiently attended, having in a few words encouraged his men, leads them on to besiege the camp. After he had taken this on the first shout and contest, more of the enemy being slain in their tents than at the gates and rampart, he ordered the captive standards to be collected into one place. And having left behind 2 legions as a guard and protection, after giving them strict order that they should abstain from the booty, until he himself should return. Having set out with his troops in regular order, the cavalry who had been sent on driving the dispersed Samnites as it were by hunting toils, he committed great slaughter among them. For in their terror they could neither determine by what signal they should collect themselves into a body, whether they should make for the camp, or continue their flight to a greater distance. And so great was their terror, and so precipitate their flight, that to the number of 40,000 shields, though by no means were so many slain, and 170 standards, with those which had been taken in the camp, were brought to the consul. Then they returned to the enemy's camp, and there all the plunder was given up to the soldiers. The result of this contest obliged the Philicians, who were on terms of a truce, to petition for a treaty of alliance from the Senate. And diverted the Latins, who had their armies already prepared, from the Roman to a Polignian war. Nor did the fame of such success confine itself within the limits of Italy. But the Carthaginians also sent ambassadors to Rome to congratulate them, with an offering of a golden crown, to be placed in Jupiter's shrine in the capital. Its weight was 25 pounds. Both consuls triumphed over the Samnites, whilst Decius followed distinguished with praises and presents, when amid the rough jesting of the soldiers the name of the tribune was no less celebrated than that of the consuls. The embassies of the Campanians and Suessulans were then heard, and to their entreaties it was granted that a garrison should be sent thither, in order that the incursions of the Samnites might be repelled. Capua, even then by no means favorable to military discipline, alienated from the memory of their country the affections of the soldiers, which were debauched by the supply of pleasures of all kinds. And schemes were being formed in winter quarters for taking away Capua from the Campanians by the same kind of wickedness as that by which they had taken it from its original possessors, and not undeservedly would they turn their own example against themselves. For why should the Campanians, who were neither able to defend themselves nor their possessions, occupy the most fertile land of Italy, and a city worthy of that land, rather than the victorious army, who had driven the Samnites from thence by their sweat and blood? Was it reasonable that men who had surrendered to them should have the full enjoyment of that fertile and delightful country? That they, wearied by military toil, had to struggle in an insalubrious and arid soil around their city, or within the city to suffer the oppressive and exhausting weight of interest money daily increasing? These schemes agitated in secret cabals, and as yet communicated only to a few, were encountered by the new consul Caius Marcius Rutilius, to whom the province of Campania had fallen by lot, Quintus Servilius, his colleague, being left behind in the city. Accordingly, when he was in possession of all these circumstances just as they had occurred, having ascertained them through the tribunes, matured by years and experience, for he was consul now for the 4th time, and had been dictator and censor, thinking it the wisest proceeding to frustrate the violence of the soldiers, by prolonging their hope of executing their project whenever they might wish, he spreads the rumor that the troops were to winter in the same towns on the year after also. For they had been cantonied throughout the cities of Campania, and their plots had spread from Capua to the entire army. This abatement being given to the eagerness of their projects, the mutiny was set at rest for the present. The consul, having led out his army to the summer campaign, determined, whilst he had the Samnites quiet, to purge the army by sending away the turbulent men, by telling some that their regular time had been served, that others were weighed down by years and debilitated in bodily vigor. Some were sent away on furloughs, at first individuals, then some cohorts also, on the plea that they had wintered far from their home and domestic affairs. When different individuals were sent to different places under pretense of the business of the service, a considerable number were put out of the way, which multitude the other consul detained in Rome under different pretenses. And first indeed, not suspecting the artifice, they returned to their homes by no means with reluctance. After they saw that neither those first sent returned to their standards, and that scarcely any others, except those who had wintered in Campania, and chiefly the fomenters of the mutiny, were sent away. At first wonder, and then certain fear entered their minds, that their schemes had been divulged. That now they would have to suffer trials, discoveries, the secret punishments of individuals, and the tyrannical and cruel despotism of the consuls and the Senate. Those who were in the camp, discussed these things in secret conferences, seeing that the sinews of the conspiracy had been got rid of by the artifice of the consul. One cohort, when they were at no great distance from Anxur, posted itself at Lochley, in a narrow woody pass between the sea and the mountains, to intercept those whom the consul was dismissing under various pretenses, as has been already mentioned. Their body was now becoming strong in numbers, nor was anything wanting to complete the form of a regular army, except a leader. Without order, therefore, they come into the Alban territory committing depredations, and under the hill of Alba Longa, they encompassed their camp with a rampart. The work here being completed, during the remainder of the day they discussed their different opinions regarding the choice of a commander, not having sufficient confidence in any of those present. Whom could they invite out from Rome? What individuals of the patricians or of the commons was there, who would either knowingly expose himself to such imminent danger, or to whom could the cause of the army, set mad by ill treatment, be safely committed? On the following day, when the same subject of deliberation detained them, some of the straggling marauders ascertained and brought an account, that Titus Quinctius cultivated a farm in the Tusculan territory, forgetful of the city and its honors. This was a man of patrician family, whose military career, which was passed with great glory, having been relinquished in consequence of one of his feet being lamed by a wound, he determined on spending his life in the country far from ambition and the forum. His name once heard, they immediately recognized the man, and with wishes for success, ordered him to be sent for. There was, however, but little hope that he would do anything voluntarily. They resolved on employing force and intimidation. Accordingly those who had been sent for the purpose, having entered the house in the silence of the night, and surprising Quinctius overcome in sleep, threatening that there was no alternative, either authority and honor, or death. In case he resisted, unless he followed, they force him to the camp. Immediately on his arrival he was styled general, and whilst he was startled at the strange nature of the sudden occurrence, they convey to him the ensigns of honor, and bid him lead them to the city. Then having torn up their standard, more under the influence of their own impetuosity than by the command of their general, they arrive in hostile array at the 8th stone on the road, which is now the Appian. And would have proceeded immediately to the city, had they not heard that an army was coming to meet them, and that Marcus Valerius Corvus was nominated dictator against them, and Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus master of the horse. As soon as they came in sight and recognized the arms and standards, instantly the recollection of their country softened the resentment of all. Not yet were they so hardy as to shed the blood of their countrymen, nor had they known any but foreign wars, and secession from their own was deemed the extreme of rage. Accordingly now the generals, now the soldiers sought a meeting for a negotiation. Quinctius, who was satiated with arms, taken up, even in defense of his country, much more so against it. Corvus, who entertained a warm affection for all his countrymen, chiefly the soldiers, and above others, for his own army, advanced to a conference. To him, being immediately recognized, silence was granted with no less respect by his adversaries, than by his own party. He says, "Soldiers, at my departure from the city, I prayed to the immortal gods, your public deities as well as mine, and earnestly implored their goodness so, that they would grant me the glory of establishing concord among you, not victory over you. There have been and there will be sufficient opportunities, whence military fame may be obtained. On this occasion peace should be the object of our wishes. What I earnestly called for from the immortal gods when offering up my prayers, you have it in your power to grant to me, if you will remember, that you have your camp not in Samnium, nor among the Volscians, but on Roman ground. That those hills which you behold are those of your country, that this is the army of your countrymen. That I am your own consul, under whose guidance and auspices ye last year twice defeated the legions of the Samnites, twice took their camp by storm. Soldiers, I am Marcus Valerius Corvus, whose nobility ye have felt by acts of kindness towards you, not by ill treatment, the proposer of no tyrannical law against you, of no harsh decree of the Senate. In every post of command more strict on myself than on you. And if birth, if personal merit, if high dignity, if public honors could suggest arrogance to any one, from such ancestors have I been descended, such a specimen had I given of myself, at such an age did I attain the consulship. That when but 23 years old I might have been a proud consul, even to the patricians, not to the commons only. What act or saying of mine, when consul, have ye heard of more severe than when only tribune? With the same tenor did I administer 2 successive consulships, with the same shall this uncontrollable office, the dictatorship, be administered. So that I shall be found not more indulgent to these my own soldiers and the soldiers of my country, than to you, I shudder to call you so, its enemies. Ye shall therefore draw the sword against me, before I draw it against you. On that side the signal shall be sounded, on that the shout and onset shall begin, if a battle must take place. Determine in your minds, on that which neither your fathers nor grandfathers could. Neither those who see seated to the sacred mount, nor yet those who afterwards posted themselves on the Aventine. Wait till your mothers and wives come out to meet you from the city with dishevelled hair, as they did formerly to Coriolanus. At that time the legions of the Volscians, because they had a Roman for their leader, ceased from hostilities. Will not ye, a Roman army, desist from an unnatural war? Titus Quinctius, under whatever circumstances you stand on that side, whether voluntarily or reluctantly, if there must be fighting, do you then retire to the rear? With more honor even will you fly, and turn your back to your countrymen, than fight against your country. Now you will stand with propriety and honor among the foremost to promote peace, and may you be a salutary agent in this conference. Require and offer that which is just, though we should admit even unjust terms. rather than engage in an impious combat with each other. Titus Quinctius, turning to his party with his eyes full of tears, said, "In me too, soldiers, if there is any use of me, ye have a better leader for peace than for war." For that speech just now delivered, not a Volscian, nor a Samnite expressed, but a Roman, your own consul, your own general, soldiers, whose auspices having already experienced for you, do not wish to experience them against you. The Senate had other generals also, who would engage you with more animosity. They have selected the one who would be most indulgent to you, his own soldiers, in whom as your general you would have most confidence. Even those who can conquer, desire peace. What ought we to desire? Why do we not, renouncing resentment and hope, those fallacious advisers, resign ourselves and all our interests to his tried honor? All approving with a shout, Titus Quinctius, advancing before the standards, declared that the soldiers would be obedient to the dictator. He entreated that he would espouse the cause of his unfortunate countrymen, and having espoused it, he would maintain it with the same fidelity with which he had wont to administer public affairs. That for himself individually he made no terms, that he would found his hope in nothing else but in his innocence. That provision should be made for the soldiers, as provision had been made by the Senate, once for the commons, a second time for the legions, so that the secession should not be visited with punishment. The dictator, having lauded Quinctius, and having bid the others to hope for the best, returned back to the city with all speed, and, with the approbation of the Senate, proposed to the people in the Peatline Grove that the secession should not be visited with chastisement on any of the soldiers. He also entreated, with their permission, that no one should either in jest or earnest upbraid any one with that proceeding. A military devoting law was also passed, that the name of any soldier once enrolled, should not be erased unless with his own consent. And to the law, a clause, was added that no one, after he had been a tribune of the soldiers, should afterwards be a centurion. That demand was made by the conspirators on account of Publius Salonius, who in alternate years was both tribune of the soldiers and first centurion, which they now call primi pili. The soldiers were incensed against him, because he had always been opposed to their recent measures, and had fled from Lancially, that he might have no share in them. Accordingly, when this alone was not obtained from the Senate through their regard for Salonius, then Salonius, conjuring the conscript fathers, that they would not value his promotion more highly than the concord of the state, prevailed in having that also carried. Equally ineffectual was the demand, that some deductions should be made from the pay of the cavalry. They then received triple, because they had opposed the conspiracy. Besides these, I find in some writers that Lucius Janutius, tribune of the commons, proposed to the people, that no one should be allowed to practice usury. Likewise provision was made by other enactments, that no one should fill the same office within 10 years, nor hold 2 offices on the same year, and that it should be allowed that both the consuls should be plebeians. If all these concessions were made to the people, it is evident that the revolt possessed no little strength. In other annals it is recorded, that Valerius was not appointed dictator, but that the entire business was managed by the consuls. And also that that band of conspirators were driven to arms not before they came to Rome, but at Rome. And that it was not on the country house of Titus Quinctius, but on the residence of Caius Manlius the assault was made by night. And that he was seized by the conspirators to become their leader, that having proceeded thence to the 4th milestone, they posted themselves in a well-defended place. And that it was not with the leaders mention of a reconciliation originated, but that suddenly, when the armies marched out to battle fully armed, a mutual salutation took place. That mixing together the soldiers began to join hands, and to embrace each other with tears, and that the consuls, on seeing the minds of the soldiers averse from fighting, made a proposition to the Senate concerning the re-establishment of concord. So that among ancient writers nothing is agreed on, except that there was a mutiny, and that it was composed. Both the report of this disturbance, and the heavy war entered into with the Samnites, alienated some states from the Roman alliance, and besides the treaty of the Latins, which now for a long time was not to be depended on. The Prevernaians also by a sudden incursion laid waste Norba and Caesia, Roman colonies in their neighborhood. Book 8.